My disciples are all big villains. Zhou awoke to find himself transformed into the most powerful and ancient demon master, the venerable Zhou Shi, with 9 nefarious disciples who struck terror across the realm. The eldest disciple, Yu Zhenghai, led a legion of demons as the head of the Yuming sect, while the second disciple, Jianmo, was quick to draw blood at the slightest provocation. With his cultivation lost, how could he manage these wicked apprentices? Eldest disciple Yu Zhenghai declared, "I have triumphed over all, and no one shall dare to challenge me except for the venerable master." The seventh disciple, Si Wuyan, lamented, "As long as the master lives, we find no peace." The ninth disciple, Yuan'er, vowed, "I shall heed the master's words and strive to be a good person." Chapter 1. The Villainous Master. Those so-called righteous sects are despicable indeed, taking advantage of my misfortune to incite my descent upon them. Third senior brother, do not act recklessly. Do not fall into their trap. Fifth junior sister speaks wisely. We must not panic. Even if the master cannot intervene, with the 4 of us present, those people cannot create any trouble. But the 10 pinnacle masters of the righteous path have all come. Moreover, the master's health. Enough of the bickering. Do you not see the master resting? The sounds of heated debate reached Zhou's ears. He gradually opened his eyes, a tumult of fragmented memories piercing his mind like 1,000 golden needles, weaving chaotic images within. Where am I? What has happened? Memories surged forth. Is it possible? I have become a notorious master Jiandao. Zhou gazed in astonishment at his surroundings. The pavilion, Jintingshan, the 4 formidable disciples, and thousands of righteous cultivators besieging the mountain. The memories continued to flood back. Jiandao had taught 9 disciples throughout his life. Each disciple was a formidable villain in their own right, wreaking havoc wherever they went. The eldest disciple, Yu Zhenghai, betrayed the sect to establish the Yuming sect, becoming its fearsome leader, known as the mightiest demonic sect in the land. The second disciple, Yu Shangrong, excelled in swordsmanship and became the dreaded sword demon, challenging masters and spilling blood at the slightest disagreement. The third, fourth, and fifth disciples occasionally stirred up trouble, but thankfully they remained on Jintingshan. The sixth disciple, Yi Tianxin, was the leader of Yinhua Palace, revered by female cultivators, and was nicknamed the Jade-Faced Shura. The seventh disciple, Si Wuyan, had established an extensive intelligence network, becoming a cunning schemer, once instigating wars that resulted in countless casualties. The eighth disciple, Zhu Honggong, achieved the title of the Evil King within a few short years after descending the mountain. The ninth disciple, Si Wuyan, was the last to enter the fold and the master's favorite, still clinging to some semblance of morality, remaining on the mountain. Regrettably, Jiandao had lived nearly a millennium, approaching the natural limit of a cultivator's lifespan. With age, his authority over the 9 disciples waned, and as his influence diminished, 5 of his disciples betrayed him, challenging his dominance. A month prior, the 10 pinnacle masters of the righteous path devised a trap, besieging the demon master Jiandao, who fought 10 against 1, resulting in a stalemate. Now, the righteous masters were poised at the foot of the mountain, ready to strike. Jintingshan faced an unprecedented crisis that Zhou, caught in a mix of emotions, attempted to rise but sank back, nearly toppling to the ground. His body felt utterly empty and weak. The master seems to have awakened. Master! The 4 waiting disciples rushed in, bowing deeply to Zhou. Zhou's gaze swept over the 4, and he cleared his throat. He refrained from speaking. The disciples before him were all notorious villains. The departure of 5 disciples had sounded an alarm. "Master, how do you feel?" inquired the 3rd disciple, Duan Musheng, with concern. "I am fine." The 4 disciples displayed evident relief. "Master, there are numerous experts of the righteous path at the foot of the mountain. It may not be long before they breach our defenses," said the 4th disciple, Ming Shirin. Zhou forced himself to remain composed. He had no choice but to accept Tiandao's memories and body as they were. "Perhaps I should seek the eldest brother to come back for assistance. Given our master-disciple bond, he would not stand idly by. The eldest brother is now the leader of the Yuming sect, commanding countless demons. The 7th brother could also assist. He is exceptionally wise." "Master." Before the words were finished, Zhou interrupted. Silence. His voice cut through their chatter. "Steady yourself. Not panic. Regardless of the situation, I am still the master of these villains. I must conceal the secret of my lost cultivation. Otherwise, before the righteous sects can strike, these 4 disciples will take my life. The barrier of Jintingshan can hold for a while. Why are you all so anxious? Lu Zhou admonished. The four disciples flushed with shame, bowing their heads in silence. Third, what did you just say? Lu Zhou mimicked Ji Tiandao's tone. Though Ji Tiandao was an ancient being with wisdom far exceeding others, Lu Zhou's strong learning ability, coupled with the merging of memories, would enable him to imitate Ji Tiandao without arousing suspicion. Master, I wish to request the eldest brother's return for assistance, Duan Mushing boldly stated, glancing at Lu Zhou while bowing. Lu Zhou sighed and shook his head. In the past, I was besieged by 10 masters and barely managed to fight to a standstill. Do you think no one is plotting behind the scenes? Duan Mushing's complexion shifted as he queried. Do you mean to say that the eldest brother has betrayed you? Ji Tiandao had traversed the world for many years without facing such betrayal. As age dulled his prowess, his authority waned year by year. Yet, to ensnare the old demon master in such a perfect trap, it must be someone familiar with him. Upon reflection, the eldest disciple Yu Zhenghai, who knew the master best, and the seventh disciple Si Wuyan, with his cunning, could not be absolved. The fourth disciple, Ming Shirin, erupted in fury. Those who betray their master are unworthy. To betray Jintingshan is one thing, but to dare to plot against the master. If it weren't for the barrier of Jintingshan, would they have made their move? Enough. A stern voice silenced the room. Lu Zhou's displeasure was evident. Do you believe I am unaware of your thoughts? Perhaps you all wish for my demise? Ah. The four disciples immediately knelt, exclaiming in unison, We dare not. We dare not. Lu Zhou's gaze swept over them, and he snorted softly, You are all masters of the Shunting realm. Perhaps in a few years, like your eldest and second brothers, you will step into the Yuanshan realm that time. As your master, will I still be able to control you? We dare not. Once a master, always a father. Even tenfold courage would not lead us to betray you. The four bowed deeply. Lu Zhou took a deep breath. Despite his mental preparations, he felt a twinge of anxiety in such an atmosphere. You may disperse. I have my own strategy to fend off the enemies. Yes. The four disciples obediently retreated. Alas, what strategy do I have? I merely seek a moment of peace, nothing more. Lu Zhou finally exhaled, realizing that cold sweat had formed on his back without his notice. The more he felt this way, the more he needed to remain calm. Calm? What a joke. For treacherous wolves could pounce at any moment, alongside thousands of so-called righteous cultivators. Ji Tiandao, what sins have you committed to leave me to clean up this mess? To have created such wicked disciples. Truly intolerable. What to do? Internal strife, external threats, and a frail, immobile body. Is there any transmigrator more unfortunate than I? Upon detection of the target's successful completion of the task, a notification chimed, indicating that a millennium had elapsed. The inheritance and teaching mission had been accomplished, marking the achievement as 9 out of 9. The merit system was officially activated. The tremor coursed through Lu Zhou's heart as he realized the significance of Jin Tue's arrival. It dawned on him why Ji Tiandao had trained 9 notorious individuals. Such a pity for Ji Tiandao, who had labored a lifetime to weave garments for others. A millennium, indeed. The system summoned a menu, unveiling a soft blue interface before Lu Zhou's eyes. Name, Ji Tiandao. Race, human. Cultivation, body refinement 9th layer. Merit points, minus 100,000. Redeemable for vitality, lottery, etc. Remaining life, 3 days. Items, none. Techniques, none. Other functions, lottery, shop. Negative 100,000 merit points? Lu Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief. Musing, is this a mistake? A deficit of 100,000 merit points is already overwhelming. I can tolerate becoming an old man, but this seems cruel. And what of this remaining 3 days of life? The system then conducted a reevaluation, correcting the information to reflect that Ji Tiandao had transformed into Lu Zhou. A new notification chimed, triggering a primary prerequisite task: repel the enemy. Completing this prerequisite would reset the merit points to 0. The system detected the host's weakness and offered a novice gift pack. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. This was more like it. The prerequisite task was understandable, given Ji Tiandao's notorious actions throughout his life. However, the system displayed some reason, recognizing the frailty of this old body and providing a novice gift pack. Open it. A notification signaled the acquisition of a reversal card, capable of restoring a portion of vitality. 3 peak state cards, each granting Ji Tiandao's peak condition for 30 minutes, and 5 fatal blocks, a passive ability that could shield the host from 5 lethal blows. These items were quite commendable. Glancing again at his personal panel, it read, Name, Zhou race, human, cultivation, body refinement 9th layer, merit points, minus 100,000, reset upon completing the prerequisite. Task, remaining life, 2 days, 23 hours. Items, Ji Tiandao's peak state card X3, fatal block X5, passive, reversal card X1. Techniques, none. Chapter 2, strategy to repel the enemy. Seeing his cultivation at the body refinement 9th layer, Zhou shook his head in resignation that it was a shame that Ji Tiandao's entire cultivation had been dissipated. This body, though aged, retained only the power of body refinement. The peak state card of Ji Tiandao? Is this the zenith of Ji Tiandao's prowess? The system remained silent, leaving Zhou to ponder. 3 cards equated to 1.5 hours of time. Even in a diminished state, Ji Tiandao could contend with the top 10 masters. In his prime, victory should not be insurmountable. The reversal card, capable of restoring a portion of life? This was precisely what he required. Without hesitation, Zhou activated the reversal card, shattering it with a thought, causing it to dissolve into shimmering starlight enveloping him. Instantly, he felt a tremor. The vitality of the surrounding flora and trees seemed to be drawn in, with waves of energy surging forth like a tempest, sweeping across the mountains. Energy rapidly converged from the vast landscape. His skin transformed. His hair altered. His vision sharpened. Vitality was returning that Zhou glanced at the panel. The remaining life section was gradually increasing. The reversal card's ability to reverse life was astonishing. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, until the sensation stabilized. Meanwhile, the 4 disciples had just arrived at the mountain's base and sensed a powerful commotion from above. Such potent energy, Duanmu Sheng exclaimed. I suspected the master had greater abilities yet to reveal. Ever since the betrayal of the sect, the master has held back in his teachings. But when I was closest just now, I distinctly felt no fluctuations of energy from the master. Rumors in the cultivation world claim he has been injured. Hiding one's energy fluctuations is not difficult. Do not be deceived by appearances. From the master's recent display, everything seems to be under his control. Little junior sister, the master dotes on you the most. What is this energy fluctuation? The other 3 turned to Zhou Yuan'er. How would I know? He is unfathomable, she muttered. Just then, a voice from outside the barrier of Jintingshan reached them. Listen, demons of Jintingshan, you are surrounded. Surrender and face your demise. The voice echoed across Jintingshan. The 9th disciple looked up to see a flying chariot cross the horizon. It is Zhou Jifeng, the eldest disciple of Tianjiamen, who recently broke through to the divine court realm. He has only just entered the divine court realm. In a one-on-one confrontation, he is unworthy to be a match for little junior sister. Alas, there are too many of them. The 9 demonic disciples of Jintingshan, namely Ji Tiandao's 9 apprentices, all possess cultivation levels beginning with Zhou Yuan'er, the latest to enter, who had reached the divine court realm. These foes are not to be feared. The real challenge lies with the top 10 masters, each of whom possesses the Yuan Shunjie realm. The eldest brother cannot be relied upon. Now we can only hope the master has a strategy to repel the enemies, Duanmu Sheng remarked, crossing his arms. The 4th disciple, Ming Shirin, revealed a sly smile. Dare I say something outrageous? If the 4 of us wish to flee, who could stop us? Duanmu Sheng, Zhao Yu, and Zhou Yuan'er turned to Ming Shirin. Duanmu Sheng stated, The master has yet to provide me with a weapon. How could I depart? The 5th disciple, Zhao Yu, laughed. What matters more, your life or that broken weapon? The 9th disciple cast a complex glance at them, unable to restrain himself. Eldest brother and sisters, have you truly not considered fighting alongside the master? The master has toiled to impart his teachings. How can you think this way? Zhao Yu raised her hand. Little junior sister, you entered late and are unaware of many things. Ming Shirin scoffed. Though the master taught US techniques, he also subjected us to considerable hardship. Yet we have grown stronger because of it, Zhou Yuan'er countered, confused. You are too naive. Look at the infamous reputation of Jintingshan and the notoriety of our 9 demonic disciples. The character of a master naturally shapes the nature of his disciples. Regardless, this does not excuse betrayal, Zhou Yuan'er insisted. Her words prompted the other 3 to shake their heads and sigh. The master could be temperamental, often harsh toward his disciples. As for the departure of the eldest and 2nd brothers, they remained unaware of the reasons, as the master had never mentioned them I could see that moment. Lu Zhou was engrossed in examining the system. After using the reversal card, he felt rejuvenated. Though not as vigorous as a youth, he was sufficiently agile. He stood, breathed, and performed a series of simple movements. After familiarizing himself with his new body, Lu Zhou sighed. I'm still a bit old. In his previous life, even with late-night work, he only felt as if he were in his 30s. This sudden transformation was quite disorienting. Fortunately, his remaining life had increased to 313 days. Lu Zhou noted that the shop offered item cards for exchange, including the reversal card. This meant he could reverse his aging. 313 days was far from sufficient. He needed at least enough time to move normally. The image of being decrepit was indeed discomforting. Perhaps he could reverse to a younger version of himself. However, with so few reversal cards available, such thoughts were futile. First, he must address the immediate crisis. It is regrettable that the rewards are somewhat scant. To resolve the current situation, a bit of cleverness seems necessary. Lu Zhou pondered deeply. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhou slowly rose and exited the pavilion. The blazing sun was somewhat blinding. Despite Ji Tiandao's memories providing ample reference material, witnessing the azure sky firsthand was still breathtaking. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking Jintingshan. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. Had the cultivators grown impatient to breach the barrier? He looked up at the invisible barrier. Jintingshan, a land of treasures, was fortified with formidable restrictions, augmented by the natural advantages of time and place. Even those at the Yuan Shanjie realm would find it challenging to breach. With a swift motion, the four disciples arrived before him in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing the upright figure of Lu Zhou, they were momentarily taken aback. Master! 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 Wishing you longevity. Master! The last to pay her respects was the youngest, Xiaojiu, also known as Qianer. Lu Zhou noticed the smile adorning her youthful face. Master, you seem to have grown younger, Qianer remarked playfully. Come here. Dasham. Lu Zhou's gaze rested upon Xiao Qianer, and various images of her floated through his mind, stirring a sense of nostalgia within him. He raised his aged hand and gently patted the forehead of his ninth disciple. You are still the most obedient. Standing beside him, the third disciple, Duan Musheng, spoke up, Master. They are attempting to breach the barrier. I request to join the battle. I will ensure they are utterly defeated. Lu Zhou's eyes swept over Duan Musheng, and that single glance sent a shiver through him, causing him to swallow hard and lower his gaze, unable to maintain direct eye contact. With Lu Zhou, I already possess a strategy to repel the enemy. Follow me as we confront them, Lu Zhou replied calmly. Understood. With a resurgence of vitality, Lu Zhou's legs regained their agility. The four disciples followed him respectfully as they made their way outside Jinting Mountain. Outside Jinting Mountain, thousands of cultivators were organized into dozens of small groups. Some stood atop flying swords, others upon flying palanquins, and some remained firmly on the ground. Flags waved in the forefront. The Tianjin Pavilion, the Confucian sect of Duanlin, the Taoist Zhenghi, all had gathered. Everyone exert yourselves. Jinting Mountain will soon falter. The demon lord of Jinting Mountain must be gravely injured and is currently hiding like a turtle. In the past, Jinting Mountain would never have endured such indignities. Indeed, they must be too afraid to face us. Keep challenging them. A palanquin floated through the sky, its voice resonating. To the demons of Jinting Mountain, heed our words. You are surrounded. Come forth and meet your doom. Chapter 3. The Indulgence of a Teacher. The echoes reverberate. The atmosphere is grand. This greatly invigorated the morale of the righteous practitioners. The 10 masters of the Yuan Shun tribulation realm sat solemnly on their flying carriages, eyes closed in meditation, awaiting the shattering of the barrier. The old demon has emerged. Caution! The faces of the practitioners changed, and those soaring on swords retreated in haste, no longer daring to boast, opting instead to land and stand with their peers. At this moment, the 10 masters opened their eyes. The boldest disciple of the Tianjin men, Zhou Jifeng, alone hovered in the air, seeming to lead the charge. All practitioners' gazes converged upon the entrance of Jintingshan. Leading the way was Lu Zhou, followed closely by his 4 disciples, walking slowly without employing any formidable supernatural powers. Yet, this ordinary act rendered the multitude of practitioners breathless. This elderly man with white hair is none other than the infamous demon patriarch, the master of the 9 notorious villains renowned throughout the world. Upon nearing the barrier, Lu Zhou halted. However, his disciple Ming Shirin felt a sudden unease. Why did they not advance further? Lu Zhou remained impassive. He understood that this would arouse the villain's suspicion, but that was inconsequential. Soon, the enemies would be subdued, and they would naturally yield. The leader of the Tianjin men, Luo Changfeng, chuckled heartily and spoke first. It seems the demon patriarch has grown younger in appearance after a month's absence. This jest incited laughter among the crowd. Lu Zhou, unfazed, replied calmly, Luo Changfeng, you are quite bold. Your deception may fool your band of villains, but it will not deceive us. There is no merit in posturing. Surrender honestly, and the righteous sects of the world will grant you a complete corpse. Luo Changfeng retorted. In the sky, Zhou Jifeng proclaimed, you four must be the remaining disciples of this old fellow? The ninth disciple, Yuan'er, rolled her eyes. Nonsense. Zhou Jifeng glanced at the young girl but remained unfazed, continuing, this old demon has long been severely injured. It is no small feat for him to perform until now. We offer you an opportunity for redemption. Join us in slaying him. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. The voices of thousands of practitioners resonated, shaking the very heavens. The uproar was deafening. Master, your disciple requests a battle. I can hardly wait to flay this arrogant young man. Fourth disciple Ming Shirin bowed respectfully. Ming Shirin, a true powerhouse of the Shenting realm, was indeed a cut above his peers. He was not someone Zhou Jifeng could contend with. Zhou Jifeng swallowed hard and retreated several meters on his sword. Leading the charge at Jintingshan was truly a death wish. Lu Zhou raised his hand and said, there is no need. How could a respected orthodox sect grant you the chance for a one-on-one duel? What my master says holds true, Ming Shirin nodded. Fifth disciple Zhao Yu, with a charming smile, mockingly remarked, oh, your flying sword is impressive. If you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall willingly accept my demise. What say you? Zhou Jifeng stepped back. Yes. Luo Changfeng continued. Who does not know that the 9 notorious villains of Jintingshan are all masters above the Shenting realm? Bullying a younger generation is something only your group of demons would dare to do. Lu Zhou remained silent, merely observing. Chang Jian of the Danlin sect added, today, the righteous masters unite to deal with you. This is a consequence of your own misdeeds, and you have no one to blame. Good begets good, evil begets evil. Do not resist in vain. What is righteous and what is evil, what is right and what is wrong, I shall judge for myself. Even if my disciple errs, it is I who shall administer punishment. It is not for you to meddle, Lu Zhou said softly. Hearing this, Luo Changfeng and the others burst into laughter. Old fool, you truly have a way with words. By the time you administer punishment, the world will be utterly doomed. Have you intervened while Yu Zhenghai of the Yuming sect devours other sects? Did you intervene when Yu Shangrong brazenly seized countless treasures from the Diyan imperial capital? Let me ask you again, was the abduction of the Western region princess, whom the Diyan dynasty wed, not the doing of Yu Shangrong? Indeed, the slaughter of 30,000 practitioners in the north of Rome, was it not instigated by Si Wuyan? It was. If you admit this, then it is settled. The teacher's indulgence leads to the teacher's negligence. What else can you say? Over the years, these villains have indeed committed numerous atrocities. Yet now, as both sides stand off, each has their position. Lu Zhou glanced at Luo Changfeng and responded leisurely with 3 words. And then? Do you not realize the deeds of your Motion pavilion incite the wrath of both gods and men? Luo Changfeng shook his head. Nankin must harbor different hearts. The western regions are foreign tribes, and the north of Rome are also foreign tribes. Your sympathy for these outsiders is worthy of condemnation. Luo Changfeng was truly incensed by Lu Zhou's words. The other 9 masters shook their heads in despair. Behind Lu Zhou, his 4 disciples bore expressions of surprise. Their master was not one to engage in eloquence. He would simply slay his adversaries when disagreements arose. Yet now, he was reasoning with this group of orthodox sects. A remarkable occurrence indeed. Ming Shirin stole a glance at his master. Though his feet stood within the barrier, his demeanor and attitude appeared much the same as before. Yet something felt peculiar, though he could not articulate it. Old demon, if you have the courage, you should step out of the barrier now. Continuing this charade is meaningless. Chang Jian said, in that case, I shall battle you 10 once more. The 10 masters were momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. A month prior, they could not defeat him. How could the injured Ji Tiandao possibly prevail now? Luo Changfeng called out, old demon, let us see how long you can maintain this charade. Taste my sword. Lu Zhou's expression remained calm as he regarded Luo Changfeng. However, Ming Shirin furrowed his brows and then relaxed. His master's temperament would never be so placid. If he truly possessed the ability to contend against 10, why would he be content to argue and reason with them? This could only indicate one thing. His master was injured. A smile crept across Ming Shirin's lips. under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Lu Zhou indeed stepped out of the barrier. Standing beyond the barrier, he faced the throngs of practitioners, a scene of immense scale that he had never witnessed before. To claim he was not nervous would be false. However, he must maintain composure. Very well, allow me to witness your prowess, Lu Zhou declared. With a flicker, Luo Changfeng ascended into the air, his sword at his side, transforming into a myriad of blades, swirling above like an umbrella. This was the Tianjian Min's unique technique, the Tianjian Flash. In an instant, it unleashed the power of 100 attacks. Even a peak master of the Yuan Shun tribulation realm would not dare to confront this move head-on. The disciples of the Tianjian Min were ecstatic. This was their master's Tianjian Flash. This technique could ascertain the depth of one's power. Even if Lu Zhou could withstand it, it would change nothing. The old demon seeks death, and he has no one to blame but himself. Chapter 4. The attitude of the villains. A multitude of practitioners focused their attention solely on Lu Zhou. The powerful masters attempted to sense the fluctuations of Lu Zhou's vital energy, seeking to glean insight. To their astonishment, there was nothing but a heavy stillness. Devoid of any aura, as if he were an ordinary person. Luo Changfeng's Tianjian Flash began to gather strength, beams of sword light converging into one. Master. Little Yuan'er expressed her concern. The other three villains, unlike the anxious little Zhou, appeared intrigued. Fourth disciple Ming Shirin reassured, do not worry. Our master would never sacrifice himself in vain. Perhaps he has some hidden card yet to be played. Let them probe a little. Little Yuan'er understood her senior brother's intentions well, as evident from their unabashed expressions. However, facing the strongest move of the Tianjian Min, even a peak master of the Yuan Shun tribulation realm would not claim to withstand it unscathed, and it was clearly a trap laid by Luo Changfeng. Lu Zhou maintained an air of calmness, appearing as steady as a rock, though inwardly he was in a frenzy. He kept his eyes glued to the items on the panel, particularly the pinnacle experience card and the lethal block, simultaneously observing all directions and listening attentively to every sound. It became imperative to utilize the peak experience card when necessary. He also recognized that the suspicions of the four nefarious villains were growing stronger. Ding. Side quest triggered. Human hearts are impenetrable, revealing the true faces of the villains. Upon noticing the emergence of the task, Lu Zhou felt a stir within. Truly, he was besieged on all sides. What a pitiful state for a master to be in. Just then, Luo Changfeng's heavenly sword flashed, gathering its power. Embrace death. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh. The swirling edge of the sword shot towards Lu Zhou. The gusts of chaotic energy forced countless cultivators to squint their eyes, their vision obscured. Master, dodge quickly. Zhou Yuan'er exclaimed in alarm. Duanmu Sheng, Ming Shirin, and Zhao Yu also stared wide-eyed, displaying their concern. Even if the master emerged unscathed, enduring this strike would be quite challenging. Why must he take such risks? That old fool cannot perish. Ming Shirin and Zhao Yu exchanged glances, their brows furrowing deeply. Duanmu Sheng instinctively shouted, if he dies, all those techniques and weapons will vanish with him. With a whoosh, Duanmu Sheng and Zhao Yu dashed forward. Just as the hundreds of sword edges were about to reach, the third and fifth disciples conjured a massive wave, one aimed at the master, the other at Luo Changfeng. Lu Zhou furrowed his brow. These villains fear my death, lest I take my treasures to the grave? Truly, a flaw in their otherwise meticulous plans. Master, retreat. Duanmu Sheng exerted all his strength, deflecting the sword's trajectory slightly towards the barrier of Jintingshan. Even so, the residual shockwaves still left Lu Zhou feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He immediately turned, feigning a hasty retreat to the barrier. The energy from the fifth disciple, Zhao Yu, meant to save the master, struck the barrier upon their entry. Boom. Boom. The invisible barrier in midair exploded like a firework. Crack. Crack. It fissured, revealing numerous cracks. The power of the Jintingshan barrier was beginning to fracture, and it could hardly sustain itself for long. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Vision returned. Lu Zhou slightly raised his hand, glancing at the barrier with a sigh. The lethal block remained at 5 uses, untriggered, indicating that no attacks had threatened him thus far. Yet, these villains had truly spoiled his plans. I knew that Ji Laoma was merely pretending. He fled hastily. I witnessed it myself. What a disgrace. I never imagined that the esteemed Ji Laoma would fall to such depths. The multitude of cultivators felt a renewed sense of confidence. Luo Changfeng soared above. Looking down with disdain, is this your so-called technique? You have truly opened my eyes. For cultivators of the righteous path, the antics of these villains held little significance. Missing a strike was hardly a catastrophe. Luo Changfeng, You are utterly shameless. Do you expect my master to stand still like a target for your full-powered strike? Do you think us fools? The fifth disciple, Zhou Yu, mocked with a laugh. Zhou Yu, I engaged in combat with your master without complaint, yet you suddenly intervene. It seems your villainous ancestor's status has diminished considerably, Luo Changfeng retorted. It was truly a marvel that Ji Laomao required protection from several disciples. Lu Zhou paid no heed to their taunts. They were merely empty words, a waste of time, and utterly meaningless. He glanced once more at the peak experience card. 3 cards. 1.5 hours. This meant that upon usage, he must resolve matters swiftly. The fourth disciple, Ming Shirin, observed the master's expression and clasped his hands, saying, Master, why waste breath on them? Your might is unparalleled. If you can restrain the 10 strongest, the rest are mere minions for us 4 to handle. Would that not be ideal? Lu Zhou's brow furrowed as he replied sternly, Are you questioning my decision? Disciple dares not. Lu Zhou now profoundly understood the meaning of to pacify external threats. One must first secure internal peace. If he did not compel these villains to behave, the ensuing chaos would be disastrous. The peak experience card had a limited duration. Once expired, he would find himself in peril once more. Duan Musheng, disciple is here. You are quite bold. Lu Zhou's voice involuntarily rose. Who granted you permission to meddle in my affairs? Duan Musheng's complexion shifted as he hurried forward, kneeling and saying, Disciple acknowledges my mistake. I was merely concerned for the master's safety. That old rascal Luo Changfeng is intentionally luring you into a trap. You must not fall for his schemes. Many matters were clearly laid bare, with only a thin veil remaining. Over the past month, Ji Tiandao had been desperately maintaining a facade. However, these disciples were not fools. Certain details had already aroused their suspicions. Lu Zhou had traversed from another world. Not as Ji Tiandao himself. Even if he tried to imitate, he could never capture the essence of Ji Tiandao's demeanor. At this juncture, these villains had already comprehended that their master was merely holding on. Since he was merely enduring, there was no need to continue the charade. Ming Shirin did not feign fear like Duan Musheng. With a sly smile, he said, Master, why struggle so? It's time to cease this act. Third brother, rise. Ming Shirin's attitude shifted. Duan Musheng's expression of deference vanished as he slowly stood. The fifth disciple, Zhou Yu, chuckled, Master, let it go. As long as you pass on the techniques and weapons intact, today, we disciples will do our utmost to escort you away. You will always be our master. Xiao Yuan'er widened her eyes, saying, Senior brothers and sisters, what are you? Luo Changfeng, witnessing the infighting among the villains, erupted in laughter. Truly, one can survive the wrath of heaven, but one cannot escape the consequences of one's own misdeeds. With such vile characters, one must be psychologically prepared. The 5 departing villains serve as the best example. I doubt the old demon will meet a favorable end without our righteous sect's intervention. The 10 strongest exchanged glances. Chuckling amiably. Chapter 5. Peak state Lu Zhou was unperturbed by the potential ridicule. For him, resolving the immediate crisis was of utmost importance, rendering everything else insignificant. He nodded, his gaze sweeping across the faces of his 3rd, 4th, and 5th disciples before settling on the 9th disciple. Yuan'er, what of you? Master, Xiao Yuan'er stammered. No worries, speak your mind. I have lived many years, encountering all manner of tempests. Your elder brothers left Jintingshan far more elegantly than you, Lu Zhou replied calmly. Xiao Yuan'er fell to her knees. Master, I dare not. Ding, side quest human hearts are impenetrable completed. Reward, Eye of Truth, effect, permanent. Lu Zhou was taken aback. The several villains before him received special notifications. Duan Musheng, Divine Court Realm, Loyalty, 23, steadily declining. Ming Shirin, Divine Court Realm, Loyalty, 15, steadily declining. Zhou Yu, Divine Court Realm, Loyalty, 35, steadily declining. Xiao Yuan'er, Divine Court Realm, Loyalty, 60, steadily increasing. Notification, when loyalty drops below 0, one will betray the master and become an enemy. When loyalty exceeds 80, betrayal is unlikely. Above 90 indicates absolute loyalty. The declining loyalty of the first 3 villains was anticipated, yet Xiao Yuan'er's increasing trend was rather surprising to Lu Zhou. He intentionally stated, since that is the case, there is no need for me to maintain this act any longer. Indeed, I have sustained injuries. The disciples' eyes sparkled with intrigue. Outside the barrier, the cultivators resembled a pack of wolves, eager to rush in and tear the old demon apart. Lu Zhou noted that the loyalty of the 3 villains had indeed dropped by 5 points. He shifted his tone. However, this does not mean you may defy me. Lu Zhou crushed Ji Tiandao's peak experience card. His depleted meridians, Dantian, and Qi Si instantly brimmed with energy. A powerful gust of energy surged forth from Lu Zhou's being. How is this possible? Pu, Duanmu Sheng, Ming Shirin, and Zhao Yu were propelled backward, spewing blood. Only Xiao Yuan'er's large eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at her master. The formidable surge of energy erupted, shattering the already precarious barrier. The barrier vanished. Countless cultivators stared in astonishment at this scene, as if the world had fallen silent. Was he not injured? How could he unleash such potent energy? I distinctly saw him return to the barrier in a disheveled state. A sense of foreboding washed over me. I can't move. My legs feel shaky. The 10 great masters, too, stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. Lu Zhou inhaled deeply, paying no heed to the 3 villains. The sensation of being at the peak was truly exhilarating. As if everything was within his grasp, the people before him appeared as mere ants, easily crushed with a mere flick of his fingers. As Duanmu Sheng and the others fell to the ground, they hastily rolled and knelt, exclaiming, "Disciple is wrong. Disciple knows his fault. Disciple knows his crime." Blood trickled from the corners of their mouths, dripping onto their hands, a stark and vivid sight. Their fingers trembled uncontrollably. They dared not even breathe. Lu Zhou glared. Lifting his hand, a massive wave of energy surging towards the 3 villains. Rebellion against one's master warrants severe punishment. Bang! Bang bang! 3 golden beams struck the villains, causing them to spit blood, utterly devoid of the strength to resist. "I will deal with you later." Lu Zhou did not cast a glance at them, but rather assessed the remaining time, over 29 minutes left. Teaching these 3 a lesson would take but an instant. The remainder consisted of thousands of cultivators and those 10 formidable experts in the Yuanshan Jie realm. Lu Zhou glanced at Luo Changfeng in midair and declared, "Allow me to see how much you have improved this past month." With 1 foot planted on the ground, he launched himself like a cannonball, swift as lightning, directly advancing into the sky. The Baijia Dongming, his Dharmakaya, materialized, towering over 10 zhang and 2 zhang wide. Surrounded by golden light, he settled upon an 8-leaf golden lotus. Spinning rapidly, Luo Changfeng stumbled back, his face a mask of shock. "Block him." The other 9 great masters ascended into the air, summoning their Dharmakayas. 10 Dharmakayas formed a wall, shielding the front. All other cultivators hurriedly retreated behind the Dharmakayas. Even so, some weaker cultivators, unprepared to withdraw in time, were overwhelmed, collapsing to the ground, with some even bleeding from 7 orifices and dying on the spot. Heavens! Is he unleashing his ultimate move? This is one of Ji Tiandao's strongest techniques, the Baijia Dongming 8-leaf Dharmakaya. Do not panic, do not panic. Though the Baijia Dongming Dharmakaya is powerful, it consumes immense energy. If we withstand this wave, he will be finished. This was the shared thought among the 10 masters. Led by Luo Changfeng, the 10 Dharmakayas continued to resist the encroaching Baijia Dongming. The area within 100 miles was illuminated by the 11 Dharmakayas. Beasts fled, birds scattered chaotically. After utilizing the peak experience card, Lu Zhou manifested all of Ji Tiandao's ultimate techniques within his mind. The Baijia Dongming Dharmakaya is among the most formidable. Why unleash it from the start? Because once the experience card's time is up, it will vanish. It is better to squander it recklessly. If you prefer to wield a sword, then I shall wield a sword as well. Lu Zhou raised his right hand. A brilliant white light formed a dazzling longsword between his index and middle fingers. Energy surged, coalescing into a sword aura. Tian Wan UK. Duanmu Sheng instinctively raised his head, trembling all over. This move is indeed one of the most powerful techniques of the Tian Yiju. The Tian Yiju encompasses both spear and sword techniques, and Duanmu Sheng had longed to master its sword techniques entirely. But Ji Tiandao had always been reluctant to teach him this final sword. He never expected to witness it in such a setting. Duanmu Sheng was wrong. Ming Shirin was wrong. Zhao Yu was also wrong. Their master could effortlessly wield the Baijia Dongming Dharmakaya and the Tian Wan UK with equal ease. This move, naturally, was a formidable technique. Even more terrifying was the fact that Tian Wan UK, under the influence of the Dharmakaya, would exhibit exponentially increased power. Luo Changfeng's eyes widened, his lips trembling as he shouted, "Retreat! Retreat? If we do not retreat, all 10 of us will surely suffer severe injury." This old fiend is unharmed and even stronger than before. Luo Changfeng protested in disbelief. How could this be? The Duanlin sect was steeped in confusion. Their 10 masters had not encountered such difficulty a month prior when facing Ji Tiandao. They were convinced that the previous battle had injured Ji Tiandao. Now it seemed they were mistaken. Lu Zhou's figure hovered before the Baijia Dongming Dharmakaya, appearing as if he and the Dharmakaya had merged into one. Tian 1 UK seemed to slice through the void, arriving silently. Whoosh! The 10 Dharmakayas simultaneously dissipated. The 10 great masters retreated into the air. The ones suffering were naturally the weaker cultivators behind the Dharmakayas. A powerful beam of sword light descended, cleaving through the crowd. Chapter 6. This master only wields ultimate techniques. The 10 great masters suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. In the battle a month ago, the Baijia Dongming Dharmakaya faced 10 adversaries, but could hardly unleash any other stronger techniques. The old demon appeared to be fighting for his life, unleashing ultimate techniques. What unsettled them further was the relaxed expression on the old demon's face. Indeed, he appeared remarkably at ease. Zhou discovered a more intriguing phenomenon. The peak experience card hinged on the concept of peak. Each time he squandered energy, it would instantly replenish, restoring him to his peak state. This item was truly astonishing. Zhou resolved to conserve its usage, considering he had only 3 experience cards. Thus, he would have to compress the time. One stroke of Tian 1 UK slaughtered hundreds of cultivators. Those insignificant figures were terrified, fleeing in a panic. Since he could attain infinite peaks, Zhou was not one to hold back. He began to recklessly expend energy, continually slaying nearby cultivators. Beneath Jintingshan, Zhou's Dharmakaya shadows rampaged everywhere. Moments passed, and Zhou glanced at the time. The surrounding low-level cultivators had all retreated. Even the 10 great masters had withdrawn. How could the others dare to linger here in arrogance? Numerous cultivators scattered, fleeing in a fan-shaped direction. Zhou, after all, was but one person and lacked the technique for splitting himself. He furrowed his brow slightly, focusing his target on those escaping experts. Want to leave? Alas, you are too slow. Zhou moved like lightning, leaving behind afterimages in the air. Several disciples stared in disbelief. Duan Musheng displayed a look of astonishment, murmuring, "Great divine technique? It's over, third senior brother. Don't dawdle. We must hurry and escape." Ming Shirin, being astute, was now equally at a loss. His eyelids trembling in panic. Escape? Duan Musheng hesitated. Perhaps we should flee. Zhao Yu proposed a bold suggestion. Xiao Yuan'er quickly interjected, "Senior brothers and sisters, heed my advice. It is wiser to stay with Master. He possesses great divine techniques, and you cannot escape." A profound sense of despair surged within them. The reason why the flicker was considered a great divine technique was that it allowed for rapid approach to a target or a swift retreat, making it an excellent means for both attack and escape, with the sole drawback being its immense energy consumption. Their master had consecutively utilized major moves, a fact that had already surprised them. They never expected he could wield such a great divine technique. The disciples were baffled. With such immense power, why had he concealed it? Why allow others to insult him at the foot of the mountain? Why tolerate the betrayal of the elder disciples? It was not just them who were puzzled. The cunning of age still prevailed. Their master had been acting, deliberately deceiving them. Did the master grow weary of the previous methods and wish to try something new? The 3 ruffians speculated various theories, yet found themselves bewildered, chilled to the bone by their own fears. As the formidable divine powers flickered into action, the Baijia Dongming Fa vanished alongside Zhou's silhouette. After a brief pursuit, Luo Changfeng also employed his divine abilities to escape, finally reaching a safe haven where he exhaled in relief, glancing back intermittently. The righteous cultivators scattered like innocent lambs encountering a ravenous wolf, fleeing in disarray. I have been waiting for you for a while. Why did it take you so long to arrive?" A familiar figure floated in the air ahead. Luo Changfeng abruptly halted, wide-eyed. "Old demon?" A cold sweat trickled down his spine. He lamented inwardly. Why was this ancient fellow pursuing him instead of others? As if he could read Luo's thoughts, Zhou jested. "Where has your earlier bravado gone? Do not push me too far." Luo Changfeng retorted, his voice strained. "What if I do?" Zhou countered. Luo struggled to suppress his dread and continued. "You have used your divine abilities countless times already. If you persist, you will exhaust yourself. Do you think divine powers are as simple as rice?" Before he could finish speaking, Zhou's figure appeared before him in the blink of an eye, while the familiar Baijia Dongming Fa emerged right behind him. The golden lotus was the hallmark of Baijia Dongming, with the number of petals dependent on one's cultivation. Achieving an 8-petal golden lotus allowed one to stand at the pinnacle of power. The number of practitioners capable of mastering Baijia Dongming was few and far between. Moreover, the 8 golden leaves exhibited signs of further splitting, indicating that the 8-leaf golden lotus would evolve into a 9-leaf, eventually culminating in 10 leaves. 10 leaves could coalesce into 1,000 realms. "I only possess ultimate skills." Zhou's voice reverberated. Luo Changfeng, overwhelmed, forgot to resist. He had once summoned a 7-leaf Fa Shun, which was worlds apart from an 8-leaf. Having employed the Tianjin Flash, he realized that Ta Yi and Tian Yi were not merely a slight difference. Having run so far took all his effort. How could he possibly withstand the relentless onslaught of the old demon's ultimate techniques? Stop. Luo raised his hand. I apologize, but I cannot. What? The Bai Jie Dongming Fa Shun descended like a colossal mountain. Boom. The earth trembled. Resistance was futile. It was as effortless as crushing an ant. Luo Changfeng was reduced to nothingness, dissipated into the cosmos. Lu Zhou glanced at the remaining time. There was still some left. There was no need to pursue the others. He must conserve time to deal with the rebellious disciples. Even if he caught up, it would only result in a few more deaths. Once the effect of the experience card faded, it would be catastrophic. Lu Zhou had come to understand the rarity of the experience card. It must not be squandered lightly. Utilizing the remaining time, he once again unleashed his divine abilities, returning to Jintingshan. The scattered righteous cultivators fled like frightened dogs, utterly disheveled, darting in all directions. When they saw the Bai Jie Dongming Fa Shin reappear in the sky, they realized something had gone awry. After a prolonged silence, no notable disturbances occurred. Ding. Prerequisite task completed, merit points cleared. Main task triggered, rehabilitate the ruffians. A day as a master is a lifetime as a father. Those who betray their master are profoundly ungrateful. Those with ulterior motives are worse than swine. Train your disciples and enhance their loyalty. Task 1. Raise the loyalty of your disciple, Zhou Yuan'er, to above 80. Task 2. Punish the 3 ruffians. This system is truly stingy. Having repelled over 10,000 cultivators, there was not a single reward. A peak experience card would have sufficed. Receiving nothing was simply unacceptable. Tip 1. The peak experience card is a precious item provided considering the host's relative weakness. Please use it judiciously. Tip 2. Please endeavor to enhance your strength. Tip 3. The time for the peak experience card has ended. Lu Zhou felt the energy within him vanish in an instant. This overwhelming sensation was indeed exhilarating. He pondered how long it would take to reach such a realm through his own efforts. Item cards would always be mere items. They do not equate to one's true strength. Without the state, he could hardly compete with anyone, let alone match the prowess of others. Seeing his 3 disciples injured, along with Zhou Yuan'er dutifully kneeling at the entrance, Lu Zhou calmed himself. One must be steady, as composed as an old dog, without the youthful tendency to overreact. Such childishness was beneath him. Mature and composed? The phrase crossed Lu Zhou's mind as he placed his hands behind his back and approached them. Whether or not to fully embody the former Ji Tiandao was no longer of concern to him. It was too late for further thoughts. Chapter 7. Educating the errant disciples. Upon reaching his 4 disciples, Lu Zhou's gaze shifted from Duanmu Sheng to Ming Shirin, and finally to Zhou Yuan'er. The trio trembled in fear. Zhou Yuan'er hastily replied, "Disciple is here. You may rise." Yes. Lu Zhou noted that her loyalty had risen to 65. The loyalty of Duanmu Sheng, Ming Shirin, and Zhou Yu had ceased to decline and began to recover. 30, 20, 40. This level of loyalty was far from satisfactory. Lu Zhou refrained from elaborating further and simply stated, "I am weary. Assist me in returning." Zhou Yuan'er, elated, stepped forward with dainty strides, displaying utmost obedience as she supported Lu Zhou back up the mountain. The trio of Duanmu Sheng exchanged glances, not daring to move since the master had not commanded them to rise. Given their master's injury from earlier, they found themselves in a precarious situation. "Old Fourth, you have truly brought me trouble," Duanmu Sheng lamented. "Is this my fault?" "I only came to this conclusion after careful analysis of our master's injury," Ming Shirin retorted. "Careful analysis indeed? Your analysis is quite astute," Zhou Yu echoed, lamenting that had it not been for 4th senior brother's change in attitude, she would not have defied their master. Who could have foreseen this? Despite all calculations, one detail was overlooked. What detail? Perhaps, just maybe, their master had grown tired of the old tactics and wished to explore something new. Duanmu Sheng and Zhou Yu exchanged exasperated glances. "Shall we flee now?" Zhou Yu whispered. "Flee? Did you not see our master showcasing his might? Just a moment ago, he pursued the top 10 experts, employing his Fa Shin several times. He wielded Tian Wan with precision, not to mention the flashes of brilliance. The junior sister's suggestion is worth considering." Ming Shirin nodded slightly. "Consider? What nonsense. If our master intended to strike us down, would he still be waiting here?" Regardless of Old Fourth's assertions, Duanmu Sheng could no longer trust him. Having learned from past experiences, the fact that their master had not turned against them indicated that there remained a chance of survival. If they truly fled, they would end up like their senior brother. In the pavilion, Lu Zhou slowly sat down, feeling no shortness of breath. Having restored his cultivation to the 9th level of body refinement, traversing the mountain was no longer a challenge. Even so, his disciples sensed a shift in their master's aura and dared not question his strength. Ming Shirin was even more convinced that their master was merely playing a new game. Zhou Yuan'er, how long have you been on the mountain? Lu Zhou inquired. In response to the master, Yuan'er has been following for 5 years. 5 years. 5 years to achieve the divine court realm. What sort of extraordinary individuals had Ji Tiandao gathered? Lu Zhou speculated that perhaps Ji Tiandao had received some assistance from the system before its activation, leading to such outcomes. Do you recognize your mistakes? Lu Zhou remarked. Zhou Yuan'er immediately knelt, murmuring, Master, Yuan'er understands her mistakes. She should not have heeded her senior brother's words. Master, please believe that I have always been obedient. I do not refer to this matter. Last year, you left Jintingshan without permission and stole the cultivation texts from 2 major sections. Is this not true? Lu Zhou stated. Disciple acknowledges her mistakes. But why did you do that? Lu Zhou searched the depths of his memory, but found no motivation for Zhou Yuan'er to act in such a manner. Zhou Yuan'er stuck out her tongue and said, 4th senior brother mentioned that those who do not make it onto the blacklist are unworthy of being disciples of Jintingshan. Hence I went. The blacklist? Lu Zhou was equally unaware of this information. It was a ranking established within the realm of practitioners, where those listed were notorious for their misdeeds. Senior brothers and sisters have all entered the top 30, she continued. Master, you rank first. Lu Zhou observed as his master fell into contemplation. Zhou Yuan'er, hesitant to speak further, stole glances at him. The shift in atmosphere left her breathless with apprehension. Time passed, and finally, Lu Zhou spoke. Alas, if a child is not taught, it is the parent's fault. If the teaching is not strict, it is the master's negligence. I have not taught you well. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan'er glanced at her master with a mixture of emotions. Although her time at the mountain gate was brief compared to her senior brothers and sisters, she had come to understand this elder somewhat. Master, what troubles you? Lu Zhou sensed her confusion and replied, Yuan'er, you are the disciple I cherish the most. From now on, you must not engage in wrongdoing, understand? Understood. You may rise. Yes. Overjoyed at his forgiveness, Zhou Yuan'er exclaimed, Master, you are the best. She scampered to his side, ready to massage his shoulders. Lu Zhou sighed inwardly, reflecting on Ji Tiandao, that old rascal. Despite having raised 8 wrongdoers, at least one of his disciples exhibited conscience and filial piety. Had it not been for his timely arrival, even this youngest disciple might have succumbed to darkness. Proximity to the wicked often leads one astray. While Zhou Yuan'er was spirited, her heart remained pure and easily influenced. Ding! Task completed. Zhou Yuan'er's loyalty has reached 80. Reward, 100 merit points. Lu Zhou glanced at her, noting the loyalty indeed had reached 80, and nodded in satisfaction. Go summon the 3 of them. Yes. Zhou Yuan'er dashed down the mountain like a mischievous monkey. Lu Zhou let out a sigh of relief. Was there a better way to discipline these wayward disciples? In his past life, he had held a high executive position. Though lacking Ji Tiandao's millennia of experience, he possessed his own insights on guiding subordinates, which applied to teaching disciples as well. The more one oppresses, the more likely rebellion ensues. Ultimately, these miscreants were products of Ji Tiandao's teachings, and their animosity was directed at him. Since Lu Zhou had taken Ji Tiandao's place, he had to tread this path. The system remained silent. Since he refused to respond, I shall proceed according to my own judgment, Lu Zhou stated. Before long, Duanmu Sheng, Ming Shirin, and Zhao Yu, heads lowered and filled with trepidation, ascended the mountain. Zhou Yuan'er stood to the side. Upon reaching the pavilion, they all knelt, exclaiming, Master, spare us. Forgive us, Master. Their loyalty scores were 40, 35, and 42. Still quite low. Such loyalty was precarious. Any slight change could cause them to waver like reeds in the wind. The pavilion fell into a profound silence. Lu Zhou remained silent, and they dared not utter a word. The quiet was more deafening than any sound. The more silence enveloped them, the more anxious they became, chills running down their spines. A quarter of an hour passed without a word from Lu Zhou. He occasionally sighed or shook his head. Finally, the 5th disciple, Zhao Yu, could no longer endure the strange atmosphere and laid prostrate, weeping, Master, it is all my fault. Since entering the mountain gate, I have never contemplated betraying you. I earnestly request your forgiveness. With one person leading, Duanmu Sheng and Ming Shirin followed suit, pleading for mercy. Master, I have been your disciple for a century. Even if I have no merit, I have endured hardships. I beg you to spare my life for the sake of our century-long bond. Master, I have been your disciple for 60 years and have never defied you. I was blinded by ignorance and committed a grave error. I implore you to spare my life. Chapter 8. Lottery and Marketplace. Lu Zhou's gaze swept over the three of them once more. The earlier strike had left them in disarray, barely able to stand. Zhou Yuan'er, displaying great understanding, rushed over to support Lu Zhou, remaining by his side until he regained his footing. Lu Zhou stood with his hands clasped behind his back, no longer looking at them, instead moving to the pavilion's edge to gaze at the mountains. Mist rose from the peaks, shrouding the landscape in a mysterious aura. Third disciple, he called. Present, Duanmu Sheng replied, shivering as he lowered his head. What is your ranking on the blacklist? 18th, he answered. And the fourth? I rank 25th. But I am not as accomplished as my seniors. Before Lu Zhou could inquire further, Zhao Yu chimed in. I was fortunate to be ranked 28th. Fortunate? Lu Zhou's voice became stern. When did it become a point of pride to be on the blacklist? You have brought shame upon me. I acknowledge my mistake. Zhao Yu trembled inwardly. After a brief reprimand, Lu Zhou suddenly recalled Zhou Yuan'er's words. Wasn't he himself ranked first on the blacklist? The embarrassment was palpable. Forget it. Since you know your error, you must amend it, Lu Zhou said coolly. Amend? How? The three exchanged glances, perplexed. They believed their actions aligned with their master, mirroring his methods. From now on, you must cease all wrongdoing. Can you adhere to this? Lu Zhou enunciated each word carefully. The three hesitated, struggling to comprehend their master's intent. Yet they responded in unison. We shall obey your command, master. The pavilion fell silent once more. Time dragged on, and eventually, Lu Zhou sighed as he gazed at the distant scenery, lamenting, my life has been filled with errors. Primarily because I focused solely on teaching you cultivation and neglected to teach you how to be good people. I too bear responsibility for raising such rebellious and ungrateful disciples. They dared not speak. Who would dare claim their master was at fault? Duanmu Sheng, Ming Shirin, he called. We are here, they responded simultaneously. Now that the barrier of Jintingshan has been broken, your punishment is to remain here and restore the barrier. You must not leave until it is completed. Only then shall I forgive you. Lu Zhou stated matter-of-factly. This confinement equated to a restriction of their freedom. Restoring the barrier would not be a swift endeavor, requiring at least 8 to 10 years. This punishment was deemed reasonable compared to execution. The two rejoiced. We shall obey your command, master. Lu Zhou's gaze fell upon the fifth disciple, Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu, present. Your third and fourth senior brothers must remain on the mountain. So you are to descend the mountain to atone for your sins. Do you have any objections? Atone? Zhao Yu prostrated, murmuring, I shall obey without objection. However, she hesitated. What sin should I atone for? Lu Zhou shook his head. These misguided disciples, having followed Ji Tiandao for so long, had their perspectives completely warped and had lost the capacity to discern right from wrong. Lu Zhou did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned and walked past them. His lack of discernible energy caused the three miscreants to shudder. Yuan'er, you explain, what is good and what is evil? Lu Zhou asked nonchalantly. Zhou Yuan'er was momentarily taken aback. She clasped her hands and replied, to benefit others is good, to harm others is evil. This was merely a thought that came to her mind, one she had never deemed entirely correct. Upon hearing her answer, Lu Zhou shook his head. Third disciple, what do you say? Duanmu Sheng, still looking down, said, doing good and accumulating virtue is good. Murder, arson, and plunder are all evil. Lu Zhou shook his head once more. Fourth disciple? Ming Shirin replied, serving the nation and benefiting the people is good. Aiding tyranny is evil. Lu Zhou continued to shake his head. Their responses were too insincere. It was not the answer he desired. Observing the master shaking his head repeatedly, the four were filled with confusion. Lu Zhou, with his hands clasped behind his back, remarked, in this life, one does not necessarily need to perform good deeds or seek to please the nation and the people. Rather, one should strive to attain a clear conscience. The four of them slightly raised their heads, their gazes laden with complexity as they regarded their master. They suddenly felt that he had changed significantly from before. Just a month ago, he had asserted that anyone he found displeasing could be killed. Yet now, he was uttering such thought-provoking words, leaving them astonished. A clear conscience, the disciple understood. I will certainly eradicate those who insult the master. Zhao Yu gritted her teeth and declared. After all this discussion, it seemed it was all for naught. Lu Zhou found it somewhat amusing. Never mind. You should remain on the mountain and accept your punishment, he said, shaking his head. Zhao Yu was taken aback and replied, as you command, master. After all, these three scoundrels had followed Ji Tiandao for far too long. Their minds and values were deeply entrenched, not easily swayed by mere words. The propensity for violence only intensified the danger of allowing them to descend the mountain. Lu Zhou's cultivation was still low, and threats loomed large, particularly from those traitorous scoundrels who were ever watchful. He cast another glance at them. Their loyalty had risen to 50, 45, and 52. These three ruffians were indeed obstinate. The issue of good and evil could not be resolved swiftly, but their loyalty must be elevated to above 60. Simply punishing them by confining them to the mountain might not suffice. Lu Zhou slowly turned back towards the pavilion, sitting cross-legged. From this day forth, I shall overlook your past misdeeds, but should you err again in the future, being disloyal, unjust, or rebellious, know that I will show no mercy. Even Xiao Yuan knelt at this moment, expressing her fear of disobedience. The loyalty of the three ruffians indeed increased by 5 points. Employing both grace and authority, having entered Jinting Mountain and become my disciples, I shall protect you. Their loyalty rose another 10 points, with Xiao Yuan gaining 2. Lu Zhou nodded inwardly. The title of protection significantly bolstered their loyalty. In this vast world, one encounters all manner of wonders, and while there are many righteous sects, there are also numerous hypocrites and deceitful individuals. The world is harsh, and human hearts are treacherous. One fears not the true villain but the false benefactor. The realm of cultivators is a bizarre landscape filled with deception and intrigue. To have a place to reside is indeed a fortune. Initially, when they ascended the mountain to seek the master, was it not with similar thoughts? Ding, the task of punishing the scoundrels has been completed. You have earned 100 merit points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Zhou calmly stated, you may leave. Disciple takes her leave. The four departed from the pavilion. Though their hearts were unsettled, they were more filled with astonishment and confusion. Especially the three ruffians, who had committed egregious acts of rebellion, were astonished that their master had merely confined them to Jinting Mountain. This was akin to receiving an immense favor. In the past, they would have faced severe punishment. Once the disciples had all left, Lu Zhou let out a sigh of relief and opened his personal panel. Name, Lu Zhou race, human cultivation, 9th layer of body refinement Dharma body, none merit points, 200 remaining lifespan, 312 days items, Tiandao peak state card X2, fatal block X5, passive, cultivation technique, none truly weak beyond measure. Having experienced a peak state, Lu Zhou realized just how feeble this body was. Noticing he had 200 merit points, he thought, let us try the lottery. Ding, each lottery draw costs 50 merit points. If the draw fails, you will gain 1 point of luck. Is it really this unkind? The interface transformed into a marketplace filled with an array of weapons and techniques. Even a Dharma body could be sold? Lu Zhou was speechless. The Dharma body is one of the most formidable techniques for a cultivator. When a cultivator reaches a certain realm, they can condense their consciousness into a massive Dharma body, which grows stronger with the cultivator. Unfortunately, most items were marked in red, indicating they could not be purchased. The price for the basic Dharma body, Tai Chi initial form, was 300 merit points, while the Dharma body of 2 instruments was 1,000 merit points. Lu Zhou noticed that the highest level Dharma body, 1 Lu Zhizun, was marked with a series of question marks, with no price listed. Chapter 9, Task Allocation. Seeing this, Lu Zhou was nearly overwhelmed. He could not even afford the cheapest basic Dharma body, exorbitantly priced. While the Dharma body is indeed one of the powerful techniques of a cultivator, it also represents a bottleneck for many. Often, cultivators become trapped at a certain stage due to the inability to elevate their Dharma body, sometimes for an entire lifetime. What does it mean that there is no displayed price? Lu Zhou pondered. 1 Lu Zhizun, a Dharma body that exists only in legend. In the current cultivation world, powerful figures like Ji Tiandao have only reached the 8-leaf 100 Tribulations cave realm. There are signs of a breakthrough to the 9-leaf 100 Tribulations cave realm. But the distance to Qianjia Posa remains far. Forget it. It is better not to think too far ahead and to maintain a proper mindset. Since my cultivation has fallen to the 9th layer of body refinement, I must adopt the attitude of a weaker individual. I cannot aim too high. Perhaps I should try the lottery again, Lu Zhou mused. Ding, the lottery begins. Ding, this lottery costs 50 merit points and you have received a reversal card. Would you like to continue the lottery? Such a high winning rate. It's not just a thank you for your patronage. Lu Zhou felt somewhat surprised. With 150 merit points remaining, he decided to save them to purchase a Dharma body to elevate his cultivation realm. The normal progression for cultivation is to break through from the 9th layer of body refinement to enter the Tongxian realm and master the use of the basic Dharma body. Since the system allows for buying and selling, it implies that there are no bottlenecks. Checking the tasks. Current main task, train the scoundrels. Once a master, always a father. Those who betray the sect are deemed ungrateful, and those with ulterior motives are worse than dogs and pigs. Train your disciples and enhance their loyalty. Side Task 1. Enhance the loyalty of Zhou Yuan. Completed. Side Task 2. Punish the 3 scoundrels. Completed. Side Task 3. Train Zhu Honggong. In progress. Side Task 4. Eradicate evil completely and change circumstances. In progress. Upon seeing the task interface updated, Lu Zhou sighed. Finding the 8th disciple implies locating him with my current cultivation. It would be more perilous than fortunate. Lu Zhou stated, it is better to plan for the long term. He thought of those 3 scoundrels. Even if he did not confine them, having them around would be a hazard. The paper cannot ultimately contain the fire. Only Zhou Yuan was the most reliable. Zhou Yuan's cultivation was at the divine court realm, her loyalty the highest, and she was the youngest. Keeping her by his side was most suitable, allowing him to teach her the ways of humanity, achieving 2 objectives at once. With this in mind, Lu Zhou slowly rose and returned to Motian Pavilion. There was also a reversal card to use later. Motian Pavilion. The dwelling place of Jitian Dao and his disciples atop Jinting Mountain was serene and tranquil. 3 days later, at the headquarters of the Menghu gang. What is the status of the investigation? My subordinate dispatched people overnight on flying palanquins to Jinting Mountain. The battle there is fierce, and we dared not approach. However, some cultivators claim to have seen a Dharma body with their own eyes. A Dharma body? What kind of Dharma body? It was 10 zhang tall, 2 zhang wide, surrounded by golden light, seated upon an 8-leaf golden lotus. Thud. Zhu Honggong fell from his throne. There was no trace left of his former regal demeanor. His face turned ashen, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. The only one capable of achieving a 10 zhang tall Dharma body appearing near Jinting Mountain could only be the master. After condensing the 100 Tribulations cave Dharma body, each leaf opened increases the height of the Dharma body by 1 zhang. Zhu Honggong trembled incessantly. It truly is the master. What to do? What to do? In Motian Pavilion, Lu Zhou used the reversal card, restoring his lifespan to 613 days. After several days of recuperation, his mental state improved significantly. A card lasting 300 days, somewhat inferior to the first one, murmured Lu Zhou. He appeared to have regained a touch of youthfulness. While his appearance had not changed significantly, a few more strands of black hair adorned his head, and his spirit seemed to have brightened. With merely 150 merit points remaining, he found the amount pitifully scant. Lu Zhou had not practiced the chaotic techniques swirling in his mind, including those he had imparted to his disciples. Instead, he intended to exchange for new techniques from the marketplace. He wished to avoid repeating the fate of Jitian Dao. Although good and evil are subject to human judgment, the downfall of Jitian Dao, where even his disciples harbored rebellious thoughts, was undoubtedly linked to his character and nature. A person capable of such malevolence must have a profound connection to the techniques they practice. While deep in thought, a voice echoed from outside the door. Master, Zhou Yuan'er requests an audience. Come in. Zhou Yuan'er entered with petite steps, pushing open the door. Upon seeing her master seated on the floor, she giggled. Master, you seem younger again. Flattering tongue, Lu Zhou remarked, gently tapping her forehead. Master is truly remarkable. Indeed, with your single strength, you repelled the top 10 experts. In today's world, only you can achieve such a feat, Zhou Yuan'er expressed in admiration. Lu Zhou remained silent. All of this was accomplished through the experience card and was hardly worth mentioning. Zhou Yuan'er blinked her large eyes and inquired, Master, you once said that as long as one is powerful, one can kill whomever one desires. Why haven't you dealt with senior brother and senior sister? Lu Zhou's gaze fell upon Zhou Yuan'er, surprised that she entertained such dangerous thoughts. Yuan'er, here, Master. Forget all the principles and words I have imparted to you in the past. It is best if you forget them completely. Oh, I understand. Noticing Zhou Yuan'er hesitating, Lu Zhou shook his head. Speak freely. I will not blame you. Does this also include the promise you made to your disciple? Zhou Yuan'er summoned her courage to ask. What nonsense did the old demon promise before? Lu Zhou quickly searched his mind for relevant memories, but found none. It seemed that upon traversing into this old body, much of the memory had been lost. Promise? Lu Zhou queried, skeptical. Master once said that once I reached the divine court realm, you would bestow upon me the Yu Fuchun. Although he could not recall the promise, he knew that the Yu Fuchun was a heavenly treasure that significantly enhances a cultivator's power. However, upon his arrival, all of Ji Tiandao's artifacts had vanished. How could he bestow anything? He understood why the old demon acted this way. The betrayal of his disciples challenged his authority. If he did not weaken their strength, they would inevitably turn against him. This was a desperate measure. Once spoken, Words are like spilled water. Of course, they must be forgotten. Zhou Yuan'er felt a wave of disappointment. Lu Zhou continued, however, I will grant you another heavenly treasure. The Yu Fuqian is meant for aged cultivators. It is unbecoming for a young girl like you. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan'er was overjoyed and promptly bowed. Thank you, master. Lu Zhou nodded slightly. Zhou Yuan'er, I have a task for you. Please instruct me, master. There are a few righteous cultivators from renowned sects near Jinting Mountain, secretly investigating us. You should handle it. Understood, master. Go. The moment Zhou Yuan'er exited the Motian pavilion, her form darted down the mountain like a swallow. After about 10 minutes, Lu Zhou heard the system's notification. Kill a villain, gain 10 merit points. Kill a villain, gain 10 merit points. Chapter 10, A Fatal Strike. Lu Zhou paused, then nodded in satisfaction. If his disciple could complete tasks, it was reasonable for him to gain merit points through her efforts. Quite commendable. Half an hour passed, and Zhou Yuan'er had surprisingly slain over 10 audacious cultivators. Lu Zhou checked the interface. The merit points had accumulated to 300. Marketplace. Purchased Tai Chi Initial Form Body. Ding. Acquired Tai Chi Initial Form Body. At the moment he obtained the body, Lu Zhou felt a long dormant energy in his dantian surge forth like a spring. Waves of energy coursed through him. He had broken through. He had truly transitioned from the body refinement realm to the profound understanding realm. The body refinement merely honed flesh and bones, incapable of wielding energy like a true cultivator. Now, as a cultivator, his abilities had multiplied. Indeed, there was no bottleneck. Lu Zhou sensed the changes within him. In a brief moment, his internal state settled. Name: Lu Zhou. Race: Human Cultivation. Profound Understanding Realm. Heart Aperture Merit Points: 0 remaining lifespan. 613 days. Items: Ji Tiandao Pinnacle State Card X2, Fatal Block X5. Passive: 2 instruments. Transforming life requires 1,000 merit points. A vast chasm lay ahead. It seemed that reaching the heights of Ji Tiandao was not as effortless as he had imagined. Moreover, he currently lacked suitable techniques to cultivate. Should he practice the previous techniques? Indeed, there were numerous cultivation methods and insights regarding Ji Tiandao and his 9 disciples in his mind. But those techniques were tailored for them and did not suit him. As for Ji Tiandao's own techniques, they appeared stagnant due to his aging. This indicated that he would need to extend his lifespan before considering further cultivation. Until then, it was better to be cautious and wait. At this moment, it seemed that the merit points were no longer increasing. Zhou Yuan'er, now at the Divine Court realm, was more than capable of handling these minor nuisances. They needed to be engaged in more tasks. Since his disciples could assist him in acquiring merit points, he should make good use of this opportunity. Lu Zhou slowly rose, stretching his limbs. Just as he was about to step outside, a shadow suddenly lunged at him. Whoosh! Huh! The shadow, akin to a bolt of lightning, burst through the west window of the pavilion, brandishing a short sword that shimmered ominously. With Lu Zhou's current strength, he could discern at a glance that the visitor was a formidable opponent. The sword's edge emanated a tremendous force, aimed directly at Lu Zhou's vital points. Should he cry for help? Bang! The long sword struck Lu Zhou's chest. There was no harm. The effect of Fatal Block had indeed been triggered. It was at this moment that Lu Zhou clearly saw the assailant's visage. Zhou Jifeng, the eldest disciple of Tianjin sect? Lu Zhou exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Jifeng, taken aback by being recognized so swiftly, hastily withdrew his sword and launched another strike. Die! Lu Zhou frowned slightly. The profound understanding realm was, after all, considered the weakest level in the cultivation world. How could he possibly contend with Zhou Jifeng, who had entered the Divine Court realm? He was like a fish on the chopping block. Zhou Jifeng was evidently here for revenge, a reckless fiend who did not even value his own life. Bang! Every strike was lethal. Once again, Lu Zhou deflected the sword with his uncanny block. Zhou Jifeng tumbled midair, staggering back, his arm feeling oddly numb. How could this be? Motian Pavilion fell silent. Zhou Jifeng's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard, bloodshot eyes betraying his shock. The long sword in his hand trembled slightly, unsure if he should continue his assault. Should he persist? Lu Zhou's gaze was piercing. Zhou Jifeng's legs weakened, and he stumbled backward, sitting down. The disparity was too great. Enough to completely extinguish his will to attack. Overestimating oneself. Lu Zhou snorted softly and slowly turned away, maintaining his composure. I will avenge my master, even if it costs me my life. Zhou Jifeng gripped his long sword tightly. Futile. Zhou Jifeng charged forward once more, his speed like the wind. A Divine Court realm expert was not comparable to ordinary cultivators. In that fleeting moment, master, a figure in green rushed in from outside. Zhou Jifeng's heart skipped a beat, his movements momentarily faltering. Bang! The figure in green unleashed a burst of energy that sent him flying. With a cough, Zhou Jifeng spat blood and collapsed to the ground. Who dares to launch a surprise attack on my master? As Xiao Yuan landed, her small tiger teeth were revealed, and her smile was laced with lethal intent. Yuan'er, step back. If he dared to ambush you, I shall dismember him into 8 pieces to vent your anger. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jifeng's complexion turned ashen. Indeed, the 9 disciples of Mo Tiangu were all ferocious. Zhou Jifeng's understanding of them was limited to rumors, which often contained exaggerated and false elements. Now witnessing it firsthand, even this seemingly delicate and adorable girl was terrifying. Zhou Jifeng felt a twinge of regret. Regret for seeking vengeance. On the surface, Lu Zhou remained calm and composed. Yet internally he sighed repeatedly. This aged body was truly feeble. In his prime, he wouldn't even spare a glance at someone like Zhou Jifeng. Yet now, he had nearly lost his life. Fortunately, his little disciple arrived just in time. Otherwise, 5 blocks would not have lasted long. At that point, he would have wasted yet another peak experience card. Seizing the opportunity while the barrier had yet to be restored and the attention of several disciples was diverted, it was indeed feasible for someone of Zhou Jifeng's Shunting realm to sneak up from a remote location. However, he had not anticipated such audacity to attempt an assassination. His gaze fell upon Zhou Jifeng. Name, Zhou Jifeng. Race, human realm, Shunting realm, early stage of Dao sculpting status, hostile, hatred value 85. I killed your master. It is only reasonable for you to seek revenge. However, such overestimation of your abilities is akin to courting death. It serves no purpose. Lu Zhou slowly sat down, rummaging through his memories of Zhou Jifeng. Coincidentally, Ji Tiandao seemed to have had some past entanglement with Zhou Jifeng. You tempered your body at 8. Entered Tong Xian at 9, reached Ning Shi at 13, ascended to Fan Hai at 18, and entered Shinting at 20. Such prodigious talent is indeed rare in the cultivation world. You could have waited a few more years before seeking vengeance. Why must you choose to court death now? Zhou Jifeng was filled with regret. He was a genius, a talent known throughout the entire Tianjin. Xiao Yuan muttered, Master, is this what you call a rare genius? I became your disciple at 10, and I entered Shinting this year at 15. Zhou Jifeng felt his momentary pride being thoroughly crushed. Do not interrupt carelessly. Lu Zhou shot her a glare. Xiao Yuan stuck out her tongue and stood to the side. Lu Zhou continued, Zhou Jifeng, do you know why I do not kill you? The old demon does not need to feign compassion. Do as you wish, Zhou Jifeng declared with a righteous demeanor. Lu Zhou shook his head. Do you truly believe that Luo Changfeng is a paragon of virtue? What do you mean? Zhou Jifeng's eyes widened. You reckless youth, when I first met Luo Changfeng, you were not yet born. What are you trying to imply? If I were to tell you that your father's murderer is Luo Changfeng, would you believe me? Lu Zhou remarked casually. Ding, hidden branch task activated. Persuade Zhou Jifeng. Note, your every action may trigger hidden tasks. Chapter 11. Repeated instruction. Lu Zhou felt a stirring in his heart. The system's usage was indeed unexpected. Fortunately, he was now in an old body, with an old face, making it difficult to discern any significant change in expression. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jifeng erupted in fury. You will not sow discord. Everyone knows that the 7th disciple of Jintingshan, Si Wuyan, is a cunning and despicable individual. Unfortunately, such vile tactics do not work on me. Lu Zhou shook his head and continued. Years ago, when I traveled to Yizhou, I rested at the Zhang family, just as Zhang's young lady was about to give birth. I noticed the child had extraordinary bones and exceptional talent, which piqued my interest in taking him as a disciple. I gave the Zhang couple 3 days to consider. Regardless of their response, I intended to take the child. However, by the 2nd day, the Zhang family was wiped out. By the time I arrived, it was too late. The cultivation world believed I had slaughtered the entire Zhang family. I have killed countless people in my life. One more incident matters little, and one less frame is insignificant. The righteous path of the world laid the blame at my feet, yet no one knew it was all orchestrated by Luo Changfeng. Zhou Jifeng gritted his teeth, forcing a cold smile. You're fabricating stories. Continue your lies. Lu Zhou knew he would not believe it. Thus, he dropped a heavy bombshell. You have a birthmark on your shoulder. When you were born, your body was frail and cold. I intervened to assist you, which is also why there has always been a malevolent energy within you. Your original surname was Jiang. That child from the Jiang family is you. Zhou Jifeng froze. The matter of the birthmark was known to few. How did this old demon know? I see you are too young. If I revealed the entire truth, you might not withstand the pressure. You may leave now. Taking a step back to advance is the easiest way to pique curiosity. Sure enough, although Zhou Jifeng did not believe it, he still stated, I do not trust the demon. Do not expect such despicable tactics to work on me. If you dare to slander my master again, do you believe I will chop you up right now? Xiao Yuan raised her small hand. Zhou Jifeng. He suddenly felt that the old demon was not as terrifying as he had imagined. Rather, this little girl was somewhat scary. Good people are bullied. Kind horses are ridden. Lu Zhou suddenly realized that dealing with such a young individual should not be overly gentle. Lu Zhou chuckled. Your master, Luo Changfeng, annihilated the Jiang family, disgraced your mother, and took Luo Changfeng to break through the Yuan Xinjie realm 30 years ago. This realm is divided into 3 major stages, Yuan Dao, Hun Yuan, and He Dao. Among them, the He Dao stage has a path of promotion. Before he could finish, Xiao Yuan interjected cheerfully, Master, I know this. He Dao can consume another person's essence and cultivation, merging them into one, known as He Dao. Am I right, Master? Lu Zhou ignored her. Xiao Yuan immediately lowered her head obediently, indicating that she would not speak again. Zhou Jifeng furrowed his brow, shaking his head repeatedly. Lu Zhou said, in the entire Tianjin men, only your cultivation path aligns perfectly with Luo Changfeng. Do you still think there is no issue with him? There is no need to elaborate further. Although these words could not immediately change Zhou Jifeng's mind or gain his trust, they at least sowed the seeds of doubt, which was sufficient. The rest was for him to verify. I know you do not believe it. After you return, ask your master. Xiao Yuan, see him off. Lu Zhou said nonchalantly. Master, are we just letting him go? He attacked you. Xiao Yuan pouted. Impudence. Xiao Yuan had no choice but to lightly stomp her foot. She huffed at Zhou Jifeng. You fool. Does my master need to lie to deceive you? Wouldn't it be better to kill you directly? Pig brain. Zhou Jifeng. He now felt like a complete mess, instinctively repeating, I do not believe it, I do not believe it. After Xiao Yuan escorted Zhou Jifeng away, Lu Zhou glanced at the task status bar, knowing that this task would not be completed immediately. However, it was only a matter of time. Unless Zhou Jifeng was truly dim-witted, even a little intelligence would prompt him to investigate slightly. Master, why did you not kill him? Xiao Yuan inquired upon returning to Mo Tiangu. Lu Zhou shook his head. This child bore a heavy heart for killing. Influenced by Ji Tiandao, like her senior brothers and sisters. Lu Zhou rose, placing his hands behind his back. Killing is not the only solution to problems. But Master just had me kill quite a few righteous path cultivators who were lurking in Jintingshan. They deserve to die. Xiao Yuan retorted angrily. Lu Zhou was speechless. Tapping her small head, do not quibble. Have I ever said that killing is forbidden? While killing is not the sole solution, it is always one of the options. Xiao Yuan listened, confused, and uttered an "Oh." Ding, your disciple is committing evil deeds, and corresponding merit points will soon be deducted. Ding, your disciple is committing evil deeds, and corresponding merit points will soon be deducted. What the? Merit points can decrease? Even Lu Zhou, who wished to maintain a calm demeanor, nearly broke down at that moment. Cursing loudly. What is this nonsense? Why this again? Summon your senior brothers and sisters. I shall go at once. Lu Zhou furrowed his brow and remarked, System. I possess but a meager amount of merit points. Will you still deduct them? The system remained unresponsive. It seems that merit points can be accrued from disciples. Yet malevolent actions will equally incur deductions. But what actions would be deemed as malevolent? Before long, under the guidance of Xiao Yuan'er, the 3 nefarious individuals, Duanmu Sheng, Ming Shirin, and Zhao Yu, entered the Mo Tian pavilion with their heads bowed, feigning nonchalance. The 3 simultaneously greeted, Master. Speak, what were you doing just now? Lu Zhou inquired with a stoic expression. Master, your disciple has been patrolling around Jinting Mountain. I did nothing of note. Ming Shirin replied with an innocent demeanor. Lu Zhou replied coolly, You should understand my temperament. I detest deceit. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 3 altered slightly. The 4th disciple, Ming Shirin, hastily explained. Some hunters have come from the southern foothills. Jinting Mountain is no place for them to hunt. Did you take action? Disciple realizes the error. I should have eradicated them all. Ming Shirin exclaimed. Lu Zhou stated, Jinting Mountain is renowned in the cultivation world. These hunters are likely spies sent by those so-called righteous sections. Master, I shall go and eliminate them. Ming Shirin turned to leave. Lu Zhou's expression darkened. Halt. The barrier of Jinting Mountain has not yet been restored. It is normal for someone to unintentionally trespass. Just drive them away, but if any nefarious intentions are detected, act accordingly. The 3 nefarious disciples exchanged glances, thinking, this is not Master's usual approach. Shouldn't we eliminate their entire family? I shall obey Master's command. The loyalty levels of the 3 were 68, 62, and 65 respectively, and they proceeded together to the foothills. Once they departed the Mo Tian pavilion, The pressure upon the three dissipated. The fifth disciple, Zhou Yu, while playing with her hair, smiled and said, "Master has suddenly become so gentle. I am rather unaccustomed to it. Don't you think Master has changed?" The fourth disciple, Ming Shirin, who prided himself on his analytical skills, stroked his chin and said, "Do not panic or speculate foolishly. Perhaps Master is trying a new tactic. Indeed, we shall simply follow his commands and not question further," Duanmu Sheng remarked, disregarding other matters as he headed downhill. Before long, Lu Zhou, who was resting in the Motian pavilion, heard a notification. Saved 15 innocent lives, rewarded 150 merit points. Received the worship of 14 individuals, rewarded 14 merit points. Received the fervent worship of 1 individual, rewarded 10 merit points. Notification 1. Fervent worship grants a 10-fold bonus. Ordinary worship does not grant bonuses. Notification 2. Cannot be acquired repeatedly. Notification 3. Deliberately orchestrating a worship event does not count towards merit. Lu Zhou immediately opened his eyes. This can be played in such a manner? Why was I not informed sooner? Merit points are accrued through receiving veneration. Chapter 12, A New Approach. Where is Yuan'er? Here, Disciple is present, dressed in green. Resembling a lark, Yuan'er darted in from outside. Go inform your senior brothers and sisters. The innocent must be treated kindly, Lu Zhou stated calmly. Kindly treated? Such words from Master S' lips are hard to believe, Yuan'er exclaimed, her face filled with incredulity. Go on. Oh, Disciple shall go at once. With a heart full of doubt, Yuan'er made her way to the foothills. When she relayed Lu Zhou's exact words to the 3 nefarious disciples, Zhou Yu nearly stumbled to the ground. My goodness, fourth brother, Master S' new approach seems a bit off. No matter how much he changes his taste, he cannot possibly utter the words treat kindly. Ming Shirin turned to Yuan'er and asked, Did Master truly say that? Yuan'er nodded vigorously. Master S' exact words were, the innocent must be treated kindly. Oh no, Ming Shirin paced back and forth. What do you mean by that? Duanmu Sheng frowned. Master has committed numerous evils throughout his life. If he is truly trying a new approach, it can only mean he is seeking to dabble in kindness. That doesn't necessarily mean it's all over, Zhou Yu laughed. The problem is, I have no idea how to do kind deeds. Ming Shirin lamented, on the verge of tears. Observing the helpless expressions of his senior brothers and sisters, Yuan'er cleared her throat and said, Senior brothers and sisters, are you perhaps overthinking this? The 3 turned their gazes towards Yuan'er and said, Little junior sister is close to Master. Is there perhaps some insider information? Yes. Little junior sister, do tell. There is no insider information, but Master did say one thing. What was it? Killing is not the only way to solve problems. The 3 were stunned. I knew this matter was not simple. Although Master is powerful, he would never utter such profound words. Ming Shirin slapped his thigh. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Menghu gang, the gang leader, Zhu Honggong, was overjoyed. The Yanyu Palace has sent a reply. What does the letter say? The leader of Yanyu Palace states that the old demon of Jinting Mountain was capable of killing the master of Tianjianmen, Luo Changfeng, in a single strike. His cultivation has already been restored, and Master Yi cannot assist you, as your strength is the weakest. Be sure to hide well. With a thud, Zhu Honggong fell to the ground. His back felt cold, sweat beaded on his forehead, and he felt utterly unwell. How can this be? How could Master possibly be this formidable? Leader, do not panic. Steady yourself. With me here, what do you have to fear? Ding, by educating Zhu Honggong. Received 50 merit points. Lu Zhou was somewhat baffled upon hearing this notification. He pondered how he had accrued merit points concerning Zhu Honggong without having done anything to him. Lu Zhou glanced at his personal panel. Name, Lu Zhou race. Human cultivation, Tongxian realm. Heart aperture merit points, 244 remaining lifespan. 610 days items. Jitian Dao Peak State Card X2, Fatal Block X3, passive. He still felt pitifully weak. Although he had discovered a new method for accumulating merit points. Having over 200 merit points was merely a drop in the bucket compared to the thousands required for items. These merit points could only allow for a few draws. Doing little else. Draw. Ding. This draw consumes 50 merit points, rewarded with Baize. Baize, unique, permanent mount. Lu Zhou could not help but widen his murky old eyes, feeling a surge of excitement. A Baize mount. This draw is outrageous. Jitian Dao must possess an array of dazzling techniques, weapons, and even such a rare mount. After all, a demon who had roamed for a millennium could not possibly lack such accumulation. But now, having supplanted Jitian Dao, Lu Zhou found himself bereft of any possessions. Utterly impoverished, he never expected to draw such a rare mount. In the blazing heat of the Great Yen, Where one could not capture demon beasts or ferocious beasts as mounts, people would resort to crafting flying cars or honing flying swords to traverse the skies. Yet none of these could compare to the prestige of a mount. In modern terms, Baize is akin to the luxury car of luxury cars, symbolizing status and identity. The higher the level of the ferocious beast one rides, the greater the strength one possesses. Baize, Zhou commanded. Above Motian Pavilion. A majestic lion with 2 horns and a goat's beard, radiating auspicious light, descended from the clouds. It landed gracefully in the courtyard of Motian Pavilion. Zhou gazed at the magnificent Baize in the courtyard, momentarily entranced. Despite possessing Tian Dao's memories and being well-traveled, he felt invigorated upon witnessing Baize. With a casual wave, Baize spun in place as if diving into the void, vanishing from sight. The 3 nefarious disciples at the foothills turned to look back at the Motian Pavilion, lost in a daze. Am I seeing things? Just now. It seemed like an overwhelming surge of auspicious energy. You are not imagining it. I felt it too. This new approach. Master is intentionally concealing his malevolent aura. Let us act as though we did not see anything. Indeed, let us pretend we did not see. Within the Motian Pavilion, Zhou, having struck consecutive draws, felt somewhat elated. With the remaining merit points, he decided to continue drawing. Draw. The lottery has consumed 50 merit points. Thank you for your patronage, Lucky Point 1. The lottery has been activated again, consuming another 50 merit points. Thank you for your patronage, Lucky Point 1. This is the second time I have been thanked for my patronage. Are you trying to entice me with a taste of sweetness, only to trap me now? Zhou was left speechless. The lottery has consumed 50 merit points once more, leaving only 44 points remaining. It is no longer possible to draw. Zhou, feeling helpless, closed the lottery feature. Indeed, it was all a trick. However, he was not overly disappointed or regretful. Overall, the rewards were quite generous. In 4 draws, he had obtained a Baize mount, which was a worthwhile return. At the foot of Jintingshan, 3 middle-aged men rode tall horses, gazing towards the direction of Jintingshan. Ahead lay Jintingshan, the lair of the notorious old demon feared by all in the cultivation community. Manager, why did the clan leader send Yuan'er to Jintingshan to take a master? The reputation here is rather unpleasant. Do you think the clan leader wanted this? The old demon kills without a second thought. The clan leader had no choice but to propose that little Yuan'er take a master. I hope this old demon will help our clan through this calamity for Yuan'er's sake. The manager, walking at the front, shook his head helplessly. I hope so. I heard that a few days ago, the old demon single-handedly forced back the top 10 experts and killed the leader of the Tianjianmen, Luo Changfeng, with a single strike. If the old demon is willing to lend a hand, the CI family will surely survive this ordeal. As the 3 continued forward, they entered the forest. A dark figure, like a ghost, drifted through the sky, its voice chilling. Who dares to trespass on Jintingshan? The 3 men immediately dismounted and knelt on one knee towards the sky. From Anyang City, the CI family seeks an audience with the esteemed members of Motian Pavilion. The manager gulped, cold sweat pouring down. From Anyang City, the CI family? 100 meters away, Ming Shirin's figure appeared in a blur, followed by Duanmu Sheng and Zhao Yue, who stood beside him as if they had materialized from thin air. The 3 men widened their eyes, their lips trembling. They had heard that the demons of Jintingshan were all terrifying, and it was indeed true. 4th brother. The CI family from Anyang City is related to our junior sister, Duanmu Sheng remarked. I understand. Fortunately, I have been wise to follow the master's new approach. We cannot harm them. We must treat them kindly, especially since they are our junior sister's kin, Ming Shirin acknowledged with a nod. 4th brother speaks wisely, Zhao Yue added. The CI family members exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused. Ming Shirin smiled gently as he approached and helped the manager to his feet. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Please rise quickly. What? The manager of the CI family was filled with a myriad of thoughts. This must be a facade. The more cordial they appeared, the less he could take himself seriously. This is a misjudgment. Since you are related to our junior sister, you are family. There is no need for such formalities. Come, do not be nervous, he said. The manager dared not respond. Ming Shirin furrowed his brow and kicked him. With a thud, the manager fell flat on his face. Looking exceedingly pale, you refuse to listen to a toast and instead seek punishment. Hurry up and go up the mountain. Await your fate. Duanmu Sheng and Zhao Yue were taken aback. Do not look at me like that. I am just as helpless. The master's new approach is truly awkward. At the foot of Jintingshan, in Motian Pavilion, Master, the CI family from Anyang City wishes to see you. The CI family? They are relatives of little Yuan'er. The surname Si indeed originates from this lineage. They are of one family. The scene from 5 years ago when the clan leader took little Yuan'er as a disciple replayed in Lu Zhou's mind. He nodded slightly and said, "Let them in." Very well. Before long, the 3 ruffians brought the members of the Si family into Matian Pavilion. Upon hearing the news, little Yuan'er hurried back. The 3 members of the Si family had not anticipated such an easy entrance into Matian Pavilion, and the smoother it went, the more anxious they became. When they saw the elderly Lu Zhou, they trembled with fear, not daring to overstep any boundaries. "We pay our respects to the pavilion master." The manager of the Si family knelt on the ground, followed by the other 2. Lu Zhou's gaze swept over the 3 of them, and he spoke in a calm tone. "I have established a rule that no relatives or friends of those who enter Matian Pavilion may visit. Little Yuan'er, do you remember?" Little Yuan'er replied quickly, "I remember, master. I will send them away immediately." The manager of the Si family turned to little Yuan'er, sweat beading on his forehead. "Miss. It is I, Siyan." "Siyan?" Little Yuan'er looked at the middle-aged man before her with some confusion, as she had been only 10 years old when she left home, and 5 years had dulled her memories. Siyan immediately burst into tears, saying, "Miss, I have finally found you. The Si family is in trouble. The master and madam are in danger." Tears streamed down his face. Having been away from home for only 5 years, little Yuan'er often thought of her parents, her heart heavy with longing. The old demon had treated her with great affection, never leading her astray. Duanmu Sheng, Ming Shirin, and Zhaiwa looked on with disapproval. "A grown man crying is quite disgraceful." Duanmu Sheng said sternly, "You dare?" Siyan stopped crying, anxious and frightened, lowering his head. "This is Matian Pavilion, not a place for your lamentations." Zhaiwa laughed, saying, "If it were not for the fact that this man is your relative, little sister, I would have already sewn his mouth shut with golden needles." Siyan, hearing this, was taken aback. Little Yuan'er knelt on the ground and said, "Master." Lu Zhou maintained a calm expression, revealing no emotion. The 4th disciple, Ming Shirin, spoke up. "Master, rules are made by people. Little sister's family is our family. If family is in trouble and we do not lend a hand, we would be no better than pigs or dogs." Zhaiwa concurred, and Duanmu Sheng added his agreement as well. Seeing her 3 senior brothers and sisters speak on her behalf, little Yuan'er felt surprised. Lu Zhou nodded slightly, acknowledging their reasoning. His gaze fell upon the 3 ruffians, and their loyalty levels each increased by 5 points, nearing 70. However, Matian Pavilion does not intervene in every matter. Lu Zhou's attention shifted to Siyan. Indeed, Master S might is unparalleled. If it were a trivial matter, it would be best to let it be, Ming Shirin remarked. Zhaiwa rolled her eyes in response. "4th brother, this is not analytical thinking. This is simply opportunism. And your flattery is louder than most." Little Yuan'er exchanged glances with Siyan. He quickly stated, "The Si family has always abided by the rules in Anyang City, engaging in ordinary commerce. For years, we have lived peacefully. The Si family comprises over 1,000 people, relying on this for our livelihood. A month ago, while our merchant caravan passed through the valley, we were robbed by a group of bandits. The Si family did not wish to cause trouble and paid the bandits a fortune to resolve the matter. Unexpectedly, these bandits became increasingly audacious, arriving at Anyang City overnight, raiding the Si estate, and taking over 100 members of the Si family hostage." Upon hearing this, little Yuan'er furrowed her brow. This matter could escalate. Zhaiwa chuckled. "They are merely a group of bandits. Why not seek the local authorities?" The master thought the same, but when the authorities heard it was the valley's bandits, they immediately dismissed him. They dared not intervene. "Are these bandits that formidable?" Zhaiwa questioned skeptically. Siyan replied nervously. "It is said that these bandits have cultivators backing them." No wonder. The situation was becoming clearer. All eyes turned to Lu Zhou. According to his past habits, Matian Pavilion would never intervene in such matters. However, times have changed. Given that this involved little sister, and master cherished her greatly, it was different this time. Before Lu Zhou could speak, Ming Shirin stepped forward, declaring with righteous fervor, "Master, allow me to handle this matter. These bandits have taken little sister's family hostage. This is utterly intolerable. I will ensure this matter is resolved satisfactorily." Duanmu Sheng and Zhaiwa exchanged glances, the former remarking, "4th brother, how shameless." Siyan was overjoyed, as if he were dreaming. This was far more favorable than he had imagined. Lu Zhou continued to ponder. With his current strength, meddling in the affairs of practitioners would only invite trouble upon himself. His disciple's actions would earn him merit points, a twofold benefit. "Master, please allow your disciple to atone for his sins through merit. I have previously committed grave transgressions." And now my junior sister's family is in dire peril. As her senior brother, I cannot stand idly by. Although you have confined me, the situation is exceptional, and I hope for your understanding. Ming Shirin's every word carried the gravitas of a righteous person, leaving Duanmu Sheng and Zhao Yu astounded. When did the fourth disciple's acting skills become so refined? Lu Zhou turned his gaze upon Ming Shirin and replied calmly. This matter should ideally be handled by Xiao Yuan personally. However, given her youth and lack of experience, I trust you, as her senior brother, to take charge. I shall not fail my mission. Ming Shirin exclaimed joyfully. You have 3 days. 3 days, master? Isn't that a tad too brief? Ming Shirin ventured to negotiate. Zhao Yu chimed in with a smile. Senior brother, you are a formidable being in the divine court realm. If it were me, 2 days would suffice. When did you become so lacking in confidence? Indeed, we are of the same root. Why the haste to undermine each other? Is this appropriate? Go ahead and handle it. Lu Zhou waved his hand. I shall comply with your orders. The reason for the 3-day limit was to prevent these disciples from becoming too unrestrained. If they took too long, it could lead to complications that would be difficult to resolve, Lu Zhou pondered. He simultaneously accessed the system panel, which indeed had a new task listed. Save the CI family, executor, Ming Shirin, countdown, 2 days, 23 hours. Xiao Yuan knelt and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, master. CIN and the others followed suit, bowing deeply. Thank you, Lord. Ding received 3 sincere bows. Rewarded with 30 merit points. Note, actively orchestrated bowing events do not count towards merit. Xiao Yuan, please escort them down the mountain. Yes. Xiao Yuan hesitated before speaking. Lu Zhou, perceiving her expression, said, Your fourth senior brother may be enamored with the outside world, but he is diligent in his undertakings and enjoys using his intellect. With his temperament, he will resolve the issue within a day, so there is no need for concern. I understand. Duanmu Sheng and Zhao Yu exchanged glances in surprise. It was evident that the master was aware that the fourth disciple would indulge for a bit longer. Everything was under his control. Fifth disciple. Here. I grant you 2 days to investigate the Tianjian sect, particularly concerning the sect's eldest disciple, Zhou Jifeng. Zhao Yu's face brightened at this, and she replied, I will obey and fulfill this task. Since the plan was to incite rebellion, one must keep a close watch. The next day, the heat of August enveloped Jintingshan. Lu Zhou sought refuge in a pavilion to escape the sweltering temperatures. Without the need to cultivate, life felt exceedingly dull, akin to an old man lounging at the village entrance before his journey across realms. His third and ninth disciples stood guard outside, vigilant after the assassination incident involving Zhou Jifeng. Although they believed Lu Zhou possessed sufficient strength to fend off attackers, allowing such nefarious elements to infiltrate Jintingshan would be a dereliction of duty. Master, is fourth brother truly all right? Xiao Yuan could not help but inquire. Lu Zhou offered a reassuring smile, saying, Rest assured. Duanmu Sheng added, Little junior sister, though fourth brother enjoys leisure, he is always earnest in his tasks. So you need not worry. I just fear that fourth brother will be so absorbed in fun that he forgets his responsibilities. If he dares to forget, he will face my wrath before the master even intervenes, Duanmu Sheng stated, showcasing a touch of innocence. If only seventh brother were here, Xiao Yuan muttered. Little junior sister. Refrain from such talk, the third disciple chided. Those who betray the sect are the most heinous of traitors. Speaking of such matters in front of the master is asking for reprimand. Xiao Yuan quickly realized her slip and stuck out her tongue. Lu Zhou shook his head, saying, It matters not. Seventh brother is indeed skilled in manipulation and a rare talent. However, he is too fond of playing with people's hearts, prone to becoming entangled in his own schemes. Intelligent individuals are often quite cunning. Such people are difficult to manage. Senior sister has sent a message back. Xiao Yuan pointed to the messenger bird in the sky. This messenger bird was no ordinary creature. It had been nurtured with spiritual energy on Jintingshan and had undergone mutation. Some formidable messenger birds had become among the many ferocious beasts in this grand world. Among the wild beasts, swifter than the messenger birds were the wild geese and fish that carried letters. The messenger bird released the letter, which fluttered into Xiao Yuan's palm. Master, read it. Yes. Xiao Yuan opened the letter and began to read. Master, since the attack on Jintingshan by the 10 major sects, Tianjian sect's Luo Changfeng has perished. In the scramble for the position of sect master, Tianjian sect is now in chaos. Upon Zhou Jifeng's return, he did not assume the role of sect master. The previous master, Luo Xingkong, has entered seclusion, and I suspect he aims to break through to the Yuan Shenju realm. During my night reconnaissance, I discovered Zhou Jifeng harbors ulterior motives. After finishing, Xiao Yuan presented the letter to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou shook his head, saying, "The speed is somewhat lacking. Inform Zhao Yu. If necessary, she may lend assistance." Understood. Duanmu Sheng, puzzled, clasped his hands and inquired, "Master, Zhou Jifeng has just entered the divine court realm and is our adversary. Why should we assist him?" Lu Zhou did not respond to his inquiry. Until their loyalty reached above 80, caution was paramount. Noticing the master remained silent, Duanmu Sheng awkwardly turned away, refraining from further questioning. Ding. Ming Shirin has completed the task you assigned. Ding. This task saved 105 members of the CI family, earning 1050 merit points. Ding. Received 105 sincere bows, earning 1050 merit points. Ding. This task eliminated 82 bandits, earning 820 merit points. Hearing these notifications, Lu Zhou was taken aback. Could this be the correct approach to utilizing the system? From this single task, he had amassed such a wealth of merit points. Adding the remaining points, he now had a total of 2,904. Master, fourth brother has sent a message. Xiao Yuan darted into the air. Read. Xiao Yuan proclaimed. I am pleased to report that I have fulfilled my mission, rescuing the members of the CI family and slaying the bandits. Furthermore, I have uncovered that the practitioners behind the bandits appear to be related to the Eighth Brothers' Menghu Mountain stronghold. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. The first part of the message conveyed the completion of the task, while the latter was clearly an excuse to indulge for a few more days. Lu Zhou was in good spirits and chose not to hold this against him. One cannot expect a horse to run without providing it with grass. Such expectations are folly. Master, fourth brother claims this matter is connected to eighth brother. How could eighth brother act in such a manner? Xiao Yuan exclaimed, visibly agitated. Eighth brother, after all, is a strong practitioner in the divine court realm. He should not meddle in worldly affairs. It is likely that those practitioners are using your brother's name to commit wrongdoings. Lu Zhou nodded, stating, regardless of the truth, it is wise for the fourth brother to investigate. With the master's command, the disciples had no objections and nodded in agreement. In the afternoon, Lu Zhou received no updates regarding Zhou Jifeng's task completion and thus returned to Maqian Pavilion. He reconfirmed his merit points, 2904. In the marketplace, he purchased the Dharma body, Liangyi Huaxing. Ding, consumed 1,000 merit points, obtained the Dharma body Liangyi Huaxing. The moment he acquired the Dharma body, Lu Zhou felt his cultivation surge rapidly. From the Tongxian realm's heart aperture, it advanced to the Tongxian realm's mouth aperture. The benefits conferred by the Dharma body extended well beyond this. The energy within his dantian and meridians flowed like a relentless river. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation soared from the mouth aperture to the nose aperture, nearing the eye aperture. In the Tongxian realm, the heart, mouth, nose, eyes, and ears had opened 4 of the 5 apertures. Feeling the surge of energy throughout his body, Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. The pace of progress is unprecedented, both in history and in the future. Purchasing 2 reversal cards. The notification chimed, indicating the consumption of 1,000 merit points and the acquisition of 2 reversal cards. Upon usage, a vortex manifested above the Magic Heaven Pavilion, engulfing the surrounding vitality and drawing it into the aging body of Lu Zhou. Vitality surged forth, and his once sparse black hair gradually thickened. The 2 cards rejuvenated Lu Zhou by an additional 600 days. Perhaps having grown accustomed to the slow rhythm of his older body, this sudden rejuvenation bestowed upon him a refreshing sensation, subtle yet pleasurable. No one on earth could experience such a reversal of age, a feeling that Lu Zhou now savored. Spending 2,000 merit points felt rather extravagant. Lottery drawing commenced. The notification chimed, indicating a consumption of 50 merit points, thanking him for his patronage with a luck value of 1. Another draw followed with the same result. After 5 consecutive attempts yielding nothing but polite acknowledgments, Lu Zhou paused, glancing at his personal panel. Name, Lu Zhou race, human cultivation, Tongxian realm. Eye aperture incarnation, 2 instruments transforming life merit points, 654 remaining lifespan, 1,209 days items, 2 Jiandao peak state cards, 3 fatal block, passive, by Zhe. Upon comparison, the merit points earned from completing tasks were not as abundant as he had imagined, Lu Zhou murmured. Chapter 15. The Malicious Intent of the Villains, Part 1. Lu Zhou surveyed the martial arts and weapons in the shop. The most affordable items required at least 1,000 merit points. He decided against further expenditure of his remaining merit points, opting instead to assign more tasks to his disciples to prolong his lifespan. He aimed to accumulate enough merit points to acquire a respectable martial art or weapon. The world he remembered was perilously dangerous. With his current cultivation, Leaving Jintingshan would make self-preservation exceedingly challenging. For now, he could remain on the mountain, protected by these villains, which posed little risk. Naturally, he also had to guard against potential betrayal from his disciples. With 5 disciples departed, he must remain cautious with the remaining 4, who were unlikely to cause any trouble with their peak state cards and fatal block ability. Yuan'er appeared like a sprite in the tranquil woods. Bowing as she addressed him, "Master, I will fetch the 4 treasures of the study from the Magic Heaven Pavilion." "Oh, Master, you never write. It was always your disciple who penned for you. Today, do you wish to write yourself? You little girl, when has it been your place to question your master's endeavors?" She stuck out her tongue playfully. Soon, Yuan'er returned with the 4 treasures of the study, placing them respectfully before Zhou. She stood by, observing curiously, eager to discover her master's intentions. Noticing that he did not dismiss her, she grew bolder and inched closer. "Master, I shall grind the ink," Yuan'er declared, kneeling beside the small tea table and carefully preparing the ink. In his previous life, Zhou was a genuine scholar, often indulging in calligraphy during his leisure. Even receiving accolades in school, writing was not a challenge for him. Picking up the brush, he dipped it in ink, inscribing the names on the pristine paper: Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, Duanmu Sheng, Ming Shirin, Zhao Yu, Yi Tianxin, Si Wuyan, Zhu Honggong, and this Yuan'er, arranged from top to bottom. These were the 9 infamous disciples taught by the notorious Ji Tiandao, whose actions had shocked the world. Gazing at the list, Zhou fell into contemplation. Even the youngest disciple possessed formidable strength at the divine court level. What then of the eldest disciples' cultivation? Had they surpassed Ji Tiandao? If so, with the murderous intent of Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong, how could they possibly tolerate the continued existence of such an old devil as Ji Tiandao? Furthermore, Ji Tiandao must have been acutely aware that his disciples were each like wolves, and there would inevitably come a day when they would turn against him. Did he not prepare any means or trump cards to suppress these malevolent disciples from the outset? All of this warranted deep reflection. The missing memories were crucial, rendering the reasons behind these matters unclear. Ji Tiandao, what life-preserving artifacts do you possess? Lost in thought, Yuan'er waved her small hand before Zhou, her face adorned with admiration. "Master's handwriting is truly beautiful. What are you writing my name for?" With a sigh, Zhou replied, "I am engaging in self-reflection." "Self-reflection?" "I reflect upon myself 3 times a day. As your master, I have taught you 9 disciples who roam the world committing misdeeds, inciting the wrath of heaven and the grievances of the people. Perhaps I was indeed wrong in the past." Though spoken aloud, his heart silently protested. "What have I done wrong?" "The fault lies with Ji Tiandao. A crooked beam leads to a crooked plank." This was evident in the behaviors of some disciples, who readily resorted to slaughter. "Master, then why did you accept us 9 disciples? With your abilities, you could have opened the Magic Heaven Pavilion widely, expanded beyond Jintingshan, and then your many disciples would ensure no one would dare defy you. Those righteous sects would not dare provoke you on the mountain. Anyone who opposed you would face your disciples' wrath, bringing ruin upon them." "How splendid!" Zhou lifted his aged hand, initially intending to tap Yuan'er's forehead. She flinched, shrinking her shoulders and closing her eyes in anticipation of punishment. However, his hand paused mid-air, resting gently atop her head, caressing her softly. "You little girl, how come your mind is filled with thoughts of killing? Have you forgotten?" "I dare not. I have said before, killing is not the only solution. It is not that I deny killing, but rather, one must consider its necessity. For instance, those defenseless common folk, who toiled diligently throughout their lives, seeking only a peaceful existence. Do you have a reason to kill them?" Yuan'er shook her head. "What of the hundreds saved by the 4th rescue? If the bandits were like you, would you have had the chance to save your kin?" Once more, she shook her head. "Those bandits indeed deserve death. However, their aim is merely to seek wealth, not to kill. So what is it we seek?" Yuan'er cautiously replied, "Is it cultivation? To break through the Yuan Shun tribulation and reach the highest realm, to comprehend the Tao and attain longevity? Excellent. Then strive diligently in your training." The disciples seemed to grasp something. "That is good enough." Yuan'er nodded, as if struck by a thought, inquired, "Will Master continue to take in disciples?" Zhou's gaze fell upon the list of names. "Ah, I see. Yuan'er, you just asked why I took on disciples. What do you think? Is it because of our exceptional talent?" "Each of us is a gifted cultivator," she responded confidently. Zhou shook his head. "Look closely at this paper. What significance do your names hold?" Yuan'er scrutinized it for a while, but could not discern any particular meaning, eventually shaking her head. Zhou chuckled, inwardly mocking Ji Tiandao's audacity. "The moon rises over the sea, and we share this moment across the world." Yuan'er, still bewildered, clapped upon hearing the poem. This poetry is splendid. Just after her applause, it seemed she comprehended something, her gaze shifting to the 9 names on the paper. Oh, this poem contains the names of the 9 disciples. Is that why Master accepted us? She scratched her head, a hint of disbelief in her expression. Lu Zhou too found it hard to believe Ji Tiandao would be so ostentatious. Indeed, it was missing a character. If Ji Tiandao had chosen his disciples based on this poem, it indicated that the criteria for accepting disciples were not talent, but rather their names. However, from the memories Lu Zhou had acquired, this world appeared different from his previous life. How then did this poem emerge? Could Ji Tiandao also be a traveler from another realm? Meanwhile, the 4th disciple, Ming Shirin, soared through the skies, surveying the earth with immense satisfaction. Having finally escaped from Jintingshan, I am determined to indulge in some merriment. The figure of Ming Shirin swiftly swept past the heights of Tongzi town, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the townsfolk. Today, in high spirits, I shall seek out a few lovely maidens to enjoy. Just as he contemplated diving down, he recalled his master's words and promptly halted, muttering to himself, perhaps it is best to refrain. My master now delights in new strategies, and I must adhere to his whims. Therefore, I shall act benevolently and bestow upon you the gold and jewels seized from the bandits. Ming Shirin unfastened his backpack and scattered the treasures onto the streets of Tongzi town. Silver notes and gold jewels cascaded like raindrops from the sky. Today, I shall play the role of a generous benefactor. Initially, he had intended to use the wealth for a more romantic pursuit, but since that was no longer an option, the riches were of little use to him. Besides, at this level, he was not in want of money. The townspeople quickly took cover. Once they discerned the treasures that had fallen, they rushed forward in a frenzy, snatching up the wealth in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing the fleeting silhouette in the sky, the townsfolk prostrated themselves in reverence. Thank you, Bodhisattva. Thank you, living Bodhisattva. Thank you, heaven. Chapter 16. The Malefactor's Intent Ding. Having received the sincere veneration of 35 individuals, you have gained 350 merit points. Lu Zhou nodded slightly, murmuring, this child is indeed teachable. Rather than seeking pleasures of the flesh, Ming Shirin proceeded westward, flying for half a day before alighting in a wooded area outside Yizhou City. Here to Minghu Gang. He retrieved a map from his pocket, scrutinized it closely, and then tucked it away. The surroundings were enchanting, resplendent yet serene. A wisp of mist lingered, hinting at latent danger. Any corner might conceal a fearsome beast, yet for one of the divine court realm, such threats were trivial at this level. Ordinary beasts posed no challenge. Old 8, your senior brother has come to see you, he announced, stepping lightly into the forest as if a specter. Within Minghu Gang, the bandit leader Zhu Honggong was soundly asleep. Leader, a cultivator seeks an audience outside the stronghold, someone reported. Tell him to scram. He is disturbing my peaceful slumber. What are you blabbering about? If he persists, castrate him and feed him to the beasts in the rear. A hearty laugh echoed from outside, resonating through the stronghold. A clear indication of formidable prowess. Zhu Honggong's eyes widened in alarm, his lips quivering. Could it be that my master has come to cleanse the ranks? My heavens. His legs grew weak, and he slid from his seat. After days of restless nights, finally catching some solid sleep, and now this. Haha, old 8. Are you so frightened? Ming Shirin's figure floated in gracefully. Though some of the bandits were cultivators, they were no match for the likes of Ming Shirin. Senior brother? Zhu Honggong patted his chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. I thought it was the master. It turns out to be 4th senior brother, Ming Shirin replied. Do you still have the face to call me senior brother? Ming Shirin retorted. Zhu Honggong smirked and said, senior brother, now that you're here, are you planning to join me? I've long said that Jintingshan is no place to stay. It doesn't nurture people. If you come to me, I'll offer you the position of deputy leader. Not a chance. Huh. In this shabby place, you think I would join you? Not on your life. Ming Shirin strode over confidently, and the younger bandits prepared to block his path, but a single glare from him sent them retreating in fear. Ming Shirin approached Zhu Honggong and scolded, step aside. Senior brother, please have a seat. I have a task at hand and came specifically to investigate. Task? What task? Zhu Honggong's heart raced. Is the kidnapping and extortion case involving the CI family in Anyang City you're doing? Ming Shirin sat in a chair, casting a scrutinizing glance. Not at all. I have no connection to it. Really? No connection at all? Absolutely not. I swear the CI family is related to my junior sister. Even if I were a beast, I would never lay a hand on her. Zhu Honggong raised 3 fingers. I have eradicated all the bandits. Their accomplice was a cultivator at the Ningxi realm, who mentioned Menghu Gang before dying. Am I wrongfully accusing you? Zhu Honggong's brow furrowed slightly. Since establishing Menghu Gang these years, I have committed sins against many righteous cultivators. I suspect someone is framing me. I care not. You must return with me to meet the master. At the mention of the master, Zhu Honggong's rotund face paled, and he slumped down in despair. Please, fourth senior brother. The master is injured, isn't. Can't you just turn a blind eye? Why be so serious? After all, you will leave Jintingshan sooner or later. Silence. Ming Shirin glared at him, scolding. You, who betray your master and ancestors, dare to utter such blasphemous words in my presence? Kneel. With a thud, Zhu Honggong immediately knelt obediently. Ding. Training Zhu Honggong has granted you 200 merit points. Please continue your instruction. Lu Zhou slightly raised his head, gazing westward. Stroking his beard as he mused, this old fourth possesses some intrigue. I was wrong, fourth senior brother. Zhu Honggong hastily prostrated, fearing to speak further. Not long ago, the master decisively defeated the top 10 experts of the cultivation world. You must have heard of this. How dare you show disrespect to the master based on that? This statement served as both a warning to Old 8 and a reminder that the master's cultivation had not diminished but had instead advanced. Signaling that their days of ease were numbered, Zhu Honggong produced a letter from his robe and handed it to Ming Shirin. Fourth senior brother. This is a letter from seventh senior brother. His words may offer you some insight. Ming Shirin accepted the letter, reading it with a hint of skepticism. Upon reaching the midpoint, he slightly furrowed his brow. Zhu Honggong continued. Seventh senior brother stated that the master has reached the pinnacle of the Yuanshan realm and attempted to break through unsuccessfully several times 200 years ago. During the encounter with the 10 experts, some witnessed the master sustaining injuries. How then did the master's cultivation recover? Seventh brother implies that the master used some secret elixir? Ming Shirin's brow knitted in contemplation. Indeed, Zhu Honggong slowly stood, clearing his throat. Fourth senior brother. We both understand the prowess of the eldest senior brother. His strength is on par with the master's. Despite the passage of years, the eldest senior brother has not dared to act against the master. Why is that? Ming Shirin cast aside the letter and remarked. No one knows how many trump cards the master possesses. So it is settled. Regardless of how many hidden cards he holds, he cannot escape the inevitable end of life. He will die eventually, Zhu Honggong stated. Hey, Old 8, none of this was written in the letter from Old 7. Who informed you of this? Did your pig brain come to this conclusion? Ming Shirin gazed at Zhu Honggong in astonishment. Fourth senior brother, it is wrong of you to insult me thus. I do possess some intellect. Spare me. Calling you a pig brain is an insult to pigs, Ming Shirin retorted. Is it the sixth junior sister or the second senior brother? It is truly my own deduction. Zhu Honggong protested innocently. All right, if you choose not to divulge. So be it. Look at you, trembling in fear. Ming Shirin descended the steps, grinning. What is mentioned in the letter, I too have considered. However, I differ from you all. I still hold respect for my master, Zhu Honggong. During this time, the master is likely in seclusion on the mountain and probably won't descend. You should remain quietly at Menghu Gang and refrain from causing any disturbances. It is fortunate that the master has not ordered me to eliminate you, Ming Shirin declared. Zhu Honggong was overjoyed, bowing deeply. Thank you, fourth senior brother. Also, regarding the bandits, investigate thoroughly, as I must report back to the master. Your senior brother speaks wisely. I will certainly conduct a thorough investigation. Ming Shirin vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only a trail of afterimages. Farewell, senior brother. Chapter 17. Instruction. As soon as Ming Shirin departed Menghu Gang, Zhu Honggong trembled uncontrollably, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, his legs shaking incessantly. How close it was. What seventh senior brother said was indeed correct. Observing his reaction, a subordinate hurriedly called out, Leader, what is wrong? And nothing. Stay calm, he stammered. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou sat cross-legged in the pavilion, having attempted to cultivate for half a day. Unfortunately, his meridians had grown too old, and his dantian was devoid of vitality, making it exceedingly difficult to gather yuan qi. Although the techniques seemed imprinted in his mind, their application was regrettably unattainable. Lu Zhou speculated that this was likely due to his physical condition. Currently, the cultivation world faced a formidable dilemma. With age, the decline of meridians and the diminishing vitality of the dantian resulted in a decrease in strength. Ji Tiandao was grappling with this very issue. It was the most probable explanation. Wasn't Ji Tiandao's waning power due to age causing his disciples to lose respect and ultimately rebel? Alas, here I am, a young man in my 20s, trapped in the body of an old man. How can I not feel discomfort? This body is in such a state that it resembles a child bouncing around, which is truly peculiar. It seems I must first accumulate some vitality. Lu Zhou surmised that the issue lay with his lifespan. He checked his merit points. Name, Lu Zhou race, human cultivation level, Tongxian realm. Eye aperture merit points, 1004 remaining lifespan, 1209 days items. Jiandao peak state card X2, fatal block X3, passive, by Zhe, with 1000 merit points. It was still insufficient. At the current accumulation rate, restoring his youth seemed quite challenging. He recalled how the previous incident of Old Fourth slaying bandits had significantly increased his merit points, along with the rewards from people's worship. Those had provided abundant merit points. Yuan'er, are you there? Lu Zhou inquired. Disciple is here. Have there been any recent developments in the outside world? Lu Zhou asked nonchalantly. Little Yuan'er, puzzled, thought, Master usually pays little attention to worldly affairs. Why the sudden interest in major events? Master, I have been at Jindingshan all day. Unable to gather news from the outside. Only 7th senior brother excels in this area. He has his dark web with information points spread across the world, she replied. This was indeed a concern. Lu Zhou continued. There is a relay station near Tongzi town, close to Jindingshan, where cultivators often stop to rest. They share information amongst themselves. And some even pay for news. You could inquire there. Hearing that she could leave Jindingshan, little Yuan'er's face lit up with joy. Master, is that true? Are you so happy because staying on the mountain has been a burden? Lu Zhou shot her a glance. And no. Disciple just hasn't gone out in a while and feels a bit stifled. Then go. But remember, do not carelessly reveal your identity, nor take lives indiscriminately, Lu Zhou instructed. What if someone bullies me? Little Yuan'er whispered. Lu Zhou lightly tapped her on the head. Go, and stop with the nonsense. All right, if I get bullied. Is that even possible? Little Yuan'er chirped, taking off joyfully from Jindingshan. Lu Zhou felt a twinge of envy, wondering when he would be able to soar through the skies like her. The pavilion fell silent. He pondered his next steps. While Jindingshan was indeed the lair of a demon, it did not preclude the appearance of someone like Zhou Jifeng at this moment. Just then, his third disciple, Duan Musheng, arrived at the steps of the pavilion and bowed. Master, I have repaired 3 formations, but 5 remain. 5, Lu Zhou murmured. The formations required an immense amount of energy to be restored, and without a more substantial source of energy in the short term, progress would be slow. Originally, he had intended for the 3 of them to work together, but with 2 out on missions, Duan Musheng was left to face the challenge alone, which was indeed somewhat burdensome. Master, at this rate, I fear I cannot complete it alone, Duan Musheng stated pragmatically, raising his head slightly to gauge his master's expression. Lu Zhou replied sternly, Are you dissatisfied with the punishment of repairing the formations? Disciple dares not. If it takes a year, then 2 years. If 2 years are insufficient, then 3. Should there be any further objections, I will not be lenient, Lu Zhou declared. It is my laziness, I acknowledge my fault. And I will continue to repair the formations. As they faced the 10 formidable masters, they merely observed the spectacle. However, punishing them to repair the formations and still daring to complain was unacceptable. Lu Zhou understood that at such a critical time, he could not show weakness. Governing disciples was akin to managing subordinates in his past life. The essence was the same. After Duan Musheng left, Lu Zhou opened the system panel again. Draw a lottery. Ding, this time consuming 50 merit points. Thank you for your patronage, luck value 1. Draw a lottery. Ding, this time consuming 50 merit points. Thank you for your patronage, luck value 1. After 10 consecutive draws, all yielded the same result. Thank you for your patronage. He had directly expended 500 merit points. Lu Zhou frowned. Luck value had accumulated to 18 points. System, can you have a conscience? Are you truly so devoid of guilt for draining my merit points? The system remained silent. Observing the remaining 500 merit points, Lu Zhou refrained from further lottery draws and opened the shop instead. Purchase a reversal card. Ding. Consuming 500 merit points, obtained 1 reversal card. Now, he was completely out of merit points, leaving him with only 4 points. Splendid. Sunlight Tribe. Use. Having used the reversal card several times, Lu Zhou had grown accustomed to it. He focused on the lifespan displayed on the panel, and sure enough, it increased to 1,509 days. With nothing left to desire, was he merely to wait idly for death? Lu Zhou suddenly felt bored. Finding something to occupy this old body was quite a challenge. Unlike his past life, where the elderly could play chess, cards, or walk dogs in the park. Alas. Ding. Mission to subvert Zhou Jifeng completed. Reward, 200 merit points. Ding. Zhou Jifeng's hatred value is cleared. Loyalty 10. Ding. Killing 2 elders. Reward, 200 merit points. Lu Zhou's eyes brightened. Jiwa has done well. Truly, good fortune comes unexpectedly. Just as he was feeling pleased, a figure floated in from the mountains below. Lu Zhou glanced over and recognized it was Ming Shirin returning. Disciple has fulfilled the mission and is here to report back to Master. Chapter 18. Ming Shirin's test. Upon seeing Ming Shirin, Lu Zhou frowned. His loyalty had dropped to 58 points, which clearly indicated a problem. Lu Zhou remained composed. Observing the situation, Ming Shirin continued, "After slaying the bandits, I immediately sent a message back. Then I went to Minghu Gang, where I encountered 8th junior brother, no, the traitor Zhu Honggong. I taught him a lesson." With the report complete, he awaited Lu Zhou's response. Noticing Lu Zhou's calm demeanor, seemingly lost in thought, he added, "Every word is the truth. I dare not speak any lies. Your mission was executed well. Thank you for the praise, Master." However, as soon as the word however escaped his lips, Ming Shirin grew anxious, his heart racing as he looked at his master. Lu Zhou continued, "What have you discovered regarding the kidnapping of little junior sister's family? This matter is still under investigation. Zhu Honggong claims he had no involvement. Upon reflection, he indeed lacks a motive, especially since they are little junior sister's kin. Although he betrayed the sect, I believe he would not commit such a monstrous act." Lu Zhou nodded. "Your reasoning is sound. What else is there? The disciple has instructed Zhu Honggong to conduct an investigation, and he will not rest until the truth is uncovered. Is there anything else? You visited Lao Ba, and surely it was not merely to convey this information." Ming Shirin felt a tightening in his heart. Could it be that his master possesses the ability to perceive all, as if with a divine eye? How could that be possible? His profound strength should have enabled him to notice such matters. "Master, it is truly gone." Ming Shirin understood that he could admit to anything. Except the treachery that lurked within his heart, he would rather die than reveal it. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou realized that he would not easily relent, and thus shook his head, saying, "Very well, if you are unwilling to speak, I shall not force you. You have performed admirably on this task. Go assist your 3rd senior brother in restoring the formation. If needed, I will summon you." The disciple obeys. Ming Shirin glanced around, but found no trace of Xiao Yuan'er. Just as he was about to exit, he paused and inquired, "Where is junior sister?" "It is of no concern to you. There is no need to inquire. The disciple understands." Lu Zhou picked up a tome from the tea table and began to read attentively. This was a possession of the Mo Tian Pavilion, and aside from it, he had little else to occupy his time. However, Ming Shirin did not exit immediately. Lu Zhou cast a sidelong glance at him. Indeed, his loyalty had diminished. This fellow harbors ulterior motives. With the presence of the lethal blocks and the pinnacle experience card, could he still attempt to assassinate his master like Zhou Jifeng? "Ming Shirin, do you have something to say?" Lu Zhou asked languidly. Ming Shirin approached once more, kneeling before him and clasping his hands. "Master, the Qingmu heart method has reached its final stage for me, yet no matter how I practice, I cannot grasp the essence of this last level. I implore you to enlighten me." This was a deliberate test. He knew that Ji Tiandao had intentionally withheld the complete incantation of the Qingmu heart method. Should he receive it, with the talent for cultivation possessed by those ruffians, it would not be long before they would break through. At that point, the danger would reside with him. Lu Zhou coughed lightly and said, "Fourth, in the pursuit of cultivation, one must guard against impatience. Every great cultivator has undergone hundreds of years of tedious training. Who has not endured a century of trials? I remember you have only recently broken through, merely a mere 60 years. Why the eagerness to ascend in a single leap? Furthermore, as you approach the final threshold, cultivation relies on comprehension. Your comprehension is commendable, yet do not stray into the path of impatience." Upon hearing these words, Ming Shirin prostrated himself. "Thank you, Master. For your enlightenment, I have been foolish." Ming Shirin lifted his head and continued, "I have a boxing technique that I have been using incorrectly of late. I ask for your guidance on it." Lu Zhou's gaze fell upon Ming Shirin. This ruffian likely heard some slander from Lao Ba and has returned to test me. Lu Zhou, currently devoid of any means, could not possibly utilize the precious pinnacle experience card merely to demonstrate a boxing technique. Refusing him would only deepen his suspicions. Acquiescing would pose the question of how to offer guidance. Guiding someone at the Tongxian realm in the ways of the Shinting realm? That would be akin to a child attempting to spar with an adult. "Master?" Ming Shirin repeated. Lu Zhou asked, "What seems to be amiss?" Ming Shirin, bowing, replied, "I feel that my boxing technique fails to unleash its full potential, as though something is obstructing me during execution." Lu Zhou nodded, saying, "Just outside this pavilion. I shall observe how you practice your boxing." The disciple obeys. Ming Shirin rose slowly, adorned in a flowing azure robe, his long hair cascading down, exuding an enchanting aura. Upon standing tall, he lightly tapped his toes and soared forth with the grace of a swallow, striking a figure both elegant and refined. Amidst the air, he left behind fleeting afterimages, waves of wind swirling as he struck left and right. The atmosphere brimmed with immense energy. After several punches, Ming Shirin floated in the air and declared, "Master, it is this punch." Lu Zhou remained unmoved. "Do you dare to strike me?" He fixed his gaze upon Ming Shirin. Thousands of shadowy fists converged in the air, attacking a single point. Boom! An energy blast struck the mountainside, causing boulders to tumble and fragments to cascade down. What a powerful punch! Ming Shirin descended, and after a moment, the debris finally settled. "I humbly request your critique, master." To be honest, Lu Zhou could not discern the speed at which Ming Shirin moved. His current cultivation level prevented him from perceiving it. The speed was astonishing, with hundreds of punches appearing in a second. How could he offer guidance? Lu Zhou began to recall the memories in his mind. This boxing technique had indeed been imparted to Ming Shirin by Ji Tiandao, who had also withheld the final layer of the technique's incantation. Ming Shirin's punch was flawless. It merely lacked the support of the final incantation, diminishing its power. Ultimately, this was a matter of choice. Teaching the disciple could lead to the master's own starvation. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhou said softly, "Your punch has reached its essence. There is nothing amiss." Fourth. Lu Zhou stepped closer, slightly raising his hand. At this gesture, Ming Shirin panicked. Thud! Ming Shirin knelt, exclaiming, "The disciple acknowledges his error." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and sighed. "I teach you the ways of cultivation, yet have not imparted the ways of being. These petty tricks might work on children, but do you dare to deceive your master?" The disciple acknowledges his error. "I would never dare to deceive you, master." Ming Shirin bowed repeatedly, cold sweat pouring down his back. He felt as if all his actions at Lao Ba's had been laid bare before Lu Zhou. "San." Lu Zhou infused a hint of energy into his voice. As expected, Duan Musheng floated over from nearby. "The disciple pays respects to the master. Since you are here, observe openly. Do you think I am unaware of your concealment in the shadows?" The disciple acknowledges his error. Duan Musheng also knelt, feeling a sense of dread. As they trembled before him, Lu Zhou realized the extent of the fear Ji Tiandao had instilled in them. Had they been ordinary villains, they would have likely rebelled by now. Chapter 19, The Great Affairs of the World. Third, it is fortunate you have arrived. Fourth has some inquiries regarding his boxing technique. Accompany him and seek out the issues thoroughly. Lu Zhou said calmly, "Matters of cultivation cannot be taken lightly." Duan Musheng nodded in agreement. He promptly clasped his hands and declared, "The disciple obeys. I shall certainly assist fourth junior brother in identifying the issues." Rising, he turned to look at the visibly distressed Ming Shirin. Ming Shirin felt like crying without tears. What is this madness? Could he refuse? Was there any chance to refuse? He was no match at all. His master had grown increasingly cunning. Previously, he would handle matters personally, but now he had his senior brother do the heavy lifting. Fourth, go easy on him. The two exited the pavilion, restoring tranquility within. Lu Zhou sat cross-legged, continuing to rest. Yet, Ming Shirin remained plagued by doubt. At this rate, he would inevitably seek an excuse to spar with himself, which would lead to the unavoidable waste of another pinnacle experience card. Once was enough. A second time would surely follow. Ji Tiandao had reached an unparalleled level not just due to his profound cultivation, but also through a system that provided numerous trump cards and hidden tactics. This was what the 9 great disciples and the righteous path feared. Unfortunately, aside from the 2 pinnacle experience cards, he had no other hidden assets. This could not continue. In the afternoon, Zhou Yuan'er returned to the pavilion to report. "Master." Lu Zhou nodded, gesturing for her to take a seat opposite him. Zhou Yuan'er understood and sat down, clasping her hands. "Master, I spent half a day at the tavern in Tongzi town and indeed gathered some information." "Speak." After Master repelled the 10 greatest experts, the 10 sects have been in a state of adjustment. It is said they have recently refrained from accepting disciples. After Luo Chongfeng's demise, Tianjiamen is also embroiled in internal strife. The eldest disciple, Zhou Jifeng, has already left Tianjiamen. All of this was within Lu Zhou's expectations. Continue. The other sects have been surprisingly compliant. In the narrative, the Shixiong and Heir Shixiong, alongside the leader of the Yuming sect, discreetly send individuals to gather intelligence regarding Jintingshan. Zhou Yuan'er playfully sticks out her tongue, noting the leader's evident wariness towards her master. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou chuckles softly, remarking that he has imparted considerable knowledge to the leader, transforming him into the formidable figure of the Yuming sect, who has reached the pinnacle of Yuanshan Jijing. Nevertheless, he remains unable to contend with his master, whose might is unparalleled. Zhou Yuan'er, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at rice, recalls the scene of her master's formidable defense, feeling a shiver of trepidation. This statement is intentionally loud, directed towards Duanmu Sheng and Ming Shirin, the two most prone to suspicion, as a necessary reminder. Refrain from imitating your senior brother's flattery, Lu Zhou advises. Understood. Zhou Yuan'er responds eagerly, recounting all the tidbits of information she has gathered, such as occurrences of house fires and lost dogs. Lu Zhou's brow furrows in response to her reports. Yuan'er, he interjects, focus on the significant matters pertaining to the cultivation world. Zhou Yuan'er ponders briefly before sharing notable recent events, including the annihilation of a certain sect and the annexation of a weak nation by others, along with incidents of robberies and assassinations involving powerful figures. Her report spans approximately 20 minutes, leaving Lu Zhou astonished by her remarkable memory. This young girl exhibits an incredible capacity for retention, a promising trait, and thankfully has not fallen completely astray. Had she done so, Lu Zhou would undoubtedly find himself in dire straits. After concluding her report, Lu Zhou instructs, summon your senior brother. Yes, Zhou Yuan'er replies as she descends the steps. With a notification of task completion echoing in his mind, Lu Zhou reflects on the weighty responsibility of guiding his disciples. He stands with hands clasped behind his back, contemplating the serene scenery beyond the pavilion, pondering whether this journey across realms is a blessing or a curse. Should a competition for misfortune among travelers arise, Lu Zhou is confident he would emerge victorious. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Yuan'er returns with Ming Shirin and Duanmu Sheng entering the pavilion, both calling out to their master. Lu Zhou turns to face them, observing that Ming Shirin's loyalty remains at 59, indicating lingering doubt despite recent discipline, while Duanmu Sheng fares slightly better with a loyalty of around 65, demonstrating stability. Only Zhou Yuan'er consistently maintains high loyalty, which eases Lu Zhou's mind. I have several tasks for you, Lu Zhou announces. Master, please command us, and we shall serve with utmost dedication, Duanmu Sheng replies, bowing deeply. Lu Zhou continues. Zhou Jifeng of the Tianjian sect has betrayed us. Your responsibility is to track and investigate him, given his current status. It should not be challenging for him to join a new sect. Report any developments immediately. Yes, Master, Duanmu Sheng affirms. Now, I entrust you with a rather unique task. Throughout my life, I have committed many wrongs, leaving a legacy of infamy. I have also raised 9 notorious disciples, reviled by the world. I require you to cleanse our ranks. Cleansing the ranks. Ming Shirin gasps, kneeling in alarm. Master, though I possess the cultivation of the Shinting realm, I am far inferior to Da Shixiong Yu Zhenghai and Heir Shixiong Yu Shangro. Even Tianxin Shimi, with her possession of the celestial treasure, Duoqing ring, is beyond my capabilities, as she has likely reached the Yuanshan Jie realm. This is indeed true. The disciples who defected did so by relying on their formidable weapons and fearsome cultivation, dominating territories and becoming infamous figures. Duanmu Sheng, Ming Shirin, and Zhao Yu remain because Ji Tiandao initially withheld weapons and comprehensive teachings from them. Your senior brother, Yu Zhenghai, wields the heavenly treasure, the Biyu sword, which can cut through iron effortlessly. Even a Yuanshan Jie realm avatar would find it difficult to withstand its full power. Your second brother, Yu Shangrong, possesses the Chongqing sword, which grows stronger with each life it takes, potentially unraveling the mysteries of immortality. And your sixth sister, Yi Tianxin, commands the Duoqing ring. Before Zhou Yuan'er even joined us, Yi Tianxin was Ji Tiandao's favored disciple. Given the favoritism, she received a heavenly treasure. Now, she has become the leader of the Yinhua Palace. In comparison to these 3 formidable disciples, Ming Shirin indeed pales. Begin with the 8th disciple, who is merely at the Shinting realm, in the Yudao stage. You are in the Huadao stage. Start there, Lu Zhou states calmly. The Shinting realm has 3 tiers, Shuda, Yudao, and Huadao, with Huadao being the highest. Ming Shirin responds. The 8th disciple, Zhu Hong, is only at the Yudao stage and lacks a heavenly treasure for protection. You encountered him at Menghu Gang, did you not? Lu Zhou queries. Indeed, I visited Menghu Gang, but the 8th disciple is rather dull-witted. I suspect he was swayed by the 7th disciple's misguidance, leading to his defection. His crime does not warrant death, Ming Shirin asserts. The pavilion falls into silence. Lu Zhou, with his hands clasped behind him, turns his back to Ming Shirin, contemplating his words. After a moment, he slowly turns to face Ming Shirin, his voice devoid of emotion, commanding, approach me. Ming Shirin trembles at the command. He reluctantly rises and approaches Lu Zhou, feeling increasingly anxious, his legs growing weak. When he finally stands before his master, he meets Lu Zhou's gaze. Master. Ming Shirin's heart races, his face flushing. Your gaze is erratic. You are quite nervous. I sense a faint flow of qi emanating from you. Are you afraid of my actions? Lu Zhou observes. With a thud, Ming Shirin kneels, pleading for forgiveness. Master, your cultivation is unfathomable. And I am well aware I am no match for you. My caution is merely instinctive and unintentional. Sweat beads on his forehead as he becomes increasingly frightened. Observing his demeanor, Lu Zhou reflects on how the former Dark Master solely disciplined his disciples through violence. As a modern individual, Lu Zhou understands the long-term repercussions of such methods. Fear and hatred coexist, and one day, a disciple possessing the strength to oppose their master may resort to fratricide. The current state of affairs is a natural consequence. Thus, the betrayals of Lu Zhou's disciples do not ignite his fury. I understand your thoughts, he says. And now I offer you an opportunity. He gestures towards a piece of paper on the side table. This paper contains the final layer of the Qingmu heart method. I entrust it to you. With this heart method, your cultivation may advance, potentially reaching the Yuanxin Jie realm. Ming Shirin's eyes widen in disbelief as he gazes at the paper on the table, his mind racing with deliberation on whether to take it. According to past patterns, accepting it would likely result in punishment. After vanquishing the 10 greatest masters, his temperament has changed, and he now employs new strategies. In other words, is this something I can actually take? Ming Shirin swallows hard, poised to rise. Lu Zhou, however, has already picked up the white paper and nonchalantly let it flutter down before Ming Shirin. Although his strength has not fully returned, controlling a piece of paper is still well within his capabilities. Upon seeing the final layer of the Qingmu heart method, Ming Shirin is elated, quickly bowing in gratitude. Thank you, Master. I will do my utmost to cleanse our ranks. His loyalty, previously at 10, immediately rises to 69. Lu Zhou nods in satisfaction. You may go now. Ming Shirin obediently exits, while Duanmu Sheng and Xiao Yuan'er gaze at Lu Zhou with envy, their eyes filled with admiration. Both of them yearned for a weapon. Yet, Ji Tiandao's items had vanished entirely, rendering immediate fulfillment impossible. He spoke. I hope you will diligently attend to your respective duties and not disappoint your master. Understood, Master. Duanmu Sheng clasped his fists and bowed, departing from the pavilion. Only after their figures faded did Xiao Yuan'er pout and murmur, Master. I too wish to venture forth on a mission. You are still young and lack experience. Remain by your master's side, Lu Zhou replied, relying on her for protection. Master, wasn't it senior sister Zhao Yu who was assigned to the task at Zhoujifeng? Zhao Yu's approach is too erratic, lacking in steadiness. She has been away for 2 days since completing her task and has yet to return, thus she cannot undertake this mission. What? Xiao Yuan'er exclaimed, her face pale with disbelief. Could it be that senior sister Zhao will not return? Chapter 21. The marvelous use of luck value since the day the letter was sent. There had been no news from Zhao Yu. Lu Zhou understood that she might not return. Like several other disciples, she had chosen to leave. He pondered the reasons behind this, but due to numerous gaps in his memory, he could not pursue the matter further. His fourth disciple, Ming Shirin, had seen his loyalty drop below acceptable levels after just one outing, which suggested that Zhao Yu must have been tempted by far stronger influences to choose defection. Lu Zhou remained silent. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to cease his musings. Managing these disciples well was not an endeavor to be accomplished overnight. What Lu Zhou needed to do was to restore his vitality and enhance his cultivation as swiftly as possible. Xiao Yuan'er felt it unjust on her master's behalf, fuming. How could senior sister Zhao behave like this? Lu Zhou shook his head. There is no need to concern yourself with her. Master, that is an act of treachery against the teacher and the ancestors. How can we ignore it? The more she spoke, the angrier she became. Observing her indignant demeanor, Lu Zhou found her quite endearing and said, if that is the case, then for the time being, you shall remain at the relay station and inquire about Zhao Yu's whereabouts. I understand, Master. You may meditate in peace. I will cultivate on my own. Yes. Believing Lu Zhou to be sulking, Xiao Yuan'er obediently left the pavilion. Meanwhile, Ming Shirin and Duanmu Sheng met at the foot of the mountain. Having acquired the final layer of the heart method, Duanmu Sheng, with an envious expression, remarked, Old Fourth, you are truly fortunate this time. Master not only refrained from blaming you, but also bestowed upon you the final layer of the Qingmu heart method. Ming Shirin, arms crossed, replied, I cannot fathom what Master is thinking. Perhaps I have overthought it. Overthought? I undertook a mission and completed it smoothly. It is only natural for Master to reward me. However, Old Seven mentioned that Master possesses a certain secret medicine that can temporarily mask injuries. That is why I wish to test the waters. Ming Shirin was candid about his intentions. Duan Musheng's expression changed slightly as he responded, "You truly possess audacity. Alas, it is too late for regrets. In our sect at Jintingshan, you are the cleverest, yet you would engage in such foolishness. You need not be told by Old Seven, even I can deduce it. If Master were not injured and at the peak of his cultivation, would he still be confined to the mountain?" Ming Shirin nodded repeatedly, given Master's temperament. If he were in prime health, he would have likely ventured out long ago. During that battle, he utilized so many powerful moves yet remained unscathed. A normal cultivator would not dare squander their vitality in such a manner. Senior brother, this Qingmu heart method has long been my aspiration. With it, I believe it will not be long before I reach the great perfection of the divine court realm. Perhaps even entering the Yuanshan tribulation realm, like senior brother and second senior brother. However, now that I have truly obtained it, I am filled with an indescribable emotion. Ming Shirin confessed. Since junior sister Tianxin strayed from the sect, Master has ceased to impart the final layer of all heart methods and no longer bestows heavenly grade weapons. This time, he made an exception for you. You fear he harbors ulterior motives, do you not? Duan Musheng inquired. Indeed, what do you think his motives could be? Ming Shirin sought his insight. My suggestion is to diligently fulfill Master's tasks. Consider this. Master is currently injured, and his lifespan is nearing its end. He would not be harsh with us. Moreover, the 10 major sects have suffered heavy losses and would not dare to provoke Jintingshan lightly. I believe for a considerable time. Jintingshan will remain our sanctuary. That makes sense. Senior brother, you possess great wisdom. Hearing your words is like receiving enlightenment. Ming Shirin bowed to Duan Musheng. If one were to take the heart method and defect from the sect, it would not only enrage Master, but also invite the righteous cultivators of the world to hunt him down. Currently, they lack the courage of senior brother to establish their own sect. Remaining at Jintingshan was the wisest choice. Ding, guiding Ming Shirin has granted 200 merit points. And Ming Shirin's loyalty has increased by 5. Duan Musheng's loyalty has also increased by 5. Seated in the pavilion, Lu Zhou slightly opened his eyes and smiled, nodding. Ji Tiandao dared not relinquish the ultimate heart method. Lu Zhou was only at the beginning of his journey. Ji Tiandao was truly helpless. Having reached the end of his life and resorting to such means to restrain his disciples, Lu Zhou required no such measures. Name, Lu Zhou race, human cultivation, Tangshan realm. Eye aperture Dharma body. 2 instruments transforming life merit points. 1004 remaining lifespan. 1509 days items. Ji Tiandao peak state card X2, fatal block X3, passive. The merit value required for 3 flowers gathering at the top is 3000. I only have 1600. There is still a considerable gap. Lu Zhou pondered. Should I wait a bit longer? No, I cannot afford to wait. My physical condition is too poor to follow Ji Tiandao's path. Ji Tiandao's decline was due to his lifespan issues. The reversal card is excessively expensive, costing 500 merit points each. Thus, I will proceed as usual and draw lots. Draw. Ding. This draw consumes 50 merit points. Thank you for your patronage. Luck value 1. Draw. Ding. This draw consumes 50 merit points. Thank you for your patronage. Luck value 1. Having drawn 5 times in succession, a total of 250 merit points were consumed, yielding only thank you for your patronage. Lu Zhou frowned, feeling somewhat displeased. System, including the previous 18 draws, that makes 23 consecutive thank you for your patronage. Is there an issue with your draw probability? The system did not respond. Lu Zhou nearly lost his temper. With 754 merit points remaining, I will draw 2 more times and use the remainder to buy a reversal card. Draw. Ding. This draw consumes 50 merit points. Thank you for your patronage. Luck value 1. Damn. Lu Zhou cursed inwardly. Draw. Ding. This draw consumes 50 merit points. Thank you for your patronage. Luck value 1. I wonder if anyone else feels this way. When playing a game, the more frustrating it becomes. The more one wants to persevere. For instance, losing consecutively in ranked matches until deep into the night. One self-encourages, I just need to win 1 match before sleeping. I'll draw 1 more time. If I fail again, I will stop. Draw. Ding. This draw consumes 50 merit points. Thank you for your patronage. Luck value 1. 1 more draw. Ding. This draw consumes 50 merit points. Thank you for your patronage. Luck value 1. In an instant, my merit points have dwindled significantly. All thank you for your patronage. Luck value has accumulated to 33 points. I now understand. This is not a lucky point, but rather a point of misfortune. Lu Zhou gazed at the meager 104 merit points remaining on the interface. Very well, I concede. With so few merit points left, I can accomplish nothing or purchase anything. Draw. Ding. This draw consumes 50 merit points, consuming 33 luck value. Obtaining the technique 3 volumes of heavenly books, Dharma body 3 flowers gathering at the top, and 10 reversal cards. Chapter 22. A rejuvenation of youth. Lu Zhou stared in astonishment at the system panel. The more hopeless the draw, the more fortunate the outcome. He calmed his excited heart and examined the rewards of this draw. A tremendous gain. If one were to purchase the 3 flowers gathering at the top in a marketplace, it would require 3,000 merit points. 10 reversal cards would demand 5,000 merit points. Additionally, he had acquired the 3 volumes of heavenly techniques. He observed that on the right side of the panel, the section for cultivation methods indeed displayed an illuminated image of the San Wan Tian Shu. With a mere thought, the 3 volumes of the book opened sequentially. The first tome, Tian Shu Jiren Wan, also known as the San Sheng Ming Shu, held the promise that through ultimate cultivation, one could transcend life and death, mastering the cycle of reincarnation. Lu Zhou furrowed his brow. The subsequent content appeared as chaotic symbols, utterly incomprehensible. If he could not decipher the initial volume, the remaining ones were surely beyond his grasp. The system even dimmed the later contents, rendering them nearly illegible. Well, the book truly lived up to its name, an enigmatic scripture. Lu Zhou contemplated the 10 reversal cards, each valued at approximately 300 days of vitality, amounting to nearly 10 years of life. This prize was indeed a significant windfall. Upon using the 10 reversal cards, each began to vanish one by one. Above the pavilion, the air rippled and clouds swirled. Enormous energy coalesced into a vortex, continuously converging towards Lu Zhou. He felt an unprecedented restoration of vitality, more abundant and powerful than ever before. His once lax skin tightened, and his previously sluggish movements grew lighter. 3,000 days of life felt as if a potent vigor had been infused into his being. Time slipped away as he reveled in this sensation of comfort, a feeling of youth he hadn't experienced since his arrival in this realm. His silver hair transformed into a blend of gray and white. Lu Zhou sensed the vitality from the San Hua Zhu Ding method filling his dantian. While the energy could not compare to that from the peak experience card, it was nonetheless far superior to his usual state. The San Hua Zhu Ding had elevated his realm to the second stage of condensing awareness, refining qi into spirit. Name, Lu Zhou. Race, human. Cultivation level, condensing awareness, refining qi into spirit. Merit points, 54. Incarnation, San Hua Zhu Ding. Remaining lifespan, 4,509 days. Items, Jitian Dao Peak State Card X2, Fatal Block X3, Passive. Baizhe Cultivation Method, San Wan Tian Shu. Note: the cultivation of Tian Shu is distinct from any methods in the cultivation realm. Extraordinary power is acquired through the host's insights during reading. Insights. Is this how one cultivates with the Tian Shu? Although Lu Zhou could not practice all the techniques from his memories, the experiences and knowledge remained intact. The cultivation approach of this scripture was indeed a novel revelation. In the scorching sun of Diyan, cultivators commenced with body tempering, advancing to the tempering stage, refining muscles and skin. After 9 levels, they could break through to the profound realm, entering the condensing awareness phase through the 5 senses. Breaking through the 3 stages of condensing awareness leads to the Brahmasi realm, and only those who open the 8 meridians can step into the divine court realm. From the divine court realm onward, one becomes a true grand cultivator. There are 3 tiers of grand cultivators: divine court realm, primordial spirit tribulation realm, and Xian Tian sacred realm. Throughout history, those who have genuinely entered the Xian Tian sacred realm are but figments of legend, never to be witnessed. It is said that only upon reaching the Xian Tian sacred realm can one transcend the limitations of lifespan and attain eternal life alongside the cosmos. Jitian Dao was but a step away from passing away abruptly in the pavilion. Alas, what a pity. Reflecting on this mode of transmigration, it seemed rather appealing. He opened the task panel. Current main quest: educate the villains. Side quest 1. Educate the 8th disciple, Zhu Honggong. Side quest 2. Investigate Zhou Ji Feng. Executor, Duan Mu Sheng. Thus, educating villains and issuing tasks became vital avenues for accruing merit points. Lu Zhou murmured to himself, pondering how to acquire more merit points. Aside from that, slaying villains was another option. However, one could hardly expect adversaries to present themselves for slaughter. Fortunately, Lu Zhou could obtain merit points from the tasks completed by his disciples. If he were to undertake them personally, it would be quite dire. Suddenly, Lu Zhou recalled his disciples. The 8th disciple, Zhu Honggong, was rather dim-witted, and logically, he should be the easiest to educate. Why then? Had his loyalty not yet manifested? Lu Zhou felt perplexed. Based on the intelligence returned from Ming Shiyin, It appeared that the seventh disciple was inciting Zhu Honggong from behind the scenes. The seventh disciple was cunning, to establish oneself in the cultivation world. A good relationship with the first and second disciples was essential. Merely educating one disciple was far from sufficient. Enhancing his own strength was the key to intimidating both villains and righteous cultivators. Yet, his current cultivation level was still too low. It was undeniably a challenging predicament. Lu Zhou shook his head. Jinting Mountain was still a lofty goal. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to delve into the Tian Shu before proceeding. Days passed, and Lu Zhou secluded himself in the Mo Tian Pavilion to comprehend the Tian Shu. Zhou Yuan'er stood guard outside, awaiting her master's emergence. Meanwhile, within the Yin Palace, amidst a beautiful veil resembling snow, the palace master, Yi Tian Exine, reclined on a cool mat, gently waving a feather fan. Her graceful figure, fair skin, and youthful visage made it hard to imagine that this palace master was none other than the sixth disciple of the current great demon. Ranked ninth on the blacklist. She slightly opened her eyes, gazing at the figure beyond the veil, and remarked with a smile, "Senior sister. You should have left Jinting Mountain long ago. There's no need to wait until now." Standing outside was none other than the 20th ranked on the blacklist. The great demon's fifth disciple, Zhao Yu. "Alas, junior sister, I do not possess your fortune. I had hoped to gain something from that old man. Yet he remains utterly unyielding. Ever since you departed, he has shown no trust in us," Zhao Yu lamented. "I had advised you so, senior sister. Though you entered the sect before me, there are some matters you fail to perceive clearly," Yi Tian Xian replied with a smile. "That old man must have countless treasures hidden away. It is a pity that all these treasures will be buried with him." Her laughter was clear and bright as she continued, "I can offer you an idea." "Oh, what idea?" "The old man has always doted on junior sister. You could test his limits using her. The third and fourth disciples harbor dissent. The old man surely does not trust them completely. Only junior sister can remain by his side to protect him. Though the old man possesses secret medicines and trump cards, these cannot compare to living beings." Upon hearing this suggestion, Zhao Yu felt a jolt of surprise. To be frank, even with tenfold courage, she would not dare threaten her master with junior sister. If she truly incited his wrath, resorting to his trump cards as he did with Luo Chong Feng, it would spell disaster. "Senior sister, are you afraid?" "No." Zhao Yu denied. "No, you are afraid, senior sister. Just think about how that old man has treated us in the past. You must be ruthless and harbor no softness." Zhao Yu asserted. "I understand what you're saying, but the problem is that even the eldest senior brother wouldn't dare do so. If I were to proceed, wouldn't he that be courting death?" "Senior sister, you have stayed on the mountain for too long. You've grown dull," Yi Tian Xian remarked, stepping off the bed. Her stern countenance combined with her charming features presented a striking allure. "Who says you must act personally?" "Zhao Yu. Open your eyes and watch as the sixth junior sister steps out from the veil." Chapter 23. The Extraordinary Power of the Tian Shu Senior Sister. "You are still frightened." Yi Tian Xian's lips parted with a smile. "Look at the eldest senior brother, the second senior brother, and myself. Haven't we all lived well thus far? I admit that the old man has trump cards, but he is cautious and reluctant to use them lightly. Otherwise, would he have spared us? This precisely proves that his trump cards are limited. Furthermore, his age is advancing, and his energy reservoir will inevitably dwindle. At that point, he will surely feel resentment and exhaust all his means. Remaining at his side may be the most perilous." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu's heart stirred, and she responded, "You make a valid point. Thus, the urgent task is to employ some means to extract his trump cards. Even if he realizes it is our doing, we can simply avoid him. If we cannot defeat him, can we not outlast him?" Yi Tian Xian smiled brightly. It must be said that Yi Tianxin's ascension to her current position is attributable not only to her cultivation, but also to her cunning wisdom. It is no wonder that even Lao Qi praised the cleverness of Lu Shimi when they were on the mountain. Although Zhao Yu is a senior sister, her cultivation pales in comparison, especially considering Yi Tianxin possesses the Tianjia treasure, the Duoqing ring. Thus, in terms of strength, Zhao Yu falls short of Lu Shimi Yi Tianxin. "Sister, during this time, please take residence in the Yinhua Palace. Should you reach a decision, I shall lend my full support," Yi Tianxin offered. "Very well, thank you, junior sister," Zhao Yu replied. On the third and fourth days, Lu Zhou remained sequestered, engrossed in deciphering the Renwan Tian Shu, nearly losing his mind in the process. The content of the book was shrouded in obscurity, with only the summary on the cover page being somewhat comprehensible. Everything else was a haze, eluding understanding. Over the span of 4 days, Lu Zhou felt that this difficulty was 100-fold more agonizing than the reading comprehension section of the Gaokao exam. He understood that the myriad beings of the 3,000 great thousand worlds share no fundamental differences, as if they were but one world. With his unobstructed and pure celestial eye, he could perceive the countless beings across all realms, witnessing their births and deaths, their virtuous and malevolent paths, their blessings and sins, all laid bare before him. Upon reaching this point, Zhou furrowed his brow and mused. This bears some resemblance to Taoism among the various schools of thought on earth. Is that so? In his previous life, Zhou had no in-depth study of these matters. He was merely aware of their existence. Even if he had studied them, comprehension would not have been guaranteed. Many concepts were overly esoteric, bordering on philosophical gibberish, seemingly applicable anywhere, yet devoid of substance. Was this the extraordinary power of the heavenly scripture? Zhou found himself utterly perplexed. Many concepts were profoundly ambiguous and vague. Principles that were universally applicable, yet elusive to grasp. Master, you have been in seclusion for 4 days. Fourth senior brother sought an audience yesterday, but I did not dare to disturb you and allowed him to leave, he was informed. Upon hearing this, Zhou closed the interface of the heavenly scripture. Time had flown. What had seemed a tedious process of reading had swiftly consumed 4 days. Did Lao Si mention anything? He inquired. Nothing. It seems he has encountered a bottleneck with the final layer of the Qingmu heart method, came the response. He rose slowly, brushing his gray and white hair. His complexion appeared slightly more vibrant than before. The moment he stepped out of the inner hall, Zhou Yuan'er's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Zhou. Master? Zhou maintained a calm demeanor, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. He had merely regained a youthful appearance. And while the change in his visage was apparent, his innate aura and the formidable presence of the old demon still remained. Master, you look younger, exclaimed Zhou Yuan'er, her words dripping with flattery. Zhou replied coolly. My seclusion was not solely for the purpose of enhancing my cultivation, but also to alleviate the burdens placed upon my old frame. You have worked hard these days. Hee. This is what I ought to do. Master, may you enjoy boundless longevity and surely break through the Yuan Shun tribulation to become the first practitioner of the Xiantian sacred realm in the Great Yin. Zhou chuckled softly before asking, has Lao Sin sent any word these past few days? The tasks he had assigned had yielded no notifications. Given Duanmu Sheng's cultivation, investigating Zhou Jifeng should have posed no challenge. Yet, days had passed without any updates from the system. Duanmu Sheng should have sent a report by now. Why was there complete silence? There has been no response from senior brother, came the reply. Strange. Zhou stroked his beard and strolled out of the Motian pavilion. The weather was clear, and the sun shone brightly. Do you think third senior brother is in the same predicament as Zhou Yuan'er expressed her concern. Impossible. Zhou interjected. He was aware that Duanmu Sheng's loyalty exceeded 70. It was not as low as Zhao Yu's. When betrayal occurred, the system would issue a notification. The absence of any alert indicated that Duanmu Sheng had not defected. What could the reason be? Zhou pondered quietly. Master, I also believe third senior brother would not betray us. He is usually quite honest, not the type to act treacherously, Zhou Yuan'er added. Zhou remained silent. One may know a person's face, but not their heart. He felt uneasy with loyalty ratings below 80. Hadn't Zhao Yu reached 60 before her defection? In this world, human hearts were inscrutable, necessitating caution. At that moment, Zhou Yuan'er pointed to a figure soaring through the sky and exclaimed, It is fourth senior brother. In the sky, Ming Shirin was gliding gracefully, his speed akin to that of lightning. Zhou would not have found this remarkable had he been at his peak. However, his current cultivation was far from the divine realm. He had grasped the final layer of the Qingmu heart method to a considerable extent. It must be said that the talents of these rogues were indeed enviable. As Ming Shirin descended, he caught sight of Zhou, whose aura was dramatically altered, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Is this master? While the change in appearance merely astonished Ming Shirin, the aura emanating from Zhou sent chills down his spine. Coupled with the seeds of fear sown in his heart, Ming Shirin felt a shiver run down his back and hastily landed. Kneeling on one knee, he clasped his hands and said, Welcome back, master. Rise, Zhou commanded. Yes, master, Ming Shirin complied. You have grasped the final layer of the Qingmu heart method to a considerable extent. Your cultivation leans towards the wood attribute, brimming with vitality. Utilize this advantage wisely and do not squander it. Thank you for your guidance, master. I will keep it in mind, Ming Shirin replied, his loyalty now at 2. Though he maintained a composed exterior, his heart was in turmoil. It had been many years since master had offered guidance to his disciples following Lu Shimi's departure from Jintingshan. Even his most cherished 9th junior sister, Zhou Yuan'er, had only received a basic technique and little conversation. To think that in a time of estrangement, Master would still be so magnanimous in imparting wisdom to him left Ming Shirin astonished. Master, while practicing the Qingmu heart method, I soared through the skies near Anyang and heard some news, he reported. It seems that the CI clan, which is related to Junior's sister, has once again fallen victim to kidnapping. What? Zhou Yuan'er exclaimed, her brows knitting in anger. I am willing to investigate, and will ensure we unmask the masterminds behind this and eradicate the threat, Ming Shirin declared with a fierce expression. Chapter 24. Sitting with Master in the base. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan'er dropped to her knees, saying, Master, allow me to handle this matter. After all, they are my kin. Her urgency was understandable. However, Zhou did not immediately acquiesce. In addressing this issue, Ming Shirin certainly possessed more experience and slightly higher cultivation. Entrusting the task to him seemed more prudent. At that moment, a homing pigeon arrived. Yuan'er, Zhou Yuan'er understood, and, light as a swallow, swiftly seized the pigeon. Master. It is a message from third senior brother, she read aloud. Master, I recently went to investigate the Tianjin sect. The position of sect leader is currently vacant, and Zhou Jifeng has left the Tianjin sect. After tracking him down, I learned that he has now joined the Zhenghi sect, where Zhang Yuanshan has taken him on as one of the 4 elders. Given Zhang Yuanshan's profound cultivation, I did not delve deeply into the Zhenghi sect. But from various inquiries, I learned that he has publicly insulted you multiple times, establishing an antagonistic stance against Jintingshan within the cultivation community. As she read this, Zhou Yuan'er glanced at Zhou, who remained unperturbed. He was not surprised by this revelation. There are many who harbor animosity toward me in this world. He is but a minor player, Zhou thought. He regarded the matter with indifference. The crisis posed by the 10 formidable masters had already been resolved, and one Zhenghi sect was hardly worth his concern. While investigating the Zhenghi sect, I engaged in a fierce battle with the second elder Fang Tuchuo, clashing for hundreds of rounds, ultimately emerging victorious. Regrettably, I failed to eliminate Fang Tuchuo, that cunning scoundrel, Zhou Yuan'er continued, her brow furrowing. Once I am prepared, I plan to stealthily infiltrate the Zhenghi sect and assassinate Zhang Yuanshan to alleviate Master's grievances. Upon finishing her report, Zhou Yuan'er bowed towards Zhou and said, Master, Fang Tuchuo is indeed a formidable being of the Shun Ting realm, and it is likely that third senior brother has sustained injuries. Ming Shirin expressed his surprise, remarking, Third senior brother is truly risking himself. Fang Tuchuo, apart from Zhang Yuanshan, is the most powerful figure of Zhenghi Dao, standing at the pinnacle of the Shunting realm, just a step away from entering the Yuan Xinjie realm. When the 10 greatest masters besieged Ji Tiandao, Fang Tuchuo led hundreds of practitioners to assault Ji Tiandao's disciples. The third disciple, Duan Mushing, has always harbored a deep-seated hatred for this individual. However, attempting to assassinate Zhang Yuanshan seems rather overzealous. Zhou stroked his beard and remarked, though the third appears honest, he possesses a bold and meticulous nature, with quite a bit of cunning. The leader of Zhenghi Dao, Zhang Yuanshan, crossed into the Yuan Xinjie realm over a century ago. Your third senior brother, despite being in the Shunting realm, is separated by a significant gap, akin to an insurmountable chasm. His attempt at assassination would be tantamount to seeking death. Why would he say such a thing? Zhou Yuan'er inquired. Ming Shirin replied, Zhao Yue's betrayal of the sect precedes this. Third senior brother is merely demonstrating his loyalty. Master, you are right. I am far more honest than he. Zhou Yuan'er responded. Her understanding still somewhat superficial. It was evident that her perception of Zhou remained anchored to Ji Tiandao's image. Had Ji Tiandao still been present, it would undoubtedly have led Duan Mushing into perilous waters, making a covert exploration of Zhenghi Dao. However, even if he were to venture forth, Duan Mushing would inevitably prioritize his own safety, feigning injury. This would only exacerbate the rift between master and disciple, creating a vicious cycle. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou said, Fourth, my original intention was to chastise you for repairing the barrier of Jintingshan. The barrier's formation can repel experts of the Yuan Xinjie realm. But given Third's current predicament, you should assist him. Once this matter concludes, focus on your cultivation on the mountain. I shall bestow a heavenly treasure upon you. Should the barrier of Jintingshan remain unrepaired, the first and second disciples will likely incite the righteous sects to once again assault Jintingshan. At that time, merely the presence of these righteous experts would be enough to trouble me. Ming Shirin was overjoyed, immediately kneeling and proclaiming, I shall obey, Master. One heavenly treasure is worth more than years of cultivation. He would willingly remain on the mountain for 3, 5, or even 10 years without hesitation. Many practitioners spend their entire lives without ever obtaining a heavenly treasure. The first disciple, Yu Zhenghai, wields the jade blade, which has severed the heads of thousands of practitioners, earning him a fearsome reputation. Without a heavenly treasure, practitioners of the same rank can only be at the mercy of others. It is said that those equipped with heavenly treasures are akin to a grandfather teaching a grandchild. The disparity is indeed vast. For years, Master has been exceedingly cautious regarding heavenly treasures, and who would have thought he would loosen his grip and offer one at such a critical moment? How could he not feel exhilarated? Master, what about the matter concerning my little junior sister's family? Ming Shirin asked. This matter is not straightforward. I shall discuss it with Zhou Yuan'er before making a decision. Understood. I will support third senior brother immediately and return to Jiningshan to repair the barrier after completing the task. Go, Lu Zhou instructed. Ming Shirin turned to leave, and simultaneously, a task appeared on the task panel. Zhou Yuan'er curiously remarked, Isn't Master just a Zhou Jifeng? You seem to hold him in high regard. This child attempted to assassinate me. The reason I spared his life is to allow him to see the true face of Tian Jianmen. Should he grow stronger, he would become a significant asset against them. Even if he does not affiliate with Jintingshan, he will inevitably come into conflict with Tian Jianmen. Master, you merely wish to ascertain whether he is alive. Zhou Yuan'er smiled. Master, you used to resolve matters directly with a single stroke of the sword. Now you seem to be using your intellect, correct? Zhou Yuan'er stuck out her tongue, hesitant to speak further. Lu Zhou chuckled softly and replied, You need not worry. My dear, this approach serves a dual purpose. One is to discipline the wicked while winning their hearts, and the other is to preserve the strength of Jintingshan. Though the wicked are indeed vile, their absence would significantly weaken Jiningshan's power. Without their weapons, they would be like a toothless tiger. It is premature to confront the 10 prestigious sections. Master, what about the matter with the CI family? Shall I handle it? Lu Zhou replied coolly. This matter is not as simple as it appears. I did not send your fourth senior brother because I feared his handling would be too crude. The outcome of the previous incident illustrates this clearly. Ming Shirin's approach closely mirrored Ji Tiandao's. He directly executed the bandits and concluded the matter without investigating the mastermind behind it. Master, Yuan'er beseeches you to devise a solution. Zhou Yuan'er knelt. After all, apart from her, no one else was available at Jintingshan. In that case, I shall personally visit Anyang. Master, you are going in person? Zhou Yuan'er exclaimed in shock. Master had not left Jintingshan for a very long time. Although no one spoke of it, they all vaguely guessed it was due to his health. To think he would take action because of the CI family, this matter must remain confidential. Additionally, leave a letter for your senior brother, ensuring utmost secrecy. Should there be further developments, I shall dispatch messages accordingly. I shall obey. Lu Zhou's decision not only allows him to command his disciples from a distance, but also ensures his own safety, achieving a perfect balance. With a slight adjustment to his appearance, no one would recognize him as the infamous figure from Jintingshan. Furthermore, having Zhou Yuan'er accompany him provides a much safer option than remaining at Jintingshan. Baizhe, a celestial light illuminated the sky. A magnificent steed circled briefly in the air before gracefully descending. Master has changed his mount. Zhou Yuan'er exclaimed. Lu Zhou replied calmly, Come aboard. I dare not ride on Master's steed. It matters not. Simply sit in front of me. We shall reach Anyang within the hour, Lu Zhou stated. Chapter 25. Old brat, I find you quite agreeable. The speed of a Shinting realm practitioner traversing the skies is indeed swift. Yet it pales in comparison to that of a dedicated flying mount. Moreover, practitioners expend energy while flying, and to surpass a flying mount, one would need to employ grand techniques, like Qianli Zhui. However, such methods consume even more energy, not to mention the daily travel requirements. Zhou Yuan'er nervously mounted Baizhe. The soft feathers and seemingly luminescent horns left her in awe. The mount was tamed from a fierce beast. Ordinary fierce beasts are typically slow and better suited for hauling cargo, while stronger beasts are usually found among the affluent. Ancient texts recount the existence of gigantic beasts that devoured humans during the Great Yin, with some claiming the presence of beast kings over 100 feet long. Though their authenticity remains uncertain, most practitioners struggle even to tame mounts like Baizhe, let alone ride them. A mount like Baizhe cannot be acquired if one is not born with it. If not obtained at birth, it is unlikely to ever be possessed. Of course, this is merely a jest regarding the difficulty of taming fierce beasts and acquiring mounts. Steady yourself. Lu Zhou raised his right arm, cradling Zhou Yuan'er protectively. Baizhe let out a cry that resonated throughout Jintingshan, scattering the birds and beasts. Baizhe soared upon the clouds towards Anyang. An hour later, Lu Zhou guided by Zhou to a gentle landing above a wooded area on the outskirts of Anyang. Zhou Yuan'er was left in awe, and upon landing, she remained speechless for quite some time. We have arrived at Anyang, Lu Zhou said, gazing towards the city. He leaped down from Bai Zhe. His body was now able to move with relative ease. Noticing Zhou Yuan'er still in a daze, Lu Zhou called out, Yuan'er. Zhou Yuan'er snapped back to reality, saying, Master, I did not mean to be so distracted. It is just that Bai Zhe is so stunning. Stunning? It seems women indeed perceive beauty from a similar perspective. Indeed, I have never encountered such a magnificent steed before. Anyang is within reach. To avoid drawing attention, I shall first retract the mount. Additionally, your attire and aura are rather distinctive and should be altered slightly. In the realm of cultivation, Zhou Yuan'er, though not as renowned as her senior brothers and sisters, is certainly a notable figure. With the intention of investigating matters concerning the Si family, it is imperative to conceal their identities. The disciple understands this well. Imitating her master, Zhou Yuan'er suppresses her aura. The two proceed on foot, and, upon reaching a farmer's house in the outskirts, change into ordinary attire. After their transformation, they appear more like a grandfather and granddaughter heading into the city. Master, you look even more like a farmer now, Zhou Yuan'er chuckles, covering her mouth. No matter, Lu Zhou waves his hand, stating, from now on, we shall refer to each other as grandfather and granddaughter. The disciple comprehends. Grandfather? Suddenly calling him grandfather, Zhou Yuan'er feels a bit awkward. However, it isn't long before her mischievous nature resurfaces, and she soon adapts, calling out grandfather with ease. Lu Zhou initially finds it somewhat perplexing, considering he is only in his late 20s in his previous life. Being addressed in such a manner feels rather embarrassing. Yet, as he becomes accustomed to it, the awkwardness fades. Fortunately, with the system at his disposal, he can reverse his aging. Otherwise, traversing realms would feel rather pointless. Upon entering Anyang City, Lu Zhou and Zhou Yuan'er survey their surroundings. The streets of Anyang City are bustling with activity, filled with street performers, storytellers, and vendors, offering a vivid tapestry of life. I never imagined Anyang City to be so lively, Lu Zhou exclaims in admiration. Grandfather, it's so fun. Zhou Yuan'er bounces left and right, casually snatching a skewer of candied hawthorn. Hey, little girl. The vendor who sells candied hawthorn rushes over. You can't just take my goods. Zhou Yuan'er reveals her tiger teeth and threatens, scram. It's a blessing for you that I'm eating your food. Call out again, and I'll tear your mouth apart. The vendor is indeed taken aback. He has never encountered such a fierce little girl before. Yuan'er. Grandfather? Zhou Yuan'er immediately becomes docile, transforming into a well-behaved child. Pay up, grandfather, he asks so fierce. I didn't mean to upset him, she pouts, as if feeling wronged. Lu Zhou shakes his head, realizing that these ruffians are likely accustomed to thievery, lacking even the most basic principles of conduct. Thankfully, after descending the mountain, these issues have surfaced. They shall take their time to teach her. If everyone behaved like you, who would sell candied hawthorn? Oh, Zhou Yuan'er reluctantly pays the vendor. Ding, taught Zhou Yuan'er. Gained 100 merit points. The two continue along the street. Ahead, a lively crowd has gathered around a group of young men. Lu Zhou gestures toward them, saying, let us go take a look. I'm on my way. Zhou Yuan'er, who adores excitement, skips over. However, the crowd is too dense for her to squeeze in normally. In a fit of annoyance, Zhou Yuan'er stomps her foot. Crack. A depression forms in the ground beneath her. Get out of the way. The burly men on both sides step back in fear upon witnessing her display of strength. A chi-refining expert, at least at the 5th level. They are astounded that such a little girl possesses such power. The crowd automatically parts to create a path. Lu Zhou observes and lightly shakes his head, noting that her temper has become considerably more volatile than when they were on the mountain. No wonder these ruffians are always longing to leave Jintingshan for missions. Is the outside world really that much more comfortable and free? As the crowd disperses, the scene before them becomes clearer. A table is set up in front, where 3 individuals sit, each adorned with large sabers at their waists. The man in the center, sporting a slight beard, glances at Zhou Yuan'er and nods approvingly, saying, not bad, little girl. Are you interested in joining our sect? What? Zhou Yuan'er is baffled. Your foundation is quite solid. That kick just now displayed the prowess of a 5th-level chi-refining practitioner. Let us register your name, and from today on, you shall be a member of our Qinglong Societies and Yang branch. When did I ever say I wanted to join some pompous Qinglong society? Zhou Yuan'er retorts, feeling utterly perplexed. Hey, little girl, you have some nerve to insult the Qinglong society, the young man responds. As Zhou Yuan'er boldly strides over and places her foot directly on the table, causing it to collapse with a crack. What is the Qinglong Society, anyway? Speak up quickly. My grandfather is waiting. Where did this wild girl come from? Trying to cause trouble, are you? Just as they prepare to act, Lu Zhou intervenes, saying, stop. His voice, though not particularly deep, carries a hint of vitality that resonates in their ears. Interesting, old man. Are you at the 7th or 8th level of qi refining? The young man observes curiously. Lu Zhou ignores him and instructs, Yuan'er, we can have the Anyang Qinglong Society assist us in investigating the CI family. Xiao Yuan'er's eyes brighten as she responds, I understand, grandfather. She turns around, her smile transforming into a fierce expression, and commands, you all, come here. Hey, this wild girl probably doesn't realize that the Qinglong Society has the support of the Yuming sect, does she? What? Yuming sect? Xiao Yuan'er freezes. Glancing back at her master, the leader of the Yuming sect is none other than her eldest senior brother. The thought of her master's disciples seeking to bring their ancestors into the sect fills her with unease, and she steals glances at her master, fearing his wrath. Are you scared? Lu Zhou raises an eyebrow, turning his gaze to the young man and inquiring, are you suggesting that the Qinglong Society has the Yuming sect backing them? Absolutely. The young man replies, old man, you seem decent. Why not join our Qinglong Society as a cook? You'll eat and drink well, and the Qinglong Society will protect you. Chapter 26. Investigating the kidnapping incident. The Yuming sect is currently the largest organization in the cultivation world, with countless followers. All righteous sects tremble at the mention of it, and it is a target of disdain for the righteous path. Yet, to their surprise, the mouse does not fear the street, but rather openly recruits soldiers in broad daylight. Is this your granddaughter? The young man comments, eyeing Xiao Yuan'er. TSK. Her potential far exceeds yours. She is quite lovely as well. However, I can speak to the branch leader and arrange for you both to join the Qinglong Society. The man wears a cunning smile. Lu Zhou remains silent, likely displeased. He has stated that one must not kill indiscriminately, yet he has never said one cannot strike. In a flash, Xiao Yuan'er kicks her long leg, her movement as swift as a shadow, landing a kick squarely on the chest of the man with the sly smile. He is sent flying like a soccer ball, spitting blood into the air. The force of her strike puncturing his chest and shattering 3 vendor stalls before sliding back on the ground for about 10 meters before coming to a stop. One kick leaves him gasping for breath. The surrounding townsfolk are momentarily stunned, then instinctively recoil in fear. Is there still law? Are there still rules? Unfortunately, had she understood the law, she would not be Xiao Yuan'er. Perhaps accustomed to such scenes, not many flee. Some linger in the corners, curiously observing. Old man. Is that what you call him? Xiao Yuan'er sets her foot down, huffing in anger. The other 2 members of the Qinglong Society roar, do you dare to hit someone? Not only do I dare to hit people, but I also dare to kill. Xiao Yuan'er emanates a faint aura of energy. The remaining 2 members of the Qinglong Society widen their eyes in shock. A practitioner of the Tongxian realm? The qi refining stage merely involves physical strength, while Tongxian signifies the opening of the 5 acupoints, allowing the infusion of vital energy and the formation of an aura. Only upon reaching Tongxian can one truly be considered a cultivator, having entered the fold. Thud. Both men kneel down. Please spare us, miss. Please spare us. Xiao Yuan'er shakes her head, saying, Humph, I don't care about you. Just as her little fist begins to rise, Lu Zhou approaches and remarks, Yuan'er, well done. Receiving praise, Xiao Yuan'er beams even brighter. Hee, they called you old man, and I couldn't help but teach them a lesson. Lu Zhou glances at the 2 kneeling on the ground, his peripheral vision catching the crowd around them. In truth, he does not care for the lives of these 2. Rather, such actions draw too much attention. Where is the headquarters of the Qinglong Society's branch? Lu Zhou inquires. It's 3 miles north of the Anyang Valley River. They stammer. As I am new to Anyang, unfamiliar with the area, please inform your branch leader that I shall personally pay a visit tomorrow. Yes, they reply, hastily dragging their injured companion away before fleeing in disgrace. Xiao Yuan'er whispers, Master, you're so thoughtful, asking them about their lair. We can take it down in one fell swoop. Lu Zhou gently tapped her forehead with a smile, chiding her, Nonsense, my dear disciple. I intend to utilize them to investigate matters regarding the CI family. He then asked, Yuan'er, you have been away from home for many years. Do you still remember where your home is? I only remember that there are 2 stone lions at my doorstep. My father loved to practice swordplay, and my mother adored embroidery. She loved me the most, little Yuan'er replied. Ji Tiandao took in disciples in various ways. Some came demanding to be taken in, while others preferred to send their children to the mountains. Lu Zhou recalled that when little Yuan'er was sent to Jiningshan, she was still quite young and unaware of her parents' intentions in sending her away. What parents would willingly send their child into a den of wolves? The Si family was not difficult to locate. As a prominent family with the surname Si, they were few and far between. Anyang City was not large. With a few inquiries, they swiftly confirmed the location. When they arrived outside the Si residence, little Yuan'er was as excited as a rabbit, hopping around atop the heads of the two stone lions. My master is just like these lions. I remember it vividly. You mischievous girl, since you are returning home, do not be so unruly. Come down, Lu Zhou admonished. Oh, it was at this moment that Lu Zhou noticed the mission panel triggering an investigative event. The creaking of the grand door echoed as it slowly opened. A middle-aged man dressed as a steward looked at the two with a puzzled expression. Who are you looking for? My father and mother? Little Yuan'er peered through the door crack, eager to see her parents at once. The steward furrowed his brow and replied, What little girl are you? Your parents are not here. With a swift motion, Yuan'er slapped him, leaving him dazed, her cheeks stinging as she spun around in a full circle. Get lost, don't block my grandfather. Covering his face, the steward trembled. Lu Zhou found the situation both amusing and somewhat appropriate. Overemphasis on politeness could indeed hamper efficiency. Little Yuan'er, like a warm and devoted companion, diligently supported Lu Zhou as they entered the Si residence. Inside, the Si household was eerily empty, devoid of servants or maids, giving it an air of desolation. Even the furniture had been stripped away. Lu Zhou remarked, It seems your fourth senior brother's information is accurate. Fuming, Yuan'er pointed at the steward, demanding, You come here. Where are my parents? The steward was clearly bewildered by her question. As a girl grows, her appearance changes significantly. Little Yuan'er was now unrecognizable compared to her childhood self. Leaving the steward momentarily at a loss, Lu Zhou inquired, What is your name? I am the steward of the Si family, Wang Fugui, he stammered, still covering his face. And what of the family overseer, Xian? Yuan'er only remembered that it was Si and who had come to Jintingshan during her initial kidnapping. They have all been taken away, he stammered. She is Si Yuan'er. Lu Zhou raised his hand to indicate little Yuan'er. Wang Fugui swallowed hard, scrutinizing Yuan'er. After a moment, realization dawned upon him, and he dropped to his knees, banging his head on the ground as he cried, Miss, you have finally returned. I am Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui? Yuan'er scratched her head. Let us discuss this inside. In the main hall of the Si residence, through Wang Fugui's account, they learned that most of the Si family's members had been abducted by a gang known as the Linhu Gang. No one knew their background or who was pulling the strings, and their whereabouts remained elusive. Following 2 consecutive kidnappings, no one dared to continue working for the Si family. The remaining servants had fled with the family's valuables, leaving only Wang Fugui behind. Why not report this to the authorities? Lu Zhou inquired. I did, but the officials could not uncover anything. On the day of the abduction, all the servants, except for a young one who happened to be in the latrine, were taken. He explained. Then why didn't you escape? Yuan'er asked. The Si family has treated me well. I, Wang Fugui, am a person of the Si family in life. And in death, I remain a ghost of the Si family. Lu Zhou smiled. You are indeed loyal. Thankfully, Yuan'er did not go too hard on you. Wang Fugui felt a sting on his cheek and awkwardly replied, It is only natural for my master to strike me. Your return must be kept confidential. I will investigate the matter of the kidnappings, Lu Zhou stated. Although Lu Zhou appeared much younger, he still bore the frail appearance of someone nearing the end of their days. Apart from his commanding aura, he still seemed vulnerable, as if one could easily knock him down with a slap. Wang Fugui only knew that the master had sent the young lady away, but was unaware of her destination or purpose, let alone that her master was the infamous old demon. Leave now. Wang Fugui did not dare question Lu Zhou, despite his elder status. He could tell from Yuan'er's attitude towards him. Thus, he complied and exited. Yuan'er, disciple here. Tomorrow morning, you shall go to the Guha Qinglong Society and have them investigate this so-called Linhu Gang, Lu Zhou commanded. Disciple obeys. Remember, do not reveal your identity. Disciple understands. Having just assigned the task, Lu Zhou heard the system notification sound. Ding, mission to support Duan Mushing completed. Reward 200 merit points. Ming Shirin, having completed the support, should now repair the barrier. Observing the changes in the system interface, Lu Zhou frowned slightly. When he left Jintingshan, the task he assigned was for both of them to repair the barrier, yet the task log showed only Ming Shirin, implying that the third disciple must have been injured. Meanwhile, at Jintingshan, Ming Shirin and Duan Musheng, who lay on the bed, stared blankly at the letter left by little Yuan'er. The master has actually descended the mountain. What could he possibly be thinking? Coughing, Duan Musheng said. Perhaps he was cooped up in the mountains for too long and wanted to clear his mind, not wishing for anyone to know his identity. You make a valid point. Lately, the master has been acting unpredictably. I find it increasingly difficult to discern his thoughts. Ming Shirin sighed. In the past, the master possessed absolute strength and had no need for cunning. All schemes are futile struggles against absolute power. Perhaps. As for repairing the barrier, I shall trouble you alone, my junior brother. My injury will take at least 3 months to heal, Duan Mushing remarked. How optimistic. If you remain bedridden for more than 10 days, I shall resign, Ming Shirin retorted. When the master returns, you will have much to answer for. 10 days is too long. 7 days will suffice. Junior brother, you may leave. I need to heal. It is inconvenient for 2 men to be in one room. Duan Mushing gestured for him to go. With a disdainful spit, Ming Shirin turned and left. That night at Jintingshan, the moon hung high. Ming Shirin looked up at the night sky and murmured, Master, what on earth are you thinking? Suddenly, a message bird appeared, quick as lightning. He darted into the air and easily caught the messenger bird. After reading the message, Ming Shirin's brow furrowed in surprise. How did the master know that the third senior brother was injured? He quickly glanced around, his toes lightly tapping as he unleashed his spiritual energy. His senses extended nearly hundreds of meters around him. Aside from some startled creatures perched in the trees, he detected no other life forms. Feeling increasingly anxious, he sensed as if the master were watching him from nearby. Regardless of whether he was or not, Ming Shirin knelt down and clasped his hands, stating, Master, I did not intend any disrespect. Please rest assured, I will diligently repair the barrier and safeguard Jintingshan. The surroundings fell silent, cloaked in darkness. Ming Shirin stood up, relieved. Do not panic. As long as I follow the master's lead, all will be well. Discipline Ming Shirin. Gain 100 merit points. Ming Shirin's loyalty level, 2. Lu Zhou sat cross-legged in his chamber, engrossed in reading the 3 volumes of the celestial scriptures, particularly the character scroll. He had grown accustomed to the inexplicable system prompts. Regardless of the cause of these changes, they ultimately signified a positive development. Through the acquisition of profound insight and divine abilities, he became aware of events beyond the reach of ordinary discourse, events that lay within the sands of countless kalpas. With the attainment of unobstructed celestial hearing, he grasped all sounds across various realms, able to hear or ignore them at will. His mastery of the Dharma allowed him to expound on boundless teachings, disseminating the essence of the law and showering blessings upon the world, leading many to enlightenment and liberation. Upon reaching this juncture, Lu Zhou shut down the celestial scripture interface. The content of the character scroll, which could be displayed in readable form, was limited to these words, the remainder still inscrutable symbols. He recalled that during his initial reading of the character scroll, only the title page bore text, while the rest was entirely composed of cryptic symbols. Now, 2 additional pages had revealed themselves. Could this be linked to the longevity of my life and my cultivation level? The purpose of studying the celestial scriptures was to enhance one's cultivation. The necessity to elevate his cultivation merely to comprehend the text seemed a reversal of priorities. Was this a deliberate challenge posed to him? Lu Zhou sensed the vitality coursing through his body, since entering the realm of condensed awareness. He had indeed absorbed a considerable amount of energy through his dermic form. However, in the face of a formidable adversary from the divine court, this energy was as inconsequential as that of an ant. As the long night stretched on, reading appeared to be his only solace. The thought of a lottery flickered through his mind, but he promptly shook his head. Such matters were insidious. Perhaps he would reconsider once he accumulated more merit points. The following morning, at Guhi, Qinglong Society, you claim that the individuals who injured you were a mere girl of around 15 or 16 and an elderly man. The leader, Lu Zhengfeng, said with his hands clasped behind his back. The 2 individuals kneeling within the hall bore sorrowful expressions, too intimidated to speak. Lu Zhengfeng paced back and forth, then remarked, What audacity does a novice at the initial stage of the profound realm and a cultivator at the 7th or 8th level of body refinement possess to provoke my Qinglong Society? We do not know, one subordinate replied hastily. We were recruiting disciples on the streets of Anyang when that wild girl suddenly appeared and severely injured Jiang, the steward. Her grandfather even mentioned he would visit personally. Lu Zhengfeng scoffed, his expression betraying both confusion and disdain. He was puzzled by the audacity of a mere novice to issue a challenge, yet disdained the thought that the esteemed Qinglong Society should stoop to such trivialities. However, if they turned a blind eye, how could the Qinglong Society continue to recruit? They had to save face. Today, take 20 brothers and find the one who injured Jiang. Yes, the 2 slowly rose. Just then, a subordinate rushed in, cupping his hands in respect. Leader, a woman is requesting an audience outside. Do not admit her. She says her patience is limited and that you should behave obediently while she can still adhere to her grandfather's instructions. Upon uttering this, the subordinate glanced nervously at the leader. Behave obediently? It sounded like a tone an elder would use with a younger. Bang, bang. Several figures slammed against the doors and windows, cries of distress piercing the air. Lu Zhenghai, already in a foul mood, was taken aback by the commotion. What is happening? Go and investigate. Lu Zhenghai led his brothers out of the inner hall. Above the courtyard, a girl clad in blue, Zhou Yuan'er, stood poised atop the roof. One hand twisting her hair, while the other pointed at the Qinglong Society cultivators below. I already said my patience is limited. It's fortunate I haven't harmed you yet. Yet you dare to keep me waiting outside? Who is this formidable individual? Her cultivation must be at least at the Zhenghai level. What should we do? The leader has arrived. The crowd parted. Lu Zhenghai cast a glance upward at Zhou Yuan'er, his brow furrowed. So it is you who injured Jiang. Oh, so you are the head of this so-called Qinglong Society? Head. Young lady, be aware that there are greater powers beyond the heavens and individuals beyond men. Do not presume that just because you are at the Zhenghai level, you are untouchable. Lu Zhenghai retorted, his anger rising. Having seldom ventured beyond Jintingshan, Zhou Yuan'er was unfamiliar with social niceties. The notion of humility and discretion was lost on her. She was solely focused on fulfilling her master's task. What are you saying? I am asking if you are the leader of these small fry. I am Lu Zhenghai, the leader of the Anyang branch of the Qinglong Society. Does your authority hold any weight? Naturally, it does. Perfect. I have a task for you. The subordinates in the courtyard looked up at Zhou Yuan'er, their expressions tense. Lu Zhenghai, however, was increasingly irritated, pondering the audacity of the girl who dared offend the Qinglong Society. His words had gone unheard. Enough. Capture her. With a wave of his hand, archers loosed arrows toward Zhou Yuan'er. You are quite disobedient. With a light tap of her toes, a whirlpool of energy erupted beneath her, causing the surrounding structures to tremble and collapse into rubble. The rippling force shot outward, sending the subordinates sprawling. She has opened all 8 meridians of the Zhenghai level. Lu Zhenghai's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 28. Disobedience. The Zhenghai level is divided into 8 meridians. Only after opening the Ren and Du meridians can one be considered to have entered the Zhenghai level. And only upon opening all 6 additional meridians can one reach the pinnacle of Zhenghai. With all 8 meridians open, one can harness the energy within to launch an attack. At this point, one is invincible against those below the divine court level. The Anyang branch of the Qinglong Society, no matter how formidable, could not afford to station a cultivator of the divine court level. The overwhelming force descended like a tidal wave, causing nearby structures to crack and tremble. The subordinates were sent flying in unison. Lu Zhenghai, a fellow cultivator of the Zhenghai level, raised his arms to block this terrifying attack. However, the ferocity of the force was too great, pushing him back repeatedly until he collided with a pillar. Bang! The pillar cracked. How strong? Lu Zhenghai fought to suppress the blood rising in his throat, his eyes widening as he watched Zhou Yuan'er gracefully descend. Zhou Yuan'er giggled nonchalantly, her fingers idly twisting a lock of hair. What are you waiting for? I did not expect the young lady to possess the strength of all 8 meridians of the Zhenghai level. Please forgive my lack of discernment. I hope you will show mercy. Zhou Yuan'er bounded over to him, her eyes wide as she regarded him. I have a matter to discuss with you. Please, go ahead. Help me investigate the Linhu gang. The Linhu gang? Lu Zhenghai looked bewildered. He had never even heard of this name. They are the masterminds behind the abduction incident involving the Si family. I grant you 3 days to uncover their whereabouts. Upon hearing the name associated with the Si family, Lu Zhenghai's expression turned grave. The Linhu gang dares to kidnap members of the Si family? The Qinglong Society cannot interfere in such matters. Repeat that? Oh, my lady. I will certainly find the Linhu gang's whereabouts within 3 days. Good. Be obedient. Zhou Yuan'er turned and walked a few steps, glancing at the subordinates sprawled haphazardly on the ground. Was it you who shot an arrow at me? And no, it was just you. In a flash, Zhou Yuan'er appeared beside the man, lightly raising her foot and placing it near his face on the marble floor. Crack! A perfect footprint appeared. The subordinate cried out, trembling in fear. This was no mere girl. She was a little demon. Scaredy cat. Zhou Yuan'er made a face and turned to Lu Zhenghai, grinning. Be obedient, or I will wipe out your entire Qinglong Society. With a flourish of her arms, Zhou Yuan'er leapt into the air, soaring onto the roof, disappearing in an instant. The courtyard of the Qinglong Society's main hall fell into an eerie silence. Lu Zhenghai collapsed onto the ground, wiping the sweat from his brow. In the city of Anyang, when did such a young master emerge? He glanced at the brothers sprawled on the ground, perplexed. If it were another faction seeking trouble, They could have easily resorted to lethal force. Yet, this young lady only injured them and assigned a task, leaving him utterly bewildered. Does the Linhu gang possess such power in Anyang? The more he pondered, the more peculiar it seemed, and the less he could comprehend. Ding, task completed. Mobilize the Qinglong Association's influence. Reward 200 merit points. Lu Zhou finished a cup of tea and wandered into the courtyard to clear his mind. The CI family remained unchanged. When Ji Tiandao first arrived in Anyang, he encountered Xiao Yuan'er and sought to take her as his disciple, only to be met with her parents' opposition. Somehow, they later sent her up the mountain voluntarily. Wang Fugui, what enemies has the CI family made over the years? Lu Zhou inquired nonchalantly. Standing nearby, Wang Fugui bowed respectfully and replied, never made enemies. 5 years ago, was that the case? 5 years ago? Wang Fugui recalled, as if a thought had struck him. Are you referring to the Morong family? Continue. Lu Zhou walked over to a stone platform and sat down slowly. 5 years ago, the Morong family and the CI family were at odds. Both their enterprises spread across the southern regions of Dian, competing fiercely in commerce and accumulating considerable wealth. Eventually, the CI and Morong families became sworn enemies. In Dian, cultivators were not supposed to meddle in worldly affairs, yet some, blinded by greed, sought to harm the lord and lady repeatedly. Was it the Morong family behind this? It was well known that they were, but lacking solid evidence, the officials remained indifferent. Lu Zhou understood. To protect Xiao Yuan'er, the CI family had sent her to the mountain. Could this kidnapping incident also be orchestrated by the Morong family? Lu Zhou remarked. Wang Fugui hesitated before responding. I cannot rashly speculate. A cultivator capable of abducting an entire household must possess strength no less than that of the fourth vein of the Fancy. Does the Morong family have cultivators? On the surface, none are known, but who knows what lies beneath? Lu Zhou nodded. At that moment, Xiao Yuan'er leaped down from the rooftop. Lu Zhou, with a hint of reproach in his voice, said, why climb the rooftop when there is a front door? Grandpa, using the front door requires knocking and waiting for it to be opened. Climbing the roof is much more convenient. You must not do this again. Oh, Xiao Yuan'er replied somewhat unhappily. How did the task go? Lu Zhou inquired. They were very compliant, claiming they would surely uncover the Linhu gang's whereabouts. Xiao Yuan'er exclaimed excitedly. Oh, you did not harm them? I didn't. The leader was particularly friendly. He said, Auntie, I will certainly find the Linhu gang's location within 3 days. Grandpa, don't look at me like that. I swear I am telling the truth. Those were his exact words, Xiao Yuan'er murmured. Lu Zhou knew she had indeed harmed someone. He did not intend to reprimand her. He merely wished to see if she would speak the truth. Patience is key. Rome wasn't built in a day. 3 days swiftly passed. Lu Zhou sat quietly in the courtyard, awaiting the investigation results from the Qinglong Association. Wang Fugui, having poured tea, cautiously asked, Sir, the young lady is going to the Qinglong Association alone. I worry for her safety. Lu Zhou cast a glance at him and replied, If I were you, I would be more concerned about the safety of the Qinglong Association's members. Wang Fugui appeared bewildered. He was not a cultivator. Although he understood that cultivators varied in rank and capability, he could not discern who was stronger. In recent days, I have also heard some rumors. The Qinglong Association's members are searching for information on the Linhu gang, causing quite a stir in the city, Wang Fugui reported. Lu Zhou smiled without speaking. Wang Fugui's concern was understandable, as the Qinglong Association was backed by the Yuming sect, whose leader was the notorious expert Yu Zhenghai, ranked second on the blacklist. That name alone was enough to instill fear. However, Ding, killed an evildoer, 10 merit points. Ding, killed an evildoer, 10 merit points. Ding, killed an evildoer, 10 merit points. Chapter 29, Mastery and Mastery Beyond Mastery. Lu Zhou sighed softly. Xiao Yuan'er's temper remained difficult to contain. After about half an hour, the notifications ceased. Lu Zhou glanced at the system panel. Name, Lu Zhou. Race, human. Cultivation, Ningxi realm. Refining qi to transform spirit. Merit points, 1254. Dharma body, 3 flowers gathered at the crown. Remaining lifespan, 4,505 days. Items, Ji Tiandao Peak State Card X2, Fatal Block X3, Passive, by Zhou. Merit points had accumulated over 1,000. Coupled with previous rewards from disciplining his disciple and completing tasks, Xiao Yuan'er must have eliminated at least 50 evildoers. Lu Zhou did not expect her to handle matters perfectly upon entering the world, considering her youth and lack of discretion. Nonetheless, he learned from Wang Fugui that the Qinglong Association frequently engaged in wrongdoing, preying upon the local populace, leaving them suffering in silence. Backed by the Yuming sect, the officials dared not intervene, and this had become a significant menace in Anyang. Killing them was no great loss, nor was their sympathy warranted. Fuguwei, go inquire at the Murong family to see if there have been any recent developments. I shall do so at once. Wait, do you have any other instructions, sir? Hold this token, none shall obstruct you. Understood. Although Ji Tiandao's system-provided items had vanished, the treasures he had plundered from his days of dominance remained. And this royal token was among them. The others, which were inconvenient to carry, were mostly left in the Matian pavilion. In the afternoon, while Lu Zhou meditated, Zhou Yuan'er leaped down from the rooftop again, arriving before Lu Zhou with a playful grin. Master. Lu Zhou frowned, saying kneel. Plop. Zhou Yuan'er immediately knelt. Her previous smile vanishing completely. She said, Disciple knows her mistake. I should not have killed. I am not blaming you for that. Huh. I have said before. This is your home. You must use the front door. Did you take my words lightly? Master, I know I was wrong. In my haste to return, I forgot my promise not to repeat my mistake. Zhou Yuan'er lowered her head, repeatedly assuring him. Each time she erred, it was the same story, she never learned. Lu Zhou pointed to the nearby stone platform. Lie down. Huh. Your nature is inherently genuine, which is commendable, but one must possess some semblance of rules. Your parents are absent, so I must teach you properly. Zhou Yuan'er obediently approached the stone platform and lay down. Lu Zhou understood that he must not show leniency. He raised his hand and summoned a gentle gust of wind to strike her backside. Whack. Hee, that doesn't hurt. Little girl, trying to be clever? Lu Zhou said, somewhat angrily, dispel your protective chi. Master, spare me. I shall never do it again, Zhou Yuan'er begged. Dispel it. With the protective chi vanished, Zhou Yuan'er became an entirely ordinary child. Freedom of spirit is not wrong, but there must be some rules. While it may be acceptable on the mountain, being so conspicuous in Anyang could attract unwanted attention and spread rumors among other evildoers. Appropriate discipline is necessary to instill some wisdom in her. Whack. Master, that hurts. This time, it was a solid hit. Though he was merely in the Ningxi realm, the force he exerted was more than sufficient to impact an ordinary person. Whack. Whack. 3 consecutive strikes. Lu Zhou was genuinely angry. In his memory, Ji Tiandao had never struck Zhou Yuan'er, the eldest to the 8th child. Each had received beatings from Ji Tiandao, often leaving them bruised and battered. Each time, Ji Tiandao managed to save them with medicine, torturing them from childhood to adulthood. After receiving the slaps, Zhou Yuan'er felt deeply aggrieved, nearly on the verge of tears. In front of others, she was a formidable little demon, yet before Lu Zhou, she was merely a child yet to grow up. She has been without her parents since childhood, and the affection from her seniors is limited, unable to replace the love of her parents. The only person she can rely on is her master, whom she holds in the highest esteem. Can she not feel aggrieved? She feels utterly wronged. Rise, Lu Zhou commanded, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. A true master shows care. You must forget all the grand principles I taught you before and remember this moving forward, he said. Understood, Zhou Yuan murmured, pouting her lips. The system chimed. Strictly disciplining the 9th disciple Zhou Yuan, rewarded with 300 merit points. Lu Zhou also paid attention to her loyalty fluctuations. When he reprimanded Zhou Yuan, her loyalty did not diminish. This indicates that as long as it remains above 80, basic actions that do not fundamentally disappoint a disciple will not harm their loyalty. Zhou Yuan is easy to educate. The other 8 are more troublesome. The road of discipline is long and arduous. Despite feeling wronged, after getting up, Zhou Yuan continued to mutter. The Qinglong Association claims that there is no Linhu gang. They are merely a group of practitioners disguising themselves. Disguising on purpose? Yes. They lied and even sought help from Zhou to kill me. I couldn't bear it, so I fought back. Fought? You mean killed? Zhou Yuan quickly corrected. They also enlisted powerful experts. If I hadn't resisted, I might never see you again. Enough. Who would dare bully you without a Shinting realm expert? Lu Zhou gently chided. Zhou Yuan fell silent. Lu Zhou calculated the time. Wang Fuguwei should have returned by now, but his presence was absent. After a moment of thought, he said, Wang Fuguwei has yet to return. Let us go look for him. Understood. The two departed from the CI residence, following the street towards the Murong family. At the Yanhua Palace, the 5th disciple Zhao Yu appeared a bit anxious, pacing back and forth. Sister, there is no need for such agitation. It is too late for regrets. We must proceed down this path, Yi Tianxin remarked, stepping out from behind a screen with a smile. Tianxin, you do not understand. A month ago, I would not have worried. That old man has always been hot-tempered and selfish. However, recently his demeanor has changed. How has it changed? Zhao Yu asked. I cannot articulate it clearly, but I sense a certain softness in his methods and a less volatile temperament. she reflected, recalling the events after repelling the top 10 experts. Yi Tianxin giggled, saying, "You truly fear him after enduring so many years of torment. It has only been a short while since you left. And yet you are already so apprehensive." Zhou Yu sighed, recalling years of suffering. "Perhaps I am overthinking. Do you think he would bite if we kidnapped someone from the Si family? With his character, it is unlikely he would take the bait. However, the younger sister is still relatively innocent, having only been away for 5 years. If she learns of this, she will undoubtedly return to Anyang. And then we can capture her. Once that old man leaves Jintingshan, without the protection of the 3rd and 4th senior brothers, I will have countless ways to exhaust his resources." "How will you exhaust his resources?" Zhou Yu questioned. "There are many prestigious sects in this world, and many have suffered due to him. If I spread news of him, how do you think the sects would react? Especially the Tianjin sect, where Luo Changfeng met his end at the hands of that old man. What if they all become fearful?" Zhou Yu had witnessed the scene of the top 10 experts and thousands of practitioners fleeing, a sight difficult to forget. Perhaps only Ji Tiandao can instill such terror in countless practitioners. "I have already informed the top 10 sects about the old man's possession of a secret elixir. The 9 experts are not foolish. Once they grasp the key, they will return sooner or later." Just then, a subordinate entered. "Palace Master, a report from Anyang via flying message states that the Qinglong Association has been destroyed, and the Royal Forbidden Army's token has appeared in Anyang City." Chapter 30. Heed my advice and do not provoke them. The Qinglong Association has been annihilated? Who was responsible? Yi Tianxin's brow furrowed. It is unknown. But judging by the battle traces left at the scene, the assailants were likely practitioners from the Fan Hai 8 veins, replied Zhou Yu. Could it be Xiao Yuan? The junior sister is a Xinting realm expert. With her temperament, it is indeed possible she could wipe out the Qinglong Association, but she would not conceal her abilities. Yi Tianxin analyzed. What if that old guy left Jintingshan with her? Zhou Yu suggested. Yi Tianxin shook her head, continuing, the likelihood is slim, but to be cautious. I will immediately dispatch someone to investigate at the CI residence. Here, a subordinate responded. Take this image and infiltrate Anyang's CI residence. Once you spot these two, report back immediately. Understood. Yi Tianxin waved her hand. The 2 images hanging on the screen flew forth, one depicting the elderly Ji Tiandao, the other a clever and charming Xiao Yuan clad in green. After assigning the task, Yi Tianxin added, as for the Royal Forbidden Army's token, this item can mobilize the Royal Forbidden Army and has always been under the control of the Great Yin Emperor, marked with a unique dragon pattern for all to see. How could it appear in Anyang? Zhou Yu questioned. That is of little importance. Though the Forbidden Army acts on command, it is not easily mobilized. The appearance of the token suggests 2 possibilities. Either someone forged it to create a false impression, or the Emperor is traveling incognito. Given the frequent wars in the Great Yin dynasty in recent years, the Emperor cannot risk himself by traveling south in disguise. That makes sense. A smile crept onto Yi Tianxin's lips as she said, Sister, do not worry. Everything is under my control. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou and Xiao Yuan arrived near the Murong family. Xiao Yuan, your actions are too ostentatious. You are likely attracting attention. From this moment on, whatever I instruct you to do, you shall do it. Understood, Master. Xiao Yuan, if the mastermind behind the kidnapping of the CI family is your seniors, what would you do? Lu Zhou felt that even if this matter was not directly caused by those rogue elements, they were still connected. My seniors treat me so well. How could they possibly bear to kidnap my parents? Xiao Yuan toyed with her hair ends. Lu Zhou shook his head, thinking she remained too naive. Let us enter. Lu Zhou stepped onto the steps of the Murong residence. All right, Master, I will knock, Xiao Yuan declared. Kick it open. What? Xiao Yuan exclaimed. Bang. The door was kicked open. The guards of the Murong family rushed out, seeing the old man and the young girl swaggering into the estate, shouting angrily. How dare you kick down the door of the Murong family? Seize them. Lu Zhou's gaze swept over the crowd. He waved his hand casually. Xiao Yuan, slightly confused, said, Retreat? Fight. This is what I like. After being reprimanded by her master, Xiao Yuan's mood had been sour, and now she had an outlet for her frustration. She leaped into the crowd like a wolf among sheep, striking one person after another with lightning speed. Bang, bang, bang. The guards barely had time to react before they were all sent flying, not even able to put up a fight. In a short while, the chaos was over. Xiao Yuan, thoroughly satisfied, clapped her hands and said, Grandpa, they are so easy to beat. Lu Zhou was speechless. What merit is there in a Xinting realm expert bullying a group of early-stage body refinement guards? Nevertheless, these guards were indeed in a miserable state, all bruised and battered. Unable to move, their cries echoing in the air. This commotion caught the attention of the other members of the Murong family. Soon, the family head, Murong Hai, along with several practitioners, rushed over. Upon seeing the scene before them, he glared and demanded, "Who are you?" Lu Zhou replied calmly, "Is Wang Fuguwei in your residence?" Wang Fuguwei forged the Forbidden Army's token and has been apprehended and handed over to the authorities. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. During his time at Jintingshan, who would have dared to speak to him in such a tone? Xiao Yuan, make him speak respectfully. Xiao Yuan understood. With a playful smile, she cracked her knuckles and said, "You, speak respectfully. Where did this wild girl come from?" Before he could finish, Xiao Yuan vanished from her spot, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages as she charged towards Murong Hai and his companions. The swirling gust of energy struck the crowd. Puff! Everyone down. The formidable beings of the Fanhai Baomai. Murong Hai sat on the ground, his expression grim as he gazed at the small girl, Xiao Yuan'er, before him. The others clutched their chests, rendered immobile. "Oh, you seem to have a strong aversion to Xiao Yuan'er," someone remarked, curious and eager to take advantage. No. Murong Hai waved his hands in surrender, pleading, let him go, Wang Fuguwei is fine. He is unharmed." Before long, Wang Fuguwei was brought forth. Battered and bruised, his hands bound behind him. As the saying goes, one must consider the master when striking a dog. Xiao Yuan'er was not pleased. "Grandfather, it's up to you." With a crunching sound, she clenched her tiny fists, revealing her little tiger teeth. Who struck Wang Fuguwei? Silence enveloped the scene. No one dared to respond. Who would be foolish enough to admit to such a transgression? Moments prior, Xiao Yuan'er had demonstrated immense power, rendering the cultivators of the Murong family no different from ordinary individuals. "It was you," Xiao Yuan'er declared, pointing at Murong Hai. No, it wasn't me." Murong Hai protested, shaking his head. "How could a mere servant like Wang Fuguwei provoke the head of the family? It was indeed you." Xiao Yuan'er swiftly appeared before Murong Hai, her tiny fists charged with energy as they struck. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Zhou turned his head away. After several cries of anguish, when he glanced back at Murong Hai, he was left with a battered visage. "I bear no grudge against you. Why must this be?" Murong Hai lamented. Lu Zhou replied calmly, "Are you aware of the kidnapping incident involving the Si family?" The atmosphere grew quiet. "Do not rush to answer." Lu Zhou added slowly, turning to Xiao Yuan'er. "If I suspect you are lying, Xiao Yuan'er, you are to break his legs." "Understood, grandfather," she responded, excitement radiating from her at the mention of violence. Murong Hai felt increasingly desperate. "What do you think is the appropriate response?" Others instinctively took a half-step back. "I am aware," Murong Hai nodded. "Who orchestrated this?" "I only know that powerful cultivators support them. Although the Murong family has a long-standing feud with the Si family, we could not abduct the entire Si household overnight," he confessed. "Powerful cultivators?" Murong Hai's gaze flickered to Wang Fuguwei, surmising that this elderly gentleman must have connections with the Si family. "Old sir, I advise you not to provoke these individuals." "Do you know them?" Murong Hai shook his head. "Not well. I only know that these cultivators have ties to Jinting Mountain." "Are you familiar with Jinting Mountain?" "Not particularly. Please elaborate." The old man appeared to be a reclusive figure, cut off from the world. Perhaps a cultivator of great renown. Atop Jinting Mountain resides a fearsome old master with 9 disciples, each renowned as formidable figures. The cultivators who abducted the Si family are likely connected to some of these masters. They kill without hesitation, mercilessly. I observe that you, old sir, possess a kind demeanor. Do not provoke them. Chapter 31. The Lin Hu gang, do you dare to flatter? Xiao Yuan'er could not contain her laughter, seeing her master's stern expression. She quickly suppressed her mirth, fearing reprimand. As she turned, unable to stifle her laughter, it erupted, her hands moving from her mouth to her belly. Murong Hai was left feeling awkward and bewildered. Why would one laugh at such a serious topic? Pay her no mind. Continue speaking, Lu Zhou said indifferently. Murong Hai, interrupted by Xiao Yuan'er, found it difficult to maintain his previous tone of despair. His voice returned to normal. The Lin Hu gang is indeed a non-existent faction. They conducted reconnaissance in Anyang 2 days prior, utilizing over 30 individuals for the abduction of the Si family. How do you know this? Lu Zhou inquired. If they are a disguised faction, their objective is to remain undiscovered. Yet, how could the Murong family learn of them so easily? Is that not contradictory? Murong Hai hesitated, revealing an embarrassed expression. To be frank, among the abducted hostages is a member of my Murong family. Shameless. Xiao Yuan'er exclaimed angrily. Lu Zhou raised his hand slightly, saying, well done, your response was satisfactory. Please, old sir, show mercy. I assure you, from now on, we will no longer oppose the Si family, Mu Ronghai bowed deeply. Lu Zhou turned slowly. One final question. Can you track the hostages? Upon hearing this, Mu Ronghai's expression shifted. It indicated that this elderly gentleman truly intended to confront the Lin Hu gang. Yes. Mu Ronghai lowered his head, conceding. The method of tracking through cultivation marks is rarely employed by high-level cultivators. Since the Lin Hu gang purportedly has powerful cultivators backing them, they would not overlook such a rudimentary tactic. In other words, they deliberately leaked this information. The bandits kidnap hostages for profit. What, then, does the Lin Hu gang seek? Let us return, Lu Zhou said, his tone indifferent. Grandfather, I will assist you. Zhou Yuan'er hopped to Lu Zhou's side. After taking a few steps, Lu Zhou halted, pointing at Mu Ronghai and stating, bring him along as well. Do not forget the royal token. Mu Ronghai was left bewildered, contemplating kneeling in supplication, yet Lu Zhou's decisive turn seemed to leave no room for negotiation. Did he dare resist? Was there any power left to resist? He obediently followed Wang Fugui, trailing behind Lu Zhou. Grandfather, the royal token, Zhou Yuan'er exclaimed. Keep it safe. This dragon pattern is truly beautiful, she remarked, playing with it. Lu Zhou smiled heartily. This is the exclusive dragon pattern of the royal token, the sole symbol for distinguishing authenticity. Store it away, do not flaunt it too openly. With a thud, Mu Ronghai collapsed to the ground, his legs giving way. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his hands trembled. Zhou Yuan'er looked back, puzzled. Oh, what is wrong with you? Is that token genuine? Of course, she replied, placing the token close to her chest as she ran towards Lu Zhou. Behind her, Wang Fugui's voice followed. Mu Ronghai, get up. You're sitting in a puddle of foul water. As they progressed partway, Lu Zhou suddenly stopped, saying, Yuan'er, send a flying message to your senior brother, cautioning him to be wary of unidentified cultivators approaching Jinting Mountain. Understood, Zhou Yuan'er nodded. Following her master, she bounced along, glancing around. This certainly was far more entertaining than being on the mountain, leaving her dazzled. Tomorrow morning, take Mu Ronghai with you to rescue your kin. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan'er clasped her hands in gratitude. Thank you, grandfather. At the CI residence, night fell. Lu Zhou, as usual, opened the system interface, checking his remaining merit points. Draw. Ding. This draw consumes 50 merit points, and you have obtained 3 reversal cards. Are reversal cards not worth much? Lu Zhou felt a sense of being cheated by the system. Previously, he had purchased a reversal card for 500 merit points. Now, he had drawn 3 for just 50 points. Was this not a ripoff? Draw. Ding. This draw consumes 50 merit points, and you have acquired a lethal block level 5. Draw. Ding. This draw consumes 50 merit points. Thank you for your patronage, luck value 1. Draw. Ding. This draw consumes 50 merit points. Thank you for your patronage, luck value 1. Lu Zhou shook his head. This is over. It's toxic. The feeling of being governed by thank you for your patronage returned. I must exercise restraint. I shall not draw again. If I fail to obtain even 1 reversal card after 10 attempts, it would be a loss. Use. Lu Zhou utilized the 3 reversal cards. Simultaneously, he checked the system interface. Remaining lifespan, 5,507 days. Had the 3 cards added 1,000 days? Lu Zhou recalled that the first reversal card added 310 days, while the subsequent ones were generally around 300 days. Now, it appeared to be 333 days per card. Intriguing. He felt a significant improvement in his physical capabilities. Though his cultivation level was low, the foundation of his physical body remained intact. Just then, Lu Zhou noticed that his vision seemed sharper than before, with the light streaming in through the window shimmering like waves on the sea. He rubbed his eyes, and everything returned to normal. What was that? Could it be the extraordinary power from the 3 volumes of the Tianshu? If that is the case, how can it serve my purpose? The system has indicated that the cultivation method of the Tianshu Sanjuan is markedly different from previous ones. This implies that prior experiences and insights will become utterly worthless, leaving one to navigate this path through trial and error. Lu Zhou opened the interface of the Tianshu and continued his reading. The following morning, in the small courtyard, Lu Zhou, Mu Ronghai, and Wang Fugui gathered. Grandfather, you look younger again. Such flattery. The girl, lacking in words, resorts to mere compliments. Lu Zhou said with his hands clasped behind his back, Mu Ronghai, lead the way. Mu Ronghai gestured, and subtle energies swirled around his arms before dissipating into the ether. They proceeded northward for about 10 miles. 10 miles. To abduct the Tsi family that far away, these practitioners clearly have no fear of rescue attempts. If this truly involves scoundrels, allowing Yuan'er to approach seems rather unwise. Should we retreat? Grandfather, what are you thinking? Nothing of consequence, let us depart. Understood. Wang Fugue, lacking cultivation, remained behind to guard the Tsi residence. Lu Zhou, along with little Yuan'er and Mu Ronghai, journeyed northward. 10 miles north of Anyang lies Qingyang Shanzhai. This should be the place. Mu Ronghai pointed towards the distant mountains. The three stood at the foot of the mountain, gazing up at Qingyang Shan. This is Qingyang Shanzhai. The mark cannot be mistaken. The practitioners of Lin Hu Bang should be stationed here. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, Yuan'er, go rescue them. Yes. Little Yuan'er flashed a mischievous smile and took deliberate steps toward Qingyang Shan. At such a young age, achieving this level of accomplishment in the Buahai Eight Veins is indeed rare. Mu Ronghai was left astounded. At that moment, numerous practitioners erupted from the forested area of Qingyang Shan. They soared through the air, synchronized as if they had been waiting there for some time. In an instant, dozens of practitioners obstructed their path. We have been waiting for you for quite some time. Chapter 32. It was already said that this is a trap. Upon their entrance, more than a dozen practitioners appeared, looking down with an air of superiority. Mu Ronghai sensed the situation was dire and took a step back. His eyes wide in disbelief, stammering, all of them are powerful practitioners of the Buahai Eight Veins. This was already said to be a trap. And now? Lu Zhou merely nodded in response. Mu Ronghai felt like crying, even at this moment. Lu Zhou simply responded with a noncommittal The Mu Rong family conducted ordinary business, flourishing in the commercial realm, yet in the eyes of practitioners, they were as insignificant as ants. These two worlds were wholly incompatible. All he could feel was fear. He himself was merely at the level of Tong Xuan Wuqiao, a realm that rendered him unworthy of standing in the presence of those from the Buahai realm. Old sir, let's escape, Mu Ronghai suggested. Earlier, upon witnessing little Yuan'er's prowess as a Buahai Eight Veins cultivator, he thought that if she could hold these practitioners at bay, they might have a chance to flee. However, Lu Zhou remained unfazed, seemingly indifferent to Mu Ronghai's words, his focus entirely on the scene unfolding. He must be mad. Surely he has lost his senses. Little Yuan'er, instead of fearing the situation, surveyed her surroundings with great interest, one hand on her hip, counting aloud. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Counting at a time like this? The practitioners furrowed their brows. The leader shouted angrily, We do not kill nameless individuals. State your names. After counting, little Yuan'er cheerfully remarked, 12 practitioners of the Buahai realm. The leader was momentarily taken aback. The girl had disregarded them. One of the practitioners murmured, That elder has stated that whoever it may be, they shall be killed. The leader nodded, looking down upon them, and declared, To take money from someone is to invite disaster upon them. You are young and talented, a pity that you are entangled with the Tsi family. With a wave of his hand, 11 practitioners advanced, surrounding little Yuan'er. By whose orders are you acting? Lu Zhou's weary voice cut through the air. Old man, who are you? The leader's gaze swept over Lu Zhou and Mu Ronghai, one at the condensing intention realm, the other at the Tongshuan realm. He could not help but shake his head. Lu Zhou mirrored the gesture, recognizing that the principles and rules of this world could ultimately only be resolved through strength. Yuan'er. Lu Zhou gestured towards little Yuan'er. She understood and smiled, spreading her arms, her toes barely touching the ground. With a thud, the earth beneath her was dented as she soared into the air. Mu Ronghai was left utterly dumbfounded, showcasing his naivete to the fullest. The 12 practitioners of the Buahai realm were momentarily stunned. This energy. Something is amiss. Kill her. The leader had just issued his command when little Yuan'er's laughter echoed like a bell, resonating throughout Qingyang Shan. Whoosh. Little Yuan'er vanished from her place. The Qingyang cloud step, a profound part of the movement technique bestowed by Ji Tiandao, allowed her to walk upon the air, shifting like shadows, as swift as the wind or lightning. Her figure left a flurry of afterimages, dazzling the eye, making it seem as though she was everywhere at once. Thud, thud. One after another, the practitioners of the Buahai realm were sent crashing down, not merely falling, but being slammed into the earth. Thud. Mu Ronghai was left astonished. Have the practitioners of the Buahai Eight Veins truly become this powerful? Ding. Killed a scoundrel, awarded 10 merit points. Ding. Killed a scoundrel, awarded 10 merit points. In the blink of an eye, little Yuan'er had dispatched 11 of the practitioners to the ground. Those who were buried in the earth, their brains splattered, lay lifeless, blood staining their faces. The remaining practitioner seemed paralyzed with fear, devoid of rational thought. Little Yuan'er's figure appeared before him, as if the corpses below were of no concern to her, and she waved her hand, asking, Do you need my help? And no, I'll go down myself. With a splash, the leader expelled all his energy and fell to the ground. At least this way, he could preserve his life. Upon landing, the stench of blood permeated the air, assaulting his senses. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? He recalled receiving a bounty mission to abduct the Tsi family and eliminate anyone who came to rescue them. Mu Ronghai, regaining his senses, gulped nervously, feeling as though he were in a dream, witnessing this transformation. Lu Zhou approached slowly. Not bad. Hee. Grandfather finally praised me. Little Yuan'er deliberately left one survivor, eliminating the others, which surprised Lu Zhou as well. His gaze fell upon the sole survivor as he calmly inquired, who is the mastermind behind this? The survivor struggled to lift his head, glancing at the elder before him. I don't know. Where are the hostages from the Tsi family? They were taken away. By whom? I don't know. Can you describe this person? And no, I never saw them. This individual was beyond interrogation. Little Yuan'er became irate, thinking, lying, and still being stubborn? Seeking death. Lu Zhou frowned slightly, fixing his gaze on the leader. The leader lay on the ground, too terrified to breathe, fingers clawing at the earth, trembling uncontrollably. Kill him, Lu Zhou said flatly. Can't we question him a bit more? I confess, just don't kill me. Lu Zhou ignored him, turning his back and walking towards Qingyangshan. Little Yuan'er laughed. Why didn't you say that earlier? You're a practitioner of the Bohai realm. And yet you weren't harmed at all. Just a few questions, and you obediently answered. How embarrassing. The entire Tsi family is atop Qingyangshan. The patriarch of the Tsi family was taken away by the employer. I truly do not know the identity of the employer. The leader hastily divulged this critical information. Lu Zhou did not look back, pondering how to locate these cunning scoundrels. With only 2 peak experience cards remaining, he could not afford to pursue them recklessly. Grandfather is truly formidable, little Yuan'er remarked. Startled by a sudden fright, he confessed everything. Lu Zhou shook his head, stating, I did not intimidate him. Grandfather? This is indeed a trap. The mastermind has deliberately left behind information. Even if he remains silent, others will inform. What use is he to us? If he possesses any value, it is merely to contribute some merit points. Engaging in such dealings requires a certain awareness. The leader immediately slumped, his face ashen and lifeless. Yin Yue Gong. Dozens of female cultivators swept down from the mountains, landing gracefully. A cultivation ground akin to a celestial paradise, populated by ethereal female practitioners. Who could have imagined that this was the lair of the infamous Ye Tianxin, known as the Jade-Faced Azura Demoness, a ruthless killer? Palace Master, a message was relayed. There are 2 individuals approaching, one old and one young. Upon hearing this news, Ye Tianxin and Zhao Yue rose simultaneously. Have their identities been confirmed? They bear some resemblance to the portraits, but cannot be verified. Resemblance? Ye Tianxin chuckled. Given that old fellow's temperament, how could he ever disguise himself? To my knowledge, the 3rd senior brother has been injured. The Zhengdao sect has dispatched experts to Jinting Mountain. Furthermore, since the death of the Tianjin sect's leader, Luo Chongfeng, no new leader has been appointed. The former leader, Luo Xingkong, is watching closely, seeking an opportunity for revenge. Ye Tianxin continued. Relying solely on the 4th senior brother cannot withstand a Yuanshin Jiejing master. Zhao Yue understood her implication. This was an opportune moment to deplete Ji Tiandao's trump cards. What if these 2 are not imposters? Ye Tianxin chuckled. Then they would fall right into our trap. Report to the palace master. Another message came. The Lin Hu gang's practitioners have all been annihilated, and aside from Elder Tsi, the rest have escaped. Ye Tianxin seemed unfazed, her eyes lighting up. The ability to eliminate the Lin Hu gang's Fanhai realm members could very likely be attributed to my junior sister. After all, there are few masters at the Shinting realm. The masters from the 10 prestigious sects would have no reason to rescue a mere Tsi family. Only Xiao Yuan'er would have the motive. Convey to the evil king. The plan remains unchanged. Prepare to depart. Understood. Chapter 33. You may only live for 3 months, Zhao Yue chuckled softly, saying, that old 8 dares to call himself the evil king? Among the 9 disciples, old 8's cultivation was only slightly superior to Xiao Yuan'er's, who had only been in the sect for 5 years. It wouldn't be long before she surpassed him. The thought that the somewhat foolish old 8 could be the evil king naturally amused Zhao Yue. Ye Tianxin, however, remarked, it is not that old 8 is too weak, but rather that the old man is too strong. The external perception of the demon rests on the achievements of the old demon's reign. Only these disciples understand what it truly means to be beside the old demon. After the Tsi family was saved, they all knelt before Lu Zhou in gratitude. Lu Zhou successfully garnered over 100 merit points from their reverence. Despite several bows, the merit points did not increase, indicating that repetitive worship does not accumulate merit. Xiao Yuan'er also reunited with her mother, Si Changshi, and was thrilled for a time. Unfortunately, there was no time for pleasantries as Zhou urged Xiao Yuan'er to ensure her kin's safe return. They still had others to rescue. Her father remained in the hands of an unknown, formidable practitioner. Following the brief battle at Qingyang Mountain, Mu Ronghai gained a newfound appreciation for Xiao Yuan'er. Old sir, your granddaughter may be the youngest Fan Hai 8 Veins practitioner I have encountered. Within 3 years, she will surely step into the Shinting realm. Mu Ronghai remarked with genuine admiration. Zhou remained silent, hands clasped behind his back as he walked. Xiao Yuan'er played with her hair, pointing at Mu Ronghai. Humph, I remember you were scared to death just now. Mu Ronghai displayed an awkward expression, still not convinced. If it weren't for your potential usefulness, I would have kicked you to death. Do you believe me? Indeed, Mu Ronghai found it difficult to gauge the whims of this unpredictable young girl. Compliments could easily provoke her wrath. It was better to remain silent. Sighing, Mu Ronghai quickened his pace to keep up with Zhou, feeling far more comfortable in the old man's amicable presence. After walking for a while, Mu Ronghai could no longer contain himself, saying, Old sir, while the Tsi family has been rescued, if someone were to abduct them again at this moment, wouldn't all efforts be in vain? Before Zhou could respond, Xiao Yuan'er retorted sharply, Fool, my grandfather holds the royal military token. I gave it to them. Mu Ronghai nearly choked on her words. Zhou replied nonchalantly. No matter. Pausing for a moment, he added, the targets of these practitioners should not be the Tsi family. Mu Ronghai nodded. That makes sense. If they were seeking wealth, they would have demanded money. Since they neither sought riches nor sought bloodshed, they must have ulterior motives. But what could they desire? At that moment, Xiao Yuan'er pointed to the sky, exclaiming, a message bird. With the speed of a lightning bolt, Xiao Yuan'er seized the message bird. The fourth senior brother had replied. This time, Zhou did not allow her to read it aloud, but beckoned her over. Xiao Yuan'er handed the letter to Zhou. After reading it, Zhou furrowed his brow slightly. Grandfather, what does the letter say? Some trivial matters. Zhou waved his hand dismissively. The letter disintegrated into powder, carried away by the wind. Mu Ronghai dared not pry further and remained silently by the side. Zhou gazed at the picturesque mountains, stroking his beard as he mused. The message from the fourth senior brother awaits my return. Oh, Xiao Yuan'er was unaware of the letter's content, but, seeing her master's calm demeanor, presumed it was of little importance. Mu Ronghai speculated from their titles that it might pertain to a certain sect. In the vast expanse of the Dayan realm, it was normal to have 1 or 2 hermit masters. Old sir, there are no markings on Elder Tsi, making it impossible to track him. Should we return? Mu Ronghai suggested. Zhou glanced at him and inquired, Mu Ronghai, do you recognize the royal token? Mu Ronghai replied, it is the Emperor of Dayan's personal item, capable of mobilizing 100,000 elite troops. 8 commanders guard the city from all directions. It is said that 4 masters at the Yuanshan Jiejing realm are stationed at the 4 cardinal points, forming the strongest barrier of the capital. The 8 commanders report directly to the Emperor of Dayan. Only this token can command them. The identification method is simple. It features a unique dragon pattern. Zhou nodded, affirming the accuracy of his statement. Indeed, Ji Tiandao had previously infiltrated the palace upon learning of the token's unique nature to steal it. Time had passed, and the royal family, though foolish, could not allow a lost token to retain its power over the military. Nevertheless, the symbolic significance of the token remained. You recognize the token, yet dare to abduct Wang Fuguei? Mu Ronghai lamented, it is my fault for not recognizing the importance of the dragon pattern. Zhou chose not to pursue the topic further. Xiao Yuan'er pointed ahead, saying, Grandfather, it should be just ahead. Indeed, the 3 of them circled around the lakeside, arriving at an open area surrounded by mountains, devoid of any signs of life. Zhou scrutinized the surroundings before speaking in a low voice. Come out. Silence enveloped the area. The only sound was that of birds chirping in the mountains, with no other response. For some reason, Mu Ronghai felt uneasy, a chill creeping down his spine, accompanied by a foreboding sense of dread. He took a step back. Suddenly, the birds in the forest scattered, fleeing in unison. An eerie laughter echoed through the mountains, reverberating endlessly. Ha-ha-ha, hee-hee. A dark figure soared from the mountains, cradling a person under its arm. Descending gently like a feather, Mu Ronghai stepped back again, exclaiming, such formidable energy, a Shinting realm master? This is bad. It could be the demon from Jinting Mountain. Run. Without hesitation, Mu Ronghai turned to flee, but only a short distance away, he was obstructed by an invisible force. Trying to escape? Too late. The shadow's raspy voice sent chills down their spines. Old sir, save me. Zhou stood with his hands clasped behind his back, remaining unmoved. From the fluctuations in the aura, it is evident that the newcomer is stronger than the 8 veins of the Fanhai, likely a formidable being from the Shinting realm. However, they are not yet worthy of prompting him to utilize his peak experience card. The visage of the shadowy figure is obscured by flowing black hair, rendering his features indistinguishable. Surviving the tribulation of Qingyang Mountain indicates that you possess some strength, yet alas, it remains insufficient. With dual insights into the realm of Tongxian and the 8th stage of body refinement, the dark silhouette's gaze drifted past Murong Hai and Lu Zhou, finally settling on Zhou Yuan'er, the descendant of the Fanhai's 8 veins. TSK, 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 it seems this transaction is relatively fair. Zhou Yuan'er's eyes brightened, and she playfully remarked, this one should be a bit tougher. The figure erupted into hearty laughter once more, just as Zhou Yuan'er was about to charge forward. Lu Zhou raised his hand to stop her. Let us conserve our strength. He stroked his beard and added, your impulsive nature still requires refinement. He is merely a Shinting realm being. There will be opportunities for you to act. Murong Hai was left speechless. This elderly gentleman appeared affable, yet his words were audacious. Was it merely because he had a granddaughter fully embodying the 8 veins of the Fanhai? Old man, do you even know who you were speaking to? The shadow raised a hand, pointing toward Lu Zhou. The 3-yin technique of the Taoist sect? Lu Zhou's tone remained unperturbed. The shadow hesitated, shifting his focus from Zhou Yuan'er to Lu Zhou. An instinctual understanding dawned upon him. This old man was not merely at the 8th stage of body refinement, but had employed some means to deliberately conceal his aura. The ability to see through his sect's practices was no trivial matter. Who are you? The reverse breathing method, which contemplates the essence of the world's vitality, channels through the palms to gather in the dantian. This cultivation method allows one to easily master the fierce palm technique. Yet the drawback is the excruciating chill that penetrates the bones, forcing one to endure a painful existence for at least 10 days each month. Lu Zhou paused and added, you can survive for no more than 3 months. The shadow was taken aback. In a realm filled with countless cultivators, each bore their own secrets, especially the flaws of their cultivation techniques. Over the past 20 years, he had diligently practiced the 3-yin technique, becoming a feared Shinting realm master of the Tao. With every gain, there was an equal cost, and the price of the 3-yin technique was a body fraught with suffering. How could this old man possibly know? He pushed aside his disheveled hair, his eyes wide like a bull's, staring at Lu Zhou's calm expression. I shall ask once more, who are you? His voice turned ominous. Lu Zhou and Zhou Yuan'er remained unfazed, while Murong Hai, in stark terror, collapsed to the ground. That voice was utterly terrifying. He was undoubtedly a fiend from Jintingshan. Lu Zhou recalled the memories in his mind and continued, you betrayed the Taoist sect in your early years, learning only the 3-yin technique while neglecting the 6-yang technique. Without the harmony of the supreme yang, it is a miracle that you have survived to this day. The 6-yang technique. The shadow's skepticism was palpable. How could you be unaware of the 6-yang technique? Suddenly, the shadow burst into manic laughter. Ha ha! How dare you utter such absurdities and attempt to deceive me? Like a ferocious beast unleashed, he lunged at Lu Zhou, enveloped in a chilling gale, and struck toward Lu Zhou's face. The unexpected speed startled Lu Zhou. Bang! The massive wave of the gale was halted. The scene fell into silence. Upon closer inspection, the one who had blocked his thunderous blow was not the seemingly frail old man, but the mischievously smiling little girl. Zhou Yuan'er blocked his fist with one hand, grinning. If you wish to strike my grandfather, you must first ask me. Wasn't she of the Fanhai's 8 veins? A flicker of surprise crossed his face. Even Murong Hai, seated on the ground, stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, feeling his worldview shatter. Why was she so strong? Was she pretending to be weak to catch him off guard? What a performance. Bang! Zhou Yuan'er unleashed a sharp gale, pushing the shadow back. Her aura was no longer concealed. The authentic Shinting realm. In truth, even without Zhou Yuan'er's intervention, he would not have been able to harm Lu Zhou in the slightest. There were still 7 blocks remaining. However, with Zhou Yuan'er taking action, the props were spared. How can you, a Shinting realm being, possess such strength at this age? The shadow's voice revealed astonishment. Zhou Yuan'er rubbed her fists, looking eager to engage, and turned back to say, Grandpa, I want to fight him. As you wish. With her master's consent, Zhou Yuan'er beamed with joy, beckoning the shadow with her fingers. It has been a while since I encountered such a strong opponent. You better hold on for a bit longer. What an odd scene. A little girl provoking a colossal monster? Lu Zhou shook his head. Nonetheless, it seemed reasonable to engage first and discuss later. Zhou Yuan'er dashed forward, her feet barely touching the grass, like a dragonfly skimming the water, launching a horizontal kick at the shadow. Bang! 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 The two became entangled in combat. How swift! The shadow instinctively raised his arms to block. Bang! 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 A series of rapid kicks landed squarely on his arms, forcing him to retreat continuously. He was driven back into the woods, crashing through trees with astonishing force. Lu Zhou approached the elderly gentleman lying on the ground to check on him. Fortunately, he had merely fainted and sustained no injuries. Observing Yuan'er's terror-stricken expression, Lu Zhou casually remarked, "She has this temperament. Is this merely a matter of temperament?" This was entirely akin to a rampaging demon. Yuan'er was at a loss for words, desperately wanting to stand, but finding his legs weak and immobile. Old sir, with such a granddaughter, why pretend to be humble? The world is fraught with malice. One must remain vigilant, Lu Zhou replied. Old sir, with such insight into the world, it is no wonder you have confidence in saving the CI residents. I have underestimated you, Lu Zhou. Yuan'er composed himself, and they exchanged pleasantries. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan'er and the shadow were locked in an exhilarating duel, neither side yielding. On the surface, it appeared that neither had the upper hand. Yet in reality, Zhou Yuan'er had been maintaining pressure on her opponent throughout, purposefully prolonging the fight. Perhaps having been confined atop the mountain for too long, she was eager for a worthy adversary to release her pent-up energy. The sounds of clashing energies echoed continuously. Yuan'er felt his spirit quaking, struggling to fathom that such fierce energies emanated from a seemingly delicate young girl. Old sir, Yuan'er raised his hands in respect toward Lu Zhou. I have a question I am unsure whether to voice. Speak. You, too, are deliberately concealing your cultivation, are you not? Yuan'er had long harbored this suspicion. To subdue such a little demon solely through charisma and familial bonds was implausible. Only a fool would believe it. Lu Zhou glanced at him, neither confirming nor denying. The more he acted this way, the more Yuan'er felt convinced that if his granddaughter was a Shinting realm master, then this old gentleman must certainly be at least one as well. Yuan'er quickly bowed again. Old sir, you truly are a hidden master. Not quite a master. Lu Zhou waved his hand dismissively. Yuan'er was profoundly moved. The little girl, with her capricious temperament, had a fiery disposition. He never expected her grandfather to be so magnanimous, humble, and low-key. Old sir, forgive my impertinence. Oh, this child possesses astonishing talent. Having reached the pinnacle of her cultivation, her future knows no bounds. It is a pity, however, that she has yet to grasp the principles of human interaction. Yuan'er stated. Lu Zhou lifted his gaze, observing the ongoing battle of Zhou Yuan'er. He understood her temperament and character better than anyone. Training her well would not be accomplished in a mere few days. You are correct. I have indeed been contemplating how to impart to her the principles of human conduct. Lu Zhou spoke sincerely. Old sir, you are truly insightful. This child is fortunate. Boom, boom. Waves of energy formed gales that struck the shadow, leaving him covered in dust and coughing incessantly. The shadow ultimately lay motionless on the ground. Continue. Zhou Yuan'er exclaimed with a cheerful smile. Get up quickly. That move you executed earlier, Liao Tian Shangyang, was quite impressive. Hurry, strike again. Zhou Yuan'er urged, her excitement palpable. The surrounding trees had all been shattered. Remnants of the fierce battle between the two, leaving no place unscathed. This is futile. Noticing the shadow's stillness, Zhou Yuan'er sighed. Ahem. The shadow raised both hands, waving them feebly before managing to utter, no more fighting. Lu Zhou then stood up, revealing a smile as he remarked, it seems they have had enough of their bout. This is indeed splendid. Congratulations, old sir. The CI family has been saved, and this journey can finally reach its conclusion. However, Yuan'er shook his head, casting his gaze toward the shadow still sprawled on the ground. The matter is far from over. In fact, it is only just beginning. Panchong, what do you say? The shadow on the ground shuddered. How do you know my name? Returning to the main topic, Lu Zhou advanced slowly, stating, you could have lived for another 3 months. Do you wish to die immediately? Panchong's heart quivered. He executed a backflip, shedding the dust that clung to him. His face, smeared with dirt, and his slightly unsteady form nearly caused him to falter. I never anticipated this girl possessed such profound cultivation. But she is still far from being able to kill me. Panchong warily eyed Zhou Yuan'er. After hundreds of exchanges, he had merely been a target. To be truthful, Panchong was quite tempted to turn and flee. The Sanyin style requires the 6-yang technique to unleash its true potential. You have only learned the Sanyin style and cannot grasp its essence, Lu Zhou explained. The 6-yang technique you mentioned, I have never heard of it. Zhou Yuan'er scoffed, rolling her eyes. What is so remarkable about a mere 6-yang technique? My grandfather has a plethora of techniques. A plethora? At that moment, A series of whistling winds approached, unmistakably the sound of flying swords and practitioners soaring through the air. The onslaught was fierce, numerous, and possessed formidable cultivation. Before the figures were visible, a familiar voice echoed, "Little junior sister, it has been a long time." In the distant sky, a crimson flying chariot glided through the air. Behind the chariot, dozens of practitioners rode the winds, advancing like a flood. Chapter 35. Master, you have fallen into a trap. They have arrived. Zhou observed the crimson flying chariot. Zhou Yuan'er, previously unrestrained, appeared somewhat timid upon seeing the red chariot. "It's my senior sister's chariot." She then stood apprehensively beside her master, clinging to his arm for support. "There is no need to fear." Zhou waved his hand reassuringly. "Oh." Zhou Yuan'er recalled that her master was still present, resolving her fears. She assisted the comatose Si Wuyan back, regrettably, as he remained unconscious and unable to witness this grand spectacle. As for Pan Chong, astonishment overshadowed his confusion, lost in thought. Mu Ronghai felt as though he were dreaming. Illusions, it must all be illusions. He pinched himself forcefully. Ouch, that hurts. The number of practitioners in the world is vast. A cultivator at the Fanhai realm with all 8 meridians open is already a formidable force. As being in the Fanhai realm allows one to soar through the skies, and with all 8 meridians open, one can traverse the air. How could he not be astounded by the swarm of aerial masters arriving like locusts? Is the Fanhai realm truly so worthless? Furthermore, those capable of wielding flying swords must at least have all 8 meridians open, among whom are certainly experts of the Shinting realm. And then there is the flying chariot. A flying chariot symbolizes status, typically owned only by the leaders of powerful factions. As for mounts, especially legendary ones, capturing them requires strength, luck, heritage, and timing. Each element is essential and elusive, making them even more prestigious than a flying chariot. In the past, during the siege of Jinting Mountain by the 10 greatest experts, only the 10 had the privilege of possessing flying chariots. Who, then, is this formidable figure riding the crimson chariot? In a matter of moments, the gathered experts formed a semicircle, preparing to attack. The crimson flying chariot halted abruptly. Hovering in the center at the back, Zhou, Mu Ronghai, Zhou Yuan'er, and Pan Chong all turned their attention to the chariot. A melodious voice rang out. "Still unseen, little junior sister, you have grown more beautiful." The familiar tone prompted Zhou Yuan'er to pout and retreat behind Zhou. "Little junior sister?" Pan Chong furrowed his brow. Who could induce fear in such a powerful and unruly girl? He seemed to recognize the owner of the red chariot. Swallowing hard as his fingers trembled slightly, Zhou Yuan'er huffed, "Humph. Great traitor, I am not your little junior sister." Laughter erupted from the chariot. "Little junior sister, you remain as innocent and adorable as ever." At that moment, a practitioner of the Shinting realm, soaring on a flying sword, saluted the airborne chariot. "Master Yi, you once mentioned that the old demon survived that calamity due to a secret elixir. A confidential message informed us that the demon ancestor would appear here. Yet all we see is a little demon. What does this mean? Only a little demon?" Zhou could not help but feel puzzled. After merely a decade or so, despite his hair darkening considerably and his skin tightening, his facial features had not changed dramatically. "Am I truly so hard to recognize?" The figure on the chariot scoffed. With a flourish, the chariot ascended, executing a half-turn. The gathered practitioners could not help but gaze in awe, holding their breath. A woman clad in white descended from the heavens, like a celestial maiden, gracefully landing. Her aura was fluid, yet imbued with a lethal edge. Even from a distance, Zhou recognized her. Yi Tianxin, at the Yuan Xinjie realm, with a hatred value of 45. His 6th disciple, Yi Tianxin, now the leader of the Yanyu Palace, renowned far and wide. It was said that all the disciples of Yanyu Palace were exceptional female cultivators, each harboring a deep disdain for heartless men. No one knew why, and Zhou could not find the answer in his memories. Surveying the surroundings, there were scarcely any female cultivators, indicating that she had utilized others rather than her own. Her schemes were astute. Other practitioners also landed, maintaining a distance from Yi Tianxin. She was, after all, the dreaded jade-faced Shura. Zhou stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed upon Yi Tianxin. Such poise and beauty reminded him of a line from poetry, emerging from the mud yet untainted, washing in clear waters yet not enchanting. Zhou did not rush to act, for he believed the situation was more intricate than a mere trap set for him. The villains could not be so foolish. The 1st, 2nd, 5th, 7th, and 8th had yet to reveal themselves. Once the peak experience card was activated, it would only last for half an hour. He must strive to subdue those villains while in the peak experience card state. All eyes converged upon Yi Tianxin as she stepped forward. The practitioners parted to make way. After taking about 10 steps, she halted, not advancing further, but instead smiled gently, her gaze settling on Zhou, the only elder present, and softly remarked, "Master, you have fallen into a trap." The surroundings fell silent, an eerie stillness enveloping the air. Gazes filled with astonishment, shock, confusion, and disbelief shifted toward Zhou, who appeared to be in his 60s or 70s. Is this truly the legendary figure, notorious throughout the world, the malevolent ancestor? Is this the same old demon who once swept through 80,000 foreign practitioners in the northern regions? Surely there must be some mistake. It was hard to believe. Compared to the portraits, there seemed to be some discrepancies. Yet, this was Yi Tianxin's direct identification. Who is Yi Tianxin? She is the 6th disciple of the old demon. If she claims it is so, then it is. With a flurry, the practitioners swiftly drew their long swords, fixing their gazes on Zhou as if facing a formidable enemy. The atmosphere turned decidedly peculiar. The atmosphere was charged with tension as both sides faced off. Yet none dared to make the first move. The silence in the arena was eerily profound, almost as if one could hear the rhythm of each other's heartbeats. Zhenghai regarded the kindly old gentleman before him and let out a derisive chuckle. Is this the notorious demonic master revered across the land? Huh. Perhaps you should just end my life. They are all deceivers. Deceivers. Zhou, with hands clasped behind his back, gazed at Yi Tianxin and said coolly, "Since you have addressed me as master, I shall grant you another opportunity. Return to Jintingshan. The seat among the 9 disciples still awaits you." Zhou's words caused an uproar among the gathered cultivators. This was tantamount to an admission that he was indeed the demonic master. Yi Tianxin smiled and replied, "Master, my calling you master is out of respect, but as for returning to Jintingshan, you must first consult them." The surrounding cultivators glared with fury, all fixated on Zhou. "You old demon, last time you won at Jintingshan by sheer luck. It won't be so easy this time. The secret elixir is still a secret elixir. Any potion that rapidly enhances cultivation will carry side effects. There is no need for concern. No wonder this old demon could recklessly squander his vitality last time. Old demon, today marks your demise. Surrender now." The cultivators were indignant, each taking turns to berate Zhou. He remained unfazed, his attention fixed on the smiling Yi Tianxin, inquiring, "How are you so certain that I would appear here?" Yi Tianxin clapped her hands, presenting an image. It is truly hard to believe that the once invincible demonic master would resort to disguise. Zhou remained silent. Yi Tianxin continued, "Master, I jest, do you believe me?" Chapter 36. Return to the pinnacle. Zhou raised his hand, stroking his beard as if it were a habitual gesture, his demeanor seemingly aged. He scanned the surroundings, still not spotting the figures of Zhao Yu and the others, and couldn't help but shake his head. To capture merely one rogue with a peak experience card seems rather unwise. But in light of the current predicament, did he have any room for maneuver? It appeared not. Yi Tianxin's voice was calm, reminiscent of a teacher calling on a student. "I impart to you the Beihai Chaos Rising technique and the affectionate ring, with the hope that you may possess the means for self-preservation in this treacherous cultivation world, rather than betraying your master and defying me." Yi Tianxin laughed mockingly. Her laughter was unsettling, sending shivers down the spines of those who heard it. This old demon, who had roamed the world for years, had raised such a disciple. It was indeed a cause for celebration. Time and fate. "Old man, do you think you can still command the same presence as before?" Yi Tianxin spread her arms and continued, "You are old now, no longer the formidable Tiandao of yore. This place is the grave I have personally prepared for you." The atmosphere in the surrounding woods shifted ominously. The more powerful cultivators seemed to sense the change, all attuned to the surrounding disturbances. This place is far from simple. Zhou Yuan'er could no longer bear it and shouted, "How dare you insult my master? Beware of the wrath of heaven." Unfortunately, her rebuke lacked sufficient force. Zhou waved his hand, silencing Zhou Yuan'er, and asked, "Who leaked my whereabouts to you? Was it the 7th, or the 5th, or perhaps that useless 8th? Yi Tianxin replied, "There is no need to involve them." She paused before continuing, "I might as well disclose the truth. The kidnapping of the CI family was meticulously orchestrated by me. The purpose was to lure out both my junior sister and you." "Old fool." Pan Chong's eyes widened in realization, astonished. "You were the one behind this plan?" "Indeed. What if this old demon hadn't shown up?" Pan Chong questioned, perplexed by her certainty that he would. Yi Tianxin smiled, her tone icy. "You asked too many questions. Just fulfill your role and claim your due reward." Pan Chong sensed a surge of murderous intent. Zhou maintained his composure and replied, "Very well. I have already committed countless transgressions. I do not mind adding a few more. Swish. All those opposing him stepped back, sensing the threat. Old fool, do you still intend to hold on? Yi Tianxin's gaze bore into Lu Zhou. The magic essence elixir, when consumed, provides a temporary surge in vitality. But the side effect is a halving of one's cultivation within 10 days, and it cannot be ingested again during that time. The mere mention of this elixir seemed to stir memories within Lu Zhou. He recalled that it was a secret concoction painstakingly created by the apothecary king, eventually rejected by the righteous path due to its overwhelming and malevolent nature, leading it to fade into obscurity. Yet, he never expected that they would connect it to the elixir. If anyone else claimed to possess the magic essence elixir, I would undoubtedly disbelieve them. But for this old demon, I am convinced, one cultivator declared loudly. Yi Tianxin laughed once more and said, "There is another particularly bad piece of news I must relay to you, old man." Her tone was laced with mockery. The area has been set with a formation that significantly weakens the energy of vitality. Even if you possess the elixir and attempt to forcefully consume it, it will be in vain. That is all I have to say. Master, this will be the last time I address you as such. After your demise, I will ensure your affairs are properly handled and Jintingshan is taken care of. Oh, and the experts from Jingyi Dao should have already arrived at Jintingshan. Third senior brother has been injured, and fourth senior brother has likely surrendered. After saying this, Yi Tianxin's demeanor lightened as she stepped back. It seemed she had no intention of striking first. Deep within her heart, a reverence for Jitian Dao restrained her from being the first to act. Furthermore, she did not believe this old fool possessed only the elixir as his trump card. Allowing others to serve as cannon fodder was not a poor strategy, which explained her reluctance to mobilize her own people. A formation? Zhou Yuan'er glanced around, sensing the fluctuations in energy. A sense of unease began to creep in. What will we do, master? A row of cultivators advanced slowly. There is no need for fear. Lu Zhou's voice remained confident. Yi Tianxin began to harbor doubts. There was a semblance of truth in what senior sister Zhao Yu had said. This old fool's approach seemed markedly different from before. He was neither enraged nor furious. Nor did he resort to insults. Lord Wang Fuguei suddenly emerged from the woods behind, panting heavily with a tearful expression. Fuguei, what brings you here? Zhou Yuan'er asked, puzzled. Madam is worried for your safety, Wang Fuguei exclaimed upon spotting the unconscious Si Leoi, his voice rising in distress. Leoi, what has happened to you? Seeing that Si Leoi remained unresponsive, he bowed to Lu Zhou, pleading, Old gentleman, please save Si Leoi, I implore you. Whoosh. Wang Fuguei's figure dashed towards Lu Zhou like an arrow released from its bow, a dagger glinting ominously in his grasp. He is a strong practitioner of the divine court realm. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, catching even those attacking Lu Zhou off guard, all staring wide-eyed at the unfolding scene. Master, Zhou Yuan'er cried out in alarm. They were far too close. There was almost no chance of evading this strike. Even a practitioner at the soul transformation realm would struggle to withstand such an attack without injury in a state of unpreparedness. It is done. Yi Tianxin's eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation. Bang! The dagger struck Lu Zhou's back, and time seemed to freeze, as if the world had been captured in a painting. The dagger could not penetrate even a fraction further. What is happening? A whirlwind of thoughts surged through Wang Fuguei's mind. This was an earth-grade treasure, smeared with deadly poison, combined with the full force of his divine court prowess. Why did it not pierce his body? As an adept assassin, he was acutely aware of every detail. Much like a skilled archer who can predict the outcome of a shot at the moment of release, without needing to verify afterward. He slowly raised his head. The dagger was halted by an invisible force. At that moment, Lu Zhou's voice resonated. There is no need for me to resort to poison to eliminate you. Boom. A gust of wind erupted, akin to an explosion in the sea of energy, suddenly spreading outward. A powerful force swiftly formed concentric ripples, sending Wang Fuguei flying. Uft. Blood sprayed forth. The rippling energy continued to expand outward. This is bad. The old demon did this on purpose. The ones deceived are not the old demon, but us. Yi Tianxin. What a cunning scheme. Bang, bang, bang. The practitioners of the Fanhai realm all fell to the ground, utterly powerless to resist. Yi Tianxin's eyes widened, her heart trembling violently. Was it deliberate? Why did the formation fail? How could the old man still consume the secret medicine? Where did the problem lie? Lu Zhou stood with his hands clasped behind his back, taking a deep breath. How wonderful it would be if this state could last forever. The feeling of being at the peak is truly delightful, akin to the return of a youthful body, akin to awakening after a century of slumber, akin to the flooding of pent-up energy, power, cultivation, energy, all in optimal condition. Yi Tianxin. You meticulously arranged for the Shunting realm assassin to disguise as the steward of the CI mansion. How could I not be aware? Filled with shock, Yi Tianxin retreated continuously. Chapter 37. Disobedient disciple. Yi Tianxin stepped back once more. A sense of fear gradually surfaced, overwhelming her. For many years, she had lost the feeling of fear, but today, the once familiar dread and trepidation returned, causing her to forget her meticulously crafted plans. Below the Fanhai realm, Lu Zhou paid no heed. The Shunting realm experts who were struggling to hold on would inevitably face defeat. It was merely a matter of time. Even the top 10 experts of the Yuan Shenjie realm would flee at the sight of him, let alone these younger disciples of the Shunting realm. Lu Zhou's gaze remained fixed upon Yi Tianxin. He slightly raised his hand, an irresistible force drawing Wang Fuguwei towards him as if manipulating objects from a distance. Oh! Wang Fuguwei found himself uncontrollable, Lu Zhou's aged hand gripping his neck. The royal token is known to all. How could Morong Hai be unaware? You should not obstruct me. Lu Zhou held Wang Fuguwei's neck with one hand. This man was indeed an assassin left by Yi Tianxin in the CI mansion. When he first met Lu Zhou and Zhou Yuan'er, he was unsure whether they were the demon of Jinting Mountain and the ancestral master. However, upon receiving the token, he confirmed everything and followed Yi Tianxin's plan to ensure its smooth execution. He had considered assassinating Lu Zhou in the dead of night, but he felt an instinctive apprehension towards this old man, fearing that he might disrupt Yi Tianxin's scheme, so he refrained from acting. Wang Fuguwei's feet left the ground, and his breathing gradually stilled, his face turning red. You can't kill me. Each practitioner of the Shunting realm possesses some backing, to varying degrees. But does that truly matter? Is there any force in this world that can instill fear in the great demon? No. Crack. Lu Zhou's expression remained indifferent, his fingers closing together. The so-called expert of the Shunting realm tilted his head, his eyes rolling back, his neck broken. Ding. Killed a malevolent being of the Shunting realm, gaining 200 merit points. The reward was quite generous. With this kill, Yi Tianxin unconsciously quickened her pace. The crimson flying chariot descended from the sky. Yi Tianxin steadied her shocked heart, waving her sleeve and declaring, "He cannot hold on for long. Fear not." She herself lightly leaped onto the flying chariot, which then turned and fled. Lu Zhou surveyed the surroundings, noting approximately 15 experts of the Shunting realm remaining. The rest, over 100 individuals, were all of the Fanhai realm. Pan Xiong, I offer you a chance. Pan Xiong, terrified to the core, trembled. Senior, I was coerced by others. I never intended to be your enemy. I beg for your mercy. Pan Xiong understood that in the presence of such a super expert, once targeted, escape was nearly impossible. Pleading for mercy was his only glimmer of hope, even though he knew this merciless demon kills without blinking. Not a single practitioner of the Fanhai realm would be spared. I shall grant you the Lu Yanggong, Lu Zhou said calmly. Choose between life or death. Lu Zhou slowly raised his hand. Above, the starlight showered down as Baizé descended from the heavens. A legendary mount. Pan Xiong was filled with dread. It is said that the old demon of Jinting Mountain, the ancestral master, has reigned for nearly 1,000 years, wielding countless treasures, techniques, and weapons. Today, he witnessed it firsthand. Yuan'er, take your father back to Qingyang Mountain with the master. The disciple obeys. Zhou Yuan'er brought the old master of the CI mansion onto Baizé, which let out a cry and stepped onto the clouds, disappearing from view. Pan Xiong immediately made a decision. He knelt on the ground, clasping his hands. I am willing to serve you, senior. Ding, acquired a subordinate, rewarded with 100 merit points. Pan Xiong, Shunting realm, loyalty 5, technique, Sanin Shi. Excellent. Lu Zhou stepped forcefully, propelling himself toward the sky. His aura surged forth, overwhelming like a tidal wave. The remaining experts of the Shunting realm looked on in panic towards the sky. Yi Tianxin had already fled. Run. Retreat. Yi Tianxin has caused great harm. I refuse to accept this. I refuse. In just a few breaths, they saw the crimson flying chariot had already fled far away. The experts of the Shunting realm summoned their avatars to resist the pressure brought by Lu Zhou. Unfortunately, the highest avatars that could be summoned by the Shunting realm were merely the 10 directions of heaven and earth. They had no chance to open Dongming or Leaf. How could they withstand Lu Zhou's formidable burst of vitality? The avatar by Jie Dongming. A towering avatar 10 zhang high and 2 zhang wide appeared, within a 10-mile radius. Birds and beasts sensed this overwhelming pressure and fled in all directions. Lu Zhou wielded his fingers as if they were swords. The light of the swords appeared. So powerful. Pan Xiong was utterly captivated by the absolute strength displayed by Lu Zhou. If there is an opportunity, why not seize it? The old demon. No, senior. With such high cultivation, why would there be a need to deceive me? Pan Chong was suddenly filled with intense confidence, recalling past events. And he couldn't help but let out a maniacal laugh. The world mocks me for succumbing to the demonic path, then I shall embrace it. Ha ha. With a wild laugh. Pan Chong's gaze sharpened, and the San Ensure erupted with vitality. All of you shall die. He was originally of the Shunting realm. How was dealing with those of the Fan Hai realm, already struck down by Lu Zhou's vital energy, any different from an eagle catching chicks? In an instant, screams filled the air. The practitioners of the Fan Hai realm widened their eyes, fear penetrating to their very bones. They could not comprehend why the Shunting realm expert, who had stood in front of the old demon just moments ago, was now attacking them. Blood and flesh flew, severed limbs and dismembered bodies. The intense smell of blood stimulated Pan Chong's nerves. Kill. The Shunting realm experts flying low in retreat had no time to care for their companions below. They only had one thought: survive. Tian E Ju Tai E sword technique. Is the heavens lacking? Keen-eyed practitioners recognized this move of Lu Zhou's. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to when they had besieged Jinting Mountain. Scatter! Scatter! The shouts echoed around as Lu Zhou wielded his sword techniques. Those sword lights suddenly transformed into a shade of ink. Ro Yet Yi Tianxin is not an ordinary practitioner. She is the sovereign of the Yanhua Palace, the leader of a formidable faction. How could she have achieved her current status without a contingency plan? Why does this old man seem stronger than he was at his peak? The question perplexes her. The wild wind whips past her ears. Her delicate face flushed from the gusts. She disperses her protective aura to urge her chariot to fly with all its might. Anxious, she glances back. The vast, azure sky is devoid of life. Clearly, this old man has just invoked the 100 Calamities Cave's divine body. A smile tugs at the corners of Yi Tianxin's mouth. The future is long. The crimson chariot dives downwards. Just as she is about to plunge, a resonant hum fills her ears. This sound signifies the emergence of tremendous energy. Who is it? Yi Tianxin swiftly turns, her chariot vanishing, enveloped by waves of energy akin to the sea. Lu Zhou's 100 Calamities Cave's divine body stands before her. Towering 10 zhang high and 2 zhang wide, seated with 8 leaves, not 8, but 9. The 9th leaf has already unfurled. Rebellious disciple. Lu Zhou gestures with his hand. Master? Yi Tianxin's eyes widen in disbelief. Under the oppressive force of the divine body, Lu Zhou's hand seals form a radiant cage that descends upon Yi Tianxin. The demonic seal? A profound despair engulfs Yi Tianxin. How much power has this old man retained? He surpasses any formidable opponent she has encountered. When he refrains from action, it is one matter. When he strikes, it is with his most formidable techniques. The passionate ring. Yi Tianxin's indomitable spirit ignites. The weapon, glimmering like the moon, bursts forth in brilliance. Lu Zhou states coolly, this master can grant you a weapon, yet can also reclaim it. The demonic seal suddenly shifts direction, adopting a retraction stance. And astonishingly, it does not target Yi Tianxin. It is as if it has been calculated. Retract. No. Yi Tianxin screams. Chapter 38. Reclaiming what is yours. Yi Tianxin's ascent to her current position heavily relies upon this heavenly grade weapon, the passionate ring. As its name suggests, the ring is circular in design, with blades extending in a full 360 degrees. There are 2 rings, and any contact with them results in injury. Once a practitioner channels their essence through it, its power becomes even more terrifying. The passionate ring symbolizes not love, but hatred, signifying an unyielding grip on whatever it ensnares. Yi Tianxin watches helplessly as her longtime companion, the passionate ring, is bound by Lu Zhou's formidable demonic seal, losing its luster. Boom. She attempts to intervene, to reclaim her weapon. If she loses the passionate ring, even if she escapes today, her strength will be severely diminished. The power of the Bai Hai Chao Shengju erupts forth, surging towards Lu Zhou like crashing waves. Alas, she faces her former master, a foe who knows the Bai Hai Chao Shengju better than she does. Break. Lu Zhou unleashes an even stronger wave of energy, sweeping back in reverse. Compared to him, Yi Tianxin's Bai Hai Chao Shengju resembles a mere brook, insignificant and utterly eclipsed. In an instant, she is engulfed by the towering waves. Bang! The colossal wave crashes against Yi Tianxin's chest. She lets out a muffled groan as her blood surges upward, plummeting from above. Supreme divine arts. Lu Zhou's figure flickers. In the blink of an eye, he has reached the ground. Yi Tianxin is engulfed in intense pain, her mind blank, unable to voice her suffering. The moment the great Bai Hai Chao Shengju descends, she realizes she has been defeated. Yet, having been defeated, Why must this old man still employ supreme divine arts to pursue her? Is he merely flaunting his power? Faced with Lu Zhou, who unleashes supreme divine arts at will, despair wells up within Yi Tianxin. This old man truly offers no glimmer of hope. Lu Zhou's gaze remains fixed on the descending Yi Tianxin. Simultaneously, he is acutely aware of his surroundings, needing to ascertain whether any other villains are nearby. The divine body grants him formidable sensory capabilities. Regrettably, there are none. How peculiar. Based on previous assumptions, Yi Tianxin alone should not possess the audacity to act. With countless practitioners turned to fodder on Jintingshan, and no one of the Yuanshan Jie realm present, there is only Yi Tianxin who has reached such heights apart from Lu Zhou in his prime state. The tall tree attracts the wind. If not you, then who? Lu Zhou slowly raises his hand. Essence energy surges forth, wrapping around Yi Tianxin's form, binding her tightly. Yi Tianxin gradually descends before Lu Zhou, cradled by that unique energy. Ding! Captured a villain, 6th Disciple Yi Tianxin. Reward 1,000 merits. Their eyes lock. Separated by merely 2 meters. Fear and astonishment fill Yi Tianxin's gaze. Even during her apprenticeship on Jintingshan, she had never felt such terror. The proximity makes her heart race. Her breath quick and constricted. Lu Zhou's expression remains calm. The feeling of being at his peak instills a tranquil mind. With strength comes confidence, and with confidence comes momentum. Yi Tianxin. Lu Zhou speaks indifferently. His 3 words strike her heart like a hammer, betraying the master, defying me. Old man, what do you intend to do? I shall reclaim all that I once bestowed upon you. Huh. Yi Tianxin trembles, her eyes wide. Her once rosy cheeks now pale. She had intended to plead for mercy. But she realizes this old demon has already raised his hand. There seems to be no room for negotiation. In his aged palm, he cradles a substantial essence force. With a gentle wave of one hand, that immense essence shoots forth. It strikes true, piercing directly into Yi Tianxin's Dantian Qi Si. Yi Tianxin is taken aback. It is at that moment she hears the wall of her Dantian Qi Si, cultivated over years, shatter like glass, fragmented and broken. Like a balloon bursting, the essence within disperses entirely. This signifies her transformation into an ordinary person. All her cultivation lost. For a practitioner, nothing could be more cruel than the destruction of their cultivation. Yi Tianxin, in her quest for strength, fearless of terror, willingly joined Jintingshan. After enduring trials and investing countless efforts, she attained her current status and achievements, relishing in the reverence of others, basking in countless accolades. Now, all of that has dissipated with the destruction of her Dantian Qi Si wall. She is utterly stunned, to the point of forgetting the pain, forgetting to think. After a brief numbness, agonizing pain engulfs her body, rendering her desperate for life. In mere moments, she is drenched in cold sweat. Yi Tianxin manages a sorrowful smile. Laboriously lifting her head, the fear within her heart vanishes entirely. It is a mixture of crying and laughing, a bewildering blend. Old man, just kill me, ha ha ha. Lu Zhou notes that Yi Tianxin's hatred value has risen to 60, stirring suspicion within him. Although Ji Tiandao had a volatile temperament in life, committing numerous evils and often resorting to beatings towards his disciples, he had never perpetrated anything that could incite such overwhelming hatred. Why does Yi Tianxin harbor such animosity towards Ji Tiandao? However, these musings hold no significance. Everything Lu Zhou does is for self-preservation. Intransigent. Lu Zhou raises his hand and unleashes a gust of energy, slapping her across the face. 5 red handprints appear on her pale cheek. Whether to kill or to maim. Do as you please. Yi Tianxin lets out another sorrowful laugh, her gaze cast downward. Poor 4th senior brother, poor 3rd senior brother. They could have avoided this calamity. Why did it have to be this way? It's all your fault. You are the one who caused their demise. From now on, there will be no more Jintingshan in this world. As she speaks, Yi Tianxin laughs, attempting to provoke Lu Zhou. Unfortunately, Lu Zhou remains expressionless. Lu Zhou glances at the remaining time on his peak state card. Only 5 minutes remain. Even if he were to use the 1,000-li pursuit now, he likely would not make it in time. However, the system did not indicate any trouble with Lao San and Lao Si, suggesting that they are currently out of danger. Lao Si is not foolish. Why would he fight recklessly? Lu Zhou spoke, calling him a fool. Are you insulting me? Yi Tianxin was taken aback, as the old master had never scolded in such a manner before. As long as I am here, no one dares to stand over Jin Tingshan. Observing Lu Zhou's confident demeanor, Yi Tianxin swallowed hard, recalling what her 5th senior sister had once said. The master has changed and become unlike his former self. Yet, she could not fathom how he had become so elusive, so profoundly inscrutable. Lu Zhou grasped Yi Tianxin's shoulder with one hand. She gasped in surprise and instinctively closed her eyes. Am I dead? Upon reopening her eyes, they were soaring through the sky. The picturesque landscape of mountains rushed past them. An invisible barrier of primordial energy enveloped both of them, shielding them from the fierce winds. Swish. A grand technique, a 1,000-mile pursuit. Why is this happening? How can that old man continuously employ such powerful techniques? Does he not need to mobilize primordial energy? How is he achieving this? This is neither a demonic essence elixir nor any kind of secret medicine. Even though she had lost her cultivation, her experience told her that there were no signs of concentrated primordial energy around Zhou, which contradicted the usage patterns of explosive elixirs. This indicated that all the primordial energy was sourced from within him. Yet, he was clearly aged and seemingly unable to accommodate more primordial energy. Chapter 39. Yi Tianxin's Scheme? There exists a peculiar phenomenon. While cultivators enjoy a lifespan far surpassing that of ordinary people, their cultivation tends to decline in the decades or centuries leading to their demise. From the body refinement stage, the physical form is the key to a cultivator's progress. From Tongxian to condensing awareness, to opening the 8 meridians of Fanhai, all are intricately linked to the body. Once the body ages, the meridians, Dantian, and Qi-Si lose vitality, hindering further growth in cultivation. At such times, battle experience, knowledge, strategy, and external forces become vital for maintaining strength. The question is, why has Ji Tiandao become stronger with age? Yi Tianxin could not grasp the reason behind it. Why? She raised her head, summoned her courage, and fixed her determined gaze upon the unflappable Zhou. I admit I have miscalculated, but now that you have caught me, you will not fare well either. They traversed mountains and forests. Have you said enough? Zhou simply withdrew part of the gale, shielding only himself. The fierce wind battered Yi Tianxin, making it impossible for her to open her eyes. It felt like knives slicing her skin, causing her immense discomfort. Meanwhile, in a corner of a certain forest, Laoba Zhu Honggong sat on the ground, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Before him stood a man in brocade, with sharp eyes and a feathered staff in hand. 7th senior brother, I am glad you arrived in time, or I would have become cannon fodder, Laoba said, still shaken. This seemingly elegant man was Ji Tiandao's 7th disciple, Si Wuyan. Laoba, you usually heed my advice. Why have you suddenly allied with 6th senior sister? Si Wuyan shook his head. Alas, Laoba sighed, saying, lately, I have been plagued by nightmares of master beating me. I am terrified. Look at your lack of resolve. Perhaps I should merge your tiger stronghold with your hidden dragon network. Laoba smacked his thigh. Si Wuyan did not look at him, but waved his feathered staff, saying, you should reconsider and tend to your little stronghold. No, you have seen master's dharma body. 6th senior sister will surely betray me. I will be doomed. Laoba exclaimed, his voice laced with despair. Yi Tianxin naively believed that with the aid of these powerful beings from the divine realm, she could uncover Master S' hidden strengths. It was a foolish delusion. After all, if Master truly lacked strength, would it be her turn to take action? Across the vast world, she was not the only one focused on Jin Tingshan. 7th senior brother, Master killed 15 beings of the divine realm with just a few moves. Did you witness it? Laoba gulped, curiosity piqued. I don't know. You don't know either? How absurd. You, the infamous evil king, do not know? To be honest, that 9-leaf dharma body standing in the forest, who would dare approach? Laoba remarked. Si Wuyan shook his head in exasperation, regretting having advised him to leave Jin Tingshan. This fool was a hindrance. Noticing the time was late, he declared, from now on, you must sever ties with Yanyu Palace. What? Why? Yi Tianxin led righteous cultivators to besiege Master and suffered a crushing defeat. Yet Yanyu Palace did not send a single person. What do you think those forces behind the cultivators will think? Laoba nodded, understanding. At this point, Si Wuyan sighed softly and said, moreover, regarding the formation there, while Master was pursuing 6th senior sister, I conducted a simple inspection and discovered the formation patterns were incorrect. Incorrect formation patterns? If I guess correctly, it seems that Sister Zhao Yu hesitated at a critical moment, Si Wuyan explained. Sister Zhao Yu is also present? Si Wuyan nodded. When Sister Zhao Yu left Jin Tingshan, I received intelligence that she went to Yanyu Palace. Given 6th senior sister's temperament, she will undoubtedly rally 5th senior sister. Sister Zhao Yu is the best candidate to activate that formation. Hearing this, Laoba was momentarily stunned. Additionally, the being of divine realm named Panchong is a traitor of Jingming Dao. He has only learned the 3-yin technique and is of a bitter cold physique. 6th junior sister controls him, using him as bait to lure out the younger junior sister. Jingming Dao would surely be unwilling. What about Wang Fugui? Laoba inquired. Regarding this, Si Wuyan chuckled. This is likely the brilliance of sixth junior sister. Wang Fugui's real name is Shun Yuan, a master under the current emperor of Dian. Lady Yufei. This Lady Yufei is the younger sister of the Western Region princess, whom the emperor married. Lao Ba recalled that the Western Region princess died at the hands of the second senior brother, and the outside world mistakenly attributed the blame to master. To speak mildly, this act of master could provoke the displeasure of the Dian emperor. To speak gravely, it might incite conflict between the two nations. In such a case, personal grievances would be insignificant, while national strife would bring suffering to the people. Si Wuyan stated, furthermore, those 15 beings of divine realm come from the 3 sects of southern Dian, whose weapons below the earth rank were destroyed by master's heavenly rank blade. This grudge has remained unresolved, and now new enmities arise. What do you think the 3 sects will think? Sixth senior sister has such a plan? Zhu Honggong found it hard to believe, especially since he himself was part of the scheme. Si Wuyan shook his head with a wry smile. Unfortunately, no matter how brilliant a scheme may be, it holds no weight against absolute strength. Yi Tianxin likely never considered that master could continuously employ the 1,000-mile pursuit technique, rumored to evade the full-speed pursuit of the primordial spirit realm. The scenes of grand techniques truly shattered his understanding. What puzzled him further was that master's combat style emphasized speed, leaving no room for Yi Tianxin to grasp any plans. As for the emperor of Dian, Lady Yufei, and Jingming Dao, one must first capture them before anything else. Suddenly, Lao Ba exclaimed, "No, I refuse to be the leader of this stronghold any longer. Whoever wants it can take it. I want to return to my hometown. I cannot compete with you all. Can I not hide?" Zhou, holding Yi Tianxin, saw the shimmering light and aura of Baizhe atop Qingyang Mountain and dove down. Upon landing on Qingyang Mountain, he saw Xiao Yuan riding Baizhe approaching. "Master," Xiao Yuan called out. Upon noticing Yi Tianxin beside master, she was taken aback again. "Senior sister? Ugh, you are not my senior sister. You are a great traitor." Yi Tianxin struggled to open her eyes. The shattered Qi Si in her dantian made it difficult for her to be in good condition. She felt as if she were wilting, as though her soul had been lost. "Yuan'er, take care of her," Zhou instructed, pushing Yi Tianxin forward. Disciple obeys. The timing was just right. The effect of the peak experience card had worn off. Zhou composed himself, swiftly adapting to the current state of affairs. Perhaps he had discerned some clues. Yi Tianxin chuckled mockingly. Who would have thought that the formidable old demon would find himself in such a predicament? Xiao Yuan retorted, "What do you know? My master is simply older and in need of rest." Suddenly realizing her misstep, Xiao Yuan quickly added, "Master, I did not mean it that way." Zhou waved his hand dismissively. "It's of no consequence." Yi Tianxin scoffed, "If I were you, I would hasten back to Jindingshan. Did you not proclaim that as long as you are present, no one would dare to challenge Jindingshan? Alas, it seems today Jindingshan has changed hands." "You speak nonsense," Xiao Yuan exclaimed angrily. "Moreover, the Wang Fugui you killed is a top expert under the current Yufei Nyang. Those 15 in the Xinting realm are disciples from the 3 sects of the southern region of Dian. Master, do you not regret taking action against me? Do not forget, my Yanhua palace still has 1,000 sisters. If I do not return, they will undoubtedly unite with the royal family and the 3 sects of Dian to confront Jindingshan." Yi Tianxin felt considerably better, her heart lighter. Her voice softened, yet her gaze hardened. "If you regret it, then release me. At the very least, I am still the mistress of Yanhua Palace." In Chapter 40, Who Gave You the Audacity? Xiao Yuan leapt down from Baizhe and approached Yi Tianxin, sensing something amiss. She scrutinized her, exclaiming in surprise, "What has happened to your cultivation? It has been ruined." Yi Tianxin lamented. "Ah, and you still dare to threaten me, little junior sister. This is the good deed done by the master you respect. Listen to your senior sister. If he continues like this, he will inevitably push you all into the abyss. He is old. How much longer can he protect you?" Yi Tianxin continued to incite. "Nonsense. I do not believe you, traitor. You deserve to have your cultivation ruined." "Humph." Xiao Yuan made a face. Yi Tianxin furrowed her brow. How could it be that in such a short time, little junior sister had grown so submissive to the old man? What kind of enchantment had she consumed? "Little junior sister, look at his current state. He is no different from an ordinary old man. Trust me, strike him with a palm." Though Yi Tianxin had lost her cultivation, she could sense that Zhou's condition had drastically changed from before, indicating that some unknown secret potion had worn off. Xiao Yuan gasped in shock, indignantly saying, "Bah, bah, bah, traitor." She would never dare to strike her master, even in sparring. Zhou glanced at the time, deeming it nearly time to depart. "Master, I have already sent my father back to Sifu using Baizhe. Let us go," Xiao Yuan said with a smile. "This is for the best." Bringing another person is always a burden. However, Lu Zhou felt a sense of comfort in Xiao Yuan's decision to forego the opportunity to reunite with her parents in favor of returning to offer support. Perhaps she was the most conscientious among his 9 disciples. Ignoring Yi Tianxin, Lu Zhou waved his hand. Let us return. Baizhe let out a call. Its legendary mount aura resembling that of a king in the jungle, compelling all creatures to bow down. Baizhe's hooves carried Lu Zhou upon its back. It was then that Yi Tianxin realized this mount was indeed of legendary status. When had his steed changed to Baizhe? Before she could ponder further, Xiao Yuan had already grasped Yi Tianxin and leapt onto Baizhe's back, which gracefully soared into the sky. At Jintingshan, with the barrier unrepaired, practitioners could enter and exit freely. The pavilions halfway up the mountain, the slopes, and the steps leading to the Motian pavilion were crowded with cultivators. There is none here. Not on the east side either. Nothing to the west. How peculiar. Where have the demons of Jintingshan hidden? Continue searching. The elders have decreed that we must locate Ji Tiandao and Ming Shirin today. In the woods, above, cultivators wielding swords scoured the low skies, hacking about. In addition to Jingyi, many practitioners from the Tianjian sect participated in the search. The area was in disarray. Inside the Motian pavilion, Elder Fang Jingshan sat in his chair, his gaze sharp, fixated on Duanmu Sheng, who was bound in chains. To his left and right stood 3 Shinting realm cultivators, glaring at Duanmu Sheng. This was the 3rd disciple of the feared old demon of Jintingshan, and were it not for his injuries, they likely would not have captured him. Duanmu Sheng, if you reveal the whereabouts of the old demon, I shall spare your life. Fang Jingshan spoke in a deep voice. Duanmu Sheng scoffed. Fang Jingshan, how ironic that you, who pride yourself on being a righteous sect, would take advantage of another's misfortune. If you have the courage, release me and let us battle fairly for 300 rounds. Fang Jingshan coldly snorted. You dare speak arrogantly even while injured? Do you believe you have the qualifications? Not even the old demon can hide like a rat at this moment. Duanmu Sheng chuckled, suddenly recalling something. Even your brother Fang Tuchuo would show me some respect if he were here. With a resounding thud, Duanmu Sheng raised his arms, chains clanking as he withstood the blow. Blood surged, pain unbearable. Observing Duanmu Sheng's disheveled state, Fang Jingshan mocked. What are you? A lost dog? Reveal the whereabouts of the old demon and Ming Shirin, or else this time next year will be your death anniversary. With a swish, the nearby cultivator drew a large blade. Currently, Duanmu Sheng, due to his injuries and bindings, was unable to move. Yet, his innate pride could not be subdued by mere physical wounds. Duanmu Sheng smiled brightly. Go ahead, try it. Arrogance. Fang Jingshan raised his hand, preparing to strike, but his subordinate quickly interjected. Elder, you must not. This demon cannot be killed. Our target is the Motian pavilion and the old demon. The sect leader has ordered that they must be captured alive. Elder Fang, think carefully. A gentleman's revenge is not too late to avenge. Fang Jingshan intended to seize the opportunity to kill Duanmu Sheng for his brother's revenge. Fang Jingshan glared and waved his hand, saying, I wonder how long you can revel in this. Since the sect leader has forbidden me from killing you, then I suppose you have yet to experience the feeling of being imprisoned in the underworld, unable to live or die. Outside the Motian pavilion, a cultivator flew in on a sword. Elder Zhou. The surrounding practitioners clasped their fists in greeting. Fang Jingshan merely glanced at him before speaking. Zhou Jifeng, your timing is impeccable. Have you found any leads on Ming Shirin? Zhou Jifeng bowed. Second elder, I have sent people to search every corner of Jintingshan, yet found nothing. Found nothing? We saw with our own eyes that Ming Shirin was severely injured. I refuse to believe he could escape far. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must find him. I too wish for their swift discovery. I almost forgot. That old demon killed the Tianjian sect's leader, Luo Changfeng, who was your mentor. Zhou Jifeng smiled thinly, nodding. With the second elder here, they cannot escape. Fang Jingshan patted Zhou Jifeng's shoulder, saying, though you hail from the Tianjian sect, you are quite obedient. More so than them. The second elder flatters me. Very well. I hereby command you to personally interrogate Duanmu Sheng. Fang Jingshan pointed at Duanmu Sheng. Seeing Zhou Jifeng hesitate, Fang Jingshan laughed. No wonder the Tianjian sect cannot accommodate you. Lost dog. I wonder what the sect leader saw in you to grant you the title of elder. Get lost. He shoved Zhou Jifeng aside and struck. Duanmu Sheng raised his arms to block, stepping back several paces. He could still resist? Fang Jingshan looked puzzled. He slowly raised his hand. This time, he channeled his energy. As a peak Shinting realm expert, he possessed formidable power akin to his brother Fang Tuchuo. Just then, to the north of Jintingshan, a wave of auspicious energy approached. Soaring through the clouds, Practitioners outside, and those flying low above the forest, all looked up. What is that? A legendary mount. A powerful practitioner is coming. Quickly inform the elders. It must be our righteous cultivators coming to our aid. The righteous sect's elders and disciples all ceased their activities, casting their gazes skyward. Bai Zai's steed emitted a deep, resonating howl that echoed throughout the entirety of Jintingshan. Following this, a solemn and authoritative voice boomed. Who dares trespass upon my Jintingshan? Chapter 41. The Return of the Old Demon. This low, thunderous voice carried an immense pressure, startling everyone present. They discerned that the voice belonged to an elder. Yet the vitality within it did not suggest mastery. The sound waves were powerful enough to traverse the mountains. The vast expanse of practitioners, taken aback, looked up to behold Bai Zai, who descended from the clouds. Legendary steeds were already rare, one emanating such auspicious energy while producing this kind of sound. Who could it be? In the Motian pavilion, the bound Duanmu Sheng immediately recognized his master's voice and exclaimed, "Disciple welcomes master back." This declaration was like thunder, causing the righteous practitioners to tremble in fear. One by one, they emerged, faces pale with alarm. The open space was soon filled with practitioners, and Duanmu Sheng stood tall, stepping outside the Motian pavilion. Upon seeing Bai Zai plummet from the heavens, his spirit soared to its zenith. A sense of pride and profound confidence welled within him. Alas, it was the old demon. Do not panic. According to insider information, the old demon had long since been weakened and was merely relying on the secret potion of demonic essence to sustain himself. Form ranks. All experts above the divine realm. Assemble. Swiftly, over 10 divine realm practitioners gathered above the Motian pavilion. Fang Jingshan and Zhou Jifeng soon arrived, gazing in disbelief at the auspicious energy swirling above the pavilion. Lu Zhou stood atop Bai Zai's back, surveying the entirety of Jintingshan. As Yi Tianxin had remarked, Jintingshan had indeed been invaded by a group of reckless practitioners. Yi Tianxin smiled to herself, though she could not voice her amusement. After enduring the torment of her shattered Qi Si and Dantian throughout this journey, she had been left speechless, merely wishing to witness how the old demon would respond to this unfolding scene. Lu Zhou was indeed contemplating a course of action. There were two options. The first was to utilize his final peak experience card, but that was his trump card, and using it would leave him without means of self-preservation. The second was to command Bai Zai to flee Jintingshan, for Duanmu Sheng and Ming Shirin were also villains, and their demise would mean little. Should he use the peak experience card, or escape? Previously, he had used one card and captured only Yi Tianxin, which felt somewhat like a loss. The only silver lining was that he had accrued a fair number of merit points from this skirmish. It seemed Yi Tianxin noticed Lu Zhou's contemplation, and she struggled to speak. "Release me, and you shall be left without a trump card." Zhou Yuan'er clutched Yi Tianxin tightly and scoffed, "Dream on." The assembled righteous practitioners felt the weight of impending conflict. Those below the divine realm wisely retreated to the rear. Lu Zhou's gaze swept over the crowd. Under the effect of his true eye, all practitioners appeared in a hostile state, their spirits high. Zhou Jifeng. Loyalty at 15? This was an increase of 5 since he had departed from the Tianjin sect. Lu Zhou found this puzzling. Fang Jingshan looked up, his voice cold. "I see it is none other than the old demon Duanmu Sheng, captured by me, while Ming Shirin lies heavily injured. Jintingshan is now under the control of the righteous sect. Come down and face your doom. Come down, come down, come down." They were, after all, facing a legendary steed. Only experts of the primordial spirit calamity realm could match such a mount. Fang Jingshan's taunt, along with his subordinates' cries, was indeed shocking. If only the old demon would descend, there would be a chance to capture him. This truly posed a dilemma. He could not afford to spare a peak experience card. Lu Zhou shook his head and spoke sternly, "Very well." Just then, a loud bang. Zhou Jifeng darted forward like lightning. A sword beam aimed directly at the unsuspecting Fang Jingshan. Sparks flew as a fierce sword aura struck Fang Jingshan's heart, only to be thwarted by a bizarre object. Simultaneously, the force of the rebound sent Zhou Jifeng hurtling backward. His arm tingled, blood surged, and he winced in discomfort. How could Fang Jingshan be so formidable? "Zhou Jifeng, what are you doing?" someone cried out. Fang Jingshan executed a backflip midair, narrowly evading the lethal strike, glaring at Zhou Jifeng. "How do you explain this, Zhou Jifeng?" Zhou Jifeng had not anticipated that such a close-range assassination attempt would fail. Lu Zhou was equally taken aback, observing the unfolding events with interest. "Did you truly withstand my strike?" Zhou Jifeng queried. Fang Jingshan chuckled. "Did no one inform you that a practitioner wielding a heavenly grade weapon is in a different league altogether?" Heavenly grade weapon? Zhou Jifeng had been highly confident in the sword he had meticulously prepared. He believed that even an expert of the primordial spirit calamity realm could hardly withstand it at such close range. Yet, he had not anticipated the opponent wielding a heavenly grade weapon. What kind of weapon could it be? Otherwise, why would the sect master have only sent a divine realm practitioner like me to Jiningshan? Fang Jingshan sneered. Zhou Yuan'er, witnessing the scene with urgency, clasped her fists and said, Master, this is infuriating. A group of divine realm practitioners dare to act so brazenly. Lu Zhou shook his head. Addressing Fang Jingshan, the Longxin shield, though calling it a heavenly grade treasure is somewhat overstating its worth. Fang Jingshan was taken aback. You know of the Longxin shield? Lu Zhou remained composed. There was no need to compete with a junior and risk diminishing his own status and identity. Zhou Yuan'er huffed. What is so surprising? When my master roamed the world, you were still playing in the mud. This was indeed the truth. When Ji Tiandao's fame echoed throughout the land, none present had even been born. Before the old demon, they were all mere inexperienced younglings. I offer you a chance at life. Lay down your weapons, restore Jintingshan, and labor upon the mountain for 3 years, and today's events shall be forgiven. This was stated with a calm demeanor, light and serene. The speaker had intent, while the listeners remained oblivious. Fang Jingshan erupted in raucous laughter, joined by the 10 or more divine realm experts arrayed before him, all of them chuckling as if they had heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. The old demon had turned over a new leaf, no longer wishing to kill, but instead offering a path to redemption by restoring Jintingshan and serving for 3 years. Was this not laughable? Too amusing. I have already granted you an opportunity. Since you do not cherish it, then you shall all remain. It was at this moment that Yi Tianxin struggled to lift her heavy eyelids. She witnessed a shocking scene. She observed the old demon's aura once again erupting forth. With her head tilted, she longed to raise her gaze to see clearly, but alas. All she could perceive was the 9-leaf golden lotus surrounding the old demon before she succumbed to unconsciousness. This was the 9-leaf 100 calamities void body. The heavens and earth shifted. Above the Motion pavilion, this majestic 100 calamities void body took dominion. Practitioners stood aghast, their faces filled with shock as they beheld this body. Was this how one commenced with full force? Shouldn't there be a few exchanges before unleashing the 100 calamities void? Master's might is unparalleled. Duanmu Sheng exhibited a look of adoration. Zhou Jifeng was drenched in cold sweat, hastily dropping his sword and kneeling. Old senior, your might is unmatched. The loyalty of both individuals rose by 5 points each. Lu Zhou chose not to flee, but rather shattered his final peak experience card. In that instant, his once frail and depleted Qi Si surged to fullness, and Lu Zhou realized he had reclaimed his pinnacle once more. Chapter 42, The Wisdom of the Aged. Lu Zhou did not opt to conserve this experience card. From the day he became Ji Tiandao, his path was set, and he was destined to continue on this journey. In this treacherous and perilous world of cultivation, where one could be devoured whole, Jintingshan remained his foundation, impervious to the touch of others. In addition to this, Lu Zhou harbored 2 layers of intention. He sought to seize this opportunity to issue a warning to the world, especially to those who covet Jintingshan. His reliance was not on secret elixirs, but rather on his own formidable strength. Only true strength, belonging solely to oneself, has the capacity for continuous eruption. No secret potion or external force can achieve such a feat. The disciples of Zhengyi Dao and Tianjiamen were left in a state of shock. Under the intimidation of Zhuyi's by Jie Dongming Fashion, they seemed to forget to move. The avatar, beyond merely amplifying the power of its wielder, also exerted a considerable deterrent effect on adversaries. The greater the disparity in strength, the more pronounced the intimidation. Practitioners below the deity court realm fell prostrate to the ground, quaking in fear. Even the mightiest among them, Fang Jingshan, could not help but swallow hard and take a step back, gripped by trepidation. He was frightened, flustered, and yearning to flee. The Longxin Jiduan was his sole bargaining chip for escape, and he desperately needed to find an opportunity. Lu Zhou, looking down from his elevated position, fixed his gaze upon Duanmu Sheng and declared, Duanmu Sheng, disciple is here. Duanmu Sheng trembled all over. In the final stage of Tianiju, I shall demonstrate the sword and spear techniques just once. Watch closely. Hearing this, Duanmu Sheng was filled with joy. This was to be a public demonstration of the ultimate sword and spear techniques of Tianiju. Though he had entered the fold earlier than others, he was somewhat slow-witted in comparison. Despite having received all teachings of Tianiju from his master, he had struggled for years to grasp this final stage. Relying solely on his own fumbling explorations, akin to navigating in darkness, making progress at a glacial pace. The prospect of his master imparting knowledge face to face filled him with elation. Lu Zhou pointed his finger as if it were a sword, and a sword qi materialized, emanating from his vital energy. With a mere finger, he condensed qi into a sword. The heavens were missing a piece, and terrifying energy erupted between his index and middle fingers, dazzlingly bright. This sword strike descended straight towards Fang Jinshan. With wide eyes, Fang Jinshan shouted, "No!" His body erupted with intense sword qi. The heavenly treasure, the Long Xinji Duan, was instantly activated, radiating a golden light. Its primary function was defense, ensuring Fang Jinshan's invulnerability. This was precisely why the leader of Jingyi Dao had dispatched him. Even when faced with a master of the Yuan Xinjie realm, he would have a fighting chance, and even if he could not win, he could escape. Elder. The onlooking practitioners were blinded by the light of the descending sword strike. A tremendous roar echoed as the formidable attack containing Ji Tiandao's might fell. The practitioners had no time to observe the aftermath of the strike or to ascertain the fate of Elder Fang. Lu Zhou's aged yet authoritative voice resonated once more. With the palm as the foundation, condensed qi into a barrier, overlapping waves 1,000-fold. This was the manifestation of the Tianyi spear technique in a sweeping offensive form. Overlapping waves, as the name implies, produced 1,000 barriers of qi in an instant, resembling a myriad of spear shadows. It was also the pivotal move of Tianyi. Upon witnessing this scene, the deity court realm practitioners' expressions changed dramatically. This is not good. Run. They decisively abandoned their ludicrous formation and fled. Even those in the Yuan Xinjie realm dared not confront this strike. It was too terrifying. This attack did not target the fleeing practitioners, but instead landed in the very spot where Fang Jinshan had stood. Boom. The view became obscured. It was impossible to discern whether Fang Jinshan was alive or dead. This overlapping wave strike descended like 1,000 spear shadows. Could Fang Jinshan, armed with the Long Xinji Duan, withstand it? The shockwave reverberated outward. The fleeing deity court realm practitioners were sent tumbling, their screams echoing. Even the prodigy, Zhou Jifeng, was propelled into a series of backflips by the residual force, barely managing to stabilize himself with his qi. So powerful, even more formidable than when the top 10 masters besieged Jinting Shan. Was it due to GS by Jia Dongming? What he could ascertain was that Ji Tiandao had indeed grown stronger. Yet, was it necessary to employ such overwhelming force against a mere deity court realm Fang Jinshan? It felt like kicking a corpse. It felt like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The Long Xinji Duan, could it truly endure? He had no doubt that this heavenly treasure had perished at the first strike. The old master continued his assault, clearly either to humiliate Fang Jinshan or to instruct his disciple. With 2 moves concluded, the dust settled, and the remnants of chaos gradually dissipated. Lu Zhou remained composed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, glancing at the time on the panel. Merely 3 minutes had elapsed. If it were only to deal with these practitioners, this peak experience card would be a waste. However, Lu Zhou's ambitions extended far beyond this. Did you see clearly? Duan Muxing knelt and exclaimed, "Disciple has seen clearly. Master S live demonstration surpasses 10 years of arduous training." Very good. As clarity returned, the area where Fang Jinshan had been struck now bore no trace of him, leaving not even a remnant. The practitioners, in a state of panic, scattered in all directions. "Master, Xiao Yuan is anxious. If you do not let her act, they will escape." Those practitioners aimed to replicate the strategy they had employed to besiege Jinting Shan previously. "What good is your prowess if we all split up? You have neither 3 heads nor 6 arms, nor can you employ a technique of division to capture us all." Their plan had always been a perfect strategy of sacrificing the few to save the many. If they could not defeat him, they would flee. The directions of their escape surrounded Jinting Shan from all sides. "I have stated that none shall leave. Not a single one." The Baijia Dongming Shin flickered above Jinting Shan. Lu Zhou maneuvered the colossal avatar into the heart of the Jinting Shan's restrictive formation. Duan Muxing was astounded, unsure of his master's intentions. Xiao Yuan looked up in confusion. The fleeing practitioners dared not look back, only running for their lives. Alas, they were not practitioners of the Yuan Xinjie realm and could not employ grand escape techniques. Lu Zhou infused all the vital energy from his dantian into the formation's core. Is master trying to repair the barrier? How could that be possible? The barrier of Jinting Shan had been established over generations by ancestral masters, drawing immense vital energy while harmonizing with the natural order, continuously replenishing energy to form a barrier. When Lu Zhou had punished the 3rd, 4th, and 5th disciples, it had taken them more than 3 years to repair it together. To mend the barrier alone would require at least a decade. Given his advanced age, shouldn't Master conserve his strength? Why undertake such an endeavor? Lu Zhou's true intention lay here, representing his second purpose. Since the peak experience card could continually replenish his Dantian, it would be a waste not to utilize the remaining energy to repair the barrier after dealing with Fang Jinshan. How could Lu Zhou possibly squander such a splendid opportunity? A vast surge of energy poured into the formation's core. Instantly, a barrier resembling glass emerged from all sides. The fleeing practitioners found themselves ensnared within the barrier. Duan Muxing suddenly grasped the situation. Master intends to catch them like fish in a barrel. Truly, the old are indeed cunning. Chapter 43. What to do when you have no trump cards. Zhou Jifeng was equally shaken by the terrifying, boundless energy. When he had led the team to breach this barrier, he had exerted all his strength and failed to budge it even slightly. Little did he expect that Ji Tiandao alone could replenish the barrier. Lu Zhou did not cease his efforts, continuing to channel energy. The instantaneous restoration was not true restoration. He needed to connect the core with the surrounding formations, creating a continuous flow to sustain it. Even Lu Zhou was somewhat astonished by the peak experience card's extraordinary capabilities. An inexhaustible wellspring of energy. Were it not for the constraints of time, this artifact would indeed be invincible, rendering any need for cultivation enhancement utterly unnecessary. All that would suffice is an experience card. Lu Zhou was uncertain how many times he had depleted his Dantian's Qi and could not calculate it. For each consumption was met with a replenishment of new vitality. To put it in gaming terms, it was akin to having infinite mana. Lu Zhou spent a full 25 minutes repairing the barrier, which ultimately stabilized. Upon touching the barrier, one could perceive bright and terrifying ripples, reminiscent of ocean waves. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhou surveyed his surroundings. Concurrently, he glanced at the timer, which indicated 3 minutes remaining. Lu Zhou calmly commanded, Yuan'er, leave none behind. The remaining adversaries were well within the capabilities of Yuan'er. Thus Lu Zhou deemed it unnecessary to intervene personally. Disciple obeys. Fang Jinshan was reduced to mere rubble, and the remaining practitioners of the Shenting realm were at most at the Yu Dao stage. Although the Shenting realm is divided into 3 tiers, Su Dao, Yu Dao, and Hua Dao, each tier is worlds apart, with distinctions between those possessing treasures and those without. However, when compared to the 9 disciples atop Jintingshan, even if of the same tier, these practitioners were no match. Yuan'er, filled with pent-up rage, finally found an outlet at that moment. She executed the 7-star cloud step to its fullest potential, dispatching practitioners of the Fanhai realm almost effortlessly, while those of the Shenting realm became her targets. The appearance of a demon from Jintingshan wreaking havoc was hardly surprising. Terrified practitioners, even if capable of resistance, could only delay their demise momentarily. They resembled lambs awaiting slaughter in a cage, with Yuan'er as the hunter sharpening her blades. Despair and fear permeated the air. Lu Zhou did not partake in the battle. With a casual wave, his colossal Dharma body vanished, and he dove back into the Mo Tian pavilion. Master, Duan Muxing, unable to withstand the strain, had a trickle of blood escape his lips. Lu Zhou cast a glance, noting that his loyalty had reached an impressive 80. Merely imparting the Tian Ju had led to such a result, which surprised Lu Zhou somewhat. Regardless, having a devoted and capable ally was indeed a boon. His injuries were likely sustained during his earlier encounter with Zheng Yi's Fang Tuchuo. That he had endured until now was quite commendable. Surely a testament to the resilience forged through Ji Tiandao's torments. An ordinary practitioner would have long been incapacitated. Where's the 4th now? Lu Zhou inquired with a calm demeanor. Duan Muxing explained that the 4th had engaged in a fierce battle with Fang Jinshan and his group, but was outnumbered and had to retreat, sustaining injuries in the process. As for his current whereabouts, I am also unaware. Lu Zhou waved his hand. Baizhe descended with the unconscious Yi Tianxin, landing in the courtyard of the Mo Tian pavilion, before soaring into the sky and vanishing from sight. 6th junior sister? Duan Muxing exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Tianxin, wielding the celestial tier weapon, the multi-emotional ring, and ranked 9th on the black list, had suffered such injuries. Now all 3, 3rd, 4th, and 6th, were wounded. Only Yuan'er rampaged like an unrestrained wolf within the barrier, racking up merit points at a relentless pace. Lu Zhou slowly turned. Zhou Jifeng trembled and hurriedly approached, kneeling 5 meters away from Lu Zhou, proclaiming, I, as a junior, wish to pledge myself to the Jintingshan sect and serve under your esteemed guidance. Ding, acquired a subordinate, Zhou Jifeng, Shenting realm, reward, 100 merit points. Lu Zhou merely cast a fleeting glance at him. He neither nodded nor shook his head, instead stating blandly, clean up. He was too preoccupied to hear Zhou Jifeng's explanation and had no desire to learn what transpired after his departure from the Tianjin sect, thus issuing his command. Zhou Jifeng, overjoyed, replied, "Understood." With a sweeping motion, his sword was drawn, grasping the blade with fierce determination. Zhou Jifeng charged at the fleeing practitioners of the Fanhai realm. As the sword energy surged, blood spattered, and Lu Zhou turned to enter the Mo Tian Pavilion. Within the Mo Tian Pavilion, it was a space meticulously crafted by Ji Tiandao for secluded cultivation. Even a practitioner at the Yuan Xinjie stage would require considerable time to forcibly breach it. Lu Zhou activated the mechanism, and the door trembled, sliding open to the left. Upon closing the door, the world fell silent. The peak state duration had just concluded. The vast energy within the Dantian's Qi Si receded like a receding tide. Lu Zhou appeared calm. The dim lighting within the pavilion allowed only a faint glow to filter through. This place, indeed, was quite suitable for cultivation. As for the happenings outside, Lu Zhou deemed them no longer worthy of his attention. He needed to clarify his thoughts and reorganize his strategies. Name, Lu Zhou race, human cultivation, Ningshi realm. Lianqi Hua Shun merit points, 6674 Dharma body. Sanhua Ju Ding remaining lifespan, 5,506 days item, deadly block 7, passive, technique, Sanwan Tianshu weapon, multi-emotional ring, owner, Yi Tianxin. Requires re-refinement for use. The peak experience card was indeed depleted, leaving only 7 instances of deadly block. In the face of formidable foes, he could unleash 10 or even 100 strikes in a heartbeat. However, the significance of 7 was rather negligible. Without any trump cards, what was to be done? The first great demon of Jintingshan had many eyes watching. Lu Zhou sat cross-legged in the light, lost in thought. The barrier of Jintingshan had been repaired. And even if formidable enemies were to arrive, the barrier alone could hold for 10 days or more. Furthermore, Lu Zhou had used the peak experience card twice consecutively, instilling fear in the righteous practitioners. Even the most foolish among them would hesitate to invade Jintingshan again as they had this time. Over 6,000 merit points had been amassed. This was the bounty from his venture to Anyang. Lu Zhou had heard numerous prompts along the way, and accumulating such a wealth of merit points was only to be expected. The Ci Jia kidnapping incident, subduing Pan Chong, and capturing Yi Tianxin had all contributed to his merit points. As for the targets he had slain, he lacked the energy to count them all. Killing was simply killing. Regarding weapons, Lu Zhou had not considered that the celestial tier treasures he had reclaimed could still be utilized. However, refining a celestial tier treasure was no easy feat. Once a celestial tier treasure acknowledged its master, altering that bond was exceedingly difficult, more so than changing a person's heart. Ding, killed a practitioner of the Shinting realm. Gained 100 merit points. Ding, killed a practitioner of the Fanhai realm. Gained 10 merit points. Lu Zhou shook his head. There was a tenfold disparity in rewards for just one realm difference. He had accumulated merit points, but now he needed to contemplate how to utilize them. A lottery? It bore a hint of gambling. While continuous draws could accumulate luck, what if misfortune followed him relentlessly? Perhaps it would be prudent to wait until Xiao Yuan'er and Zhou Jifeng cleared the remaining practitioners before making further plans. Lu Zhou rose to his feet. He surveyed the surroundings, as if it had been ages since he last visited the inner chamber of the Mo Tian Pavilion. Many items had remained here. Although the light was dim, he could discern the general layout. This place housed numerous cultivation manuals from esteemed sects, such as Tai Yi Sword Technique, Dao Heart Sutra, and Qing Xian Spell. Lu Zhou recalled that none of his disciples practiced these. Yet, it was understandable, as they could not compare with the system's rewards. In addition to the manuals, there were various weapons, mostly of the Xian and Huang grades, which practitioners at the Yuan Xinjie stage would hardly regard. Lu Zhou, too, lost interest after a cursory glance. They were all covered in dust, clearly untouched for quite some time. Due to their age, Lu Zhou could hardly remember where most items came from or their intended use. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Mo Tian Pavilion, Yi Tianxin awakened, tormented by excruciating pain in her abdomen. She struggled to open her eyes and surveyed her surroundings. This was the Mo Tian Pavilion? Here was where she had paid her respects upon entering the sect. She recognized it instantly. She vividly recalled everything here, every tree, every wall, every line etched in the landscape. It was at this moment that a somewhat feeble voice broke through her thoughts. 6-6 shimmy? Startled, Yi Tianxin turned her head towards the sound. She beheld Ming Shirin, disheveled and bloodied, staggering towards her. "Si Xixiang?" Ming Shirin collapsed onto the ground, a weary smile gracing his lips. "Shimmy, you're back, and that is what matters." Yi Tianxin furrowed her brows, perplexed. Get used to it, get used to it. It's all just a routine, Ming Shirin coughed, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 44. Restructuring the cards, Yi Tianxin steadied herself against the ground. Sitting upright, a mix of sorrow and confusion enveloping her. Routine? Yet, these thoughts seemed trivial now. Her gaze fell upon Ming Shirin, who bore not only bloodstains, but also considerable dirt. A long, ghastly wound marred his chest, glaringly unscabbed under the blazing sun. Flies buzzed, drawn to the scent of injury. Was this truly the formidable Si Wuyan who instilled fear in the hearts of many? Was this the same Ming Shirin who had transcended to the realm of the divine? A cultivator so weak that even flies could harass him. "Ha, look at you now," Yi Tianxin remarked, the oppressive heat and arid air causing her discomfort. Ming Shirin raised his hand, waving it a few times, perhaps to shoo away the flies or to dismiss Yi Tianxin's words. "I'm merely exhausted. That old man left you all on the mountain to die, and you willingly stayed behind to toil for him. Have you gone mad?" Yi Tianxin scoffed. Ming Shirin felt an overwhelming fatigue, his eyelids heavy, yet he managed to reply, "You don't understand. I'm different from you. I hold great respect for my teacher." With that, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber. A curious sight unfolded. Small, tender branches emerged from the crevices around Ming Shirin, growing visibly before her eyes. These shoots, varying in size from slender to robust, broke through the earth and stone, enveloping Ming Shirin and shielding him from the scorching sun. The flies were kept at bay. Yi Tianxin's brows knitted together, disbelief washing over her as she instinctively recoiled. The courtyard before the Mo Tian pavilion was vast, capable of accommodating over 1,000 people, yet she felt an inexplicable anxiety as she stepped back. Yi Tianxin murmured, "Has Shi Xiang truly mastered the Qingmu heart method? This is the essence of the technique. When cultivated to perfection, it can lead one from death to rebirth, allowing for a transformation into a new life." This also implied that Ming Shirin had surpassed this tribulation, achieving a level of cultivation akin to her own. He was on the brink of entering the Yuanshan tribulation realm. When had that old devil become so generous? Time passed, and silence enveloped the area outside the Mo Tian pavilion. Yi Tianxin gazed at the region entwined by Qingmu. Lost in thought, "Master." A figure clad in azure descended from the sky, landing gracefully in the courtyard of the Mo Tian pavilion. Glancing around, she quickly spotted Yi Tianxin. "Humph, great traitor, where's my master?" Zhou Yuan'er, hands on her hips, regarded Yi Tianxin with evident hostility. Yi Tianxin looked up, observing the innocent and adorable Zhou Yuan'er. "Come here, shimmy. I want to go to you." Zhou Yuan'er retorted defiantly. "Tell me what that old man has been doing all these years, will you?" She crossed her arms, ignoring Yi Tianxin altogether. This caused Yi Tianxin to frown, shaking her head in resignation. Gaining information about the old devil from Zhou Yuan'er seemed a formidable challenge. "San Shi Xiao," a voice called from behind, Duanmu Sheng, who appeared equally beleaguered, chained and battered. Despite his injuries, he was still able to walk. Yi Tianxin couldn't help but chuckle. Duanmu Sheng glared at her, his gaze intense, causing her laughter to cease abruptly. "You, who have betrayed your master and ancestors, audaciously mock us. Do you have the gall to laugh?" Unlike Ming Shirin or Zhou Yuan'er, Duanmu Sheng was more composed, albeit with a firmer temperament. "Given the calamity at Jintingshan, Yi Tianxin, you played a significant role. Now that your brothers are in this state, do not pretend to be righteous. You know how the old man treats us. It's no secret." Duanmu Sheng paused, understanding the truth behind his words. He had joined the sect earlier and was well aware of how the master treated his disciples, which explained the emergence of so many traitors. Yi Tianxin continued, "Look at your current state, utterly wretched. The old man's time is running short. I hope you can maintain your righteous demeanor until then." "Silence," Duanmu Sheng exclaimed, glaring at her. "Yuan'er, in the absence of our master, give her a slap for me." "Ah, obey." "Okay." Zhou Yuan'er dashed over, eyes closed, and delivered a swift slap. The sound was sharp and resonant, stinging Yi Tianxin's cheek painfully. Duanmu Sheng admonished, "This slap is a reminder that this is the Mo Tian pavilion, the place where you once learned under our master. Should you dare to speak disrespectfully again, do not blame your Shi Xiang for being merciless." The force of his voice reverberated, shaking Yi Tianxin to her core, causing her blood to surge. Despite Duanmu Sheng's injuries, he was still capable of producing such powerful sound waves. Having lost her cultivation, she could not withstand the impact and promptly spat out blood. Now, she was thoroughly subdued. "Shi Xiang, I will help you free yourself from the chains," Zhou Yuan'er offered. "No need. These chains are forged from 1,000-year cold iron. Only the jade blade of the Shi Xiang or the Chongqing sword of Air Shi Xiang could break them," Duanmusheng sighed. At this moment, Zhou Jifeng, bearing his long sword, entered with a nervous demeanor. This was his second time at the Motian Pavilion, and anxiety gnawed at him. Even with 3 devils injured, he still felt trepidation, especially with the unpredictable Zhou Yuan'er around. Stop! Zhou Yuan'er commanded. Esteemed seniors, Zhou Jifeng bowed respectfully. You are disciples of the Tianjian sect, a renowned righteous sect. Do you not fear ridicule for joining Jindingshan? Duanmusheng questioned. Zhou Jifeng replied earnestly. What is righteous or demonic? If I feared ridicule, I would not be standing here. Since I have come, I have made my peace. He knelt, pleading, please. Grant me a chance to explain. Yi Tianxin regarded him with a complicated expression, laughing softly. Madness. How many would wish to distance themselves from Jindingshan? You choose this moment to join them, seeking death? Zhou Jifeng did not look at Yi Tianxin, stating, the old senior has shown me kindness. Kindness? Yi Tianxin chuckled, finding his words absurd. Lu Zhou, having surveyed his surroundings, let out a soft sigh upon realizing they were merely old artifacts. Some were still quite valuable, perhaps useful in the future. As the accumulation of merit points stagnated, he returned to the light, contemplating how to utilize them. 7,540 points. Lu Zhou gazed at the merit value on the panel, first accessing the shop. For symbols traversing, priced at 2,000 points, he shook his head. Purchasing this would not ensure survival. It could only elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the Ningshi realm. As for the law body 5 Qi towards origin, at 3,000 points, it was not worth considering. Weapons. Lu Zhou examined the categorized weapons on the interface, ranging from swords to spears and staves, classified into 4 tiers of heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow. However, wielding such weapons required substantial cultivation. Otherwise, one would be a mere mortal, guilty of possessing something precious. Item cards. Reversal card, 500 points each. Fatal block, 100 points each. Expensive, and the value of the trump cards is inadequate. Chapter 45. The best defense is a good offense. Lu Zhou shook his head and continued to peruse. Impeccable. Impeccable grants a 10-second state of damage immunity upon use, costing 500 merit points each. This prop card is quite impressive, essentially granting an invincible state. However, the duration is disappointingly brief, lasting merely 10 seconds. After this fleeting moment, one remains susceptible to others. Without effective countermeasures, this card is less advantageous than one that allows for escape. Nonetheless, it possesses merit and should be employed judiciously according to the circumstances. Lu Zhou did not rush to purchase the prop card, opting to continue his exploration. Deadly Strike. Upon use, acquire indescribable power to deliver a fatal blow to the target. Each card costs 500 merit points. Lu Zhou scrutinized the description of this prop card. As an experienced gamer, he was accustomed to acquiring treasures through monster slaying that included skills for critical strikes. Yet such skills often had a probabilistic trigger. This card, however, seemed devoid of any probability restrictions. He glanced around, finding no further descriptions or limitations. What does indescribable power even signify? Lu Zhou pondered. What manner of description is indescribable, regardless of the nature of this power? A prop card with such a description should not be lacking in value. He decided to retain it. First-class defense. Upon use, reduce all damage by 90 for 30 seconds. Each card costs 500 merit points. Second-class defense. Upon use, reduce all damage by 60 for 30 seconds. Each card costs 300 merit points. The more than 10 prop cards he encountered were all of a defensive nature. Given Lu Zhou's current realm, the Ningshi realm, these cards would be of little use against formidable opponents. What good is mitigating 90% of damage when the remaining 10% could still prove fatal? He shook his head. Such cards were less useful than those that offered perfect protection. Wait a moment. Why are most of them defensive? Is one to act like a turtle, never striking back and merely serving as a punching bag? This is not in line with the style of the Grandmaster of Demons. Continuing his examination, he found only a few prop cards obscured by question marks, lacking detailed descriptions. It was likely that, much like the Fa Xin Xianjiaposa and Wan Luji Zun, their descriptions and prices were concealed. Experienced gamers understood that this hinted at their high caliber and potency. After reviewing all the prop cards, Lu Zhou selected 3 cards of perfect defense and 3 cards of deadly strike, achieving a balance of offense and defense. Upon making his selections, a chilling thought crossed his mind. What would transpire if a deadly strike were used against perfect defense? Would it depict a paradoxical fable? How could he test this? It seemed rather awkward. As for the other defensive cards, he chose to disregard them. The best defense is indeed a good offense. Thus, he expended 3,000 merit points. However, These prop cards were undoubtedly worth the investment, leaving no room for hesitation. Now, how to allocate the remaining 4,540 merit points? Should he purchase more reversal cards to restore his lifespan? His physical body was the key impediment to his cultivation recovery. However, with over 4,000 merit points, he could only acquire 9 cards, roughly translating to 2,700 days of life. In comparison to his previously lengthy millennium, this was still significantly short. It is worth noting that reversal cards focus on regression, implying a reversal of aging rather than merely extending life on an aging body. What about a lottery? He was uncertain why the thought of a lottery resurfaced in his mind. With past experiences of lotteries, Zhou knew that they could be treacherous. The enhancement of his cultivation remained paramount. He recalled the scene of employing the Baijie Dongming, where his 8-leaf golden lotus transformed into a 9-leaf one. Despite being the same pinnacle experience card, why did the results differ? What is this heavenly book? It is unlike any cultivation method he had ever known, lacking specific techniques, breath control, or the incantations for channeling energy. Nevertheless, cultivation is indeed fundamental, but perhaps a lottery should be tried first. Meanwhile, to the west of Dayin and north of Yuzhou lies Pingdu Mountain, the headquarters of the Yuming sect. In the Yuming Great Hall, the sect leader had ascertained that the Grand Master had single-handedly captured the master of Yanyu Palace. With no survivors among the experts from the Zheng Yi Dao and Tianjin men who had invaded Jinting Mountain. Before him, a swirling black mist obscured the Yuming throne, hindering visibility. A hoarse voice drifted from the darkness, reminiscent of the infernal realms. It is understood, sect leader. The master of Yanyu Palace was once your junior sister. This time, she led her practitioners to besiege the Grand Master, resulting in a crushing defeat. The Yun sect, Tian sect, and Luo sect are enraged, vowing to exact vengeance upon Yanyu Palace for their fallen disciples. What do you think? Should we intervene? The Yuming Great Hall fell into an eerie silence, the sound of a pin dropping audible. After a moment, a voice emerged from the black mist. They brought this upon themselves. No need to intervene. The subordinate bowed respectfully, continuing, I have another matter to report. The informant we have embedded within the royal family has reported that Yu Fei plans to subjugate Jinting Mountain and is even attempting to persuade the emperor to mobilize the imperial guards. And then, the emperor of Dayin punished Yu Fei, confining her for 3 months. A profound silence enveloped the black mist, as if deliberating something. After a brief pause, the voice continued, the Dayin's military operations are frequent. The imperial guards are the city's protectors and cannot be easily diverted. Yu Fei's actions are akin to shooting herself in the foot. However, the voice hesitated. Yu Fei hails from the western regions, an alien race. Her every move warrants close scrutiny. The subordinate acknowledged the sect leader's directive. Moreover, the voice in the black mist resumed, the swordsman is fond of sparring. The Jingming Dao sect has many experts. Let him go, but should he encounter the sword demon, he must avoid confrontation. I will take care of it. The subordinate replied. In front of Mo Tian Pavilion, Duanmu Sheng, Zhou Yuan'er, and others anxiously awaited in the courtyard, akin to ants on a hot stove. As the sun dipped in the west, their master still had not appeared. It is normal for the master to require time to recuperate after such a battle, Zhou Yuan'er remarked, stopping her restless pacing. Duanmu Sheng rubbed his head, feeling dizzy from her incessant movements. Zhou Jifeng respectfully asserted, the venerable elder possesses unparalleled prowess. He will be fine. What nonsense, Zhou Yuan'er retorted, rolling her eyes. Yi Tianxin nonchalantly added, if I were you, I would go in to check. The elder is advanced in years. What if something were to happen? A hum echoed within Mo Tian Pavilion, the sound of mechanisms shifting. Simultaneously, the familiar authoritative voice resonated. Come in and speak. All present trembled, including Yi Tianxin, as their fatigue vanished in an instant. Zhou Yuan'er approached with a grin, grabbing her shoulder. Let us see how the master punishes you. Zhou emerged from the secret chamber, hands clasped behind his back, standing within the pavilion. The group entered Mo Tian Pavilion. Disciple greets the master. Disciple greets the master. Junior greets the venerable elder. Yi Tianxin, however, was left on the ground, raising her head defiantly in an attempt to glimpse the elder's face, but only managed to see his back. Zhou offered no response, pacing left and right, stroking his beard. Master? Zhou Yuan'er asked cautiously. At that moment, Zhou muttered, how could I draw nothing at all? Chapter 46. This round is a bit dark. Master, what are you saying? Zhou Yuan'er inquired cautiously. Nothing. Zhou dismissed the thought, slowly turning to gaze at each person present, feeling as though he was merely being thanked for their patronage. Sensing the elder's discontent, Zhou Yuan'er cheerfully remarked, Master, Do not be angry. I have already eliminated all the invaders. If you are still unhappy, I can return to find their corpses and stab them a few more times." Zhou Jifeng was left speechless. Lu Zhou raised his hand, calmly stating, "Where is the fourth?" Duanmu Sheng replied, "The fourth is severely injured, yet has gained an opportunity as a result. He is now protected by Qing Mu and likely cannot come to see the master." Lu Zhou was somewhat surprised. For these 7 days, he must not approach Qing Mu. Being protected by Qing Mu and entering a state of breakthrough requires 7 days. Should anyone interrupt, then Ming Shirin will never again step into the Yuan Xinjie realm. Yi Tianxin met Lu Zhou's gaze, dismissing it with, "How hypocritical. I fear that at midnight, they will deliberately strike him down." Lu Zhou remained unperturbed, casting not even a glance in her direction, and coldly stated, "Yuan'er, your disciple is here. Confine her to the back mountain for reflection." "As you command." Little Yuan'er stepped forward and seized Yi Tianxin. The mere thought of the cold, solitary back mountain sent a shiver through her body, memories of past reflections surfacing in her mind. She yearned to resist, yet found her dantian devoid of energy, unable to summon even a trace of vitality. Lu Zhou's gaze shifted to Zhou Jifeng, who promptly knelt and reverently declared, "Elder, I, Zhou Jifeng, wish to take refuge under the teachings of Jin Ting Shan, Mo Tian Go, and seek to become your disciple." Since his arrival in this realm, Lu Zhou had never entertained the notion of accepting disciples. By chronological measure, the old demon had only commenced his disciple-accepting endeavors upon reaching the pinnacle of his cultivation. Given his current prowess, he could not afford to attract those with ulterior motives. The 9 disciples he already had were troublesome enough. He had no surplus energy to instruct others. The moon rises over the sea, and we share this moment across the vast horizon. The old demon's whimsical nature was evident as he left an empty seat. The reason behind it was no longer of consequence. "Your talent is commendable. Yet your training in the Tianjianmen swordsmanship is established. To divert to another discipline mid-course would yield only half the effort for double the result," Lu Zhou stated. His meaning clear, he would not take him as a disciple. Undeterred, Zhou Jifeng displayed a fervent expression. Lu Zhou slowly raised his hand, interrupting his words. He picked up a manual from the nearby table and gently tossed it before Zhou Jifeng, saying, "This is the Tai sword technique of Tianjianmen. With your aptitude, mastering it should pose no difficulty." Zhou Jifeng's eyes widened in excitement as he gazed at the manual. Once the foremost disciple of Tianjianmen, he understood the significance of this text. The transmission of the Tai sword technique traditionally followed a hierarchy, with the master imparting the first layer to the disciple only after they had grasped it, and so forth. Although Zhou Jifeng had learned much, he had never received the entirety of the technique from Luo Changfeng. This practice was not exclusive to Tianjianmen, but was a common tradition among renowned sects, deemed normal by righteous disciples, with no one questioning it. Little did he expect that this treasured manual, held in such high regard by Tianjianmen, would be tossed to him as if it were worthless. How could he not feel exhilarated? With this technique, how could he not ascend to the Yuan Xinjie realm? "Thank you, Elder. Thank you," Zhou Jifeng exclaimed, cradling the manual in his hands as he knelt, prostrating his forehead to the ground, producing a crisp sound in a display of sincerity. Duanmu Sheng remarked, "Since you are not a disciple of Mo Tian Go, you shall refer to him as the sect master." "As you command," Zhou Jifeng replied respectfully. "There are several residences within Mo Tian Go. Aside from the east and south pavilions, you may choose any other location to stay." "Understood. I shall take my leave." Zhou Jifeng reverently exited Mo Tian Go, clutching the manual. Lu Zhou nodded slightly, acknowledging that Duanmu Sheng had more experience in managing disciples. Once Zhou Jifeng had departed, Duanmu Sheng bowed and said, "Master, Zhou Jifeng is, after all, a disciple of Tianjianmen. This matter requires lengthy explanation, involving his biological parents and the vendetta against them. Too troublesome." Lu Zhou waved his hand dismissively. "I have my own plans." "Understood, master. Dare you not understand?" Lu Zhou slowly rose, merely glancing at the iron chains on Duanmu Sheng before proceeding into the depths of Mo Tian Go. Duanmu Sheng intended to say something, but overheard his master mutter, "It should turn around soon." Hastily kneeling, he exclaimed, "I bid you farewell, master." When he raised his head, his master's figure had already vanished. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Duanmu Sheng helplessly tugged at the millennium-cold iron chains. He had wanted to seek his master's help to unshackle himself, but it seemed he would have to carry them for now, embodying the same detached and self-sufficient nature of his master. After confining Yi Tianxin to the back mountain, little Yuan'er returned to Mo Tian Go. Not encountering her master, she instead found her third senior brother, who wore a troubled expression, sighing deeply. "Senior brother, What troubles you? Duan Musheng waved his hand. It's nothing. I simply feel that Master seems a bit distracted lately. Distracted? Did Master issue any instructions just now? Little Yuan'er inquired. Not quite. He merely mentioned something. What was it? It seemed that Master was feeling a bit dizzy, Duan Musheng replied. Dizzy? Little Yuan'er nodded. After all, Master is of advanced age, riding by Zhou back and forth, soaring through the skies. How could he not feel dizzy? That makes sense. Senior brother, how shall we deal with that traitor? Little Yuan'er asked. Let us wait until the fourth has passed this trial. He is clever. If we do not punish such a traitor, how can we justify it to Master? Duan Musheng asserted resolutely. Senior brother, I have always been perplexed. She betrayed the sect. But why must she insist on Master's death? Little Yuan'er expressed her indignation. Duan Musheng sighed. Tianxin Jr.'s sister is also a person of unfortunate fate. Unfortunate? Little Yuan'er raised her hands, poking her index fingers together, muttering, I am also unfortunate. Duan Musheng was at a loss for words. I must go tend to my injuries. I leave this to you. Oh, take care, senior brother. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou observed the remaining merit points displayed before him. After extracting 3,000 points, he was left with 1,540 points. His luck value had accumulated to 60. Should he continue drawing? This round had been quite costly. He decided to draw again. Ding! This draw consumes 50 merit points. Thank you for your patronage, luck value 1. The total luck value now stood at 61 points. Satisfied, Lu Zhou resolved to exercise restraint. Perhaps he should wash his hands before proceeding further. Suddenly, he recalled the glimmer of light from when he viewed the Tian Shu at the Ci Fu and thought, perhaps I should read the Tian Shu and turn my fortune around. Chapter 47. Bold and Reckless. 23. The interface of the Tian Shu opened before Lu Zhou, and he scanned the comprehensible characters, finding no increase. The incomprehensible portions remained unchanged, leading him to deduce that to gradually unfold the subsequent sections, he must repeatedly read and contemplate the meanings within the preceding human scroll. Lu Zhou mused that since he had not grasped much previously, this had led to the emergence of additional text, indicating that the Tian Shu was indeed open to interpretation, albeit with a degree of difficulty. The light remained somewhat dim. Yet Lu Zhou was absorbed in his contemplation, oblivious to the passage of time. As seconds turned to minutes, that wondrous scene reappeared. At the apex of the dim light source, faint shimmering points of light continuously flickered. Lu Zhou remained engrossed in his seated meditation, unaware that 3 days had elapsed. On Jintingshan, Zhou Jifeng immersed himself in swordsmanship practice. Duan Musheng secluded himself to heal, and the fourth was at a critical juncture of breakthrough. Only little Yuan'er appeared bored, unable to leave Jintingshan. Thankfully, the protective barrier surrounding Jintingshan alleviated her worries about external threats. On the 4th day, as she returned to the courtyard of Emotian-gu, a creaking sound drew her attention. Creak, creak. Little Yuan'er seemed to hear the sound and swiftly dashed into the courtyard. A glance revealed, 4th senior brother? She noticed that the once congregated greenwood had begun to swell and grow at an astonishing rate. Confused, she recalled her master's words, that the 4th would need 7 days to pass this trial. How could it be progressing so swiftly? Creak, creak. The towering greenwood almost matched the height of Emotian-gu. Little Yuan'er continued to retreat, as the courtyard was nearly consumed by the greenwood. The more it grew, the less she could leave. She opted instead to soar into the air, encircling the green wood as she flew around it. Boom! The greenwood suddenly burst apart, scattering flowers throughout the sky. Little Yuan'er's protective energy shielded her from the debris. As a figure soared forth from the remnants of the green wood, exuding waves of energy like ripples of a tide, radiating outward in circles, little Yuan'er continued to retreat, bracing against the residual shockwaves, causing even Emotian-gu to sway in response. A vortex of formidable energy formed within the arena, as Ming Shirin closed his eyes, extended his arms, and floated at its center. Congratulations to 4th senior brother for entering the Yuan Xinjie realm, exclaimed Xiao Yuan'er, filled with joy. The commotion also startled Lu Zhou, who was diligently immersed in his study of the heavenly texts in his secluded chamber. Just as Lu Zhou was engrossed in his reading, the surrounding shelves, clutter, and weapons suddenly trembled, pulling him from his reverie. Who could be pleased by such an interruption? It was akin to being jolted awake from a deep slumber. One would surely harbor resentment. These rascals, when left unchecked for 3 days, dare to wreak havoc. Lu Zhou muttered, waving his arm dismissively before returning to his reading. At that very moment, suspended above the courtyard of Emotian-gu and ensnared by the vortex of energy, Ming Shirin relished the exhilaration of his breakthrough. With arms outstretched and eyes gently closed, a satisfied smile graced his lips. Little sister, has brother awakened so soon? The sensation of the Yuan Xinjie is truly splendid, with my Dharmakaya in hand. I possess the world. Zhou Yuan'er gazed at him in envy. Ming Shirin, still with his eyes partially closed, replied nonchalantly. I have been in the soil for quite some time before you returned. I did not require 7 days to break through. Just watch me. As he unleashed the 100 calamities Dharmakaya, a faint glow resembling fireflies drifted down from the apex of the Motian Ge. Simultaneously, a resonant voice echoed in their ears. You are audacious. In an instant, the ethereal light remarkably eroded the surrounding winds and vital energy, ebbing and flowing like the tides, vanishing in the blink of an eye. What would happen now that the energy binding him had dissipated? With a plummet, Ming Shirin fell headlong. Ouch! No longer daring to maintain his facade, he hastily rose to kneel in the direction of Emotan Gu, exclaiming, Disciple acknowledges my error. If one wishes to show off, one must choose a more suitable venue. Floating above where master rests, who else would I reprimand? Ming Shirin, flustered, dared not rise. Both astonished by his master's prowess and relieved to have escaped injury. Fourth senior brother, does your Dharmakaya require you to kneel to manifest? Zhou Yuan'er descended gracefully. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Ming Shirin stood, attempting to act as if the previous incident had not occurred. Having just entered the Yuan Xinjie, I am still adjusting. Where's master? Zhou Yuan'er proceeded to recount the events of the past 2 days. Upon hearing her words, Ming Shirin furrowed his brow. Sixth junior sister's cultivation has been destroyed. She has been confined in the back mountain for reflection? Yes, I will check on the mountain. You should gather information at the inn in Tongzi town. When master emerges, he will surely inquire, Ming Shirin instructed. How thoughtful of fourth senior brother. I shall go now? Zhou Yuan'er exclaimed, her spirits lifted. Do not cause trouble. After issuing this warning, Ming Shirin scratched his head, pondering how his words had come so naturally. Rest assured, I shall be on my best behavior, she said, darting down the mountain with astonishing speed. Ming Shirin cast a glance towards Emotian Ge, recalling the earlier warning that had reverberated in his mind, causing him to shudder. He had anticipated that entering the Yuan Xinjie would afford him some ease. Yet it appeared he was far from it. Emerging from Emotian Ge, he moved with an ethereal grace, his strides covering 30 zhang in a single step. Swiftly reaching the back mountain. Is that you? Ming Shirin spotted Zhou Jifeng, who was practicing swordplay. Startled by the ghostly presence of Ming Shirin, Zhou Jifeng quickly sheathed his sword and concealed his manual, bowing nervously. I greet fourth senior brother. Not being a disciple of Emotian Ge, he was at a loss for how to address him. Ming Shirin smirked mischievously. I hear from little sister that you are a rare talent in the Tianjin men. I dare not claim such a title, Zhou Jifeng replied modestly, but the opportunity to test his skills was too tempting. Ming Shirin stretched his limbs. Zhou Jifeng was puzzled by this remark. Buzz. 100 calamities Dharmakaya. A Dharmakaya 2 zhang tall and half a zhang wide materialized behind Ming Shirin. Zhou Jifeng glanced at it, murmuring, such a diminutive 100 calamities Dharmakaya. What did you say? With a thud, Zhou Jifeng fell to the ground, his head tilted, muttering, so powerful. Ming Shirin frowned. Astonished by the overwhelming presence of the Dharmakaya, it had intimidated him to the point of fainting without even striking. What a so-called genius of cultivation. Hardly impressive, he thought. Turning swiftly towards the back mountain's reflection cave, Zhou Jifeng cautiously opened his eyes, patting his chest, and taking a deep breath to suppress the turmoil within. He realized that one could not deceive such a formidable figure without severe consequences. Better to harm oneself than to endure punishment. At Emotian Ge, Lu Zhou gradually opened his eyes. The luminescent points of light in his vicinity faded. The insights gained over the past few days felt like a vivid dream, offering him a renewed understanding of the heavenly texts. However, many of the concepts remained obscure and required further contemplation. Lu Zhou accessed the system interface. Luck value, 61 points for the draw. Chapter 48, continuing with diligence, 33. Ding, this draw consumes 50 merit points. Thank you for your patronage, luck value, 1. Lu Zhou furrowed his brow. It seemed his luck had not improved. Was it truly a matter of the drawing posture? He slowly rose and continued to draw, only to receive 4 consecutive thank you for your patronage responses. This was a genuine scam. It was evident that the draw was unrelated to the method employed. Though he grumbled internally, Lu Zhou maintained a stoic exterior. His countenance had grown increasingly dark. Luck value, 66 points, a sign of smooth sailing? Women possess intuition, and men have keen instincts. This time, success was assured. Draw, ding. This draw consumes 50 merit points, 66 luck points, and grants 1 reversal card. One could only wonder at the absurdity of it all. Lu Zhou inhaled deeply, his deep-set eyes gazing into the dark abyss ahead. After a moment of contemplation, he decided against cursing. Such behavior was unbecoming of a master. However, to have expended so many merit points and luck values for merely a reversal card was infuriating. Who could he turn to for an explanation? Lu Zhou found himself bemused. In his past life, he had played games where he faced failure in weapon forging 15 times without experiencing such frustration. Steady now, do not succumb to anger, maintain composure. He glanced at the remaining merit points, totaling 1190. The lottery was treacherous. Perhaps it was best to withdraw? Draw. Ding! This draw consumes 50 merit points and grants the weapon unnamed, as well as the Mount Billion. Lu Zhou, can you believe it? After accumulating 66 luck points, he received only a reversal card. Yet, with 0 luck points, he obtained a weapon and a mount. Lu Zhou found himself at a loss for words. Unnamed. The weapon's name seemed rather arbitrary. But that was of little consequence. After such extensive effort, it could not be inferior to the mundane items in this chamber. As Lu Zhou chanted softly, an irregular object emanating a faint glow gradually appeared in his palm. It fluctuated between round and oval shapes. What on earth? Lu Zhou frowned, hoping to glean some insight from the system, but alas, it remained unresponsive. This was quite awkward. With a casual wave, the dark object vanished. In his inventory, it resembled a piece of black stone. Lu Zhou cast a cursory glance, noting a line of small text below, can transform into various weapon forms at will. The higher the cultivation, the greater the power. What a remarkable item. Suddenly intrigued, Lu Zhou raised his right hand, and a weapon materialized within his palm, a delicate little sword resembling a dagger. It swiftly morphed into various forms: knife, spear, staff, halberd, and more. Oh, so this is a weapon that allows for seamless transformation among different forms. One item surpasses 10. This draw was not in vain. He decided to test its might. Meanwhile, in the back mountain's reflection cave, Ming Shirin appeared in a flash. Upon seeing the sorrowful expression on Yi Tianxin's face, Ming Shirin inquired, "Junior sister, would you like to see my Baijie Cave's Ming Fa body?" Yi Tianxin, furrowing her brows in confusion, gazed at the suddenly appearing Ming Shirin and replied, "If the old demon sent you to kill me, then do it. There is no need for pretense." Ming Shirin scratched his head, feeling embarrassed as he said, "That was not my intention. If you wish to kill or punish, I leave it to your discretion." Yi Tianxin turned away. Ming Shirin sighed and shook his head, saying, "Junior sister, if the master truly intended to kill you, he would have acted long ago. Why would he need me? Then why did he send you?" Yi Tianxin questioned. "I came of my own volition. After all, we share a brother-sister bond. I cannot simply stand by and watch you stray from the right path," Ming Shirin explained. Yi Tianxin chuckled. "Stray from the right path? The ones truly lost are you. Are you still harboring resentment towards our master for that incident?" Yi Tianxin turned her head, unwilling to discuss the past. Her demeanor was frosty, her gaze icy. Ming Shirin sat beside her, waving his hand to illuminate the cave with a beam of light. "I entered the sect before you and endured more hardships than you. Have I ever complained?" he remarked. "It seems you have a lot to say behind my back," Yi Tianxin retorted. Ming Shirin quickly glanced outside, feeling a bit awkward. Times have changed. Our master is particularly benevolent now. Benevolent? That joke from the fourth senior brother is not amusing at all. Yi Tianxin shook her head, glancing at her disheveled appearance, the meaning clear. "I am not joking. The master has lived many years and gained profound insight. His attitude now is vastly different from before," Ming Shirin asserted earnestly. "So what? Why can't you understand my words?" Ming Shirin suddenly turned, a hint of anger in his voice. "The master has not taken our actions to heart. But I do. Until that old man is gone, my heart will not find peace." With a sudden gesture, Ming Shirin raised his hand and struck towards Yi Tianxin's face. He did not use any spiritual energy. It was simply a regular slap. The blow left Yi Tianxin momentarily stunned, yet she defiantly lifted her head to meet Ming Shirin's gaze. Ming Shirin raised his hand again. Yi Tianxin shut her eyes. The slap halted just an inch from her cheek. Ming Shirin shook his head and sighed, placing his hand on her shoulder, giving it a gentle pat. "You should seek clarity from the master directly. I have said all I need to say. Take care of yourself." He felt it unnecessary to continue advising her. Just as he was about to turn away, Yi Tianxin called out, "Wait. What more do you wish to say?" she asked. "The sisters of Yan Yugong will surely unite to rescue me. If possible, please show mercy, senior brother." Her voice grew softer, laced with pleading. Ming Shirin chuckled at her sentimentality. "You truly overestimate yourself. They are currently in dire straits, barely able to save themselves, let alone rescue you. Do you think they will direct their wrath towards our master?" You are mistaken. The first to fall will be your Yin Yugong. With that, Ming Shirin vanished in a flash. The cave fell into a heavy silence, leaving Yi Tianxin in a state of shock and confusion. When Lu Zhou summoned the unnamed sword, a peculiar notification rang in his ears. Ding! Discipline the traitor Yi Tianxin. Gain 100 merit points. This was indeed unexpected, regardless of which disciple it was. It indicated that Yi Tianxin still held some value. He manipulated the unnamed sword, swiftly spinning it in his palm before halting to grasp it firmly. In terms of control, his cultivation was still lacking. Without sufficient skill, it felt as though he wielded a feather instead of a command arrow. The unnamed sword grazed a large blade on the weapon rack. The clang of metal sparked a shower of sparks, yet the blade remained unscathed. And the unnamed sword was unharmed as well. This was the result of a zero-luck draw. Indeed, it was a piece of junk. As the unnamed sword returned to his palm, a faint blue glow flickered across the blade before vanishing. Just as Lu Zhou prepared for further experimentation, a voice called from outside, "Master, Jin Ming Dao's Pan Chong seeks an audience." Lu Zhou clenched his palm, causing the unnamed sword to disappear. Although the process of the draw was rather unsightly, he had nonetheless acquired something. Currently, he was still unfamiliar with the unnamed sword and could only learn about it gradually. Moreover, with his low cultivation, he might not be able to unleash the sword's full potential. As for the buy-in, he would research it when time allowed. After Lu Zhou departed, a faint blue light shimmered across the edge of the large blade on the weapon rack, creating a small notch. Outside, Lu Zhou realized he had not been out for a long time. The brightness outside was somewhat disorienting. In the hall, several individuals awaited him. Old Senior, Old Master. Upon seeing Lu Zhou, the two quickly knelt down. Zhou Yuan'er rushed over to support them, cheerfully stating, "Master, while I was inquiring for news at the post station, I happened to see them kneeling outside the barrier, so I brought them along. You won't blame me, will you?" Pan Chong knelt obediently, occasionally stealing glances at the unassuming old man before him. It was hard to imagine that this plain-looking elder was the legendary master of Jinting Mountain. Kneeling beside him was Mu Ronghai, who trembled, too afraid to lift his head. "You girl, you haven't caused any trouble, have you?" Lu Zhou tapped her head lightly. "No, I gathered quite a bit of information," Zhou Yuan'er replied. Lu Zhou nodded, his gaze shifting to the two in the hall. "Rise and speak." "Yes," Pan Chong complied. But as Mu Ronghai stood, he stumbled, nearly falling. Just as he met Lu Zhou's gaze, he shuddered and dropped back to his knees. "Old Master, please spare my life. It is entirely my fault for not recognizing the mountain's majesty." Lu Zhou pondered, thinking he had treated Mu Ronghai kindly throughout the journey. Yet the boy acted as if he had killed his entire family. However, Lu Zhou maintained an outward calm. "Yuan'er, the disciple is here. Take him away, as you command." Mu Ronghai was taken aback, having no time to say anything else before Zhou Yuan'er seized him like an eagle capturing a chick and whisked him down the mountain. Pan Chong watched in astonishment, swallowing nervously. This sudden entry into Jinting Mountain seemed to be quite precarious. "Pan Chong," Lu Zhou's gaze fell upon him. Pan Chong jolted. Bowing respectfully, "Old Senior." Lu Zhou remained silent, instead turning to sit beside a chair. "Do you truly wish to join my Jinting Mountain?" Lu Zhou's eyes were deep, his tone old yet commanding. Thud. Pan Chong knelt down, bowing his hands. "Pan Chong willingly joins Jinting Mountain. Please grant me your approval, Old Senior." Lu Zhou stroked his beard, his gaze sweeping over Pan Chong's eyes. Despite being a body of 3 yin and suffering hardships, he was not without merit. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Zhou replied, "Throughout this world, all fear me. The righteous path wishes to eliminate me. And even my own disciples harbor thoughts of rebellion against their master." Hearing these words left Pan Chong anxious and perturbed, unsure of Lu Zhou's intent behind them. "Since you have joined Jinting Mountain, I shall protect you. But if one day—" Lu Zhou paused. Pan Chong suddenly understood, repeatedly bowing his head. "If I harbor any ill will, I shall face 1,000 cuts. Loyalty level, 10. Excellent." Lu Zhou stroked his beard. "I have always valued promises. You may rise." "Thank you, Old Senior." Pan Chong stood up, somewhat tense. At that moment, Ming Shirin, the 4th disciple, entered, looking spirited and cheerful. Upon seeing Pan Chong in the hall, Ming Shirin nodded before kneeling to Lu Zhou. "Master, your disciple has successfully broken through to the Yuan Xinjie realm." Hearing this, Pan Chong was utterly astonished. Achieving such a realm is indeed the mark of a true master. Jin Tingshan has produced several formidable figures, which cannot fail to evoke caution. Lu Zhou nodded, stating that upon entering the Yuan Xinjie realm, one masters the Bai Jie Dong Ming Fa Shun. with each leaf of the Fa Shun representing a distinctly different level of attainment. One must not succumb to arrogance. The disciple humbly obeyed the master's command. Ming Shirin earnestly bowed his head. A notification chimed, indicating that the discipline of Ming Shirin had earned him 100 merit points. Pan Zhong looked on in confusion. Having heard that the old demon of Jin Tingshan was merciless, with a fierce temper, and treated his disciples with cruelty. However, upon witnessing him today, he appeared nothing like the rumors suggested, but rather exuded the dignified demeanor of a venerable elder and a true teacher. Far more amiable than the rigid old-timers of Jingming Dao. Master, I have heard that the traitor Yi Tianxin is confined in the Sigua cave on the back mountain. I wish to teach her a lesson to vent your anger, stated Ming Shirin. Lu Zhou maintained a calm expression. It was, after all, the doing of the fourth disciple. However, regarding Yi Tianxin's matter, haste was ill-advised. Lu Zhou replied, let her reflect properly in the Sigua cave. Moreover, the kidnapping incident involving Ci Fu cannot be attributed solely to Old 8. Old 5 is equally culpable. Upon hearing this, Ming Shirin's gaze flickered, and he proposed, Master, I have just entered the Yuan Xinjie realm and am eager for some practical experience. Shall I capture Old 8 and bring him back for your disposition? He did not mention his fifth junior sister, Zhao Yu, as her whereabouts remained unknown. Although Old 8 was weak, he had the backing of Old 7. And even if he were captured, it would not yield much benefit and might arouse Old 7's vigilance. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhou waved his hand, saying, let it be for now. Ming Shirin was taken aback, but bowed, acknowledging, understood. I am weary. You may disperse, Lu Zhou commanded. Yes, Ming Shirin replied, casting a look at the bewildered Pan Zhong beside him. Senior? Ming Shirin tugged him along as they exited Emotian Go. Ming Shirin grinned mischievously. Newcomer? Pleased to meet you, Sir Si. I fancy that title. Would you care to see my by Jie Dongming, Fa Shin? Pan Zhong was left dumbfounded. The little bird, Xiao Yuan'er, darted up the mountain like a shadow. Fourth senior, little junior sister, you arrived just in time to witness my by Jie Dongming, Fa Shun. Ming Shirin spread his arms as if preparing for a fight. Xiao Yuan'er hurriedly interjected, brother, let us save it for next time. A group of cultivators has appeared at the foot of the mountain. I suspect another invasion of Jin Tingshan. Ming Shirin was elated and declared, wonderful. Little junior sister, I shall take care of it. Such trivial matters need not trouble master. I can handle them all. Those who come are female cultivators from Yanyu Palace, she exclaimed. Before she could finish, Ming Shirin left only a shadow behind, having vanished. Pan Zhong, perplexed, pondered whether he should follow. Xiao Yuan'er stomped her foot in frustration, then turned to see Pan Zhong's bewildered expression and snapped, what are you staring at? Keep it up, and I'll blind you. I wasn't looking, Pan Zhong stammered. Chapter 50. A request for shelter. Ming Shirin was bursting with pent-up energy, eager to reach the foot of the mountain. Upon arriving and seeing the cultivators beyond the barrier, he smirked, by Jie Dongming. At least he was in the Yuan Xinjie realm. Even if the Fa Shun were only 2 zhang tall, its aura was incomparable to that of the Shun Ting realm practitioners. The female cultivators outside the barrier changed expressions upon seeing the Fa Shun. Fa Shun, by Jie Dongming. The leading female cultivator furrowed her brows. Run. Someone is escaping. No, that by Jie Dongming seems smaller. It must be a beginner in the Yuan Xinjie realm. The master of this mountain has a Fa Shin over 10 zhang tall. This cannot be him. Where can we run to? As the group of female cultivators nervously debated, the 2 zhang tall Fa Shun hovered above them. Ming Shirin cast a cold glance and intoned, who dares trespass upon Jin Tingshan? The female cultivators fell to their knees. Ming Shirin's brows knitted slightly. It was unusual for them to kneel and surrender so quickly. The leading female cultivator gathered her courage to look up at Ming Shirin hovering above. She did not recognize him, but she was certain he was not the master of Jin Tingshan. We are disciples of Yanyu Palace. We beseech you to lend us your aid. They implored in unison from their prostrate positions. Ming Shirin was momentarily taken aback. This was rather awkward. They were not here to invade, but were instead from 6th Junior Sister's faction. 6th Junior Sister had been stripped of her cultivation and imprisoned in the Sigua cave by Master, leaving Yanyu Palace in disarray. The 3 sects of the Southern Dian did not wish to confront Jin Tingshan, so all their ire was directed at Yanyu Palace. However, even if they cried for help, it was unlikely they would receive aid from Jin Tingshan. Ming Shirin scrutinized them, noticing over 100 female cultivators, each in disarray, some with tangled hair, others bearing injuries, and some barely able to stand. He sighed slightly, retracting his Fa Shun and descending from the air. 6th Junior Sister has betrayed her master and ancestors, and has been imprisoned by my master. By rights, all of you from Yinyu Palace should be punished. How dare you come to Jin Tingshan? Have you grown weary of life? His wicked gaze swept over them, sending shivers down their spines. The reputation of the demon of Jin Tingshan was not without merit. Please, senior, for the sake of our palace master, extend your hand to save us. The female cultivator pleaded. This was unexpected for Ming Shirin. Was Yinyu Palace truly cornered, with nowhere else to turn? I shall not save you, Ming Shirin retorted, dismissing them with a wave of his hand. How amusing. What concern was it of his whether they lived or died? Not having attacked them was already a significant act of mercy. Just as he prepared to turn away, an eerie chime resonated from afar. Ming Shirin frowned. Turning to gaze at the sky, it appeared as though a mass of black clouds enveloped the heavens, and the sound emanated from within those clouds. The female cultivators of Yinyu Palace turned pale with fear, scrambling to their feet and racing toward the barrier. Alas, the barrier only allowed those within Jin Tingshan to pass freely. No matter how they attempted to breach it, the barrier stood as an impenetrable wall, blocking them entirely. Ming Shirin paid little heed to the female cultivators, focusing his attention on the black clouds. His instincts warned him that the approaching entity was not benevolent, and those who could travel in such a manner were likely formidable characters. The Mo Sha sect is here. Please, senior, let us enter Jin Tingshan. We will serve you like beasts. So, this was the renowned group of female cultivators from Yinyu Palace, led by Yi Tianxin? Ming Shirin merely cast them a fleeting glance, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Without a master at the Yuan Xinjie realm, the remaining cultivators of the Shinting realm, no matter how strong, were merely insignificant pawns. The Mo Sha sect? Ming Shirin found it strange. Shouldn't the three sects of the Southern Dian be targeting Yinyu Palace? Why had the Mo Sha sect emerged? His gaze swept over the female cultivators, noting their trembling forms, which only served to vex him further. How absurd. Was there truly a place more fearsome than Jin Tingshan? Fearing the Mo Sha sect, but not Jin Tingshan? As the black clouds drew closer, Ming Shirin finally discerned their true nature. They were not clouds, but a formation of numerous cultivators arrayed in a circular defense, all clad in black robes. At the center of this formation was a colossal dark dragon carriage. How intriguing. Ming Shirin stood with hands clasped behind his back, waiting patiently. Among the top three on the blacklist were Ji Tiandao and Zhou Xinshan. The ranking on the blacklist was based on the nefarious deeds committed by the practitioners during their lifetimes and did not directly correlate to their cultivation levels. However, those who made it onto the blacklist were often either highly skilled or deviously cunning. The figure atop the dark dragon carriage was none other than Zhou Xinshan, the third ranked on the blacklist and the foremost expert under the command of the Mo Sha sect. What puzzled Ming Shirin was the fact that the Mocha sect and Jintingshan had always maintained a peaceful coexistence. So why would they take action against the Yinyu Palace? The chime of bells from the dark dragon carriage was unsettling. Finally, the carriage halted about 100 meters from the barrier, and the ringing ceased, floating in midair. Ming Shirin remained still, observing the intimidating stance of the opposing party. After a moment of silence, a cultivator from the divine realm emerged from the dragon carriage. Mid-flight, he paused, bowed in midair, and performed a gesture of clasped fists. The Mocha sect has no intention of offending Jintingshan. May I ask, Mr. Si, to hand over these female cultivators to the Mocha sect? The figure in black spoke politely yet humbly. Ming Shirin glanced back at the trembling female cultivators, contemplating that perhaps adopting a similar appearance would enhance his fearsome presence. Nonchalantly, he stepped into the barrier. Thank you, Mr. Si. We shall pay our respects another day. The black-clad cultivator gestured. Surrounding them, the cultivators descended like locusts, rushing towards the women. Wait. Ming Shirin stepped out again. Mr. Si, do you have any further instructions? I almost forgot my master's new approach. He has recently taken to treating others with kindness. Ming Shirin slightly raised his hand. The barrier beside him shimmered, causing the female cultivators to stumble inside. As they entered, they learned from the black-clad figure that this man was the fourth disciple of Jintingshan, and they hurriedly knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Mr. Si, for your rescue." The black-clad cultivator frowned slightly, escaping from a wolf's den only to enter a tiger's lair. Have these women lost their wits? He questioned in a hoarse voice filled with displeasure. Meanwhile, Zhou reclined in his chair, resting his forehead. A notification sounded in his ears. Ding! You have received 1450 points of merit for devout worship. Chapter 51, Flatulence. This sudden merit reward left Zhou momentarily stunned. Devout worship? Could it be that these ruffians have taken to doing good deeds? Just as he pondered, Yuan'er rushed in from outside. Master, fourth senior brother has killed someone. Lu Zhou straightened in his seat, replying calmly, "What happened?" Zhou Yuan'er recounted everything she had witnessed at the foot of the mountain. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou furrowed his brow. The female cultivators of Yuanyue Palace were subordinates of Yi Tianxin, who had already been imprisoned. What audacity they displayed in approaching Jintingshan. They were merely a group of female cultivators, the most powerful among them barely reaching the divine realm. And the older ones must be quite weary from taking matters into their own hands. Such trivial matters, you may handle them, Lu Zhou said softly. Oh, Zhou Yuan'er murmured. Master, please rest well, I will keep watch. Lu Zhou leaned back in his chair, supporting his forehead as he continued to rest. After days of exhausting lottery draws, he needed to recuperate. Rather than fixating on trivial issues, it was better to contemplate the patterns of the lottery. At the foot of Jintingshan, Ming Shirin flashed a charming smile, asking, "What's the matter? Are you unhappy?" The black-clad cultivator paused, about to respond, when the dark dragon carriage emitted a clear chime behind him. Suppressing his displeasure, he flew back to the carriage. The other black-clad cultivators lined up, awaiting orders. Soon, a voice emerged from the dark dragon carriage. "Mr. Si, may I request an audience with your esteemed master?" This voice carried a powerful resonance, though it sounded mild. The vital energy contained within could pose a challenge even to a formidable cultivator at the 8th pulse of the Fanhai realm. Ming Shirin dismissed it nonchalantly. "My master is not someone you can meet casually." A profound silence enveloped the dark dragon carriage. Although the other black-clad cultivators remained still, an undercurrent of anger emanated from them. "Since I am in a good mood today, you may leave." Indeed, Ming Shirin was feeling quite amiable, and his words were truthful. However, to the opposing party, this carried an air of insult. Just as Ming Shirin prepared to turn and re-enter the barrier, a resonant energy sound emerged. The female cultivators of Yuanyue Palace collapsed to the ground, gazing in terror at the black figure atop the dark dragon carriage. Ming Shirin looked up. The four-leafed black calamity body towered about 5 zhang high. Under this figure's amplification, the surrounding black-clad cultivators experienced a subtle resonance, their auras multiplying several times over. "Mr. Si, do I now qualify for an audience with your esteemed master?" Ming Shirin frowned. Such a powerful figure could only be matched by his master or his senior brothers. Unfortunately, Jintingshan had long since lost its former glory. "So, you are a master of the Yuan Xinjie realm. If you have come here to flaunt your power, I fear you have come to the wrong place. How could I dare?" The voice grew deeper. Zhou Zinchens of the Mocha sect sincerely requests an audience with Elder Ji. "I hope Mr. Si will introduce me." After this statement, the surrounding black-clad cultivators began to descend. The dark dragon carriage followed suit, landing on the ground with a creaking sound. Zhou Zinchens slowly emerged from the dark dragon carriage, his black face and gaunt, deep-set eyes resembling that of a malnourished old man. "This is my sincerity." Zhou Zinchens waved his hand, signaling dozens of black-clad cultivators to step back, leaving only 4 positioned at his sides. Zhou Zinchens' gaze fixed on Ming Shirin. Ming Shirin shook his head. "Are you threatening me, trying to intimidate me?" Just as he was about to refuse, Zhou Yuan'er's voice quietly reached him. "Fourth senior brother." Her figure appeared outside the barrier. "Master has summoned you." Zhou Zinchens slowly raised his head, noting the floating Zhou Yuan'er, and nodded in admiration. "So, it is 9th Miss. I have long heard of your esteemed name." "Wow, I have such a big reputation?" Zhou Yuan'er laughed. "Not just that," Zhou Zinchens replied calmly. 9th Miss entered Jintingshan at 10. Advanced to the Tongxian realm in 10 days, condensed her consciousness in 3 months, opened the 8 pulses of the Fanhai in 2 years, and entered the divine realm in 3 years. In this world, it would be hard to find anyone who can rival 9th Mississippi. Ming Shirin was rendered speechless. Was this how one praised a master of the 4-leafed golden lotus? Flattery seemed to come easily to him. Zhou Yuan'er giggled. "You are quite the charmer. Master said we shall meet before the hall." Zhou Zinchens inclined his head slightly and glanced back. The remaining dozens of cultivators took a step back. Zhou Zinchens, accompanied by his 4 subordinates, followed Ming Shirin into the barrier. As they entered, Zhou Zinchens paused, causing the female cultivators of Yuanyue Palace to shiver in fear. With a light snort, Zhou Zinchens ascended the mountain. In the Motion Pavilion, Lu Zhou sat in the grand hall, looking down from his elevated position. It had been a long time since he had occupied this seat. It felt somewhat cold and unfamiliar. Duan Mushing, Zhou Jifeng, and Pan Zhong were positioned on either side. Before long, Ming Shirin and Zhou Zinchens appeared in the distance, slowly entering. Zhou Zinchens of the Mocha sect pays respects to Elder Ji. Zhou Zinchens performed a gesture of clasped hands. Lu Zhou's gaze swept over Zhou Zinchens, remaining silent. The grand hall of the Motion Pavilion was enveloped in silence. With Lu Zhou saying nothing, the others dared not speak, not even to move. After a moment, Lu Zhou finally said, "Be seated." "Thank you." Once seated, Zhou Zhenghai finally had the opportunity to lift his head and observe the infamous master of the devilish sect. He did not dare to actively sense this powerful figure's cultivation realm, but instinctively assessed that the aura of this master seemed rather ordinary. However, in the world of cultivators, concealing one's true cultivation was commonplace, so it was not surprising. He scanned the surrounding environment, which was neither luxurious nor imposing, resembling an ordinary cultivation sect without any peculiar features. So this is the Motion Pavilion, the lair of the dreaded devil that instills fear in so many. "Speak. What brings you here?" Lu Zhou stroked his beard, inquiring. Zhou Xianchan clasped his fists and spoke. The Mocha sect has long heard of the illustrious name of Jinting Mountain. Today, I have 3 matters to discuss. First, the Yanyu Palace has repeatedly provoked the Mocha sect. Now that Palace Master Yi has been captured by our esteemed elder, it is a just consequence, one she has brought upon herself. As for the other female cultivators, I hope our esteemed elder will hand them over to the Mocha sect. Before he could voice the second matter, Duan Musheng flicked his chains and retorted, "The Yanyu Palace was established by traitors from Jinting Mountain. If punishment is to be meted out, it should not fall upon you." Mr. San interjected with reason. Zhou Xianchan did not counter, but continued, "Secondly, entrusted by the Jingming Dao, Panchong is a traitor of that sect. The Mocha sect may dispose of him as it sees fit. Previously, Panchong expressed a desire to join the Mocha sect. Such a servant of the 3 surnames is unworthy to stand in the Motion Pavilion." Duan Musheng was about to counter again when Lu Zhou slowly raised his hand and said calmly, "Proceed." Zhou Xianchan slightly bowed and continued. "If the third matter can be resolved, the first 2 can be dismissed." Standing up, his voice rose as he proclaimed, "Ultimately, the Mocha sect, like the Motion Pavilion of Jinting Mountain, is met with hostility from those so-called righteous paths. Among the 10 great masters, they have repeatedly clashed with our esteemed elder, and their power has not diminished, but rather increased significantly. If the Motion Pavilion is willing to ally with the Mocha sect, there will be no rivals beneath the heavens." "Utter nonsense!" Duan Musheng suddenly shouted. The outburst was unexpected, and despite Duan Musheng's usual composure, he could not contain his outrage. When has Jinting Mountain ever been so openly provoked? Zhou Xianchan's 3 points disregarded Jinting Mountain entirely. "By what right does your insignificant Mocha sect presume to converse with the Motion Pavilion?" Duan Musheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Those present looked on in astonishment at Duan Musheng's reaction. Lu Zhou maintained a serene expression, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Zhou Xianchan, unperturbed by the insult, replied, "If I have caused offense, I hope Mr. San will forgive me." Duan Musheng, frustrated, was ready to explode at such brazen and insincere words, but Ming Shi stepped forward. "Zhou Xianchan, allow me to enlighten you. First, the master of Yanyu Palace is Yi Tian Xian. When punishing a dog, one must look to its owner. Would you not agree?" Ming Shi inquired. "That is reasonable. Second, since Panchong has joined Jinting Mountain, he is now one of us. The past is not the concern of the Motion Pavilion. If you seek to trouble him, you are seeking trouble with the Motion Pavilion. That is reasonable. Lastly, and most importantly, if you wish to ally with the Motion Pavilion, I regret to inform you that you are unworthy." Upon these words, silence enveloped the room. Lu Zhou remained composed, neither nodding nor shaking his head, merely listening intently. Zhou Xianchan, however, shook his head with a chuckle. "I must respectfully disagree. While it is true that during the height of the Motion Pavilion, the Mocha sect was indeed unworthy, times have changed. The Motion Pavilion is in decline, and even the venerable Ji cannot alter the situation. Conversely, the Mocha sect is growing stronger, a fact evident to all in the cultivation world. Moreover, it is always preferable to have an ally rather than an enemy," Zhou Xianchan asserted. Upon concluding, Zhou Xianchan raised his gaze to Lu Zhou, seemingly awaiting his response. His intent was clear. He would disregard the opinions of others in the Motion Pavilion, focusing solely on Lu Zhou's stance. Lu Zhou maintained his tranquil demeanor, revealing no sign of joy or anger. He raised his hand to stroke his beard thoughtfully, appearing amiable, and after a moment, he replied flatly, "You speak true." Zhou Yuan'er was taken aback. Had her master lost his wits? What audacity for the Mocha sect to spout such rhetoric in the Motion Pavilion, and yet her master remained unperturbed? Zhou Xianchan nodded heartily. It is indeed commendable that the Venerable Ji possesses such profound understanding. Suddenly, Lu Zhou interjected. Zhou Xianchan pausing, he inquired. Do you know why I summoned you for this meeting? Zhou Xianchan, puzzled, replied. Could it be that the esteemed elder has already surmised the purpose of my visit? Lu Zhou shook his head and asked, do you practice Imo-chan? Indeed. The Bodhi tree is not a tree, the bright mirror is not a platform. Few have entered the path of Imo-chan. It is said you alone have mastered the 100 Calamities Cave of Darkness? Lu Zhou continued his inquiry. You flatter me. It is indeed so. Mentioning his specialty swelled Zhou Xianchan with pride as he proclaimed, I have practiced Imo-chan for 100 years. My ranking among the top 3 on the blacklist is solely due to this Imo-chan sect seal. Very good, Lu Zhou nodded. Offering praise to Zhou Xianchan. This left the disciples bewildered. Zhou Xianchan's veiled insults towards the declining Imo-Tian pavilion seemed lost on their master, who instead chose to commend him. What manner of strategy was this? At that moment, Duan Musheng sprang forward, delivering a series of strikes. Let me have a taste of your skills. Bang, bang, bang. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard, leaving them astonished by the spectacle. Zhou Xianchan's eyes lit up as he said, that is precisely my intention. This was an opportunity to showcase the strength of the Imo-cha sect. As the two engaged in combat, the gale surged, each moving fluidly in the grand hall. The disciples feared for the integrity of the structure. No worries, let them fight. Lu Zhou observed quietly. Within the arena, both combatants demonstrated exquisite control over the gale, making it vanish whenever it threatened to strike the surroundings. Such was the prowess of masters. Zhou Xianchan, while retreating, praised, Mr. San, despite your injuries, your strength is commendable. Yet, he was still a step short of entering the Yuan Xinjie realm. For years, he had been unable to break through under Ji Tian Dao's suppression. And in a true confrontation with Zhou Xianchan, he remained at a disadvantage. Moreover, Zhou Xianchan appeared quite at ease. Seals. Xiao Yuan'er pointed out Zhou Xianchan's hand seals with concern. As the seals manifested, Duan Musheng's aura seemed diminished, his power notably reduced. Zhou Jifeng shook his head in resignation. He is ultimately lacking one realm. Not only that, but Duan Musheng was also injured and bound by chains. Third senior brother, strike him. Xiao Yuan'er urged. Bang! A hand seal struck the iron chain, sending sparks flying and forcing Duan Musheng to retreat repeatedly. One after another, hand seals, glowing faintly like palms, sailed toward Duan Musheng. Lu Zhou shook his head. Duan Musheng could be considered invincible beneath the Yuan Xinjie realm. He was not only resilient, but also quite formidable. Alas, he fell short by one realm. Nevertheless, Lu Zhou saw no reason to continue suppressing his disciples' cultivation as Ji Tian Dao had done. The path of cultivation is long, and with their remarkable talents, it was merely a matter of time before these disciples became formidable masters. I shall take my turn. Ming Shi leaped forward, his form like lightning, and his continuous vital energy devoured the hand seals, causing them to vanish. Mr. Si was indeed of the Yuan Xinjie realm. Zhou Xianchan grew more emboldened. His 4 subordinates stood tall, showing no concern over the power of the 2 leaders. Bang, bang, bang. Ming Shi's intervention stabilized the situation. As he too was a master of the Yuan Xinjie realm, the battle intensified, despite their precise control over the gale. It was impossible to avoid contact with the surrounding structures entirely. A few strikes landed on the pillars, leaving cracks in their wake. Pan Chong and the others looked to Lu Zhou, who merely observed quietly, seeming detached from the conflict. In this moment, Ming Shi's Qing Mu heart method displayed remarkable prowess, temporarily reversing the tide and gaining the upper hand. The grand hall was now filled with a dazzling array of gales and hand seals. Zhou Xianchan stated solemnly, in that case, I shall not hold back. With a hum, his law body emerged. The formidable strength of the Yuan Xinjie realm resided fundamentally within the law body. Towering 5 zhang high, it possessed the power to dismantle the Imo-Tian pavilion. Yet, curiously, the ink-black law body stood as a mere shadow within the pavilion. Pan Chong gasped in realization. Understanding the source of Zhou Xianchan's confidence, this person was not merely strong. As the law body manifested, the situation shifted dramatically. The terrifying power of the Yuan Xinjie realm revealed itself at that moment. The handprints, magnified several times, surged towards Duan Musheng and Ming Shi like scattered petals from a celestial maiden. Ming Shi summoned his 2 zhang tall Dharma body, surrounded by fierce energy. And with a series of resounding impacts, he managed to fend off the swarming handprints. Nevertheless, he staggered back a few steps, barely maintaining his balance. with his blood surging and his arms feeling numb. Zhou Xinjian, enjoying the upper hand, casually remarked, "Gentlemen, does the Mocha sect measure up now?" Chapter 53. The power of the new card measure up? Duan Musheng's fiery temper ignited, truly shocking everyone. Even Lu Zhou did not anticipate that the usually composed and elder brother like Duan Musheng would exhibit such a demeanor. A brute. He decisively infused his energy into the chains, swinging them back and forth, creating a fierce wind. Thankfully, the space was ample. Otherwise, with his sheer strength, even 10 Motian Gu would not suffice to withstand his assault. Boom. The clash with Zhou Xinjian resumed. The fierce energy coursed through the air, stirring the hearts of onlookers. It was evident that the disparity in realms was significant, with Zhou Xinjian intentionally using Duan Musheng as a practice target to showcase his prowess. Lu Zhou, observing silently, had no intention of intervening or calling for a halt. On one hand, he sought to gauge the strength and cultivation of his disciples, and on the other, to assess the capabilities of the Mocha sect's second seat. Despite Lu Zhou having repeatedly repelled righteous experts, demonstrating formidable dominance, the righteous path maintained that there would come a day when Ji Tiandao would age, and even the strongest cultivator would be powerless without sufficient influence. To date, no one in the cultivation world had surpassed this limitation. The Mocha sect was the most ambitious faction within the demonic path of cultivation, having grown its power by devouring other sections. In the past, the Mocha sect had also clashed in the shadows with the Yuming sect. Both parties were wary of each other's strength, which had prevented large-scale conflicts from arising. The hunt for the female cultivators of the Yanyu Palace was merely an excuse. Their visit to Jintingshan was genuine, seeking an alliance was true, and demonstrating their might was also genuine. However, did Lu Zhou need it? Did he measure up? In this vast world with countless powers, what made the Mocha sect think they could court Jintingshan? In terms of status, qualifications, and the scale of influence, the Mocha sect could not rank among them. To rely solely on being third on the blacklist was rather laughable. Thus, Lu Zhou did not deter his disciples' indignation. Moments later, the gap in realms became increasingly apparent. With only a few exchanges, Duan Musheng was sent reeling back, colliding into Pan Chong. Bang! Pan Chong staggered back several steps, his arms numb. "Third, mister, don't engage," Pan Chong advised. The disparity in realms could not be compensated for by mere endurance. Duan Musheng realized this as well. Ming Shirin leaped back into the fray. The battle between the Yuan Xinjie realm was still worth watching. Besides controlling the extensive destruction, one had to find ways to defeat the opponent. Under Ji Tiandao's relentless training, both Ming Shirin and Duan Musheng, at equal realms, far surpassed their adversaries. Regrettably, their opponent was a Yuan Xinjie with a four-leaf golden lotus. Zhou Xinjian, lost in the moment, allowed his combat prowess to inflate his pride. With the backing of his four-leaf Dharma body, he proclaimed, "Ming Xian Jian Xing." His hands overlapped, standing atop his Dantian's energy sea, his mind utterly clear. This technique, known as the Zhu Ding Yin, is among the most formidable in Zen practice and is famously described as unmovable amidst the 8 winds. Indeed, as the Zhu Ding Yin was executed, Zhou Xinjian stood firm as a mountain, with the surrounding fierce winds all suppressed by the Zhu Ding Yin. Coupled with the pressure exerted by the Dharma body against the initial stage of Ming Shirin's Yuan Xinjie, he ultimately could not resist and was sent flying. Brother Xiao Yuan'er looked on with deep concern. Zhou Jifeng and Pan Chong were equally astonished, realizing the formidable strength of the Mocha sect's second seat, Zhou Xinjian. No wonder the Mocha sect had become one of the few terrifying sects within the demonic path in just 3 years. The battle concluded. However, Zhou Xinjian did not retract his four-leaf golden lotus Dharma body, nor did he dismiss the Zhu Ding Yin of Ming Xian Jian Xing. He was quite satisfied with the outcome of the battle. Raising his gaze, he reiterated, "Gentlemen, are you satisfied with this battle?" The hall fell into silence. No one responded. Xiao Yuan'er, defiant, retorted, "A Yuan Xinjie with a four-leaf Dharma body. Do you dare to boast about that?" Zhou Xinjian replied, "The third and fourth masters are not ordinary cultivators." Zhou was indeed compelled to employ the Zhu Ding Yin. It may seem like an act of bullying, and I hope for your understanding. His audacity was unmatched. If the senior brother and second brother were here, you would not only have to prostrate yourself before a four-leaf golden lotus, but even a six-leaf would have to bow down, Xiao Yuan'er asserted. Such words were merely a facade to maintain dignity. Zhou Xinjian did not take them to heart, responding nonchalantly, "Thank you for your graciousness." At that moment, Lu Zhou finally chose to speak, his voice resonating with a profound yet steady tone. Zhou Xinjian. These 3 words captured everyone's attention. The Zhu Ding Yin is indeed commendable. Thank you for the praise, Elder Ji. If possible, I would like to seek your guidance on 2 techniques. Duanmu Sheng, Ming Shirin, Xiao Yuan'er, Zhou Jifeng, and Pan Chong all revealed expressions of shock. Even Zhou Xinjian's 4 subordinates were slightly astonished. This did not seem to be part of the plan. Even peak experts in the Yuan Xinjia, with 7 or 8 leaves of golden lotus dharma bodies, would not dare to make such a request. What did the second seat intend by this? Defeating Duanmu Sheng and Ming Shirin was already sufficient. Why make such an unnecessary move? Lu Zhou maintained a calm demeanor, his expression utterly tranquil, unaffected by his own words. In the arena, the Zhu Ding Yin shimmered like ink, the dark-hued dharma body maintaining its illusory form while showcasing its immense power. It seemed to be awaiting Lu Zhou's challenge. Zhou Xinjian raised his voice, reiterating, Elder Ji. Rest assured, this Zhu Ding Yin of mine can withstand great supernatural powers. If I am defeated within 10 strikes, I submit to your disposal. His words dripped with pride and self-importance. Finally, Lu Zhou slowly rose, his gaze fixed on Zhou Xinjian. Though Emotian Gu was no longer what it once was, his deep voice began to resonate. Yet this is not a place for you, vermin, to act recklessly. Lu Zhou advanced, his arm bending forward, fingers naturally extending, palm facing outward. A lethal strike card formed a miniature vortex in his palm, rotating counterclockwise. Suddenly, the vortex expanded, bursting forth with blinding brilliance. When the light reached its saturation point, Lu Zhou gently waved his sleeve. An enormous handprint soared towards Zhou Xinjian, reminiscent of the Buddha's handprint pushing forward. The Da Wu Wei Yin? Zhou Xinjian exclaimed. In comparison to the Da Wu Wei Yin, his Zhu Ding Yin seemed insignificant. His 4 subordinates chorused, second seat. Everyone present was struck with fear by this indescribable power. How did the Buddha's handprint subdue the monkey? The Da Wu Wei Yin was precisely that. In a heartbeat, the Da Wu Wei Yin devoured the Zhu Ding Yin. Zhou Xinjian's eyes widened as he raised his arms, unleashing countless Zhu Ding Yins. The power of the 4-leaf golden lotus dharma body swelled to its zenith. Yet, that Da Wu Wei Yin surged through effortlessly, consuming all those meager light prints. Boom. The colossal Da Wu Wei Yin crashed against Zhou Xinjian's chest. To be precise, his entire being was enveloped within the palm. Bang! Under the colossal impact, Zhou Xinjian was propelled backward, soaring into the courtyard outside Emotian Gu. The onlookers were astonished. This individual was remarkably powerful. The demon lord had personally intervened, yet he could still endure. As Zhou Xinjian was sent flying, he executed a mid-air flip and descended rapidly. With a resounding crash, his feet struck the ground. Stones flew in all directions. Zhou Xinjian stood firmly, upright, yet within his eyes was boundless fear. Chapter 54. The destiny of the sword demon. The hall was enveloped in silence, with the sound of a pin dropping audible. Lu Zhou's expression remained as serene as ever. Was this indescribable power truly like this? In truth, Lu Zhou had not anticipated that the form he would manifest upon release would be the Da Wu Wei Yin. His experience with Zen Buddhism was minimal, merely a superficial understanding of its hand seals and some fundamental techniques, devoid of any genuine cultivation. As for why the item card resulted in the Da Wu Wei Yin, Lu Zhou found himself equally perplexed. It was only during its execution that he had entertained a fleeting thought of its potential. Second seat. Second seat. The 4 subordinates of Zhou Xianchan, their expressions fraught with terror, hurriedly exited. Their instincts warned them that the second seat could not withstand this attack. Duanmu Sheng, Ming Shirin, Xiao Yuan'er, Zhou Jifeng, and Pan Chong followed closely behind, leaving the Emotian Gu. Yet Lu Zhou alone remained seated, unfazed. He felt no necessity to join them. He had already sensed the formidable power unleashed. He alone had experienced the might of the Tiandao Pinnacle Experience card, thus comprehending the strength of this card. How powerful was it? Judging by his earlier impressions, it seemed capable of instantly sending Zhou Xianchan flying, perhaps even exceeding the force of the Pinnacle Experience card's eruption. Yet Zhou Xianchan had withstood it, remaining upright, as if it only surpassed him by a slight margin. Did strength respond to strength? Regrettably, having used the item card only once, he lacked sufficient reference. It was indeed beyond description. The 4 black-clad practitioners were the first to reach Zhou Xianchan's vicinity. They halted a mere 10 meters away, unwilling to advance further. The scattered shards of green stone and the damaged ground attested to the force Zhou Xianchan had exerted to stabilize himself upon landing. Second seat. They noted that Zhou Xianchan stood motionless, as if petrified, his eyes wide with terror directed towards the Emotan Gu. Unless one was the subject of the event, They could never grasp the emotions and sentiments experienced by Zhou Xianchan at that moment. But one thing was certain. He had been defeated, vanquished in a single blow. The four subordinates, having never witnessed such a display from the second seat, gazed at Zhou Xianchan in astonishment. One of them cautiously approached him, raising a hand and waving it in front of Zhou Xianchan's face. Yet Zhou Xianchan remained fixated on the direction of the Mo. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the dark aura surrounding Zhou Xianchan to dissipate. Soon after, he transformed into dust, scattering into the wind. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xianchan vanished from existence, leaving only the damaged ground and two deep footprints behind. The notorious Zhou Xianchan, third on the black list of the cultivation world, had thus perished. Duanmu Sheng and Ming Shirin swallowed hard, incredulous at the sight before them. They felt a mix of shock and vindication. This individual had dared to act arrogantly within the Mo, and this fate was indeed his own doing. Yet, was it a bit excessive for a single slap to reduce him to ashes? Just how profound was their master's cultivation? What hidden techniques had he concealed? Having followed their master for many years, they had never witnessed him employ a Zen hand seal, and now he could effortlessly obliterate Zhou Xianchan, a practitioner of the four-leaf golden lotus. How could they not be astonished? After a prolonged silence, Ming Shirin murmured, "Master's temperament. He deserved it." Duanmu Sheng poked him. Ming Shirin nodded in agreement. Yes, they all deserved it. The most awkward were the four black-clad subordinates. With the second seat deceased, they lost their anchor and trembled in fright. Their inherent arrogance dissipated without a trace. What significance did their peak divine court realm hold? Everyone in the Mo was of the divine court realm. Ming Shirin stretched his limbs and flashed a cunning smile, saying, "Would you like to witness my Bai Jie Dongming, Fa Shin?" "Why you, Mr. C?" They stammered, unable to articulate their words clearly. As they beheld Duanmu Sheng and Ming Shirin advancing like tigers preparing to pounce on their prey, they instinctively retreated. At this moment, a voice resonated from within the Mo. "Return and inform your sect leader to manage his people properly." Upon hearing their master's command, Ming Shirin dared not act recklessly. "Leave," he shot back with a glare. Within the Mo, Lu Zhou received a system prompt indicating he had earned 1,000 merit points. Each item card was worth 500 merit points, while eliminating a master at the Yuan Shunjie realm provided 1,000 merit points, essentially yielding double the reward. Though item cards were advantageous, their use would require careful consideration moving forward. Such overwhelming power was beyond description. How could one utilize it against individuals they did not wish to kill? Lu Zhou had previously inquired about Zhou Xianchan's purpose for summoning him. Aside from seeking insight into the motives of the Mo Sha sect, he had wished to test the card's efficacy. However, having killed him served as a warning to the Mo Sha sect. At this juncture, Duanmu Sheng, Ming Shirin, and the others returned. Master's might is unparalleled. When he refrains from action, he is unassuming, yet when he strikes, his enemies are reduced to nothing. Ming Shirin flattered. "Master, I wish to learn too." Zhou Yuan'er scampered to Lu Zhou's side, adorably kneading his shoulders with her little fists. Lu Zhou shook his head, reproaching, "Nonsense. You cultivate the Tai Ching Yu Jian. Your mind is focused on body techniques, and your fist techniques conflict with Zen. Are you not afraid of falling into madness?" Zhou Yuan'er muttered. "Outsiders say I'm already a demon. Watch your tongue," Lu Zhou admonished, raising his voice. Zhou Yuan'er pouted and fell silent. Duanmu Sheng, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Master, why let them go?" Before Lu Zhou could respond, Ming Shirin interjected, "Master merely wished to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. He does not genuinely desire the Mo Sha sect's destruction. The Mo Sha sect harbors ambitions to expand its influence, and our senior brother from the Yu Ming sect stands as an obstacle to them. If the Mo Sha sect were to perish, who would restrain the Yu Ming sect?" Duanmu Sheng, half understanding, remarked, "Zhou Xianchan was after all the second seat of the Mo Sha sect. With his death, the sect would not simply let it go." "You overthink. What can anger achieve? Will they rally their entire sect to assault Jinting Mountain?" The remaining words were unnecessary. Even Yu Zhenghai lacked the courage to do so. Would the Mo Sha sect dare? Moreover, Jinting Mountain had recently repelled the top 10 masters, and even the master of the Tianjin sect, Luo Changfeng, had been defeated by their master. Who would still dare to approach? Upon finishing, Ming Shirin displayed a sense of pride. "Mr. C speaks wisely. You have enlightened me." Pan Chong, previously puzzled, understood after this explanation and bowed. "Mr. C possesses great talent. You have resolved my doubts," Zhou Jifeng added solemnly. Ming Shirin found their flattery perplexing. He cautiously glanced at Lu Zhou, who, instead of being angry, appeared contemplative. This fellow truly had a knack for analysis, and his deductions seemed quite reasonable. Meanwhile, the group of black-clad practitioners had returned to the Black Dragon carriage. Upon learning of the second seat's demise, disbelief washed over them. They no longer dared to linger beneath Jinting Mountain. With Zhou Xianchan gone, even activating the Black Dragon carriage became an arduous task. Struggling to achieve a semblance of flight, its speed was agonizingly slow. The Black Dragon carriage retraced its path, taking nearly half an hour to cover less than 100 miles. The black-clad practitioners surrounded the carriage, channeling their energy with all their might. Suddenly, they beheld a figure in blue robes, bearing a long sword, with long black hair cascading freely, arms crossed, hovering in midair ahead of them. Chapter 55. Do not be angry. The blue-robed swordsman floated effortlessly, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Surrounding him was a faint aura, infused with an indescribable, eerie essence. The long sword on his back glimmered with a faint red light. Even the most inexperienced of the black-clad practitioners could not fail to sense the aura of such a formidable being. The Black Dragon carriage was compelled to come to a halt. One of the black-clad practitioners politely inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name? Why do you obstruct our path?" The blue-robed swordsman slowly turned around. With sharply defined features and a perpetually smiling visage, there lay an enigmatic quality within the smile that was difficult to articulate. The swordsman in the azure robe, crossing his arms, spoke with an air of modesty, "My apologies. If it is merely a misunderstanding, then it matters not." The figure clad in black returned a courteous gesture and took his leave. Yet, regrettably, the swordsman in azure did not step aside. He continued to gaze, still smiling, at the dark-hued dragon carriage and the group of black-clad practitioners. "My apologies," he repeated, and the atmosphere grew increasingly strange. The black-clad practitioners witnessed the sword on his back levitate of its own accord. A surge of formidable energy emanated from the swordsman, enveloping the blade. The black-clad practitioner widened his eyes and decisively exclaimed, "Sword demon? Abandon the carriage and flee." Like lightning, the black-clad practitioners scattered in all directions. However, the softly crimson longsword split into 2, then 4, then 8, propelling towards the fleeing practitioners. The sword rain swept through them like a scythe through dry grass. The swordsman in azure maintained his smile, arms crossed, and after unleashing the sword, turned his gaze away from the scene. "My apologies," he uttered for the third time, and his phantom flickered before vanishing. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Motion Pavilion on Jinting Mountain, Ming Shirin observed his master, who appeared to be deep in thought. "Master, the Mo Sha sect has completely retreated. How should we accommodate the female practitioners of Yanyu Palace?" He was uncertain of his master's intentions. After all, a traitor like Yi Tianxin, who had betrayed both master and ancestor, would typically warrant execution based on conventional logic. Lu Zhou did not respond to the inquiry immediately. Instead, he turned to Zhou Yuan'er. Though she was innocent and naive, her occasional thoughts could be perilous. Thus, he tested her. "Yuan'er, what do you think?" Zhou Yuan'er seemed bewildered and whispered, "Perhaps, kill them?" Coughing lightly, Ming Shirin glanced nervously at his junior sister. Lu Zhou shook his head and lightly tapped her on the forehead. "I understand now. Master, I shall release them," Zhou Yuan'er declared with a smile. "When did I ever say I would release them?" Ming Shirin interjected, "Master, during this time, the Motion Pavilion is in disarray, and many areas require cleaning and restoration. Why not assign them to labor?" Lu Zhou regarded Ming Shirin thoughtfully. What was this fellow always contemplating? It felt as though he, the master, were being depicted as a foreman of a labor camp. Nevertheless, it was indeed a feasible suggestion. Let them restore the Motion Pavilion, confining them in the reflective cave alongside Yi Tianxin to share in the punishment. Lu Zhou decided. Disciple shall obey Master's command. Seemingly emboldened by a thought, Ming Shirin asked, "Master, now that all in Yanyu Palace have been punished, and Yi Tianxin's cultivation has been rendered useless, the reflective cave is frigid. If she is confined for too long, she might lose her life. Should we?" Lu Zhou interrupted, recalling matters concerning Yi Tianxin, and said, "Do you feel sympathy for her?" Disciple does not dare. Ming Shirin panicked internally. Yi Tianxin had betrayed her master and ancestors. She deserved severe punishment. Master has his plans. Disciple obeys. Fearful of further discussing Yi Tianxin, Ming Shirin turned and departed. Once outside the Motion Pavilion, he took a deep breath, relieved that his junior sister had tested the waters. His master's temperament was not easily deciphered. Reflecting on the fate of Zhou Xinchan, he shook his head, resolving to be less ostentatious in the future. Seeing the fourth disciple leave, Duanmu Sheng spoke, "Master, my injuries have yet to heal. I shall take my leave." "Wait, Lu Zhou slowly rose and approached Duanmu Sheng, his gaze fixed on the chain. It was indeed forged from thousand-year-old cold iron, resistant to destruction. Breaking this chain would require a heavenly-grade weapon. However, it seemed Lu Zhou had none at his disposal, only 2 fatal strike cards. The question remained, could the item card be utilized on the chain without shattering both the chain and Duanmu Sheng? Noticing that the master's attention was solely on the cold iron chain, Duanmu Sheng felt elated and bowed. Master, with your intervention, this iron lock is as fragile as paper. Zhou Yuan'er also approached, her small hand brushing against the icy chain. She noticed a line of small characters at the lock's opening and murmured, "This bears the inscription of Tianjian sect." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jifeng hastily knelt. "This has nothing to do with me." Duanmu Sheng glanced at Zhou Jifeng and replied, "No matter, with master present, even if 10 or 100 chains were here, it would only take a single strike." Lu Zhou, having assessed the chain, maintained a tranquil expression, revealing nothing of his thoughts. He turned and said, "Yuan'er, assist your master in returning." Oh, Duanmu Sheng was left perplexed, unsure of what had gone awry in the conversation. As Lu Zhou and Zhou Yuan'er disappeared from view, he remained puzzled. Zhou Jifeng stood up, feeling awkward. "Third mister, I truly cannot unlock this chain." "I cannot either," Pan Chong added. "Get lost." "All right." The two fled the Motion pavilion in disarray. Duanmu Sheng scratched his head, pondering whether carrying the chain had absorbed much of Zhou Xinchan's attacks, perhaps even serving as a lesson from his master. Or was it that carrying the chain had benefits for cultivation? Master was wise yet appeared simple. Perhaps it was best not to overthink his motives. It must be so. There was no rush. Carrying it was sufficient. Within the Mo Sha sect, in the Mo Sha hall, a report was delivered. "Sect Master, the second seat has encountered misfortune while visiting Jinting Mountain. At a distance of 80 miles north of Jinting Mountain, the Black Dragon carriage and 150 corpses of its subordinates were discovered." Upon concluding the report, the subordinate expected the sect master to erupt in fury. Yet he appeared remarkably calm. "The second seat's action has reached an accord with the Jingming Dao, and there is further support from His Highness." Applying pressure on Jinting Mountain. Silence. The sect master's deep voice suddenly reverberated like thunder in the ears of the reporting subordinate, causing him to collapse in fright. His face ashen. "Sect master, please calm your anger. Sect master, please calm your anger. Inform those old fools of Jingming Dao that this sect master is neither angered nor troubled by this matter. The Mo Sha sect and Jingming Dao have always been in harmony. However, I hope Jingming Dao can demonstrate some sincerity." "Yes, yes, yes. There is one more matter to report." "Speak." "Yesterday, 2 experts from Jingming Dao engaged in a spar with Sword Mad and sustained severe injuries. I fear they will be unable to meet with the sect master." "Get lost." The turbulence of sound waves caused the reporting subordinate to flee in terror. Rolling out of the great hall, the seats on either side cracked and splintered. "Once I master my divine skills, I shall ensure that this old demon is turned to ashes." Chapter 56. Everything is under his control. The Mo Sha sect's intentions were of no concern to Lu Zhou, nor did he require such worries. Given the circumstances, within the Motion pavilion, none could stand against Zhou Xinchan. With Zhou Xinchan flaunting her authority as a female practitioner of Yanyu Palace, it was audacious for her to challenge the demon lord ancestor. If one does not act, one shall not perish. Lu Zhou's intervention was merely a matter of time. As for the forces lurking behind, or any conspiracies, he had neither the time nor inclination to ponder such matters. Inside the Motion pavilion, Lu Zhou glanced at the system interface, which displayed a remaining merit of 2,690 points. Mystical does not save the non-virtuous. Spending does not alter fate. He utilized the reversal card obtained from his previous draw, effortlessly augmenting his lifespan by 300 years, thereby stifling the urge to draw again. Cultivation remained paramount. He aimed to acquire another fatal strike card, saving the remaining merit for the purchase of a corporeal form. As for earning merit points, tasks were the primary source. These disciples were the main force in accomplishing those tasks. Lu Zhou recalled his 6th disciple, Yi Tianxin, who bore animosity towards him. Were she still alive during Ji Tiandao's era, such a wayward disciple would likely face expulsion. Yet he chose not to take that route. What had gone awry? Lu Zhou fell into contemplation, pondering the missing part of his memory. His brow furrowed. Initially, it was presumed to be merely the consequence of a temporary adjustment to time travel. However, during this period, he gradually gained complete control over this body. Why had the missing memories not resurfaced? After pondering for an extended time without resolution, Lu Zhou felt a wave of dizziness and ultimately chose to abandon the recollection. So be it. If it cannot be recalled, then it must be her fate. Lu Zhou dismissed the distracting thoughts from his mind and soon entered a state of comprehending the heavenly scriptures. In the thought-reflection cave, Ming Shirin paced back and forth, observing Yi Tianxin's increasingly pale complexion, and could not help but shake his head with a sigh. I had forewarned that Yanyu Palace would encounter this calamity. Had it not been for your subordinates, Master, they would all likely have perished, Ming Shirin remarked. Leaning against the cold stone wall, Yi Tianxin retorted defiantly. A bunch of opportunistic vermin. If I were present, how could Zhou Xinjiang run rampant? Ultimately, the Mo Sha sect has no real connection to your Yanyu Palace. Even if Zhou Xinjiang is not your match, what about the Yun Tian Luo's 3 sects? Ming Shirin pointed out. Yi Tianxin fell silent, unable to respond. The 3 sects of the southern region of Diyin are indeed filled with formidable experts, far beyond the capacity of a minor sect. There is little that Brother Tianxin can do to assist you, Ming Shirin sighed. I initially believed that Master would be wary of the Mo Sha sect and would hand over Yanyu Palace to them, thus doing them a favor. But unexpectedly, he merely chuckled twice. With a single move, he reduced Zhou Xinjiang to ashes. One move? Indeed, that single move was the Zen Hand seal, the Great Fearlessness seal. Ming Shirin stated, is he not afraid of offending the Mo Sha sect? The Mo Sha sect is not merely comprised of those few demonic cultivators, Yi Tianxin expressed. Ming Shirin dismissed her concern, saying, I have contemplated this issue as well. Sister Tianxin, you are still too young. What do you mean by that? Everything is under Master's control, Ming Shirin nodded. After a moment of silence, Yi Tianxin finally spoke, regardless of the outcome, I will remember your kindness, brother. No sooner had she uttered these words than she fell into a violent coughing fit. Ming Shirin furrowed his brow, leaned down, and summoned a surge of vital energy. With a few taps on her acupoints, her coughing subsided somewhat, though her complexion grew even more ashen. Oh, your hair, Ming Shirin noticed the strands of silver appearing in her hair. Do not mind me. My cultivation has been crippled, and I can no longer replenish the vital energy in my dantian. Decline is only a matter of time, Yi Tianxin replied nonchalantly. Heed my advice and earnestly plead with Master. Perhaps due to the bond of Master and disciple, he may spare your life, Ming Shirin urged. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxin shook her head. Enduring the pain in her body, she raised her gaze to meet Ming Shirin's eyes and asked, Brother, have you ever considered why senior brother and second brother left? Ming Shirin shook his head, saying, I do not know, nor do I wish to know. Seeing that Yi Tianxin still wanted to speak, Ming Shirin waved his hand, saying, reflect well in the thought-reflection cave. Once you have clarity, I will plead with Master to release you. With that, he vanished from the cave before Yi Tianxin could respond. After departing the thought-reflection cave, Ming Shirin took a deep breath and murmured, I am not like you. I still hold a deep respect for our teachings. With his hands clasped behind him, he headed toward the back mountain. The back mountain was tranquil and spacious, an ideal place for cultivation. Upon seeing Panchong and Zhou Jifeng practicing, Ming Shirin initially intended to offer guidance, but recalling past events, he ultimately refrained and turned away. Fourth Master, please wait. Panchong unexpectedly called out to Ming Shirin. Ming Shirin, puzzled, inquired, what is it? Panchong bowed and said, I have a request. I wonder if Fourth Master could grant it. Not a chance, Ming Shirin replied, turning to leave. Is it truly so heartless? In ordinary times, Panchong would never dare to obstruct Ming Shirin, but given the urgency of his situation, he mustered the courage to stop him, saying, Fourth Master, please allow me to explain. My frail body has reached a painful phase, and if this continues, I fear I won't last 3 months. The sect master promised me the Luyang Kong. I hope Fourth Master can assist me. As he spoke, his confidence waned. This trivial matter? Ming Shirin shot him a glance. Yes, since Master promised, he will certainly not renege. 3 months is still a long time. You must realize that some may not see the next sunrise, Ming Shirin reflected, then swiftly departed. Panchong stood there, bewildered. Zhou Jifeng sheathed his sword and shook his head, saying, I have always said that Fourth Master appears calm on the surface, but his words conceal daggers and his moods are unpredictable. I suggest you seek out Ninth Master. Ninth Master is innocent and pure-hearted, and the sect master dotes on her. A few kind words will surely persuade her to help you. That makes sense, Panchong nodded. Meanwhile, after reading the heavenly scriptures 3 times, Lu Zhou noted only the addition of 2 lines of characters, with no other changes. The endeavor of comprehending the scriptures was exceedingly tedious, and after a brief period, Lu Zhou closed the interface. Master, a voice called from outside. Come in. Zhao Yuan'er bounced into the room. Master, I have gathered news about senior sister Zhao Yu. She exclaimed with some excitement. Do share. Chapter 57. The trail of Zhao Yu. Since completing the previous task, Zhao Yu had not returned. Lu Zhou had yet to discern the reason for her absence. Zhao Yu's departure should differ from that of Yi Tianxin, Yu Zhenghai, and Yu Shangro. Yet it likely was not overly complicated. Senior sister may be in Yu province, Zhao Yuan'er remarked as she took a seat, boldly pouring herself a cup of water. After sipping, she continued, the people at the post station mentioned Ming Yu Kong, which led me to speculate. Lu Zhou regarded her with suspicion. It is true that Zhao Yu cultivates Ming Yu Kong, but given her disposition, she would hardly carelessly spread it about. Could it be similar to the kidnapping of the CI mansion, deliberately luring him into a trap? After all, this situation differs from before, without a peak experience card. Falling into a den of wolves would indeed spell disaster. Instinctively, Lu Zhou opened the system interface and glanced at the taskbar, and sure enough, a new task had appeared, consisting of just 4 words, bring back Zhao Yu. Continue, Lu Zhou instructed. Senior sister seems to be getting married and has mentioned wanting to become a saintess. Lu Zhou was taken aback. Given her current level of cultivation, it is likely she has achieved it primarily through Ming Yu Kong. The essence of jade represents the quintessence of heaven and earth, seizing the creations of the universe and capturing the essence of the sun and moon. To cultivate this art to its pinnacle, one must naturally remain unencumbered by distracting thoughts and refrain from indulging in romantic entanglements. Why? Lu Zhou inquired. Zhao Yuan'er shook her head, looking puzzled. I only heard that a grand ceremony is to be held at the holy altar in Yu province. A ceremony? That's right. It seems that the Mo Sha sect will also send someone, Zhao Yuan'er added. Upon mentioning the Mo Sha sect, she cautiously glanced at Lu Zhou's expression and added, Master, should I go myself? I can bring senior sister back. Upon encountering the members of the Mo Sha sect, I shall eliminate them all to avenge you. How does that sound? Lu Zhou raised his hand to scold. Nonsense. After a brief pause, he continued. While I do not regard the Mo Sha sect with much concern, their sect leader is still a formidable expert at the 7-leaf golden lotus of the Yuan Shin tribulation. You are merely at the divine court realm. How would you contend with them if you encountered them? Oh, Zhao Yuan'er nodded. Following the memories in his mind, Lu Zhou pondered for a moment and asked, apart from the Mo Sha sect, which other forces will be present? The Zhengyi sect and Jingming Dao seem to be attending as well. Lu Zhou expressed his doubts. The righteous sects have always been at odds with the demonic sects. How could they possibly gather together? A duel? A confrontation? Summon Pan Shong. I have questions to ask. Lu Zhou stated indifferently. Master, just ask me, Zhao Yuan'er replied confidently. Quickly now, Lu Zhou raised his voice slightly. Oh. Zhao Yuan'er pouted and dashed outside. After a while, Zhao Yuan'er led Pan Shong into the Mo Tian pavilion. Pan Shong appeared somewhat dejected, with his face bearing bruises of varying hues. He respectfully greeted the esteemed pavilion master. Lu Zhou glanced at him and inquired, what happened to you? Pan Shong hastily explained that he had stumbled in the treacherous terrain of Jinting Mountain. Lu Zhou, however, showed little concern for the details and asked, are you aware of the Shengtan festival concerning the Jingming Dao? Pan Shong nodded, saying, this matter is rather lengthy. Zhao Yuan'er urged him, then please be succinct. Pan Shong recalled the violent scene he had just witnessed, shuddering slightly as he spoke. Since the human race has dominated the Diyin realm, the alien races have been driven to the north and west. In the realm of cultivation, the righteous and the demonic cannot coexist, leading to countless disputes among various sects each year, resulting in innumerable casualties. To alleviate these conflicts, some smaller sects devise the festival as a means to resolve certain disputes and to foster goodwill, thereby avoiding further discord. Lu Zhou nodded and inquired, are you aware that the Jingming Dao intends to participate in the Yuzhou Shengtan festival? Pan Shong was taken aback and replied, I truly did not know. I departed from the Jingming Dao 3 years ago. The Jingming Dao is a prominent righteous sect, and its conflict with the demonic path cannot be resolved through such a minor festival. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou seemed to grasp the situation. He asked, it is said that the saintess will serve as a bridge for reconciliation between the two factions. Is this true? Pan Shong confirmed, indeed. The saintess will also become a bond of kinship. Even Zhao Yuan'er, despite her naivety, understood the implications and glared in anger, exclaiming, traitor! How can one do such a thing? There was no need to ask further. Lu Zhou waved his hand, dismissing Pan Shong. The elder hesitated, then spoke. Is there something you require? I humbly request the 6-yang technique from the esteemed pavilion master. Pan Shong bowed deeply, pressing his hands to the ground. Before Lu Zhou could respond, Zhao Yuan'er impatiently interjected, does this trivial matter require my master's attention? You can find that technique yourself in the Western Pavilion's archives. Pan Shong felt embarrassed. Such an important technique was treated so casually? Lu Zhou did not deny it and waved his hand. The cultivation texts of the righteous sects had been plentifully gathered by Ji Tian Dao. If they were all in one's possession, could one truly manage them all? After Pan Chong departed, Lu Zhou pondered how to bring Zhao Yu back. From the information at hand, he deduced, first, Zhao Yu was likely forced to become the saintess. Second, she would become a sacrificial pawn in the festival. What should he do next? It was at this moment that Ming Shirin entered the Mo Tian pavilion. Seeing Lu Zhou's calm demeanor, he stated, "Master, I have something to report." "Speak." "The traitor Si Wuyan has sent a letter requesting your examination." Ming Shirin respectfully presented the letter. Old 7. Since Old 7 had left Jinting Mountain, he rarely inquired about Mo Tian pavilion matters. After all, he was nominally a traitor, and sending a letter required considerable audacity. Lu Zhou took the letter and skimmed its contents. Coincidentally, it pertained to Zhao Yu. "Master, what does the letter say?" Zhao Yuan'er asked anxiously. After reading, Lu Zhou casually placed the letter down on the table, his brow furrowing. Ming Shirin cautiously picked up the letter, his eyes widening in surprise, then furrowing his brow as he analyzed. Old 7 has no motive to convey false information. "Master, if this news is true, then Sister Zhao Yu may be in grave danger." Lu Zhou regarded Ming Shirin with indifference, asking, "What do you propose we do?" Though Ming Shirin's thought process was peculiar, at times his ideas were worth considering. After some reflection, he said, "When the clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman profits. If they wish to reconcile, we shall sow discord. After all, water and fire have never coexisted, and this task is simple." After finishing his statement, Ming Shirin bowed again, saying, "Master, you need not trouble yourself with such trivial matters. I am willing to take action and will ensure Sister Zhao Yu is brought back safely." With that, he lowered his head, awaiting his master's approval. Lu Zhou waved his hand. "I shall punish you to reflect in the thinking cave for 3 days. The routine was amiss. Ding, disciplining Ming Shirin, gained 100 merit points. He was momentarily bewildered, reflecting on how he had diligently fulfilled his duties and behaved obediently, yet still faced punishment. However, he dared not defy his master. Ming Shirin bowed. "I accept the punishment," and obediently turned to head to the thinking cave. Why punish him? Because Lu Zhou noticed fluctuations in Ming Shirin's loyalty, albeit minor, hovering around 70, yet not reaching 80. His restless heart could not be deemed reliable. Zhao Yuan'er, perplexed, picked up the letter for a glance. After reading, she scratched her head, seemingly confused, mumbling, "The letter says this isn't a trap? Intentionally provoking 5th senior sister?" Lu Zhou paid her no mind, stating calmly, "Come with me to the Sheng Tan." Upon hearing they were going out, Zhao Yuan'er excitedly blinked her large eyes and exclaimed, "Master, are we going out?" Lu Zhou stepped outside the Mo Tian pavilion, pausing to look up at the midday sky, which was pleasant. They should arrive in Yuzhou before sunset. He needed to reach Ru Nen ahead of time to make preparations. Without the peak experience card, retrieving the wayward disciple Zhao Yu would require some thought. He assessed Zhao Yuan'er's outfit, which was suitable for gathering information at the post, and deemed it not overly conspicuous. "Master, should we inform the senior brothers?" Zhao Yuan'er asked. "No need. It is unnecessary to complicate matters. Jinting Mountain is protected, and it is relatively safe. These disciples are cunning and unlikely to encounter trouble." Lu Zhou recalled the new mount, Bayan, and thought it was time to meet it. Bai Zhe had become familiar, but he had yet to test Bayan. Thus, Lu Zhou waved his hand, and a strange energy manifested in the once azure sky. "Bai Zhe." Zhao Yuan'er gazed curiously at the sky, immediately sensing it was a legendary mount. In a vast world filled with unexplored territories inhabited by fearsome beasts, only a select few could be captured for riding. Finally, a striking creature resembling a tiger, exuding an aura of majesty, swooped down. "Ah!" Zhao Yuan'er stumbled back, hiding behind Lu Zhou, whispering, "What happened to Bai Zhe?" Bai Zhe resembled an antelope, while Bayan, with its tiger-like appearance, was both auspicious and fierce, startling Zhao Yuan'er. Bayan landed and lowered its body, shedding its imposing demeanor to display loyalty to its master. Lu Zhou was also somewhat surprised. Bayan evidently possessed offensive capabilities, yet its strength and compatibility with various realms of cultivation remained uncertain. "Let us depart," Lu Zhou commanded, waving his hand. Zhao Yuan'er hesitated. "Master, can we not ride? It looks intimidating." "Not as intimidating as you. Fear not," Lu Zhou assured as he approached. Bayan obediently lowered itself to the ground. Seeing this, Zhao Yuan'er mustered courage and stepped forward. After a brief assessment, she exclaimed, "Whoa!" Bayan let out a low growl. Instead of retreating, Zhao Yuan'er hastily leaped onto its back. "Master, it's fierce." Lu Zhou waved his hand, and Bian soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. Unexpectedly, Lu Zhou found that Bian's speed rivaled that of Bai Zhe. If one were to assess the merits and demerits of both, the creature known as Bian would exhibit formidable aggression, akin to a practitioner of an indeterminate realm among humans. Yet its wisdom pales in comparison to that of mankind. Conversely, Bai Zhe embodies tranquility and grace, offering a comfortable form of aerial navigation, categorized as an auxiliary enhancement, though its true capabilities remain undisclosed for the time being. Half a day later, Bian gently descended near Runin and Yuzhou. Observing the desolate surroundings, Zhou Yuan'er cheerfully remarked, "Disciple understands Master's intention. We must avoid drawing attention." Lu Zhou nodded in agreement, stating, "Runin is not far from the divine capital, a gathering place for cultivators from all over the world, where dragons lie hidden and tigers lurk. We must conduct ourselves discreetly on this journey." "I understand, Master," Zhou Yuan'er replied, her big eyes blinking inquisitively. "Master, will we still visit the divine capital?" Lu Zhou lightly tapped her on the head and stroked his beard. "No, we shall not." "Oh," Zhou Yuan'er pouted, touching her head where she had been tapped. Upon entering Runin City, Zhou Yuan'er's playful nature ignited. Lu Zhou repeatedly instructed her to refrain from engaging in combat frivolously, and they managed to maintain a steady course. "Grandfather, there's an inn ahead. Let us take lodging there." "Very well," Lu Zhou replied nonchalantly. As they approached the entrance, a throng of cultivators adorned in black robes passed overhead, causing the townsfolk to gaze upwards in astonishment, their exclamations filling the air. The imposing flying carriage, associated with the demonic sect, was encircled by practitioners of the Mo Cha sect. Fear not, the conflicts of the cultivation world do not extend to ordinary folk. When will I become a powerful cultivator and possess such a flying carriage? Listening to the surrounding discussions, Zhou Yuan'er scoffed, her competitive spirit ignited, muttering, "What is so impressive? My grandfather has a sheep as a mount." A middle-aged man beside her jested, "Little girl, can your sheep carry you?" "Humph, not only can it carry me, but it can also soar out of Yin in no time," Zhou Yuan'er retorted. "You just keep boasting. Do you not believe me?" She frowned. The man shrugged. "Little girl, do you think I would believe you?" "I believe it." As the flying carriage passed, the surrounding atmosphere returned to calm. Lu Zhou, puzzled, mused that he had not anticipated the arrival of significant figures in Runin. Was the Mo Cha sect harboring resentment over Zhou Xianshan's matters? The display suggested that at the very least, a master of the Yuanshan Jie realm was present, if not the leader of the Mo Cha sect. Then who could it be? Yet, pondering this further seemed futile. "Yuan'er," Lu Zhou called. "I am here, grandfather," Zhou Yuan'er replied, running over with her small fists raised. "Hee. Grandfather, I have arrived." She dashed into the inn and called out to the innkeeper. "Hey, innkeeper, I want the best room. I'm here to stay." The innkeeper politely responded, "I am terribly sorry, esteemed guest, but we are fully booked. Due to the triennial grand ceremony of the Holy Altar, we have an influx of guests. I hope you understand." "None at all," Zhou Yuan'er queried, scratching her head in confusion. "I apologize. Please try elsewhere," the innkeeper replied. "Very well." Zhou Yuan'er was about to turn when a subtle, yet forceful gust of wind swept in, radiating outward before retreating in an instant. The innkeeper, Zhou Yuan'er, and Lu Zhou turned to observe a man entering, cradling two exquisite long swords. The innkeeper, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "A practitioner of the Shunting realm, my lord?" The man, with his eyes half closed and an air of calm nobility, replied in a soft voice, "Innkeeper, I require lodging." "My lord, we are honored by your presence. We have 2 rooms available. Please allow me to accommodate you." The innkeeper raised his voice, nearly audible from outside. The man responded coolly, "The best, 2 rooms. That is entirely feasible," the innkeeper declared with enthusiasm, sending 2 servants scurrying upstairs to prepare the rooms. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan'er immediately became displeased and exclaimed, "Old man, didn't you say you were fully booked? How can he have a room?" "Do not be rude. This gentleman has achieved the Shunting realm, and other guests must defer," the innkeeper insisted. In ordinary circumstances, Zhou Yuan'er would have protested vehemently. However, this was Runin, and her master had advised her to remain discreet. "That still doesn't warrant 2 rooms. You are but one person." She pointed at the man. The man raised his hand, interrupting the innkeeper. Speaking in a calm and gentle tone, "Allow me to clarify. Within my belongings lies the ashes of a fallen companion. Though he perished in battle, his spirit of fearlessness profoundly inspires me. In my heart, he remains a living presence." Chapter 59. The sharpest sword. My sword has fought alongside me for many years, vanquishing countless foes. I should be entitled to an additional room. However, The sword is never far from me, thus one room suffices. Upon concluding his statement, Lu Zhou maintained a facade of tranquility, though internally he found it rather amusing that such eccentricity existed in the world. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yuan'er stroked her chin thoughtfully and nodded in agreement. Very well, 2 rooms are indeed necessary. I beg your pardon, the innkeeper remarked, his demeanor now markedly cordial. As the esteemed Shinting practitioner showed no signs of anger, Lu Zhou interjected calmly, hold on. Both the man and the innkeeper were taken aback, turning to face Lu Zhou, the frail old man who appeared easily toppled. Is there an issue, elder? The innkeeper inquired, puzzled. 1 room of the best kind. But, esteemed guest, Lu Zhou waved his hand dismissively, Yuan'er. As soon as he spoke, Zhou Yuan'er understood her master's gesture, unleashing an aura that burst forth in a spectacular display. With a resounding crash, the aura that was supposed to retract suddenly fanned out, centering on Zhou Yuan'er and forming a circular ripple. The inn, its tables, and the staircase trembled in response. Had the force been any more vigorous, the inn would have been reduced to ruins. Shinting? The innkeeper trembled, his heart racing, his legs quaking. Today, there seemed to be an abundance of significant figures, leaving him at a loss for how to express himself. Having offended a great personage made him wish to weep. Before the innkeeper could utter an apology, the man's eyes flickered with surprise, though he quickly regained his composure. My brother held great respect for the strong and aspired to become a master of the Yuanshan Jie realm. What he honored, I honor. The man declared. I shall share a room with my brother, and the other room shall be granted to the elder. The innkeeper, elated, exclaimed, this is excellent, truly excellent. He hurriedly summoned his servants to prepare the rooms upstairs. Lu Zhou shook his head, not sufficient. I require 2 rooms. This is completely, no, not a problem. The innkeeper nearly wept. The reason Lu Zhou insisted on 2 rooms was simple. Although Zhou Yuan'er was still somewhat naive, she was now at the age of maturity. No longer a child, for there exists a distinction between genders. Lu Zhou ascended the stairs slowly, with Zhou Yuan'er following him with delight. As they passed the sword-bearing man, Lu Zhou caught a glimpse of the dual swords he held. The dual swords? The man, somewhat surprised and curious, responded, you possess a keen eye. The dual swords, 1 long and 1 short, adorned with dragon and phoenix motifs, are peak-grade earth-tier weapons, barely qualifying as quasi-heaven tier. Lu Zhou stroked his beard. Knowing this, one should tread carefully with words. Had this been in different circumstances, I would have used this sword to teach a lesson to those who insult it. While maintaining a serious demeanor, he also kept a wary eye on Zhou Yuan'er, shaking his head. This sword has claimed countless lives and has been refined over decades. It has long surpassed the earth tier you speak of. Lu Zhou, stroking his beard, did not contradict him. The man continued, in my view, there exists no weapon sharper than the dual swords. At this moment, Zhou Yuan'er, filled with curiosity, asked, do you wield both swords by yourself? The man shook his head. I wield the long sword. My brother wields the short sword. Very well. You 2 truly are a pair. How did such eccentricity help you achieve the Shinting realm? Lu Zhou mused internally, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, betraying neither joy nor anger. Is this sword truly sharp? Lu Zhou inquired. The man said nothing but drew one of the short swords, and as the blade was unsheathed, it refracted a glimmer of cold light. He horizontally positioned the sword's blade, gripping it firmly with his right hand, while with his left hand he plucked a single hair from his head and gently blew upon it. The hair floated down gracefully, severed into 2 by the short sword. This demonstration of cutting a hair with a blade illustrated sheer physical sharpness, leaving onlookers in awe. The man beamed with pride and proclaimed, unparalleled in this world. Do you have any doubts left, old sir? At that moment, Lu Zhou suddenly recalled his own sword. Wei Ming, why not put it to the test? Opportunities to assess a heavenly tier weapon were rare. If it were damaged, it would confirm that Wei Ming was indeed a mere piece of junk, unworthy of regret. With this thought, Lu Zhou slowly raised his hand, revealing the exquisite and delicate Wei Ming sword in his palm. He remained silent, poised to swing Wei Ming, when the man hastily interjected, old sir, please do not. Why? I find your sword quite impressive. If it were to be ruined, my conscience would be troubled, the man stated. Not at all, Lu Zhou replied, swinging Wei Ming towards the short sword. A resounding clang echoed, sparks flying. Inspecting Wei Ming, Lu Zhou noted no damage or scratches. Turning his gaze to the short sword, part of the dual swords, it too remained unscathed. Lu Zhou felt a flicker of doubt. This indicated that Wei Ming was at least on par with the dual swords. The question remained, why had it failed to cut through even the most inferior materials during the previous test? Was Wei Ming more suited for defense, transforming into various weapon forms. The man looked at Wei Ming with astonishment, exclaiming, "Is there truly a weapon capable of withstanding the dual swords?" Zhou Yuan'er muttered, "You're easily impressed. My grandfather could snap that worthless thing with his bare hands. Believe it?" For reasons unknown, Lu Zhou's mind conjured a memory from his past life. Recalling a video where two girls boasted about their brothers, competing over who could eat the most, Zhou Yuan'er exhibited a similar demeanor. Lu Zhou reprimanded her, "Mind your tongue." With that, he turned and walked towards a room designated with a heavenly character. Observing the old man's retreating figure, the man remarked casually, "I, Zhou Ping. Hope to see you again, old sir." The statement sounded peculiar. Lu Zhou paid no heed and entered the room. Zhou Ping, clutching the dual swords, proceeded to his own chamber. As he laid down the dual swords, a crisp cracking sound resonated in the air. Zhou Ping, filled with suspicion, drew the shorter sword only to find a clean split along the middle of the blade, resembling a piece of tofu sliced with a knife. How could this be possible? Shocked and heartbroken, he regarded the weapon he cherished as his life. Now it lay ruined. Was it the old man's doing? A sword's fate is tied to its wielder. Seething with anger, Zhou Ping rose, seizing the undamaged long sword, and stormed out of his room. Just as he reached a corner, a man in a blue robe blocked his path. The man crossed his arms, wearing a smile, exuding an ordinary demeanor, devoid of any peculiar traits. "Step aside," Zhou Ping frowned. The blue-robed man maintained his smile, replying, "I apologize. Please let me pass." As he spoke those words, the blue-robed man suddenly raised his right hand, drawing the long sword from his back. With lightning speed, he executed a fluid motion, unsheathing and resheathing the sword in the blink of an eye, as if he had performed the action 1,000,000 times. Without a glance back, the blue-robed swordsman strode towards the heavenly character room. Zhou Ping, gripping his long sword, stood in stunned disbelief, as if turned to stone. Moments later, the long sword shattered, clattering to the ground. With a thud, Zhou Ping collapsed, blood gushing from his neck. Inside the room, the blue-robed swordsman sat expressionless at the table, murmuring to himself with a smile, "Master, where are you?" Chapter 60. The sword lover. The blue-robed swordsman wiped the smile from his face. At that moment, a shadow appeared outside the window. Without looking in that direction, he stated blandly, "What brings you here?" "The leader has instructed me to inform you that the sword fanatic Chen Wenjia arrived in Runan 2 days ago. Please be vigilant of the experts from Jingming Dao and Jingyi Dao." The blue-robed swordsman cast a glance at the shadow, responding courteously, "Thank you. There is one more matter. It is highly likely that the elder Ji from Matian Pavilion has also arrived in Runan. The leader wishes to know your intentions." The shadow's voice wavered slightly, lacking confidence. This matter does not concern him. The blue-robed swordsman's voice gradually lowered. The shadow instinctively took a step back. The blue-robed swordsman's smile reappeared as he lifted a water jug from the table, pouring a cup and softly saying, "My friend, there is no need to fear. The wind outside is strong. If there is nothing else, why not come in for a drink? I still have to report back. Farewell." The shadow vanished into the night. The blue-robed swordsman sighed in resignation. He did not linger long, merely resting briefly in the room before turning to leap into the darkness, disappearing from sight. The following morning, as Lu Zhou opened his eyes, he was greeted by the tumultuous sounds from outside. "Knock, knock." Someone was at the door. "Old sir." It was the innkeeper's voice. Lu Zhou rose from his bed, slightly perplexed as he opened the door. Before him stood the innkeeper and several officials. The innkeeper was drenched in cold sweat, and before he could speak, the leading official clasped his hands and inquired, "May I ask, old sir, have you seen the murderer who killed Zhou Ping?" A look of confusion crossed Lu Zhou's face. "Zhou Ping is dead?" He turned to glance towards Zhou Ping's quarters, where two soldiers were busy tending to the blood stains on the ground, alongside scattered pieces of a shattered sword. Two other officials searched the room, but found nothing of interest. Zhou Ping was a formidable expert in the divine realm. To have been killed so silently and without resistance indicated that his opponent was likely a master of the primordial tribulation realm. Lu Zhou shook his head, indicating he had not seen anything. The official sighed, stating, "Zhou Ping was a master of the sword arts. Whoever could kill him must also be an expert. It is to be expected that you did not see anything." Lu Zhou queried, "Did Zhou Ping have any enemies?" The official furrowed his brow and scrutinized Lu Zhou from head to toe, speaking somewhat unfriendly, "Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you." Although Zhou Ping's death had nothing to do with Lu Zhou, the murderer was indeed a skilled individual. If Runan were a vast trap, escaping unscathed would prove difficult. "Old man, I shall ask you a question, and you need only answer," Lu Zhou declared, producing a royal token. The leading official's eyes widened in shock, ready to fume. But upon seeing the token, he instantly wilted. A royal emblem? From the royal family? He trembled, collapsing to his knees, stammering, "Master." The innkeeper was equally flabbergasted. The other soldiers, without a word, knelt in unison, their faces stiffening at the sight of the token, as if they had swallowed a fly. And they too followed suit on their knees. At that moment, Zhou Yuan'er emerged, yawning, rubbing her eyes with her small fists. Upon seeing the kneeling figures before Lu Zhou, she remarked, "Grandpa, should we beat them up?" The innkeeper simply slumped to the ground. Lu Zhou waved his hand, signaling her to refrain from interjecting, and asked, "What was Zhou Ping's status?" He was a master swordsman, having killed his own brother to seize the dual swords. His cultivation was profound, making it difficult for the authorities to deal with him. Then why was he in Runan? This subordinate does not know. The officials here are merely small fry. Cases involving practitioners from the divine realm are exceedingly rare. It is normal not to be aware of such matters. Unbeknownst to Lu Zhou, Zhou Yuan'er had darted over to examine the scene and returned, as if making a significant discovery. He was slain with a single sword strike, right here, right in front of him, boldly wielding his sword. Zhou Yuan'er gestured with her body. Lu Zhou nodded, deducing that the assailant must have been a swordsman wielding a heavenly tier weapon. In his recollection, there were indeed several individuals who met these criteria. The sword enthusiast Chen Wenjie, the prodigious swordsman Jiang Aijian, Luo Zong, also known as Luo Chongkong, or perhaps that wayward disciple Yu Zhenghai. While Lu Zhou was contemplating, a cacophony erupted from outside. Lu Zhou and the kneeling soldiers exchanged puzzled glances, all turning their eyes towards the shop's entrance. "Yuan'er, go take a look." Little Yuan'er leaped down from the upper floor and swiftly slipped outside. She returned shortly, pointing out, "The flying palanquin belongs to Decong Si." "Decong Si?" Lu Zhou inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice, as he turned to descend the stairs, with little Yuan'er closely following. The remaining group, still kneeling, exchanged glances, uncertain whether to rise. Upon exiting, Lu Zhou looked up to see the enormous flying palanquin hovering at the outskirts of Runan City, surrounded by bald monks gliding through the air, albeit faintly discernible. Judging by the symbols on the palanquin, it was indeed that of Decong Si. "Let us proceed." Lu Zhou's gaze settled calmly ahead. Oh, the two made their way northward from Runan. Just as they exited the city, little Yuan'er whispered, "Master, someone is tailing us." Lu Zhou remained composed, merely nodding. This was precisely why he had been bringing little Yuan'er along. She practiced the Tai Ching Yujian, her sensory abilities far surpassing those of other cultivators at her level. Coupled with her cleverness and agility, she could fend for herself even when facing formidable opponents. Lu Zhou had initially intended to ride to the altar, but with someone following them, he would have to address that first. "Esteemed elder, please hold." The pursuer finally lost patience and spoke first. Lu Zhou and little Yuan'er turned slowly. Before them stood a young man who appeared to be under 30. "Is there something you need? I wish to purchase a particular item from you, esteemed elder." Little Yuan'er, irate, retorted, "Not for sale. Go away." The young man disregarded her, his gaze fixed on Lu Zhou. "That short sword of yours can destroy the dual swords. It is a fine blade, and I am willing to pay handsomely for it." Lu Zhou replied nonchalantly, "You were present yesterday?" The young man nodded. "Indeed, I had intended to discuss this matter with you yesterday. However, a powerful individual was present, and I had to refrain from exposing my intentions." Lu Zhou acknowledged, "You have a fondness for swords?" "I regard swords as my lifeblood. My love for them runs deep." The young man replied, his voice calm. "Originally, I planned to eliminate Zhou Ping and seize the dual swords, but it seems someone got to him first. It is truly unfortunate that the master destroyed the swords along with him." His words exuded a sense of lament for the dual swords. "And who was that?" "I did not see him, but it is not hard to guess. Only 3 individuals can wield the sword art to such an extent." The young man appeared to grow more relaxed, continuing, "One of them is the formidable Ji Tiandao, the master of Emo Tiangu, whom I fear the most." Little Yuan'er stifled a laugh. "Then why don't you run?" "Why should I flee?" the young man inquired playfully. Little Yuan'er was about to respond, but suddenly remembered not to reveal her identity, swallowing her words instead. The young man, noticing her hesitation, chuckled. "I observed you for an entire night. There is no pretense. Little girl, you are indeed at the divine court level. As for you, esteemed elder, your health seems to be robust, with cultivation barely at the mid-stage of the condensed mind." He waved his hand dismissively, but I digress. The second individual who has mastered the sword art to its pinnacle is Yu Shangrong from Emo Tiangu. And the third? The third is both distant and near. "You are Chen Wenjie, the sword enthusiast?" Lu Zhou queried, puzzled. No. Chen Wenjie is obsessed with swordsmanship, while I cherish swords themselves. I differ in that I love both the sword and the art of swordsmanship. Someone like Chen Wenjie, who lacks a clear stance, is bound to meet an untimely end, the young man declared. At this point, Lu Zhou realized who he was dealing with. Stroking his beard, he remarked, "A love for swords runs deep, Jiang Aijin." Jiang Aijin had even altered his name to reflect his passion for swords, making him unique in the realm of cultivation. Moreover, it was a pathological pursuit. And he was a true recluse, adept at surviving in this perilous cultivation world, as evidenced by his ability to evade the expert who had slain Zhou Ping. He had two major quirks. First, a profound love for swords. Second, an aversion to trouble. Surviving without a clear stance until today was largely due to this second quirk. Quite average, Jiang Aijin chuckled. Lu Zhou raised his hand slightly, and the unnamed sword appeared in his palm, short and exquisite. Jiang Aijin was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening. "So beautiful. I adore this short and delicate feel." "Elder, your voice quivers with excitement," Jiang Aijin stammered. Lu Zhou waved his hand casually, and the unnamed sword vanished once more. "If you have any covetous thoughts regarding this sword, it would be wise to abandon them if you wish to avoid an untimely demise." A deep, resonant bell tolled from the direction of the altar. Lu Zhou furrowed his brow slightly. The altar was a grand gathering of both righteous and demonic cultivators. How could there be the sound of a Buddhist bell? Jiang Aijin exclaimed, "Esteemed elder, the altar is chaotic and teeming with practitioners of both paths. It is extremely dangerous. I suggest you refrain from going. I have heard that the chosen saintess this time is the fifth female demon of Jinting Mountains, Mo Tianguo." "Huh. A demoness as a saintess is indeed a remarkable sight." Lu Zhou did not respond to him. Jiang Aijin suddenly added, "However, it could be fortuitous. If you were to perish there by chance, I could claim that sword for myself. When the time comes, I shall collect your remains and find a suitable burial spot for you." As soon as he finished speaking, little Yuan'er exploded with anger. "You're asking for a beating." With a grace that resembled a swallow, she exuded an overwhelming aura. The vigorous energy rippled outward, causing Jiang Aijin to retreat in surprise, silently marveling at her fierceness. Such a fiery little girl is unlike any typical divine court cultivator. "Humph, watch me knock your teeth out." "Little girl, do not force my hand," Jiang Aijin said. Retreating once more, the deep bell tolled again from the altar, and its urgency intensified. Lu Zhou cast a glance at Jiang Aijin. Recognizing that he was merely a recluse enamored with swords, there was no need to waste a card on him. "Yuan'er, let us depart," Lu Zhou commanded with a wave of his hand. From the nearby forest, a roar resounded. A colossal mount resembling a lion rushed towards them. Its deep growl sent the beasts of the forest scattering in panic. The aura of the king of beasts was chilling. Jiang Aijin was taken aback. A legendary mount. He quickly withdrew, flipping midair and landing lightly, narrowly evading little Yuan'er's fierce approach. A true master, someone with a legendary mount, was undoubtedly a figure of great repute. Although this elder's cultivation seemed weak, he was certainly not simple. While Jiang Aijin loved swords, he cherished his life even more. "Esteemed elder, the altar is extremely perilous. Perhaps you should reconsider," Jiang Aijin said, hovering in midair and cupping his hands. "I have my own plans," Lu Zhou replied lightly, leaping onto the lion. The beast's fangs gleamed ominously. Little Yuan'er shot Jiang Aijin a disdainful glance before hopping onto the lion. Jiang Aijin could only watch helplessly as the pair soared towards the altar. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, contemplating whether or not to pursue. What if he encountered that old demon? Jiang Aijin was torn, but after a moment of deliberation, he made a decision. "I am not part of their conflict, so that shall be my course of action. Once he is dead, I will collect his remains." With that, he took to the air, following them. Atop the altar, the immense flying palanquin from Dekong Si hovered, surrounded by dozens of monks with clasped hands, continuously chanting scriptures. The buzzing of their recitations echoed around them. Lu Zhou and little Yuan'er, at a slight distance, found the sound reminiscent of mosquitoes. He chose not to advance further, but rather descended near the altar. The architectural complex of the altar was vast, with its circular base and portico boasting no fewer than 48 doors, while the plaza extended for miles in all directions. Ordinary individuals are not permitted to approach casually. As Lu Zhou stepped onto the sacred altar, the resounding chime echoed, stirring a sense of agitation within. Lu Zhou slightly raised his hand, invoking the Da Jingxin mantra. "What are these monks doing here?" Xiao Yuan'er murmured. The Da Jingxin mantra possesses formidable deterrent power against adversaries. It is a broad-spectrum technique unleashed through collective chanting. Only the monks of Dekong Temple could achieve such an effect. "Calm thyself. The Da Jingxin mantra is typically recited no more than 5 times. Lu Zhou stood still, gazing upward at the flying chariot above. This may be a fortuitous occurrence. The Da Jingxin mantra can intimidate most cultivators. Thus, the previously concerning vulnerability of his lethal strike, being unable to engage multiple foes, would no longer be an issue. Yet, he pondered why Dekong Temple, which traditionally remains aloof from worldly affairs, would suddenly appear here. The chimes resonated, and the Da Jingxin mantra buzzed like countless flies. Lu Zhou helplessly shook his head, uncertain of whom was currently benefiting from this mantra and how they felt about it. After a moment, the buzzing of the Da Jingxin mantra faded, plunging the entire sacred altar into silence. Let us proceed. Lu Zhou and Xiao Yuan'er ventured into the depths of the altar. Upon reaching the vicinity of the altar square, they went unnoticed by the crowd, successfully blending in. Xiao Yuan'er pointed to a nearby flying chariot, exclaiming, "It belongs to Mo Cha sect." Aside from Mo Cha sect, banners of the righteous factions of Zheng Dao and Jingming Dao fluttered around the altar square. As anticipated, the expressions of the righteous cultivators and those of the demonic path grew grim as they gazed upward, panting heavily. Lu Zhou's gaze swept across the altar, and under the scrutiny of the true eye, nearly everyone exhibited hostile intent. If his identity were to be exposed, it would spell disaster. To extract Zhao Yu from such a multitude of factions would undoubtedly prove challenging. 3 flawless cards and 3 lethal strikes to retreat would suffice. At that moment, above the altar, a monk descended from the flying chariot, gracefully landing with hands clasped together, his robe shimmering with golden light. "Kong Xian from Dekong Temple?" someone uttered in surprise. As Kong Xian descended, he proclaimed, "The abbot has decreed that the saintess Zhao Yu shall be taken away by Dekong Temple. Esteemed patrons, please forgive us." "Old monk, how can you just claim the saintess at will? Where do you place the righteous path?" A man in a long robe pointed accusingly at Kong Xian. Chapter 62. The might of Dekong Temple. Evidently, before Dekong Temple's arrival, the ceremony had reached a significant phase. Lu Zhou cast a glance around, yet he did not see Zhao Yu. However, with the monks of Dekong Temple present, and the righteous paths of Zheng Dao and Jingming Dao in attendance, Zhao Yu should be within the altar. Xiao Yuan'er, brimming with excitement, relished this lively scene, scanning her surroundings without an ounce of trepidation. While Lu Zhou observed, a figure approached him. "Old sir, move back a bit." Zhang. Lu Zhou felt somewhat speechless. It was said that this individual had developed an obsession with swords, and now it seemed the rumors held true. However, given his penchant for self-preservation, he dared to come to the altar, displaying considerable audacity. Zhang surveyed the cultivators in the altar square, each bearing a grim countenance, and remarked, "Old sir, were it not for that sword, I would not set foot in this perilous place." Lu Zhou maintained a calm demeanor, saying nothing, his gaze fixed upon the monk Kong Xian who had landed in the center of the square. Zhang whispered, "Take the opportunity to leave quickly." Lu Zhou felt a sense of suspicion, sensing there was more to his words. Zhang glanced around and lowered his voice. "Soon, these monks will seal off the altar. Old sir, the altar is merely a facade, the saintess is a bait." Lu Zhou harbored doubts, concealing his thoughts, and asked, "You know this is a trap? If you sell me the sword, I shall tell you that you are merely at the mid-stage of your cognitive awareness. If you do not leave now, none can save you." Zhang looked at the slanting sun and added, "This is your last chance for survival." Lu Zhou found it amusing and stroked his beard. "Do you not wish for me to die?" No, I value my life greatly. I desire that sword. But a gentleman values his sword and takes it with propriety. Look at the square." Zhang gestured around, clicking his tongue and shaking his head. "They all possess short lifespans, while you, old sir, are a good man. Good men should live long. I am a good man." This unexpected praise caught Lu Zhou off guard. Zhang smiled. "That sword is remarkable, and its master cannot be lacking." This logic, Lu Zhou stroked his beard. With so many experts, how can Dekong Temple contend? Zhang shook his head, pointing to where Zheng Dao and Jingming Dao were situated. "Old sir, pay close attention. None above the elder level among the cultivators are present. Mo Cha sect has only sent a third-ranking seat, which is insignificant." Scanning the area, it became evident that many positions were indeed vacant beneath those 2 banners. Zhang frowned. "They are currently entangled with experts. Surviving is fortunate enough, and they think they can come to the altar?" Lu Zhou regarded Zhang with a calm expression, recognizing that his ability to stand in the cultivation world indicated some prowess, and that he was well informed. At that moment, in the center of the altar square, Kong Xian addressed the previously boisterous disciple of Zheng Dao with a bow. Zhao Yu is a heinous fiend from Imo Tiangu. Years ago, Master Kong Ming fell victim to her wickedness. The Kong Temple shall take her back, and the Buddha shall purify her sins, allowing her to be reborn as a human. A disciple of Zheng Dao leapt up in fury. The female fiend is the enemy of the righteous path. The Kong Temple has always remained uninvolved. And now you appear feigning compassion? Bah! Upon hearing this, the righteous cultivators erupted into laughter, while only Mo Cha sect remained silent. Lu Zhou observed. The second-ranking monk of Mo Cha sect, Zhou Xian Chan, had perished at his hands. They harbored resentment toward Mo Tiangu, directing their anger at Zhao Yu, which made logical sense. Surprisingly, Mo Cha sect had sent a third-ranking monk this time. Lu Zhou did not recognize this individual, nor had he seen him before. Perhaps he lacked the prominence to be remembered by Jitian Dao. Kong Xian, unperturbed, surveyed the crowd and stated calmly, I am not here to seek your approval, but rather to inform you. The female fiend Zhao Yu from Mo Tiangu must be taken away by the Kong Temple. That depends on whether you possess the capability. Suddenly, a figure leaped from the ranks of Zheng Dao, wielding a long sword with a resounding energy, causing gasps to erupt from the crowd. To act so hastily. Zhang Ai Jian shook his head, upon offering its head. The Dai Jingxin mantra has the ability to diminish intimidation. These individuals are in a frenzy. And achieving even 30% of their potential would be commendable. Lu Zhou observed with indifference, as long as Zhao Yu was not in sight. Other matters were of no concern to him. Xiao Yuan'er joyfully clapped along with the righteous cultivators, appearing even more righteous than them. As predicted, the cultivator who had jumped up swung his sword, and the energy struck above Kong Xian. Buzz! A faint golden light emanated from Kong Xian's robe. He appeared to rise a full foot. Arhut golden body. Bang! The cultivator was sent flying by the Arhut golden body, flipping midair upon landing and nearly stumbling. His sword vibrated violently in his hand, and his arm felt numb. Kong Xian stood motionless with one hand raised in front of him, calmly stating, Why must the patron become enraged? The female fiend hails from Mo Tiangu. Not long ago, you, along with the top 10 experts of Yuan Xinjia, were defeated by the old fiend. The master of Tianjin Men, Luo Changfeng, met a tragic end. The female fiend Zhao Yu can only be entrusted to the Kong Temple for her safety. Implicitly, he warned that if Jitian Dao sought trouble, who among them could withstand it? Your words are so harsh, bald monk. Can our righteous path not withstand the Kong Temple? Kong Xian remained composed. Articulating each word, the abbot has been in seclusion for a century, and his cultivation is sufficient to contend with the old fiend. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. The square of the altar became a cacophony, as astonishment spread across the faces of the gathered crowd. It is well known that the Kongxi's Kong Yuan was a revered monk with a golden body over a century ago. To their surprise, after years of seclusion, Jingming Dao rose and bowed to Kong Xian, stating that if Master Kong Yuan could truly contend with the demon from Mo Tiangu, he would consent to hand over the female demon Zhao Yu to the Kongxi. The Zheng Yi Dao sect was momentarily taken aback. Jingming Dao and Zheng Yi Dao belonged to the same lineage. Yet the current situation made it impossible for them to promise anything without facing the ire of their deceased disciples. They lacked the authority to make such a decision. Kong Xian nodded and expressed gratitude to Jingming Dao and the others, assuring them that the Kongxi would not let them down in reforming the demon. At that moment, a sinister voice emerged from behind Kong Xian. If you wish to take Zhao Yu, you must consult with me first. Kong Xian turned to face the members of Mo Sha Zone. I have already stated that this journey is not for negotiation, but rather a notification, he said. His tone calm, yet piercingly harsh. The three leaders of Mo Sha Zone raised their eyes slightly and coldly remarked, What a sanctimonious bald monk. The Kongxi has schemed and set up a great tranquility incantation around the altar. Such tricks hardly qualify you to uphold justice. Pausing for effect, he continued. The Kongxi prides itself on equality among all beings, regardless of righteousness or evil, and today you seem to be overstepping. Kong Xian raised his right hand before him. Are you attempting to obstruct me, Master Duan? You foul monk. You refuse to take the hint. With a wave of his hand, several practitioners in black robes leaped into the fray. Sensing the aggression from the opposing side, Kong Xian stood firm, unhurried, and unyielding. The formidable golden body of the Arhut emanated a majestic aura, causing his robes to billow. Witnessing this, Zhang Ai Jian exclaimed in astonishment. The Arhut golden body rivals that of a second leaf Yuan Xinjia realm. This bald monk is no ordinary figure, old sir. Retreat at once. The Mo Sha Zone clearly comes prepared. and if this monk employs his Zen seal, you will surely suffer. He attempted to pull Lu Zhou back. Before Zhang Ai Jian could turn, he observed that the black-robed practitioners were sent flying by a burst of golden light, not even getting a chance to respond. The faces of the Zheng Dao practitioners changed slightly. On the Mo Sha Zong side, everyone looked up in surprise. The 5 who had advanced were all at the divine court level, the main force of Mo Sha Zong this time. To their shock, Kong Xian repelled them all with a single move. Only Duan Xing, one of the 3 leaders of Mo Sha Zong, remained seated, composed, and silent. He regarded Kong Xian with a glint of malice in his eyes. If Kong Xian possesses such cultivation, what would happen if Master Kong Yuan were present? A practitioner from Jingming Dao remarked. In Lu Zhou's memories, De Kongsi indeed did not meddle in worldly affairs. Throughout many significant events in the cultivation world, De Kongsi's presence was seldom noted. It was rumored that the abbot of De Kongsi was a genius of Zen Buddhism, deeply immersed in his practice, and once rumored to have achieved Buddhahood instantaneously. However, rumors are merely that. In the past, Zhao Yu had a conflict with Kong Ming of De Kongsi, resulting in Kong Ming's demise at Zhao Yu's hands. If she had truly become a cultivator of the Xiantian Holy Realm, would she have let Zhao Yu escape unscathed? Now, with De Kongsi intervening in the ceremony, it was clear they viewed Mo Tiangu as an adversary. Duan Xing of Mo Sha Zong glanced at the fallen subordinates and remarked coolly, Kong Xian, you speak plainly. The elders of Jingming Dao and Zheng Yi Dao have been moved by you, have they not? Kong Xian shook his head. De Kongsi conducts its affairs with integrity. There is no need for such underhanded tactics. Integrity? Duan Xing scoffed. Wasn't the monk outside the altar an ambush planned by you beforehand? It seems you harbored deep misunderstandings regarding De Kongsi. If you wish to obstruct us, I shall accompany you to the end. Tensions rose between the 2 parties. Meanwhile, Zhang Ai Jian chuckled softly, saying, Old sir, I told you so. That sword fanatic Chen Wenjie has an ambiguous stance. He has slain numerous experts from both Jingming Dao and Zheng Yi Dao, and yet he dares to show his face again. Those 2 sects would be more than eager to grind him to dust. Lu Zhou inquired, Chen Wenjie's stance ambiguous? Old sir, think about it. If you sell me the sword, I will divulge everything you wish to know, Zhang Ai Jian whispered, covering his mouth. I also know who Zhang Yuanshan's wife is entangled with, he added, winking at Lu Zhou, as if to say there was nothing he did not know. Lu Zhou remained silent, his expression unchanged. Zhang Yuanshan had often insulted him. Could this green light be a preordained fate? Clearing his thoughts, Lu Zhou returned his focus to the unfolding scene. Duan Xing of Mo Sha Zong slowly rose, raising his arms as his subordinates respectfully draped a black robe over him. Duan Xing's visage appeared before the crowd, revealing a long face with a sharp nose and cold, piercing eyes. Old monk, if you wish to take Zhao Yu, my master will not comply. As he spoke, Duan Xing's figure vanished, only to reappear before Kong Xian in an instant. Yuan Shunjie realm. With a mere glance, it was evident he was a formidable opponent. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated encountering a master of such caliber at a mere altar ceremony. It was understandable. The death of Zui Xian Chan, the only one in a century to reach the 4-leaf golden lotus in the Yuan Shunjie realm, had heightened their concern for Zhao Yu. It was no wonder Duan Xing would refuse. Arhut, golden body. Kong Xian activated his golden form once more, his robes billowing with a powerful aura. In the next moment, Duan Xing's figure multiplied into 10, then 100, then 1,000, surrounding Kong Xian in an onslaught. The spectators were left dumbfounded. What kind of technique was this? They had never seen anything like it. Even the subordinates of Mo Sha Zong shook their heads in awe, having never encountered such dazzling martial arts. Rarely did either the righteous or demonic paths specialize in speed techniques. These afterimages were indeed a result of extreme velocity. Taoist technique. Daoyin, Lu Zhou mused. Zhang Ai Jian expressed mild surprise. Old sir, you recognize it? This technique originates from the Dao sect, but was lost after its transmission to Fuyu, Lu Zhou explained. Fuyu? An alien race? Zhang Ai Jian's eyes widened, glancing at the 3 leaders of Mo Sha Zong and the bewildering array of shadows. In the vast realm of Diyan, how could an alien race find a foothold? As the myriad shadows struck the Arhut golden body, Kong Xian felt immense pressure, his brow furrowing. Truly, he had underestimated the cultivation of a Yuan Shunjie realm master. The sounds of fists crashing against the golden body reverberated through the square, sending gusts of energy that forced those nearby to retreat several steps to avoid injury. In that case, I shall not hold back. Kong Xian gestured, his vital energy swirling as his hands crossed in front of him. With clarity of mind, he stood firm as a mountain. Zen Sect's Binding Seal. Upon its release, hundreds of shadows were dispersed by the binding seal. Duan Xing's movement halted, as if he had been immobilized. In that fleeting second, Kong Xian's gesture shifted again. The binding seal vanished as he directed a handprint towards Duan Xing. The Great Vajra Wheel Hand Seal? With a hum, Duan Xing furrowed his brow, raising his arms to summon the four-leaf golden lotus law body, deflecting the overwhelming strike. It was as if a golden circle had collided with a solid wall, only to bounce back. Those in the vicinity hurriedly scurried to avoid the impact. The handprint struck the altar's doorway. The 48 doorways vibrated violently, the residual force of the energy akin to a tempest, causing the doorways to burst open. The central door, the most sacred and largest of the altar, creaked open, revealing Zhou Yu, the saintess. All practitioners from both the righteous and demonic paths turned to gaze. In the center of the doorway was a small circular platform, where Zhou Yu was bound to a pillar. Her eyes held nothing but rage, devoid of any struggle. A red lotus was painted on her brow. The female demon Zhou Yu. The crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment. Lu Zhou lifted his gaze and beheld Zhou Yu. There was no fluctuation of aura emanating from her, confirming that her cultivation had indeed been sealed by another. Kong Xian maintained his Arhut golden body, proudly proclaiming, "Why must you trouble this humble monk? Stinking monk, if your abilities are so limited, I advise you to hasten your escape with your companions," Duan Xing retorted coldly. Empowered by the four-leaf golden lotus dharma body, his presence was significantly more formidable than before. Kong Xian raised his hands in a gesture of reverence. "Since you obstruct me, I shall not hold back." With a thunderous sound, the Arhut golden body dispersed. He sat cross-legged, one hand resting beneath his chin. As an aura of the Arhut golden body radiated outward, all the monks surrounding the holy altar discarded their staffs, joining their hands in prayer before them. The monks encircling the heavenly chariot in the sky also shifted their formations. The resonating chants echoed throughout the holy altar. Lu Zhou's expression remained tranquil, yet his heart jolted. The Brahma sound entering dreams? This is troublesome. How shall I withstand it at the mid-level of consciousness? Chapter 64. Beyond the heavens, the Brahma sound entering dreams is a form of Buddhist sonic power, somewhat akin to the calming mantra. When the Brahma sound is chanted, it benefits oneself while harming the enemy, entrancing the hearts of others. Those of weaker cultivation may be overwhelmed by the sonic power, resulting in bloodshed from their 7 orifices, while others may simply succumb to a dreamlike state. Even moderately skilled practitioners may find their minds disturbed, leading to confusion and an inability to respond. Moreover, this is a collective recitation of sonic power, with a potency that transcends the ordinary. Lu Zhou, being merely at the mid-level of consciousness, could not possibly withstand it. The incessant buzzing filled the holy altar like a swarm of flies. Lu Zhou raised his arm, instinctively attempting to summon a countermeasure. He glanced towards Xiao Yuan'er and Jiang Aijian, only to discover that Jiang Aijian had vanished. His intuition told him that Jiang Aijian possessed an ace up his sleeve. Regrettably, his attention had been focused on the scene before him, neglecting to notice Jiang Aijian's maneuver. Xiao Yuan'er, with furrowed brows and a pout, stomped her feet in frustration, her emotions reflecting her naive and untainted nature. Coupled with her cultivation at the divine court level, the initial phase of Brahma sound had little effect on her. The waves of Brahma sound intensified, rolling in like ocean surges. Lu Zhou raised his aged hand, realizing that the mid-level of consciousness could only hold for so long. He flipped his palm, grasping a prop card. One strike to eliminate the formidable Kong Xian of Daqing Temple, causing the monks to scatter, would shatter the Brahma sound. However, such an act would expose him to the gaze of the crowd, making it impossible to extract Zhou Yu from beneath so many watchful eyes. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Zhou reversed his hand, making the prop card vanish. Seizing the opportunity to employ an impeccable defense would suffice. His visage remained calm as the overwhelming buzzing continued to reverberate, unsettling his mind. At the mid-level of consciousness, he felt he was nearing his limit. "Oh dear, these bald donkeys are giving me a headache," a young practitioner nearby lamented, clutching his head and rolling on the ground. "Hey, old man, how come you're unaffected?" "Indeed, how am I not affected?" Lu Zhou surveyed his surroundings, noting the pale faces and cold sweat of those nearby. The buzzing grew louder, swelling to several times its previous intensity. Suddenly, Lu Zhou felt a surge of force directed at him, the maximum effect of the Brahma sound entering dreams. He observed many lower-level practitioners spouting blood, some even meeting their demise. A searing sensation emanated from his dantian. With the clarity of his mind, he comprehended the oneness of all beings across the myriad worlds, perceiving their hearts without distinction. With the wisdom of the unobstructed divine ear, he could discern all sounds across territories, choosing freely what to hear or ignore. Through the wisdom of the Dharma, he adeptly expounded the unobstructed teachings, spreading the Dharma clouds, showering the Dharma rain, and enlightening many with profound sounds. Lu Zhou's heart jolted. Instead of the cacophony of the Brahma sound, he found himself resonating with the contents of the heavenly book, the human scroll of the 3 volumes. As the searing sensation in his dantian subsided, a refreshing coolness enveloped him. From his dantian, it coursed through his abdomen, up to his chest, passing through his heart and reaching his mind. Lu Zhou felt an unparalleled clarity. The Brahma sound returned, and he glanced around, noting that the vast majority of practitioners had collapsed. Writhing in agony, others struggled to stand, unable to move. The monks surrounding the altar closed their eyes, their hands pressed together, hastening their chants. Only the 4-leaf golden lotus Dharma body remained proudly afloat in the center of the square. Zhou Yuan'er sat on the ground, seemingly unscathed but feeling irritable. Zhou Yu had fainted altogether. The 3 heads of the Mocha sect, masters of the 4-leaf golden lotus, observed the robe of Kong Xian. Rays of golden light continually folded the Arhat golden body. Seeing Duan Xing still persisting, Kong Xian amplified the radiance of his golden body. Arhat golden body, 2 layers. Bald donkey. Is this your so-called salvation of all beings? What a grand joke. Duan Xing unleashed the 4-leaf Dharma body and charged towards the Arhat golden body. The impact was tremendous, sending shockwaves that rattled the entire holy altar, distorting the very fabric of space. Duan Xing employed his hidden techniques, creating multiple illusory forms of his Dharma body that flickered around. The practitioners who retained some clarity gazed in horror at the 4-leaf Dharma body, which manifested 4 shadowy duplicates under the radiant golden light. With the Brahma sound reaching its zenith, and amidst the synchronized chanting of countless monks, the force erupted. With a resounding crash, Duan Xing's 4-leaf Dharma body vanished. He was hurled backward into the formation of the Mocha sect. Bang! Bang! Duan Xing pressed his hand against an acupoint to mitigate the injuries inflicted by the sonic power, glaring fiercely at the formidable Kong Xian showcased before him. Bald donkey, how can you be so strong? With one hand propped on the ground, his expression contorted in rage. He attempted to move, but found himself immobilized by the overwhelming impact of the Brahma sound reverberating throughout the holy altar. Kong Xian's gaze remained clear as he floated, bathed in golden light. What was his intent? Why did he not cease? He had already triumphed. At that moment, a deep voice, unaffected by the Brahma sound, resonated from not far behind Kong Xian. Enough. Kong Xian was taken aback. Who else opposes? He controlled his golden body to turn slowly, only to find an elder casually strolling towards the holy altar, unhurried, neither humble nor arrogant. Lu Zhou, with an air of tranquility, stroked his beard and spoke. The Buddhist sect prides itself on not taking lives, yet today it has begun a slaughter. Is this the intent of the abbot of Daqing Temple, Kong Yuan, or your own? Benefactor, how come you are unharmed? Despite Kong Xian's confidence and extensive experience, he was astonished by the elder's nonchalance. Dozens of monks, along with his own Brahma sound entering dreams, should have affected him in some manner. Lu Zhou replied calmly, I merely seek an answer to my query. Elder benefactor, do you intend to obstruct this monk? Kong Xian's eyes widened, sensing that this elder was not to be trifled with. Lu Zhou shook his head, replying, You have missed the mark. He let out a soft sigh, stubborn and unyielding. Slowly, he raised his hand. At that very moment, the golden light of Kong Xian's Arhat golden body surged once more, transforming from 4 to 8. In an instant, the Arhat golden body flashed towards Lu Zhou. With a thunderous crash, a Buddha's golden body, towering 10 zhang and 3 zhang wide, enveloped Lu Zhou, repelling all 8 manifestations of the Arhat. It was akin to a grandfather shielding his grandson. The conscious onlookers beheld this scene, their eyes brimming with disbelief. The Arhat golden body, which had previously seemed overwhelmingly powerful, suddenly appeared feeble and insignificant. The golden figure is extraordinarily vast, compelling one to crane their neck to gaze upward. Lu Zhou gently flicked his sleeve, sending forth a minuscule handprint that traversed the golden entity, soaring towards Kong Xian. Stunned, Kong Xian watched as the handprint approached, abandoning the Rohan golden body and retreating incessantly. His feet struck the ground, creating a cacophony of shattered stones as he darted backward with lightning speed. A lethal strike awaited him. An evasion seemed implausible. Chapter 65, The Enlightened Monk? This question also preoccupied Lu Zhou. The monk Kong Xian was indeed formidable. As he continued to retreat, he unleashed a flurry of handprints from his palms, each striking the immense golden figure of Lu Zhou before vanishing without a trace. There was neither harm nor sensation, an impeccable defense. Why did such a manifestation of Buddhist prowess emerge? Kong Xian found it unfathomable. Those minuscule handprints seemed to possess a will of their own, relentlessly pursuing him. He could only withdraw further, his instincts warning him of the imminent danger. The sacred altar sprawled extensively, the square extending for miles. Just as he thought he could evade, the minuscule handprint grew larger, accelerating with astonishing speed. The more he retreated, the more ominous it felt. It was as if the distance only amplified the size of the handprint until it surpassed him. Driven by an instinct for survival, Kong Xian fled in desperation, the handprint nearly brushing against his face as it expanded significantly, leaving no chance to evade, as if it anticipated his every move. The handprint had transformed into an enormous golden Vajra wheel imprint. There were no words to describe its size. It could only be termed as colossal. Simultaneously, Zhou Yu, bound beneath the sacred altar's porch, managed to open her eyes, free from the interference of the sacred sound, witnessing this astonishing scene. "Master?" she murmured before her head lolled. And she fainted again. The colossal Vajra wheel handprint struck Kong Xian with the force of a fly swatter, and in an instant, it vanished. Kong Xian was reduced to ashes. As he dissipated into the air, the chanting of the sacred sound abruptly ceased. Monks surrounding the altar collapsed, and in the sky, the flying chariot of the Dekong temple swayed precariously as the monks struggled to maintain its descent. The sacred altar fell into silence, and Lu Zhou's towering golden figure vanished as well. 10 seconds passed, neither long nor short, but for the cultivators of both righteous and demonic paths present, it felt like an eternity of torment. Their gazes converged upon Lu Zhou, the elder who had effortlessly defeated Kong Xian with a single strike. The elder gently stroked his beard, appearing calm and unperturbed. A collective question arose among them. Who was this cultivator capable of wielding such a formidable Vajra wheel handprint? Was he yet another enlightened monk from the Buddhist sect? Lu Zhou pondered the outcome, contemplating the merits of his reward later. He surveyed his surroundings. The vast majority of cultivators had nearly lost their combat capability. The calculations of men are no match for the heavens. None could have anticipated that Kong Xian would employ the sacred sound to subdue them all. However, for Lu Zhou, these matters were of little consequence. The lethal strike he had unleashed and the impeccable defense he demonstrated had a profound impact, instilling a sense of trepidation among those present. No one dared to take the risk of confronting him, far exceeding Lu Zhou's expectations. As he stroked his beard and surveyed the scene, his gaze fell upon the astonished, reverent, and even adoring expressions of the cultivators, finally resting upon the face of Duan Xing from the Mo Sha sect. If anyone still possessed combat capability, it would solely be Duan Xing. Hence, Lu Zhou paid particular attention to him. The question remained, would he dare to act? In Duan Xing's eyes, alongside shock, there also lay a deep respect for the powerful. After a prolonged silence, Duan Xing slowly rose and clasped his hands towards Lu Zhou, saying, "I am Duan Xing of the Mo Sha sect. I am grateful for the master's assistance." Lu Zhou's aged face remained serene, a response he had anticipated. The two techniques he had employed were authentic Buddhist methods. Achieving such a level of mastery was not easily attainable for those who had not long practiced Zen Buddhism. A master of cultivation like Zhou Xianchan had endured numerous trials to attain the four-leaf Dharma body, and in a century, he was the sole individual to do so. The Zen imprint Lu Zhou had manifested was so authentic that even he struggled to believe it. Cultivators from the righteous path clasped their hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master." The Jingming Dao also followed suit, expressing their thanks. In their eyes, Lu Zhou had undeniably become an enlightened monk, embodying the essence of a wandering sage. Since he had been misidentified, he decided to embrace the misunderstanding. Raising his hand, he proclaimed, "The Buddhist path is rooted in compassion. Today, I must reluctantly cleanse the temple," which is indeed a necessity. Upon hearing these words, the righteous cultivators repeatedly gave him a thumbs up, recognizing the true demeanor of a high monk. Master need not take offense. Kong Xian was despicable and shameless, attempting to use the sacred sound to eliminate witnesses and abduct the saintess. This act is one that brings joy to the heart. Individuals like Kong Xian are unworthy of being disciples of the Buddhist sect. By personally eliminating him, the master has only added luster to the Buddhist order. The master is the true enlightened monk, 100-fold more genuine than those hypocritical monks. One cultivator from the righteous path began to speak, but abruptly changed his tone. Realizing that cursing the bald-headed monks in front of the master might not be appropriate, anxiety filled his heart. Nonetheless, Lu Zhou appeared indifferent, unperturbed by the remarks. Were it not for the master's presence today, we would all have fallen victim to malicious schemes. At that moment, a cultivator from Jingming Dao clasped his hands and asked, Master, with your profound cultivation, what brings you to this sacred altar? Lu Zhou glanced at the individual and replied, I merely passed by, that is all. I see, the individual responded. I have heard that wandering monks enjoy traveling and consider the world their home. To meet you today is truly a fortuitous occasion. Flattery echoed among the ranks. Observing many cultivators struggling to rise, the surrounding monks, burdened by the sudden interruption, were also affected, sitting on the ground and panting heavily. With Duanxing, a cultivator of the Yuan Shunjie realm present, the remaining monks posed little threat, not daring to approach even half a step closer. Lu Zhou understood that he could not linger here any longer. He cast a glance towards Xiao Yuan'er. Was the girl asleep? How carefree she was. Amidst such intense commotion, she could still slumber? The Vajra imprint was indiscriminate. This was unacceptable. She needed to be sternly admonished. However, it was not the time for reprimands. So he set that aside for now. Yuan'er, Lu Zhou called softly. Startled, Xiao Yuan'er jolted awake, standing up abruptly. Master? She exclaimed, displaying a lack of decorum. Lu Zhou shot her a disapproving glance. Xiao Yuan'er quickly leaped forward, appearing aggrieved. I didn't expect the master to have a female disciple. How remarkable that the Buddhist path embraces female students. Someone marveled. Continuing down this path could lead to numerous problems. By then, they would waste valuable resources, resulting in a loss. Seizing the opportunity while the crowd was still dazed, Lu Zhou directed his attention toward the unconscious Zhao Yu. Take her away. Understood. Xiao Yuan'er leaped toward Zhao Yu. The cultivators were taken aback. Master, what are you doing? Master, you must not take her away. Were they attempting to interfere? Lu Zhou scanned the crowd, and they promptly fell silent. If Kong Xian dared to take such drastic measures, it was not solely his decision. Upon hearing this, the crowd paused in surprise. Indeed, while Kong Xian's cultivation was exceptional, how could he dare to make such a call on his own? Surely, it was under the guidance of the abbot Kong Yuan from the Dekong Temple. It is truly regrettable that the Buddhist path harbors such scoundrels. A cultivator remarked. Kong Yuan has practiced for a century, yet strayed onto the wrong path. The speaker then pivoted. However, if Kong Yuan were to take out his anger on us, we hope the master will uphold justice on our behalf. The crowd bowed deeply. Lu Zhou shook his head and stroked his beard, remaining silent, his expression one of indifference. If Kong Yuan seeks trouble with you, what concern is that of mine? It is indeed amusing. Were it not for my presence today, you all would have perished. Chapter 66. Taking away Zhao Yu. Lu Zhou has always harbored a negative impression of the Jingming Dao and Zheng Yi Dao sections. Moreover, the circumstances of Zhao Yu's capture remain unclear. The fact that he has not yet settled accounts with them is already a tremendous act of grace. And yet they dare to seek justice? If Kong Yuan were to pursue this matter, it would serve as a fitting lesson for them. Xiao Yuan has already brought Zhao Yu to his side. What should be done? It would be utterly unwise for the master to take such a step. Zhao Yu is the fifth disciple of the old demon lord of the Mo Tiangu. She has committed numerous atrocities, and if she is not punished, she may bring calamity to the world. I implore the master to reconsider. One moment pleading for justice, the next moment urging caution, they do not weigh their own worth. It is often said that these so-called righteous sects are hypocritical, and this is indeed true. Lu Zhou spoke calmly. I intend to take her away. Do you have any objections? The expressions of the gathered practitioners grew grim. As he turned to leave, the third seat of the Mo Sha sect approached. Lu Zhou was not surprised. Among the practitioners present, only Duanxing possessed any real capability, while the others were insignificant. It was only natural for Duanxing to attempt to block him. Very well, resolving Duanxing would serve as a deterrent to these righteous practitioners. However, Lu Zhou was taken aback when Duanxing slightly bowed and smiled. It is most fitting for master to take away this female demon. The Mo Sha sect fully agrees. Upon hearing this, the practitioners of Jingming Dao and Zheng Yi Dao exchanged glances. Though righteousness and evil cannot coexist, today's grand event was orchestrated to use Zhao Yu as a bridge to ease the conflict between both parties. Yet, the second seed of the Mo Sha sect also perished at the hands of the old demon lord of the Mo Tiangu. Why now release Zhao Yu? Duanxing, have you forgotten how Zhou Xian Chan met his demise? Duanxing replied with a smile. The second seed ascended the mountain to challenge the Mo Tiangu. He was simply outmatched and perished. Do you presume to represent the entire Mo Sha sect? Duanxing's gaze swept across the room, icy and piercing. In an instant, he struck out, sending a practitioner from Jingming Dao flying. blood spraying forth as he crashed against the porch. "He is dead," the crowd gasped, retreating a step. The dichotomy of righteousness and evil. Duan is not like that bald monk Kong Xian, who seeks to discuss lofty principles. Duan finds such discussions tiresome. The holy altar square fell silent. Who would dare voice dissent? They may engage in philosophical discussions with enlightened monks, but would never dare do so with the practitioners of the demonic path. What need is there for reason? It is no wonder that the demonic path exists in this vast realm. Is it not these so-called righteous individuals who are truly repugnant? With Duan Xing's reprimand, the holy altar square was enveloped in silence. No one dared to voice opposition. Duan Xing approached Lu Zhou once more, bowing and clasping his hands. Master's compassion in choosing to enlighten this female demon is a blessing for the world. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded lightly. This man certainly knows how to navigate the situation, far more astutely than those from Jingming Dao and Zhengyi Dao. Yet Lu Zhou remained vigilant. If necessary, he would not hesitate to expend a props card, since the master intends to take away the female demon. The grudge for the second seat is what Xian Chan could be resolved through the master. Lu Zhou nodded nonchalantly. Your hidden cultivation is commendable. Upon hearing this, Duan Xing was taken aback and quickly lowered his head. Lu Zhou gestured lightly. From outside the holy altar, a Bayan charged forth, roaring like a tiger, its fangs bared. The monks of Dekong Temple, who had initially guarded the area, were utterly disregarded by the Bayan as it barreled through. Bang! 2 monks from the 8 veins of Fan Hai were sent flying. The crowd gasped again. This mount is quite ferocious. It is astonishing to see such a turbulent steed accompanying a high monk of notable cultivation. Lu Zhou mounted the Bayan, while Xiao Yuan effortlessly lifted Zhao Yuan to its back. The Bayan let out a roar and, with a powerful push of its hooves, soared into the sky, escaping the holy altar. Legendary mounts, once they leave the confines of the holy altar, require extraordinary powers to pursue. However, such powers are immensely taxing and can only be utilized sparingly by those of profound cultivation. The crowd watched enviously as the Bayan flew away like the wind. The pressure in the holy altar square suddenly dissipated. The practitioners of Zhengyi Dao and Jingming Dao shook their heads in despair, yet were left helpless. Those bald monks must not be spared. They must be imprisoned. However, the third seat of the Mo Sha sect, Duan Xing, coldly remarked. To imprison them would be too lenient. What do you mean? Naturally, we must eradicate the root of the problem and eliminate future threats. The practitioners of Jingming Dao and Zhengyi Dao looked at Duan Xing with surprise. They prided themselves on being righteous and looked down upon such actions. Yet the Mo Sha sect seemed indifferent, and for reasons unknown, the righteous practitioners collectively fell silent, no longer speaking. The fury of the Mo Sha sect, born from the torment of the Fan Yin, was destined to be unleashed upon these monks. As Lu Zhou guided the Bayan past the structures of the holy altar, behind a building outside the square, Zhang Ai Jian emerged, his emotions a complex tapestry, his expression rich with nuance. Watching the retreating Bayan, he murmured, "This defies reason. His cultivation is clearly at the mid-stage of Ningji. How can he be a master of the Buddhist path?" Zhang Ai Jian stroked his chin, deep in conflict once more. Should he pursue? Would he be reduced to ashes with a mere slap? After all, he is a high monk of the Buddhist path. Surely he would not easily resort to violence? Yes, the old gentleman is a good person. There should be no major issues. He raised his head, but the Bayan had vanished from sight, leaving him in a state of confusion, spinning in place. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? Lu Zhou did not fly towards Jinting Mountain, but instead headed towards Runan City. Although he had successfully located Zhao Yu, many unanswered questions lingered. Upon arriving in Runan City, Lu Zhou dismissed the Bayan, for it was too ostentatious. He and Xiao Yuan escorted Zhao Yu back to the inn. Upon entering, the innkeeper, more excited than a child reuniting with their parents, rushed to Lu Zhou and knelt, bowing his head repeatedly. "My lord, you have finally returned. If you hadn't come back, my head would have surely been forfeit." Lu Zhou regarded him with suspicion. "What do you mean by that?" "The official said you are from the palace. I previously offended you, which is a grave sin. It is of no consequence." Lu Zhou waved his hand, signaling Xiao Yuan to escort Zhao Yu to her room. There was no need to quibble with an innkeeper. As he ascended the stairs, Lu Zhou turned back, speaking nonchalantly. "Have you discovered the culprit?" The innkeeper shook his head. "How could the official divulge such important matters to me?" "I truly do not know." Lu Zhou nodded, stroking his beard as he continued upstairs. Following the events at the holy altar, he could rule out Jiang Ai Jian, Jian Qi Chun Wenjia, and the experts from Jingming Dao being involved. Thus, only 2 suspects remained. His second disciple, the sword demon Yushang Rong, and Luozong Luochongqing. Luozong was far in the southern regions of Diyin and would need considerable time to arrive. The likelihood of his involvement was minimal. Lu Zhou paused, gazing at the corner where Zhou Ping was slain. Yesterday, the sword demon Yushang Rong had been merely dozens of meters away from him. Master. Xiao Yuan's voice called out. What is it? Senior sister has awakened. Lu Zhou nodded, his expression turning serious as he ascended the stairs. Disobedient disciple, truly my excellent pupil. Chapter 67. Do you dare to lie? Lu Zhou entered the room with a stern countenance. Zhao Yu had indeed awakened, though she appeared somewhat frail, lying on the bed, barely able to move. Her cultivation had been sealed, and after enduring the torment of the Fan Yin, it was remarkable that she remained alive. Her survival was a testament to her strong foundation. Lu Zhou approached the table and sat slowly, his gaze sweeping over Zhao Yu, whose loyalty was at 10. As expected, seeing her master nearby, Zhao Yu disregarded her appearance and injuries, fearfully paling as she hurriedly tried to descend from the bed, nearly collapsing to the ground due to her lack of strength. Fortunately, Xiao Yuan'er intervened in time to lend a helping hand. Master, your disciple acknowledges her mistakes. Your disciple knows her transgressions. She did not seek excuses, repeatedly bowing her head in apology. After a considerable time, Lu Zhou waved his hand and said indifferently, that is enough. Zhao Yu raised her head, displaying a look of regret, and glanced at her master with a hint of trepidation. Yet she had not spoken to explain herself. Lu Zhou, direct and straightforward, asked, who captured you? The disciple only knew that it was a master from Jingming Dao, possessing an exceptionally high level of cultivation, nearly on par with her master, though, no, not quite as formidable as him. Zhao Yu whispered her account, almost faltering in her words, shaking her head repeatedly, resembling a child who had committed a grave error, devoid of the previous arrogance of a demon from Jintingshan. Jingming Dao has 3 true masters. The sect leader, Imo Qi, reputed to have reached the 7th leaf of the Yuan Shunjie realm, the Grand Elder, Pan Litian, who is said to have vanished long ago, with rumors suggesting his prowess exceeds that of the sect leader, though the truth remains unverifiable, and the 2nd Elder, Yu Hongyi, the strongest female cultivator of Jingming Dao. Zhao Yu recalled her master's caution about those who betray the sect, declaring there would be no leniency. Do you still remember this matter? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu shivered and shook her head vehemently. Master, your disciple is wronged. I have no intention of betrayal. On that day, after completing my task, I intended to return home to honor my parents, but encountered a master from Jingming Dao along the way. With a sudden clap of his hand against the table, Lu Zhou startled Zhao Yu greatly. Do you dare to lie? Lu Zhou turned his deep gaze upon Zhao Yu. Under his scrutiny, she wilted, confessing in detail. Disciple went to Yenyue Palace. Tianxin Shimi intended to harm master, but I did not wish to comply. Lu Zhou remained silent, patiently awaiting her full confession. Zhao Yu continued, it is true that I wished to return home, but was there a wavering heart? Lu Zhou's voice rose slightly. She dared not retort, swallowing all her grievances. Although she sensed a subtle change in her master compared to before, she still did not dare to harbor any false hopes. Your disciple acknowledges her mistake. I should never have heeded the slander of Yi Tianxin. If you had no ulterior motives, how could this have occurred? Lu Zhou's tone grew more even. Zhao Yu seemed to recall something and hurriedly added, Yi Tianxin set up a formation near Qingyang Mountain. I feigned compliance to activate the formation. Master has treated me well. How could I conspire against you? I would rather not go than bear the shame of betraying my master and ancestors. Every word I speak is true. If there is even a hint of falsehood, I am willing to accept any punishment. Lu Zhou recalled the battle when Yi Tianxin led the cultivators. Under the perception of the 9-leaf Dharma body, he indeed found no trace of Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu lay prostrate on the ground, not daring to breathe. The matter of punishing Zhao Yu would be addressed upon their return to Jintingshan. Lu Zhou, contemplating the events of recent days, inquired, who sealed your cultivation? I only know that this person hails from the palace, but I did not see his appearance, Zhao Yu replied. The palace? The series of events seemed increasingly connected to the palace. From investigating the kidnapping of the CI family to masquerading as the steward Wang Fugue, and now to the palace master who sealed Zhao Yu's cultivation. All signs indicated that the palace was particularly concerned about the Demon Heaven Pavilion. After I was captured, Jingming Dao imprisoned me beneath the holy altar, Zhao Yu said, her face filled with grievance as she raised her head. Lu Zhou's voice remained authoritative. Zhao Yu dared not resist, summoning her courage to lift her gaze. She expected punishment from her master, but to her surprise, Lu Zhou's focus rested upon her brow. The bizarre golden lotus, once dazzling and blinding under the sun, appeared dim and shadowy within the room. Witchcraft. The mere mention of this term startled Zhou Yu, as well as Xiao Yuan'er. In the grand world of cultivation, numerous methods exist, with the Tao sect dominating, followed by Buddhism, while Confucianism has lost its former glory. The remaining schools of cultivation are hardly recognized. Witchcraft is among them, often regarded as exceedingly malevolent, with its benefits far inferior to those of Taoist practices. Over time, witchcraft has faced opposition from righteous practitioners, gradually declining, with fewer individuals pursuing it. To discover that there are practitioners of witchcraft within the palace was unexpected. Zhou Yu quickly bowed her head, pleading, "I beseech Master to lift the restrictions upon me." Lu Zhou glanced at her indifferently, noting her rising loyalty. Zhou Yu. At once, she was frightened into lowering her head, staring at the ground, not daring to speak. Lu Zhou continued, "I have said that those with ulterior motives shall receive no mercy." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu felt no resentment. Rather, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Remembering the matter of the holy altar, she hastily bowed again. "I am willing to accept punishment. Your master will impose the punishment upon you." With that, Lu Zhou slowly rose. "See your master off." Lu Zhou glanced at her, saying, "Yuan'er, send a message to your senior brother to take Zhou Yu for separate punishment." Understood. Xiao Yuan'er was somewhat apprehensive. After Lu Zhou left the room, she pulled Zhou Yu up, cheerfully saying, "I knew you were not like Yi Tianxin." Zhou Yu shook her head, sighing, "Regardless, I made a mistake in this matter. If master had not rescued me from the holy altar, I fear." Xiao Yuan'er interjected, "No worries. You didn't see how master displayed his might at the holy altar. All those so-called righteous sects and the demon slaughter sect were utterly defeated. Was the little junior sister also there?" "Indeed, and there were many bald monks, incessantly buzzing and driving me mad." Xiao Yuan'er made no mention of her own slumbering during the incident. "Ah, little junior sister truly cares for me," Zhou Yu sighed. Just as Lu Zhou left Zhou Yu's chamber, he encountered the officials investigating the case of Xiaoping's death. 3 or 5 of them hurried upstairs. "My lord, we have finally found you. You seek me?" Lu Zhou queried, puzzled, as he had no connection to Xiaoping's case. "I am here on orders from above, requesting you to meet with the general at the Juanfu in Renan City." One of the officials knelt before him. "Not interested," Lu Zhou replied curtly, returning to his room. The door slammed shut behind him. The official suddenly realized it was inappropriate to summon the lord to meet the general, quickly apologizing, "I beg your pardon. I would never dare impose such a journey upon you." Lu Zhou paid him no mind. Clearly, news of the royal token had reached the Juanfu in Renan City. And within half a day, the palace would likely be aware as well. Would the master who had targeted Zhou Yu dare to appear? Chapter 68. The expert from the palace. After the events at the holy altar, Lu Zhou indeed felt somewhat weary. However, his spirit remained intact. He opened the system panel. Name, Lu Zhou. Race, human. Cultivation, Ningxi realm. Lianqi Hua Shun. Merit points, 4490. Dharma body, 3 flowers gathering at the crown. Remaining lifespan, 5,804 days. Items, Fatal Strike X2, Flawless X2, Fatal Block X7, Passive. Baize, Buying Weapons, Nameless, Affectionate Ring. Owner, Yi Tianxin, requires rear refinement to use. Techniques, 3 scrolls of heavenly books. To his astonishment, his merit points had exceeded 4,000. Previously, he had been so focused on combat that he overlooked the system notifications, failing to realize that the merit points were derived from various tasks. Lu Zhou silently invoked the task overview. At the bottom of the task panel, there were records of completions. Among them, 1,000 points were awarded for bringing back Zhou Yu, another 1,000 for slaying the monk Kong Xian, and 200 for disciplining Zhou Yu. The remainder was for dealing with the cultivator obstructed by and by, and had also contributed to obtaining merit points. A pleasant surprise indeed. Nevertheless, accumulating merit points was no easy feat. He still required over 500 to purchase the Dharma body of the 4 symbols. In confronting the monk Kong Xian, he had used 1 flawless card and 1 fatal strike card. Excluding the tasks, it was as if he had not profited at all. Thankfully, he had not overused the item cards. Had the targets been even slightly weaker, the venture would have been unwise. Upon reflection, while the prop cards possess extraordinary power, they must not be employed recklessly. There remained 2 cards for a critical strike and 2 cards for an impeccable defense. It would be wise to conserve their usage. Lu Zhou suddenly recalled the moment during the attack of the Fanin Rumong, when the heavenly book manifested its effects, erasing all negative consequences of the Fanin. This revelation astonished him, leading him to ponder whether this was the extraordinary power referred to in the heavenly book. Attempting to harness this so-called extraordinary power yielded only the internal energy commonly utilized by cultivators. The means to wield this extraordinary force eluded him entirely. The ability to erase the collective recitation of Fanin Rumeng from all memory indicates a power beyond the ordinary. Observing the system interface, he contemplated whether to spend his merit points or perhaps draw another reward. Feeling somewhat pressured, he hesitated. Lu Zhou concluded that he would not replenish the prop cards. As his current cultivation level was too low, his physical capabilities should be sufficient to endure a higher cultivation realm. It is imperative to elevate the level of his Dharma body and enhance his cultivation as swiftly as possible. Regardless of their extraordinary nature, prop cards ultimately represent external forces. Continuing in this manner would perpetuate an unsettling sense of precariousness. Lu Zhou accessed the interface of the Heavenly Book and entered a state of reading. As anticipated, he discovered that the content displayed had expanded, with the strange symbols of ghostly drawings significantly diminished. Reading the Heavenly Book proved engaging, irrespective of comprehension. Diligent reading would surely yield understanding in due course, akin to memorizing Tang poetry in childhood without grasping its meaning initially. Following the matter of the Holy Altar, Lu Zhou resolved to devote more time and energy to studying the Heavenly Book. As dusk approached, a hurried sound of footsteps jolted Lu Zhou from his engrossed reading. General Zhou requests an audience, a voice called from outside. Lu Zhou closed the interface of the Heavenly Book. He refrained from opening the door and instead responded lightly from within. What is it? The voice of General Zhou replied in a robust tone. Zhao Shuo of Renan City wishes to converse with the esteemed elder. Is it convenient for you? Before Lu Zhou could respond, Zhao Yuan'er appeared, shouting down the corridor. Not convenient. And you are? General Zhao inquired, bowing slightly. My grandfather is tired. He cannot be seen at your whim. Zhao Yuan'er retorted, hands on her hips. The shopkeeper, recognizing her as a formidable figure of the divine court, dared not criticize her and could only mutter, Miss, this is General Zhao of Renan City. I do not care if he is a so-called General Zhao or General Li or General Wang. I will not comply, Zhao Yuan'er declared. General Zhao was taken aback. The girl's temperament was rather audacious, embodying the fearless spirit of youth. Let him in, Lu Zhou's voice resonated. While Lu Zhou had not intended to meet this individual, he reconsidered in light of the royal token and the various incidents previously linked to the palace. Perhaps he could glean some information from him. As the door opened, Zhao Yuan'er dashed past and stood obediently beside Lu Zhou. Upon seeing Lu Zhou's demeanor, Zhao Shuo paused briefly but maintained his smile, bowing deeply. Zhao Shuo of Renan City pays his respects to the esteemed elder. Lu Zhou remained calm and did not acknowledge him. Zhao Shuo, feeling awkward, continued. Please do not take offense, esteemed elder, for I have previously been remiss. Speak of the matter at hand, Lu Zhou replied coolly. Zhao Shuo had prepared an elaborate opening statement, all of which was abruptly silenced by Lu Zhou's 3 words. I have heard that the royal token is in your possession? Lu Zhou did not respond. This inquiry held no value for him. Zhao Shuo pressed on. Many years ago, this token was personally managed by His Majesty, capable of mobilizing the capital's imperial army. To behold this token is akin to encountering His Majesty himself. However, the token was lost. I shall reiterate. Speak of the matter at hand, Lu Zhou interjected, implying that all else was superfluous. Zhao Shuo felt increasingly embarrassed, bowing his hands again. In that case, I shall be direct. I request that you surrender the token. After uttering this, he furtively glanced at Lu Zhou, fearing his displeasure. You seek the token? Lu Zhou inquired. I certainly do not possess such courage. The esteemed elder has wielded the royal token for many years, suggesting you are no ordinary individual. I am merely acting on the instructions of a significant figure within the palace, Zhao Shuo clarified. Who? Lu Zhou probed. Zhao Shuo hesitated before responding. I do not know who specifically, but this individual is a cultivator of considerable skill within the palace, acting under directive, and I am compelled to comply. At this juncture, the situation became clearer. If one wished to retrieve the token from him, they would need to come themselves, Lu Zhou remarked coolly. There is no need for such formality. Esteemed elder, I suspect your cultivation is indeed remarkable, yet it would be unwise to offend significant figures within the palace over a mere token, Zhao Shuo said as he gradually rose. Lu Zhou placed one hand behind his back and stroked his beard thoughtfully. Zhao Shuo, witnessing this, assumed Lu Zhou had come to a realization and displayed a look of relief. See him out? Lu Zhou gestured with a wave of his hand. He had initially intended to say more, but Zhao Yuan'er, shaking her tiny fist, fiercely declared, Get lost. This girl's temper was remarkably fiery. How could she differ so greatly from her grandfather? It was indeed perplexing. No, this elder also possessed quite an eccentric temperament. Zhao Shuo, shaking his head helplessly, exited the room. Just as he stepped outside, Lu Zhou suddenly inquired, Whose person is Zhou Ping? Zhao Shua was taken aback. He glanced back at the shopkeeper waiting outside, but had yet to respond. Downstairs, a man clutching a long sword smiled and said, "Why? He is also a person of the palace, esteemed elder. It is good to see you again." Although Lu Zhou did not see the individual, the voice was unmistakable. "Sword in my heart, my life for the sword." Zhang Aijian appeared before everyone with a smile. Lu Zhou found himself curious about how this fellow had managed to escape the extensive sonic assault of Fanin Rumeng and still locate this place. This person was persistent, yet there was something intriguing about him. Zhang Aijian regarded General Zhao, offering a polite greeting. "General Zhao, greetings." Zhao Shua merely nodded in acknowledgement. Having just endured a moment of embarrassment, why would he extend goodwill to a stranger? "Master," Zhang Aijian said, adopting a serious demeanor as he approached Lu Zhou. Xiao Yuan'er rolled her eyes and remarked, "You have quite the thick skin. If one is overly concerned with face, they shall not live long." Zhang Aijian retorted with a grin. Zhao Shua attempted to grab Zhang Aijian, but the latter slipped away like a fish, saying, "General Zhao, such grappling is unbecoming." Zhao Shua's expression stiffened as he asked, "This friend, what did you just call the esteemed elder?" "Master, what of it?" Zhang Aijian replied. "Master?" Zhao Shua scrutinized Zhang Aijian, exclaiming, "Given your attire, you must be of noble standing. You have conversed with the master for quite some time, yet you do not realize he is a high monk of the Buddhist sect?" His tone was calm, seemingly devoid of mockery, while Zhang Aijian considered General Zhao somewhat foolish. He saw no reason to offend him and preferred to be straightforward. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "Zhang Aijian, I happen to have a question for you. Please." "Master, ask without hesitation," Zhang Aijian replied, smiling broadly. At that moment, a guard approached Zhao Shua and whispered in his ear. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shua's expression shifted, and he lowered his posture before Lu Zhou, bowing. "Ah, it turns out you are a high monk of the Buddhist sect. I failed to recognize your esteemed status. Please forgive me." The misunderstanding regarding their identities had now escalated significantly. Lu Zhou had no desire to be perceived as a high monk of the Buddhist sect. However, he reasoned that it bore no detrimental consequences and thus opted not to clarify. "You single-handedly resolved the crisis at the Holy Altar, repelling the threat from the Great Void Temple's Kongxian. I am immensely grateful," Zhao Shua expressed. Ultimately, Renan City fell under Zhao Shua's jurisdiction, and should any trouble arise, he could not simply evade responsibility. He had heard of the Holy Altar incident and had initially regarded it as a celebratory event to ease tensions, failing to appreciate the potential dangers. Now, he felt a twinge of fear, realizing how many formidable individuals had gathered for what he had presumed to be a mere festivity. Lu Zhou paid little heed to Zhao Shua's concerns, instead focusing on Zhang Aijian and declaring, "You are quite the cunning one." Zhang Aijian chuckled. "It's merely a matter of survival, master. Please forgive my impertinence." This time, he refrained from mentioning the treasured sword. "Is Zhou Ping also affiliated with the palace?" Lu Zhou inquired. "Indeed, General Zhao is present as well. At his level, he has some access to palace figures. Wouldn't you agree?" Zhang Aijian winked at Zhao Shua. Zhao Shua was speechless, thinking, "You sold me out, and now I must verify your claims." To be precise, Zhou Ping takes orders from significant individuals within the palace, Zhao Shua stated. Lu Zhou nodded, concluding that the specifics were of little importance now. It was certain that someone from the palace was opposing Mo Tiangu. The jade concubine from the western regions bore the greatest suspicion, though there could be others deliberately sowing discord. However, such considerations seemed premature. The palace was rife with powerful figures. Lu Zhou could not afford to take risks merely due to a witchcraft restriction. Clarifying these matters was sufficient for the time being. Before that, he needed to focus on accumulating merit points to enhance his cultivation. "Are you practicing the art of evasion?" Lu Zhou asked Zhang Aijian. Zhang Aijian's expression stiffened, as if his secret had been uncovered. He forced a smile. "Master, your wisdom is truly remarkable." Just as the discussion grew heated, an urgent report echoed from below. "General Zhao? News from the east. The four fiends of Mo Tiangu have departed from Jinting Mountain and are heading towards Yuzhou." Zhao Shua frowned slightly at this news. "Incompetent fools. Such a significant matter, and they fear it won't be publicized enough?" Zhang Aijian nodded. "I anticipated this. The fourth fiend of Mo Tiangu, Ming Shiyin, is cunning and treacherous, a truly duplicitous character who often presents one face in public and another in private." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan'er perked up. "So he's that wicked. What about the ninth disciple of Mo Tiangu?" Zhang Aijian stroked his chin, as if well acquainted with Mo Tiangu. "The ninth disciple is extraordinary. Though he entered the sect last, he has progressed the fastest in cultivation a prodigious talent. But alas what? Speak quickly. Zhou Yuan'er urged. This little fiend is inexperienced in the world, often acting without restraint and possessing a peculiar temperament. Alas, once he joins Emotion Go, he is destined to become the greatest scourge upon the world. Zhang Ai Jin exclaimed, "Hey, little girl, why are you glaring at me?" Seeing Zhou Yuan'er about to lose her temper, Lu Zhou calmly interjected, "That's enough for now. After a long day, I am indeed weary." Zhou Yuan'er huffed softly. Conceding, Zhao Shua clasped his hands together and addressed Lu Zhou, "Once the fiends of Emotion Go descend from the mountains, they will surely wreak havoc. I shall immediately inform the righteous sects to be on guard against these fiends." As he finished speaking, a soldier below interrupted, "General, the fiend, while passing through Qingzhou, abducted several young girls." Zhao Shua's lips twitched in irritation. "Damn it. I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave." He felt relieved it happened in Qingzhou rather than Runan City, but what if they came to Runan City? Lu Zhou furrowed his brow, his confusion deepening. Ming Shiyin's recent behavior had been rather ordinary. Could he truly be responsible for such unfounded malevolence? Ding, you have slain a bandit, earning 10 merit points. Ding, you have slain a bandit, earning 10 merit points. Bandits? Not girls. Zhang Ai Jian remarked with a smile. What is it that you wish to convey? Zhao Shua asked, puzzled. The four fiends of Emotion Go are clearly headed towards Yuzhou and are highly likely to arrive at Runan City. Zhao Shua's eyes widened. How do you know this? Zhang Ai Jian pointed to his own head, smiling. The Holy Maiden of the Sacred Altar Festival is none other than the fifth disciple of Emotion Go. When one of their own is kidnapped, the old fiend will certainly send someone to investigate. Is this not obvious? General Zhao, these four fiends possess formidable cultivation. The last time they emerged, they were already half a step into the Yuan Shin tribulation realm. Given the time that has passed, they must have fully cultivated their 100 tribulation dark void body. Who can withstand them? Zhang Ai Jian added, holding his sword with a grin. Zhao Shua grimaced. What a troublesome time. Each event more distressing than the last. Zhang Ai Jian continued. With a master from the Buddhist sect present, why not seek his assistance instead of relying on palace figures? Upon hearing this, Zhao Shua's eyes lit up. My friend, your words are a revelation. He turned back to Lu Zhou, bowing deeply with utmost respect. I beseech you, master, assist Runan City in capturing this fiend for the benefit of its people. Zhao Yuan'er pondered whether to laugh. Although she wished to, she restrained herself, stealing glances at her master. Lu Zhou's expression remained serene, lost in thought as he stroked his beard. Zhao Yuan'er tilted her head, wondering why her master, who had never had the habit of stroking his beard, now did so constantly. Not receiving a response from the elderly gentleman, Zhao Shua persisted. I implore you, master, to take action. Lu Zhou replied calmly. I have my own plans. Yuan'er, see our guest out. Zhao Yuan'er nodded, skipping over to Zhao Shua and gesturing for him to leave. With no other option, Zhao Shua departed. Lu Zhou, too, found himself in contemplation. Was he, as a master, expected to raise the banner of righteousness and combat his disciple? Moreover, Ming Shiyin was merely targeting bandits, not abducting young girls. This indicated that the public had already formed a stereotype regarding Emotion Go. No matter their actions, they were perceived as villainous. Master. Zhang Ai Jian followed closely. Lu Zhou took a seat and looked at him. Zhang Ai Jian, I knew you were not the kind to keep others at arm's length. Zhang Ai Jian said with a smile, approaching eagerly. I have lived in seclusion atop the mountains for many years, isolated from the world. If you wish to serve as my eyes and ears, I assure you will not be treated poorly, Lu Zhou declared, opening his deep, weathered eyes, attempting to appear amiable to avoid scaring Zhang Ai Jian away. Master, please do not jest. You are a Buddhist master. There is no need for someone like me to act as your informant, Zhang Ai Jian responded, self-deprecatingly. Unwilling? Lu Zhou countered. Zhang Ai Jian was taken aback by this response. It seemed that refusing would lead to a permanent severance of ties. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Ai Jian said, Master, given your status, surely I should receive some form of reward? You can't expect me to work for free. Lu Zhou recalled the numerous swords within the secret chamber of Emotion Go, which he had not meticulously assessed for quality. Surely, they wouldn't be lacking. At the very least, that large blade could rival the Wei Ming's sword, and might even be a heavenly grade weapon. Do you covet a fine blade? Lu Zhou casually inquired. Huh. Zhang Ai Jian was momentarily taken aback. Forget it, Lu Zhou stated, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. I have already claimed my sword. But if you serve as my eyes and ears, there will certainly be good swords in store for you. Hearing about fine swords, Jiang Ai Jian's eyes sparkled with excitement, his demeanor becoming much more lively as he asked eagerly, "How good? Not weaker than the dual swords of yin and yang." "Deal," Jiang Ai Jian exclaimed, smacking his thigh and swiftly agreeing to the transaction. Internally, Lu Zhou felt exasperated, yet his outward demeanor remained calm. Jiang Ai Jian's mood brightened immensely. Throughout his life, he had collected many fine swords, each unique in design and adorned with various patterns, encompassing all levels of quality. However, heavenly-grade weapons were rare treasures, often encountered only by chance. Acquiring information was his forte and posed no challenge. "Master, where have you placed that female fiend?" Jiang Ai Jian asked, peering into Lu Zhou's room. "Get lost," Lu Zhou barked. Jiang Ai Jian promptly left after providing his contact information, stretching outside the inn and feeling quite invigorated. Suddenly, he remembered a pressing question. How long was he expected to undertake this task? There seemed to be no set duration. Would he be bound for life? Oh no. Have I been tricked? He pondered whether returning to negotiate would result in a beating. Inside the room, Zhou Yuan'er remarked, "That person truly has a thick skin. Yet he is useful," Lu Zhou replied indifferently. Noticing her master's fatigue, Zhou Yuan'er bowed slightly. "I take my leave, master." Lu Zhou, however, did not retire to rest. He opened the system interface and perused the marketplace. In the F-Asian section, there were no changes. He had only unlocked the 4 symbols and the 8 trigrams. As for his cultivation realm, apart from comprehending the heavenly scriptures, he could only progress step by step, unable to leap levels. He checked to see if any weapons or techniques had been unlocked. With a mere thought, the columns for weapons and techniques appeared, still shrouded in red. Lu Zhou pondered that perhaps his cultivation level was too low, preventing him from utilizing these skills and weapons. However, he recalled that when Ji Tiandao taught the wicked, it was at his peak. Yet, he must remain cautious, ensuring he does not follow the same path. Ji Tiandao's demise was due to reaching the limit of his lifespan and a decline in cultivation. Now, with the reversal card, this issue should not arise, and he would not repeat the same mistakes. The question remained, what would happen if he continuously used the reversal card? Would he return to the womb? Lu Zhou frowned, realizing that this was akin to playing with fire. Rather than that, it seemed more prudent to refrain from using the reversal card. If he used one each year, wouldn't that imply he could attain immortality? This logic appeared flawless. With this thought, Lu Zhou's mood lightened significantly as he opened the Heavenly Scriptures interface and continued his meditation. Time flowed slowly as he delved deeper into his understanding. Unbeknownst to him, dawn broke, and he fell asleep, reminiscent of his scholarly days in his previous life. Just as he was about to rise from his bed, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. "Master, please, you must lend your assistance. The demon of Matian Pavilion has arrived in Runin City, wreaking havoc upon the populace." Zhao Shua's voice trembled with urgency. Lu Zhou, calm behind the door, replied, "Let him be. He will not commit evil. If Ming Shirin knows that his master has tasks for him and still dares to act wickedly, he truly is audacious. But master, the demon is inherently evil and has committed numerous atrocities. He entered the city this morning and hung 2 severed heads at the city gate, instilling fear in the citizens." Zhao Shua continued, "This demon possesses formidable skills, exceeding ordinary capabilities. Now, only you can subdue him." Lu Zhou shook his head and rose from his bed. After a brief stretch, he felt significantly improved. He opened the door to find Zhao Shua, visibly agitated and speaking incoherently. "Master, I implore you to act. I plead on behalf of the citizens of Runin City." Lu Zhou regarded him with a calm gaze, remaining silent. "Master." Zhou Yuan'er and Zhao Yu appeared. Zhao Yu was dressed in plain attire, a stark contrast to her earlier appearance at the altar. "Let us go," Lu Zhou gestured. "Master?" Zhao Shua exclaimed. "Come along," Lu Zhou said, walking down the stairs with his hands clasped behind him. Zhao Shua, overjoyed, hurried after him, clearly relieved that the master was willing to intervene. After returning to the mansion yesterday, Zhao Shua had received a detailed report from his subordinates regarding the altar incident. Convinced that this master had disrupted the plans of the Great Void Temple, defeating Monk Kong Xian and even capturing that female demon. Therefore, he felt nothing but reverence for Lu Zhou, daring not to slacken his efforts. He had also conveyed the news about the token held by the Buddhist monks to the palace, informing the high-ranking officials that he could do nothing to retrieve it. As they departed the inn, Zhao Shua glanced back at Zhou Yuan'er and Zhao Yu, pondering that the woman with the golden lotus mark on her forehead must be the female demon of Matian Pavilion. Nodding to himself, he felt reassured. With the Master's profound cultivation, the 4 demons of Matian Pavilion would not dare to approach. Chapter 71. Is it too late to run? As the group left the inn, they boarded a carriage heading east towards Renan City. Midway, they encountered Jiang Aijian, who was holding a sword, looking rather smug while munching on half a pear, blocking their path. "Master, I wish to accompany you." Jiang Aijian dashed over. Zhao Shuo, perplexed, asked, "Brother, we are going to confront the demon. Aren't you afraid?" "Terrified to death, but with the master here, it's no issue," Jiang Aijian replied. Lu Zhou stroked his beard. "Is there news?" Jiang Aijian smiled without speaking. Though he was slippery and thick-skinned, he was indeed adept at gathering information. Lu Zhou cared not how he did so. He was satisfied with the result and waved his hand, signaling the carriage to continue. Jiang Aijian hopped onto the carriage, glancing ahead, and whispered, "Someone from the palace has arrived." Lu Zhou remained silent, calmly stroking his beard. The matter concerning the altar was being orchestrated by someone within the palace. The master had thwarted their plans, and they would harbor some resentment. However, given the master's profound cultivation, no matter how much they resented him, they would not dare to act against the Buddhist monks. Jiang Aijian remarked. Lu Zhou nodded. The carriage creaked as it quickened its pace. Jiang Aijian leaned out to observe and said, "The four demons of Matian Pavilion, Ming Shirin, cultivates the Qingmu heart method, a particularly troublesome technique. It is quite difficult for one of the same rank to suppress him. Master, when you meet him, do not hold back. Subdue him in one strike, and do not allow him to escape." Lu Zhou replied indifferently, "You seem quite knowledgeable about Matian Pavilion?" Jiang Aijian expressed confidence. "To be honest, Master, I was present when Tiandao was first besieged by the 10 greatest experts." He gestured to himself, recalling, "That battle was truly legendary. Half of the 10 experts were at the 6-leaf F-Asian level, and the other half at the 7-leaf F-Asian level. Yet they could not subdue Tiandao, who was at the 8-leaf F-Asian level." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou felt a jolt in his heart, yet maintained an outward calm. After all, these memories were already etched in his mind. He anticipated that Jiang Aijian had witnessed it firsthand. That battle raged for 3 days and nights, ultimately resulting in a stalemate. Tiandao, the old demon, was wounded. Jiang Aijian muttered, "Even now, I cannot comprehend why the 10 greatest experts lost to Tiandao again a month later at Jiningshan." Lu Zhou refrained from engaging in that topic, instead asking, "Are you very afraid of him?" Jiang Aijian sighed. "Ever since I witnessed that battle, I vowed to stay far away from such individuals. They are far too terrifying. How can a human be so dreadful?" Xiao Yuan'er couldn't help but stifle a laugh, her mirth causing chaos. Jiang Aijian, accustomed to her teasing, let it be. Zhao Yu, however, looked confused, unsure whether to laugh or not. "Stop!" Zhao Shua's voice rang out. The carriage halted at that moment. Jiang Aijian jumped down and, upon seeing the chaotic scene and the severed heads displayed on the city walls, was momentarily stunned. How brutal! Lu Zhou alighted and looked up at the gruesome sight. Zhao Shua furrowed his brow. "The demon must be nearby. I have contacted several cultivators from the Divine Court to search for him. We should be able to locate him soon." Yet Lu Zhou interjected, "The deceased are merely bandits. This is of no consequence." Zhao Shua, with righteous fervor, declared, "As long as we can capture the demon, I am willing to pay any price." Lu Zhou turned to Zhao Shua, shaking his head. "Further explanations would be futile. Ha ha ha. Do you think you can catch me with your meager abilities? Dream on." A mocking and reckless laughter echoed. The demon of Matian Pavilion had arrived. Jiang Aijian was about to turn and flee when Lu Zhou stopped him. "No need to be afraid." "I'm not afraid." Jiang Aijian scratched his head. Above, several figures soared just above the rooftops. The raucous laughter continued to resonate. "The demon is here." Everyone turned towards the source of the sound. A man clad in white robes, with flowing black hair and a peculiar gaze, swept through the air at remarkable speed, occasionally mocking and provoking the pursuing cultivators. "Come on. Catch me. Catch me." Zhao Shua's eyes widened, drawing his sword. "Master, the safety of the citizens of Renan City is now in your hands," Zhao Shua proclaimed loudly. Lu Zhou calmly regarded Ming Shirin, who was flying low, along with the 4 or 5 cultivators in pursuit. His expression remained unchanged. Jiang Aijian remained unfazed, as the presence of a master provided reassurance amidst the chaos. Typically, he preferred to observe from the shadows, but this time, he found himself in the open for the first time. Laughter from Ming Shirin grew increasingly closer, exclaiming that he was tired of the game and would no longer participate. With a swift motion akin to lightning, he traversed hundreds of meters and appeared above the crowd in an instant. "Yuan Xinjiejing," Jiang Aijian exclaimed in surprise. Realizing that only someone at this level could achieve such speed, he gulped nervously, feeling somewhat inadequate as a fellow practitioner at the early stage of Yuan Xinjiejing. sensing that those who emerged from Mo Tianguo were indeed formidable. The onlookers gazed upward at the swiftly approaching Ming Shirin. Zhao Shua shouted, "Thief of Mo Tianguo, prepare to meet your end." He hurled his sword into the air, its fierce aura aimed directly at Ming Shirin's face. Ming Shirin laughed heartily and clapped his palm. With a resounding crash, the sword shattered. "Such tactics cannot deter me," he declared triumphantly. Suddenly, he paused, noticing an elderly figure resembling his master. Ming Shirin's demeanor shifted dramatically as he controlled his descent, causing Zhao Shua to retreat in fear, believing he had provoked a demon. He hastily returned to stand beside Lu Zhou, aware that this was a merciless killer. Lu Zhou, unfazed, stroked his beard, indifferent to the fact that his other disciples did not recognize him, for the reversal card had altered many appearances. Yet, how could Ming Shirin make such an error? Ming Shirin's brow furrowed, his expression changing as he hastily dispelled his aura and descended rapidly. "This is bad. The demon is descending," he exclaimed. Jiang Aijin also retreated. Drawing his sword, he glanced at the master, surprised by his calmness. As Ming Shirin landed, he approached with trepidation, bowing deeply from a distance of several meters. Disciple pays respects to master. Jiang Aijin and Zhao Shua exchanged bewildered glances. Lu Zhou waved his hand, "Rise and speak." Ming Shirin displayed a subservient smile. The arrogance he exhibited moments ago vanished entirely. "Did we not agree to meet at Yunlian? Why have you come here?" he asked cautiously. Before he could finish, Zhao Shua, wide-eyed, retreated further, stammering, You. Xiao Yuan'er interjected angrily. "What do you mean, you?" "After repeatedly confronting my master, I'll see to it that you lose your tongue." Jiang Aijin felt utterly perplexed. Is it too late to run now? Chapter 72. Caught in a trap, Zhao Shua's frantic behavior drew Ming Shirin's attention. "Master, should we eliminate this person?" he asked. Jiang Aijin, hearing this, stepped back uneasily. Lu Zhou placed a firm hand on his shoulder, rendering him powerless. He crumpled to the ground, face contorted in despair. "This is all a misunderstanding. Please, spare me," he pleaded, waving his hands in desperation. Xiao Yuan'er gleefully remarked, "With such thick skin, let us see how my master teaches you a lesson." Ming Shirin turned to Lu Zhou, questioning, "Master, shall we kill him?" The eagerness to take a life was palpable. All eyes turned to Lu Zhou, whose expression remained unperturbed. He glanced at Ming Shirin and spoke calmly, "We must not be so ostentatious." Ming Shirin bowed in acknowledgement. "Rumors suggest you have abducted numerous virtuous maidens. Is there any truth to this?" Lu Zhou inquired. Ming Shirin knelt once more, raising a finger in protest. "Disciple is wronged. It was bandits who took the maidens, and I happened upon the scene, rescuing them. I acted righteously, doing good deeds." He emphasized the noble intent of his actions loudly, causing nearby individuals to frown. Jiang Aijin, incredulous, thought it absurd that a villain from Mo Tianguo would be capable of good deeds. "If you doubt me, send someone to investigate. The truth will be revealed." Ming Shirin continued. Lu Zhou, unconcerned with the morality of the situation, merely wished for his disciple not to stir up trouble as he had in the past. Not every occasion would afford him a powerful master to clean up after him. "General Zhao," Lu Zhou called, prompting Zhao Shua to shudder. He attempted to raise his sword but found only the sheath, awkwardly brandishing it as a shield. His body trembled uncontrollably. Could this feeble defense withstand the world's most formidable demon? Let this matter conclude here. What say you? Lu Zhou's penetrating gaze sent shivers down Zhao Shua's spine. At that moment, several practitioners from the Shinting realm, who had been pursuing Ming Shirin, arrived. Their speed, hindered by a gap in cultivation, paled in comparison. "General Zhao. Just in time. Where's that Buddhist monk?" They assumed the monk would be an elderly man clad in robes, entirely overlooking the lone elder, Lu Zhou. Zhao Shua coughed and whispered, "Withdraw." "Withdraw?" The practitioners were bewildered. They had pursued the demon for so long and could not afford to let him escape. Jiang Aijin felt like crying, realizing how foolish he had been in his prior actions. Ming Shirin bowed and said, "Master, these people are disrespectful and deserve a lesson." The 5 practitioners were taken aback. In truth, they had been intentionally dragging their feet. They lacked the courage to engage in a real fight. Even if Ming Shirin's cultivation had not reached Yuan Xinjiejing. Now, having pursued a demon for so long and calling an elderly man master, the implication of his identity was evident. The 5 were far more anxious than Zhao Shua, sweat pouring down their faces. Lu Zhou shook his head. "A minor punishment will suffice." "Disciple obeys," Ming Shirin replied. As he looked up, Zhao Shua was the first to flee, sprinting for his life, followed by the other 5, who could only frantically escape. Ming Shirin moved with incredible speed, leaving behind fleeting shadows as he pursued them. The scene quieted. Lu Zhou turned his attention to Zhang Aijian, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, akin to a grandfather comforting his grandson. Do not be anxious. Great master. Oh no, Senior Ji, Zhang Aijian stammered, unconsciously leaning away. Is it possible for me to withdraw my commitment? Lu Zhou recalled Zhang Aijian's admission of his greatest fear being Ji Tiandao. Am I truly so fearsome? Lu Zhou asked. And no, Zhang Aijian responded insincerely. Lu Zhou stroked his beard. I value promises greatly, and I despise those who break them. But you never disclosed your identity. Zhang Aijian lamented, his voice tinged with despair. Did you ever inquire? Lu Zhou countered, having never acknowledged his status as a monk. Zhang Aijian reflected carefully and realized he had indeed not asked. I've been ensnared. He thought to himself, lamenting his ill-fated luck. Even if he managed to escape now, the thought of being constantly pursued in the future was unbearable. Moments later, Ming Shirin returned, bowing to Lu Zhou, master. Lu Zhou nodded, instructing, take Zhao Yu back and confine her in the reflection cave. Disciple obeys. Ming Shirin approached Zhao Yuan'er, glancing at Zhao Yu, and was taken aback upon noticing the golden lotus on her forehead, realizing it was sorcery. Senior brother, fifth senior sister's powers have been sealed. Had master not arrived in time, it would have been dire. Zhao Yuan'er trailed off, but Zhang Aijian interpreted it differently, realizing it was a case of the larger saving the smaller. What punishment for the female demon? How naive. Lu Zhou waved his hand, summoning Bai Zhe, who arrived with grace. Witnessing the legendary mount's arrival, Zhang Aijian's eyes widened, leaving him momentarily speechless. Although he was less concerned about mounts than swords, he understood the rarity of possessing two legendary steeds. Indeed, the master of Mo Tiangu, the unparalleled demon ruler of the world. Master, do you mean for me to return on Bai Zhe? Ming Shirin spoke in disbelief. Go on. Lu Zhou waved his hand. Ming Shirin was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Thank you, master. Zhao Yu bowed slightly to Lu Zhou, saying, Disciple acknowledges my grave mistake and will reflect upon my actions upon returning to Jin Tingshan. The two ascended on Bai Zhe and departed into the sky. Little Yuan'er approached Lu Zhou and inquired, Master, where shall we go to have fun? Lu Zhou raised his hand to scold her. I still have important matters to attend to. Oh. Lu Zhou turned his gaze towards Zhang Aijian, who wore an awkward smile. He remained silent, observing Zhang Aijian with a calm demeanor. Zhang Aijian chuckled nervously. At that moment, Lu Zhou shook his head in resignation and remarked, What a pity. Master, what is so regrettable? Little Yuan'er shook her head. This individual is quite astute and cautious, Lu Zhou remarked, eyeing Zhang Aijian with indifference. Since he hasn't followed us, where could he possibly be going? Zhang Aijian suddenly realized, hurriedly turning around to survey the surroundings from above, but found nothing. He then landed and said, Are you implying that those in the palace are tracking us? I am merely speculating. Lu Zhou stroked his beard. I thought as much. Zhang Aijian chuckled nervously. Are you still unwilling to admit it? Chapter 73, Elevating Cultivation, Part 1. Zhang Aijian was taken aback, gazing at Lu Zhou in disbelief. His heart raced, causing his legs to weaken. Elder Ji, what are you saying? I don't quite understand. Zhang Aijian forced a laugh. Lu Zhou spoke softly. You hail from the palace. His tone was declarative rather than interrogative, affirming his identity. Zhang Aijian's heart sank, and he forced a reluctant smile. How could I possibly be someone from the palace? Lu Zhou did not refute him. Zhang Aijian was a clever individual, and there was no need for excessive chatter when conversing with someone astute. He understood the intentions of the monks from Dekong Si, was aware of the grand ceremony, and recognized that Zhuo Ping was indeed affiliated with the palace. Most importantly, he had mentioned during the carriage ride that someone from the palace had come. What manner of individual could possess such intimate knowledge of the plans surrounding the holy altar, even being privy to the machinations of the palace? Lu Zhou had allowed Ming Shirin to depart on Bai Zhe, yet the palace's expert had not appeared. It was evident that they had quickly discerned his identity and dared not take risks. This strongly suggested that someone was continuously relaying information, keeping them informed of the events surrounding Zhao Yu, the demoness, especially when Zhang Aijian learned that Lu Zhou was the master of Mo Tiangu. He became utterly flustered, disrupting the palace's plans. All indications pointed to Zhang Aijian also being affiliated with the palace. I have always been clear in my dealings. You are an intelligent person and should comprehend my meaning, Lu Zhou stated calmly. Zhang Aijian fell silent. Silence equated to acknowledgement. There was no need for convoluted riddles that wasted their time. With a soft sigh, Zhang Aijian remarked, Elder Ji possesses keen insight. Lu Zhou stood with his hands clasped behind his back, remaining silent. Zhang Ai Jian continued, Elder, you are only half correct. I indeed come from the palace. But that is a thing of the past. I have long since departed from there. The palace is rife with intrigue, unsuitable for someone like me. As he spoke, he sighed heavily, clearly devoid of his previous levity. Aside from scheming and deceit, the palace offers little else. Elder, do you believe what I say? He felt that confiding in an old demon like this might not earn him trust. I have my own judgments, Lu Zhou replied ambiguously. Zhang Ai Jian shook his head in resignation, saying, everyone has their aspirations. I prefer the outside world, free and unrestrained. My friends, however, choose to remain in the palace, spending their leisure time drinking and sharing tidbits of palace gossip. At this juncture, all the logic fell into place. Otherwise, how could someone like Zhang Ai Jian, a solitary practitioner, possess such comprehensive knowledge of the palace's plans? Regrettably, some of my friends wish to escape, yet it is too late. Some remain obsessed with power, and others have perished, Zhang Ai Jian stated casually. Lu Zhou interjected, their lives and deaths are of no concern to me. Zhang Ai Jian nodded, acknowledging the truth of that statement. Matters within the palace were far more complex than those outside. Elder, since you are already aware of my identity, can we consider our prior agreement null and void? Zhang Ai Jian took a deep breath and spoke cautiously. He was quite protective of his life, wary of whether this seemingly calm elder might act against him. Lu Zhou shook his head calmly, saying, you may certainly try. This precarious vessel may not be able to sail much longer, Zhang Ai Jian responded, feeling somewhat exasperated. But if others learn of my life being at risk, can it truly be preserved? I do not concern myself with such matters, Lu Zhou stated. You, Zhang Ai Jian, are quite adept at preserving your own life. Do you still require assistance from others? Lu Zhou turned to face Zhang Ai Jian, saying, as long as you do not oppose Emotion Go, I will not question your actions. Exceptional individuals deserve a measure of freedom. Lu Zhou added, since you hail from the palace, you must have considerable knowledge of Emotion Ge's ways. You should understand. Zhang Ai Jian nodded and sighed, very well. The promise of a fine sword from the elder shall certainly be honored. Embracing his sword, Zhang Ai Jian snapped his fingers, then it is settled. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction, gently waving his sleeve as his steed, Bailan, galloped forth. I have no interest in palace affairs. However, I hope their internal strife does not involve Emotion Go. Lu Zhou leaped onto Bailan. Little Yuan'er made a face at Zhang Ai Jian before following suit. Zhang Ai Jian bowed slightly and refrained from further conversation. Bailan soared into the sky, racing towards Emotion Go. At that moment, Zhang Ai Jian collapsed onto the ground. He was surprised that the elder had not pressed him further about the palace. Perhaps it was for the best, as there were many things he dared not disclose. As Bailan flew through the air, Lu Zhou checked the system panel, noting that his merit points had accumulated to 5010, gaining an informant, which added only 500 merit points. Nevertheless, it was still a decent outcome. After all, individuals like Zhang Ai Jian, who were merely collaborators, were not suited to be subordinates. Master, are you truly not going to Shindu? Little Yuan'er murmured. Lu Zhou chided softly. You, child, only know how to seek amusement. Little Yuan'er pouted and said, Master, that Zhang Ai Jian is untrustworthy. I am aware. Lu Zhou replied. He is a person of the palace, serving significant figures within. How could he willingly act as my informant? Little Yuan'er grumbled. You speak too much. Lu Zhou tapped her head again. However, he felt a twinge of admiration for little Yuan'er's discernment. Her thoughts had improved greatly since before. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Menghu Gang, seated upon the throne was not the fearsome demon king Zhu Honggong, but rather the master of the dark web. Si Wuyan, seventh senior brother, your intelligence network spans the world and has always been reliable. But is there an issue with this news regarding the holy altar? How could a Buddhist monk possibly appear? De Kong sees Kong Xian is merely at the four-leaf Yuanshan tribulation. How could he take Zhao Yu away from right under our noses? I find that hard to believe, Zhu Honggong remarked. Si Wuyan responded coolly. It was not Kong Xian. He has been slain by a Buddhist monk. Kong Xian is dead? How can that be? Zhu Honggong exclaimed in astonishment. My intelligence network has always been dependable, but alas, the monks from De Kong Si employed a Brahmin sound to enter dreams, preventing my people from drawing near. They could only observe from afar. However, based on the description, the one capable of employing the Great Diamond Will Hand Seal must be a high-ranking Buddhist monk. The fact that Kong Xian perished at the hands of his own is rather peculiar. Zhu Honggong scratched his head. At that moment, an individual clad in dark robes rushed in and knelt on one knee, reporting to the master. The sword fanatic Chun Wenjie has been slain by the sword demon. Understood. Si Wuyan was hardly surprised. Zhu Honggong was already in a state of bewilderment. Master, I have one more matter to report. Speak. The head of the Ma Cha Zone, Ren Buping, has emerged from seclusion. Si Wuyan abruptly rose. His gaze intense as he asked, has he broken through? I do not know, my lord. Is there any unusual movement from the Ma Cha Zone? None at present. If there are any developments, report immediately. I shall obey. Chapter 74, Elevating Cultivation, Part 2. Over the years, the Ma Cha Zone has been steadily expanding its influence, attracting many formidable experts, thereby strengthening its power. Si Wuyan had long heard of Ren Buping's closed-door cultivation, with occasional rumors of significant advancements in his prowess. Yet accurate information had remained elusive. The Ma Cha Zone's expansion had also affected the dark web and even the Yoming Jiao. Consequently, Si Wuyan had placed spies to closely monitor every move of Ren Buping. Not only was Ren Buping in seclusion, but Kong Yuan from Da Kong Si, as well as Luo Xingkong, the former master of Tianjinmen, and Chang Jian, a scholar from Rumin who had previously failed to besiege Jin Tingshan, were also in closed-door training, seeking breakthroughs in their cultivation. However, thus far, no major cultivators had emerged with breakthroughs. If Ren Buping were to achieve a breakthrough, what course of action would he choose? Continued expansion or revenge against Ma Tiange? Si Wuyan turned to Zhu Honggong and inquired, Old 8, what are you contemplating? I am pondering whether that Buddhist monk who uses the great golden wheel hand seal could be a helper of our master, Zhu Honggong replied, feigning deep contemplation. Our master has always looked down upon collaborating with others, but times change, and there is indeed a possibility. At this juncture, Si Wuyan redirected the conversation, adding, moreover, it seems that new members have joined Ma Tiange. Has our master taken on disciples again? Zhu Honggong's eyes brightened. It cannot be considered taking on disciples. It appears to be an expansion of personnel. Additionally, the barrier of Jin Tingshan has been restored for unknown reasons. As for other matters, we shall discuss them once his time arrives. Expanding personnel? Seventh senior brother, shall we return to Ma Tiange? Zhu Honggong's enthusiasm waned. Si Wuyan remained silent, merely casting a calm gaze at Old 8, which made him feel uneasy, leaving him too intimidated to speak further. In the depths of Jin Tingshan, within the chambers of Ma Tiange, Zhou glanced once more at the remaining merit points, 5,010 points. The endeavor to reach the holy altar had yielded few merit points. With 5,000 points, he could precisely purchase the four symbols avatar to directly enhance his cultivation. However, the question lingered. Should he expend all his merit points solely on acquiring the avatar? It felt somewhat unwise. Zhou contemplated the lottery, feeling somewhat unlucky. The last time he participated in the lottery, he spent 66 points of luck only to receive a reversal card. Of course, it was also possible to win something remarkable with a single draw. Nevertheless, with his merit points precisely at 5,000, he lacked even the opportunity for an additional draw. It seemed prudent to proceed with caution. Currently, Jin Tingshan was quite secure, and he could gradually accumulate merit points. Zhou resolved to first elevate his cultivation. Item cards were ultimately singular combat skills, and this journey to the holy altar had a significant element of luck. Under normal circumstances, who would grant you the chance for one-on-one combat? In pursuit of stability, he chose not to participate in the lottery. Through his focused intent, Zhou purchased the four symbols avatar. Ding acquired the four symbols avatar. As the system's prompt sounded, his previous avatar, the three flowers gathering on the crown, vanished, replaced by the four symbols avatar. He felt the energy within him surge forth like a flood, breaking through the confines of his Dantian Qi Si under the guidance of the new avatar. As the energy rapidly expanded, he effortlessly shattered the barriers of the mid-stage of the condensing awareness realm, advancing towards the pinnacle of the condensing awareness realm. Soon after, his Dantian Qi Si was filled with even more abundant energy. A person standing between heaven and earth resembled a vessel. The capacity to contain energy depended on the vessel's resilience. The size of the meridians and Dantian Qi Si were critical factors in a cultivator's strength. However, Zhou was no ordinary cultivator. He was the most powerful demon in the world, and his Dantian and meridians had long been forged and tempered. As the energy poured in, it surged forth like a bursting dam, causing his cultivation to skyrocket. Zhou sat cross-legged, focusing his mind, unwilling to allow any negligence to creep in as he concentrated on elevating his realm. Simultaneously, he recalled that when he first acquired the system, his cultivation was at the 9th level of body refinement. Body refinement focused on the sinews, bones, and skin. These aspects had already been perfected by Ji Tiandao, rendering further training unnecessary. As for the 5 apertures of the profound path and condensing awareness, they were somewhat akin to the cultivation of will. The 8 meridians of the Brahma Sea were already opened by Ji Tiandao. In other words, the extent to which he could elevate his realm now depended on the level of his avatar and the amount of energy he could assimilate. There was no situation where the 8 meridians remained closed. As long as the avatar and energy were sufficient, he could directly access the 8 meridians of the Brahma Sea. Tianshu. Lu Zhou silently invoked Tianshu. For some reason, he felt that reading Tianshu at this moment would facilitate concentration and the dispelling of distractions. Upon opening the interface of Tianshu, he was greeted by obscure and cryptic characters. After Ming Shirin forced Zhou Yue into the reflective cave, he remained inside, pacing back and forth. Upon entering the reflective cave, Zhou Yue was struck by fear at the sight of Ye Tianxin, whose hair had turned gray and whose complexion was extremely pale. Ming Shirin explained, "Your junior sister's cultivation has been completely wasted by our master. Without her cultivation, her bodily functions must be deteriorating, leading to this state." It was to be expected. Zhou Yue, upon hearing this, felt a chill run down her spine. Was it such a severe punishment to have one's cultivation obliterated? She suddenly felt grateful, fortunate to still possess her own cultivation. Unlike Ye Tianxin, she lacked the resilience and courage. She thought that if she were to lose her cultivation, it would be akin to death. Reflecting on this, Zhou Yue felt a wave of emotion, relieved that she had not committed a grave error like junior sister Tianxin. Junior sister Zhou Yue, your safe return from our master's grasp is a stroke of fortune. Do not blame me for confining you in the reflective cave for reflection, Ming Shirin remarked. Zhou Yue nodded, saying, how could junior sister blame senior brother for this? Compared to their master's unpredictable moods, she preferred to engage with fourth senior brother, as at least she did not have to tread carefully, fearing that a single misstep would lead to punishment. At this moment, Ye Tianxin managed to lift her head with great effort. She wearily cast a glance at Zhou Yue, despite her exhaustion and frailty. A glimmer of surprise flashed in her eyes. Witchcraft, Ming Shirin nodded. Indeed, it is witchcraft. Junior sister Tianxin, it seems you have gained considerable insight during your time outside. Ye Tianxin let out a desolate laugh and said, witchcraft restrictions are exceedingly difficult for cultivators to break. It is no different from having one's cultivation wasted. Haha. Now that I am in this predicament, who will be next after Zhou Yue? Zhou Yue, perplexed, replied, junior sister, given the circumstances, why hold such resentment towards our master? She observed Ye Tianxin's face, which was as pale as paper. Ming Shirin shook his head helplessly. Junior sister Tianxin, are you truly resigned to remain in the reflective cave for a lifetime? The implication being that if she could not comprehend, she would never escape. In this state, you might as well consider me dead, Ye Tianxin stubbornly retorted. Suddenly, a resonating sound of energy reverberated from outside. Ming Shirin furrowed his brow and said, you all should reflect here. I will come to check on you daily. Farewell, senior brother. Zhou Yue nodded. Ding, discipline Zhou Yue, earned 100 merit points. Loyalty increased by 5. Ming Shirin stepped outside, casting a suspicious glance toward the direction of the resonating sound emanating from Ma Tiange. Although the amplitude of the energy resonance was quite faint, he sensed it nonetheless. Is someone opening meridians in Ma Tiange? How did a practitioner of the Brahma Sea manage to infiltrate Jinting Shan? Ming Shirin pondered, perplexed. Nonetheless, there was no denying that a place like Ma Tiange should not allow such insignificant characters to intrude. How bold they were. He would show them what consequences awaited. With each step, he covered 30 paces, leaving behind trails of afterimages. Chapter 75. A strange power. How could such a lofty place as Ma Tiange allow every Tom, Dick, and Harry to infiltrate? What a disgrace. Should the master lay blame upon me, I would be unable to bear the consequences. The last time the barrier of Jintingshan shattered, the cunning and vile Zhou Jifeng seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the master. It was fortunate that no blame was directed towards me, yet such incidents are a source of constant irritation, not only for the master, but for Ming Shirin himself. As fate would have it, Zhou Jifeng happened to pass by the back mountain. Once a prominent disciple of the Tianjianmen and an adept at the Shinting realm, he sensed the unusual movements from the Matian pavilion. Upon witnessing Ming Shirin dart past, he could not help but inquire further. Come back, and I shall teach you a lesson. Ming Shirin scolded, startling Zhou Jifeng, who staggered back a few steps, his ears ringing from the forceful resonance of Ming Shirin's voice. I do not believe I have offended you, Zhou Jifeng replied, bewildered. Is there truly not a single normal person among the demons of Matian Pavilion? Upon entering the Matian Pavilion, Ming Shirin noticed Xiao Yuan'er present and swiftly approached her. Little junior sister, have you seen any outsiders infiltrating the Matian Pavilion? Xiao Yuan'er, puzzled, replied, no, why do you ask? Ming Shirin began to move about the pavilion with astonishing speed, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages that left Zhou Yuan'er utterly mesmerized. Finding it amusing, she clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "Brother, your Qingmu heart method has improved remarkably." In a heartbeat, Ming Shirin appeared before Zhou Yuan'er, causing the remaining phantoms to vanish. He earnestly looked at her and asked, "You truly have not seen anyone?" Zhou Yuan'er, confused, poked her left index finger with her right and gazed at her brother in bewilderment. "Where's the master?" she inquired, pointing towards the direction of the secret chamber. Though it was indeed a secret chamber, it also served as Lu Zhou's resting place. He typically conducted his daily activities within the eastern pavilion of the Matian Pavilion, rarely visiting the secret chamber. Secret chamber? Ming Shirin mused, directing his gaze towards the chamber before proceeding in that direction. Zhou Yuan'er swiftly blocked his path and said, "Brother, the master has instructed us not to disturb him." Ming Shirin raised a hand in a shushing gesture and whispered, "I simply wish to take a look. What if a thief has infiltrated?" Cautiously, Ming Shirin approached the secret chamber. He was nearly certain that the source of the peculiar energy emanated from that very location. Could it be that someone had broken into the master's secret chamber to steal, while the master himself was absent? Or was there another hidden truth? Step by step, he advanced. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou was entirely engrossed in the heavenly book, oblivious to the happenings outside. The secret chamber remained silent. The recent surge of energy had coursed through his 8 meridians. However, Lu Zhou found it peculiar that despite having opened the meridians during the Jitiandao period, their potency seemed significantly diminished, akin to a pre-dug channel receiving only a mere bucket of water instead of a full flow. According to the standard cultivation sequence, one must first open the Ren and Du meridians before proceeding to the 6 others: Chong, Dai, Yangwei, Yinwei, Yangqiao, and Yinqiao, ensuring ample cultivation before breaking through the 8 meridians, with each meridian requiring progressively greater cultivation to unlock. Yet, Lu Zhou's situation was inverted. His low level of Dharma body restricted the influx of energy. The 2 meridians of the Brahman Sea could cultivate 5 energies towards the source, while the 4 meridians could cultivate 6 hexagrams of separation and union. The pinnacle of the 8 meridians is the Dharma body of the 7 stars. This grand realm spans 3 Dharma bodies, with a vast chasm in strength. Furthermore, Lu Zhou's Dharma body was merely the 4 symbols. He did not cease his cultivation, but continued to peruse the heavenly book. As usual, whenever he concentrated on reading, he became utterly absorbed. Although the material was monotonous and incomprehensible, he relished the experience. Soon after, a gentle, refreshing sensation enveloped him. From his Dantian Qi Si, through the 8 extraordinary meridians, the energy coursed throughout his body, bringing tranquility to his mind and clarity to his thoughts. "Master?" The voice of Ming Shirin echoed in his ears. Ming Shirin had arrived at the door of the secret chamber, peering through the crack in a bid to uncover the truth. However, the door to the secret chamber was not something that could be compared to a common household door. It was impervious, revealing nothing. Hence, he attempted to call out. In response, a deep, thunderous roar resonated from within the chamber, accompanied by a powerful wave of energy that surged forth. Bang! Ming Shirin was thrown back by the force of the sound wave, tumbling backwards in shock, his face a mask of terror. It was inconceivable that a mere sound wave could overturn him, given his cultivation at the Yuan Shunjie realm. There was no time to react. Zhou Yuan'er watched in astonishment as he flew more than 10 meters before crashing to the ground. Thud! Even with his ability to control his descent, he did not have the courage to brace himself, absorbing the impact fully as he knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "Disciple acknowledges my faults. I suspect that someone has infiltrated Jintingshan. Please forgive me, master." Silence enveloped the Matian Pavilion. Lu Zhou was astonished by the earlier sound wave. Feeling its strength, yet recognizing it could not have originated from someone who had just entered the Brahman Sea realm. The difference between the Brahman Sea and Yuan Shunjie realms was 2 levels. How could one possibly repel Ming Shirin? Lu Zhou slowly rose, deepening his suspicions. Was this some sort of act? Ming Shirin knelt on the ground, occasionally glancing towards the direction of the secret chamber, marveling at the master's formidable power while wondering why he had not yet emerged. Simultaneously, he sensed the surrounding environment, noting the absence of any intruders or disturbances, which only added to his confusion. Just as he pondered this, the sound of mechanisms activating reached his ears. Buzz! The stone door of the secret chamber creaked open. Lu Zhou stepped out with hands clasped behind his back, his expression inscrutable. Ming Shirin quickly exclaimed, "Master, your might is unparalleled. That sound technique I am utterly no match for." "Master, You have emerged. Zhou Yuan'er rushed forward to support him. Lu Zhou's gaze fell upon Ming Shirin as he remarked, "Old four." Huh. Ming Shirin was taken aback by the seemingly cryptic comment. Well played, Lu Zhou replied, his words laden with implication. Ming Shirin was left utterly perplexed. Well played? If you enjoy acting so much, then go to the reflective cave and contemplate for 3 days. Lu Zhou spoke nonchalantly. Ming Shirin, bewildered, hastily explained. Disciple speaks only the truth. There is no pretense. Lu Zhou's expression remained indifferent as he stated, "Do you question your master? Does a master require justification to discipline a disciple? No, it is only natural. Not at all. Disciple accepts the punishment. I shall go to the reflective cave at once." Ming Shirin complied, recognizing the futility of resistance. Lu Zhou had anticipated that this disciplinary action would yield merit points. Yet he was surprised by the absence of any system notification. Unconvinced. Next time, the punishment shall be more severe. Ming Shirin shook his head as he made his way to the reflective cave, sighing. I thought the master had changed significantly. It seems I was mistaken. The master remains as capricious as ever. Well played? Ming Shirin scratched his head, thoroughly confounded. In a flash, he entered the reflective cave. The interior was frigid and uncomfortable. Upon entering, he spotted Zhou Yu huddled in a corner, trembling. Devoid of her cultivation, how could Zhou Yu withstand the cold? Ming Shirin set aside his displeasure and said, "Junior sister, do not blame your brother for not assisting you. The very fact that I can visit you is a testament to my concern. How could I dare to impose?" Zhou Yu turned her gaze towards Yi Tianxin, fearing that the latter might not endure the cold. Chapter 76. The Enigma of Yi Tianxin. Yi Tianxin's head hung low, her demeanor lethargic from prolonged confinement within the cave. She appeared to be in a near comatose state. Although her cultivation had been stripped away by the master, her physical constitution remained intact. The cave's chill was not lethal. Ming Shirin, filled with suspicion, approached Yi Tianxin and gently lifted her. To his shock, he nearly recoiled, for he discovered that Yi Tianxin's complexion was exceedingly pale, resembling white jade. Her hair had turned significantly whiter since his last visit. While loss of cultivation does lead to physical deterioration, it should not have resulted in such extreme decline. What could possibly be the matter? Ming Shirin furrowed his brows. Regardless of the circumstances, this is certainly not a normal phenomenon. Zhou Yu inquired, "Senior brother Tianxin, what troubles you?" Uncertain, she responded, "I have never witnessed such a situation. It does not appear to be an injury, nor is it a side effect of depleted cultivation." Upon closer inspection, Ming Shirin noticed that her skin exhibited no wrinkles. It was smooth and pristine, resembling white jade. Yet, the cause of her unconsciousness eludes me. "Zhou Yu, you must take care of her. I will seek an audience with Master," Tianxin insisted. "What if Master disregards the grave mistake senior sister Tianxin has made?" Zhou Yu expressed her concerns, sensing that the predicament was far more serious than merely a loss of cultivation. The situation was dire. Ming Shirin swiftly departed from the reflective cave. Observing the female cultivators of Yinyu Palace bustling about, he called out, "Prepare a stretcher." "Mr. Si, what do you need a stretcher for?" one of them asked. "Just do as instructed. No more unnecessary chatter," Ming Shirin replied curtly, having little time to explain. His sharp command made the passing female cultivators tense. During this period, aside from attending to Jintingshan and repairing damaged structures, the female cultivators of Yinyu Palace had been residing in the West Pavilion of Matian Pavilion. While their hosts were peculiar, it was certainly better than risking their lives. Following his orders, they promptly complied. Before long, Ming Shirin arrived in the grand hall of Matian Pavilion. Noticing that Master and Zhou Yuan were still present, he quickened his pace. Lu Zhou frowned, realizing that the fourth disciple was indeed rebellious. Without overthinking, Ming Shirin knelt down, declaring, "Master, senior sister Tianxin is incapacitated." He refrained from elaborating further, neither pleading for mercy nor maligning her, instead patiently awaiting his master's response. Ming Shirin was uncertain whether Master intended to torment her, rendering her existence more unbearable than death, or if he merely sought to impose a severe punishment. If it were the former, no amount of pleading would yield a favorable outcome. If the latter, there remained a glimmer of hope. Unsure of his master's stance, Ming Shirin dared not make hasty appeals. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and inquired, "Has she come to any realizations during this time?" This question left Ming Shirin in turmoil. He frequently visited the reflective cave to check on Tianxin, whose stubbornness exceeded his expectations. The notion of realizations had never even crossed her mind. Zhou Yuan observed silently, wary of speaking out. Lu Zhou shook his head, once again scouring his memories of Tianxin, but regrettably found nothing of significance. He refrained from making an immediate decision and instead left the Matian pavilion with hands clasped behind his back. Seeing this, Ming Shirin felt a surge of hope and quickly rose to follow. Upon reaching the back mountain, Lu Zhou encountered the female cultivators of Yinyu Palace already gathered. With a stretcher prepared, in unison, they knelt down. Lu Zhou paid them no mind and proceeded toward the reflective cave. The others had no choice but to rise and follow suit. As the female cultivators of Yinyu Palace witnessed Lu Zhou's arrival at the reflective cave, they collectively knelt in supplication. Before Lu Zhou could chide them, Ming Shirin spoke sternly, "Do not create further chaos. Leave 3 or 4 individuals. The rest may return to your duties." He had intended to tell them to leave, but refrained, considering Master was present. Lu Zhou entered the reflective cave, with Xiao Yuan closely behind. "Disciple pays respects to Master," Zhao Yu said, suppressing her shivers as she knelt. Lu Zhou waved his hand in acknowledgement and walked toward another corner. Tianqin leaned against the cold wall, her head tilted, hair obscuring her face. Although her complexion was hidden, Lu Zhou discerned something from her shoulders, skin as flawless as white jade. He gently pushed aside her hair, and, upon seeing her features, frowned slightly. Xiao Yuan gasped and stepped back, having never encountered such a visage. "What has happened to senior sister?" she exclaimed. Lu Zhou, despite furrowing his brow, displayed no shock, remaining composed as though he had anticipated this day. In truth, he had been more astonished upon first encountering Tianqin, but the circumstances had left no room for contemplation. When he first laid eyes upon her, he perceived purity untouched by murkiness, and clarity unmarred by allure. More importantly, the system interface presented an entirely different prompt. Name, Yi Tianqin race, by Min cultivation, Yuan Shen Jie Jing, depleted, hatred value, 40. The hatred value had indeed diminished significantly. However, the focal point lay not here, but rather in the classification. Upon their first meeting, Lu Zhou had noted this crucial detail. By Min, characterized by their fair skin and hair as white as snow, referred to the people of the Bai Min kingdom. Lu Zhou had long been aware of her identity. Yet the missing pieces of memory contained no information regarding Tianqin's identity, compelling him to temporarily confine her within the reflective cave. "Master." Ming Shirin once again clasped his hands in respect. Lu Zhou, maintaining a detached expression, stated, "Do not worry. She will not perish. Confine her to the south pavilion. I have matters to discuss." Ming Shirin nodded and promptly instructed 2 female cultivators of Yinyu Palace to carry Tianqin away. Only Zhao Yu remained in the reflective cave. Lu Zhou's gaze swept across her brow, noting that the golden lotus remained intact, and remarked, "Zhao Yu, disciple is here. This is Matian Pavilion, your sole refuge. This sorcery restriction not only binds your cultivation but also exposes your location," Lu Zhou explained. "Disciple implores Master for mercy and to lift the sorcery restriction," Zhao Yu pleaded, prostrating herself. "Do you believe I can unravel this restriction?" Lu Zhou questioned. Zhao Yu pondered briefly before continuing. "Disciple does not know. Speak of the sorcery when you have come to understand it," Lu Zhou stated, sweeping his sleeve as he departed. He noted that Zhao Yu's loyalty was only around 30, which was evidently insufficient. Furthermore, this was Lu Zhou's first encounter with sorcery. To take a life was comparatively simpler, easily resolved with a lethal strike card. However, dismantling sorcery was not a matter easily addressed with mere item cards. Zhao Yu, in an uncertain state of mind, would best be confined in the reflective cave for the time being. After leaving the reflective cave, Lu Zhou made his way toward the south pavilion, the former residence of the 9 disciples. Xiao Yuan and Ming Shirin hurriedly followed. "Master, how could senior sister Tianqin end up like this?" Chapter 77. A cage of restraint. Lu Zhou did not respond to Xiao Yuan's inquiry, instead waving his hand as he entered the room alone. The others, too apprehensive to enter, waited outside. 4 or 5 female cultivators from Yinyu Palace knelt at the door, their faces etched with worry. Duan Musheng, along with Pan Chong and Zhou Jifeng, rushed to the scene. Duan Musheng dragged chains behind him, yet his speed remained unaffected, suggesting his injuries had nearly healed. "How is the situation with junior sister?" he asked. Ming Shirin shook his head, replying, "It is not optimistic." Duan Musheng frowned. "What exactly happened, fourth brother?" His unspoken question was clear. What transpired between Master and Tianqin? Everyone turned their gaze toward Ming Shirin. With a sigh, he explained, "All I know is that the 6th sister was brought back by Master from Yudong village, south of the Dian River, and has been residing on the mountain since childhood." Ming Shirin hesitated to speak too candidly about Master, fearing the consequences of offending him. At that moment, Pan Chong interjected. "The area south of the Dian River belongs to the Yuntian Luo 3 sects." Mentioning the Yuntian Luo 3 sects caused a ripple of discomfort among the group. Xiao Yuan, however, seemed unbothered by such concerns, muttering in confusion, "Fourth brother, I still do not understand." Ming Shirin replied softly, "In this world, there is no land that is not ruled by a king. In the past, the region around the Dian River often saw conflicts among cultivators from different clans. Shortly after Master brought junior sister Tianxin back, Yudong village vanished." Duan Musheng furrowed his brow. Could it be that Master was responsible for this? Shoo! Ming Shirin was startled. Just as he finished speaking, a deep voice resonated from within the room. "Have you said enough?" Both Duan Musheng and Ming Shirin felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. This was disastrous. "You will each receive 30 lashes and spend 3 days reflecting in the reflective cave." Lu Zhou's voice was neither loud nor soft. The two were left speechless, feeling as though they could weep without tears. Ming Shirin rolled his eyes repeatedly at Duan Musheng. The others naturally dared not interject, nor did they even dare to breathe. It is not the formidable opponents that one fears, but rather the inept teammates. The two could only wear mournful expressions as they bowed towards the room, acknowledging their punishment. Zhou Jifeng and Pan Chong, once proud and flamboyant, had been compelled to adopt a demeanor of humility since arriving at Jiningshan. Gossip comes at a price. Inside the room, after leaving the cold, reflective cave, Yi Tianxin's consciousness returned slightly. However, since her cultivation had been crippled and her injuries remained untreated, her ability to endure until now was already commendable. Yi Tianxin groggily opened her eyes. The light was relatively bright. Upon seeing her master standing before her, she instinctively recoiled slightly. Lu Zhou felt speechless. Among his 9 disciples, except for Xiao Yuan'er, each one feared him. Master? Yi Tianxin could hardly believe that her master would allow someone to bring her into the room. Lu Zhou's expression remained indifferent as he shook his head, saying, "I have no disciple like you." Yi Tianxin instinctively realized she had misspoken and quickly looked up, stubbornly asserting, "I deserve this outcome." "You deserve it," Lu Zhou replied. Yi Tianxin was rendered speechless, hesitant to retaliate with harsher words for fear of implicating her sisters from the Yanyu Palace. The room fell into a heavy silence for quite some time. Remembering what her 4th senior brother had said in the reflective cave, she hesitated momentarily before speaking up. "If you could annihilate the entire Yulong village, why not eliminate me as well?" There was a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou felt puzzled. For in his memory, there was no incident of annihilating Yulong village. He noticed the emotion in Yi Tianxin's voice, and the previously low hatred value of 40 had risen slightly, indicating that her words were the key to the animosity. Lu Zhou could not confirm whether he had indeed committed such an act in the past. However, judging from his current memories, Jitian Dao, though the most powerful demon in the world, had performed many exaggerated deeds but had not resorted to slaughtering the innocent. The missing part of his memory was crucial. Why had it been lost? Was it a side effect of his transmigration? Contemplating these matters was futile. Lu Zhou could only seek answers step by step. His gaze settled on Yi Tianxin as he inquired, "Did you witness it with your own eyes?" Yi Tianxin paused, her expression somewhat unnatural, yet she replied, "It was no different from seeing it with my own eyes." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "The ones who understand me best in this world are you 9. Have I ever acted with secrecy?" Yi Tianxin was left at a loss for words. Was there a need for the one deemed the most powerful demon lord, the number 1 on the blacklist, to conceal 1 or 2 misdeeds? Yi Tianxin, Lu Zhou gently pronounced her name again, causing her heart to tremble. "If it turns out that you deliberately smeared my reputation." He left the sentence unfinished. But the implication was clear. The current Lu Zhou was no longer the Jitian Dao of the past. Although he would not hide his past evils, it did not mean he would allow others to tarnish his name with impunity. Ding, discipline Yi Tianxin, gain 100 merit points. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve and exited the room. He did not mention Yi Tianxin's identity as a commoner, nor did he pursue the matter further. Yi Tianxin stood there momentarily stunned. At that moment, she heard the pleas of her sisters from Yanyu Palace outside. Unfortunately, Lu Zhou remained unmoved and returned to the Mo Tian Pavilion. Xiao Yuan'er followed closely, trembling and daring not to say much. Once inside the Mo Tian Pavilion, she cheerfully served tea to her master. "Master, please don't be angry. If it comes to it, I'll take care of that traitor for you," Xiao Yuan'er suggested. Lu Zhou was not angry. On the contrary, he felt quite calm and even enlightened. At least he had gathered some basic information. "Yuan'er, send a flying letter to Jiang Aijin." Xiao Yuan'er nodded and replied, "I will prepare paper and ink right away." She would ask him to help investigate the matter regarding Yulong village and return quickly. After issuing the command, Lu Zhou rose and headed to the secret chamber. Initially intending to continue reading the heavenly scriptures, he recalled the scene of Fan Hai opening the 8 meridians and felt a twinge of conflict. Lu Zhou had not anticipated that his cultivation would be constrained by the Dharma body. He previously thought the Dharma body could be acquired directly, which would be a good thing, as many cultivators struggle throughout their lives to break through bottlenecks. Now, however, he found himself lacking merit points. 210 points. What could that accomplish? A lottery. Ding, this time consuming 50 merit points. You have received Cage Binding 3. Cage Binding, when used, has a 30 chance to imprison the target. Lu Zhou's eyes brightened. The system had shown some benevolence, causing his old face to flush with excitement. Lottery. Ding, this time consuming 50 merit points. Thank you for your patronage, luck value 1. As expected, that unpleasant feeling returned. 3 consecutive lottery draws had yielded nothing but thank you for your patronage, leaving him with only 10 merit points and an accumulated luck value of 3. Perhaps this was for the best. He need not continue drawing. Lu Zhou focused his attention back on Cage Binding. A 30 chance, wasn't he that a bit low? The world's foremost demon lord, leaving such a high chance of failure? Chapter 78. The Identity of the Black Rider Leader. Subsequently, Lu Zhou opened the Celestial Scripture interface, preparing to enter a state of comprehension. Although Lu Zhou had opened the 8 meridians of Fan Hai, it was not the true 8 meridians of Fan Hai. There were only channels without a source of water. The Dharma body's 4 symbols constrained the influx of vital energy, and without a faster method of acquiring merit points, he could only continuously delve into the Celestial Scriptures. Master, the flying letter has been sent to Zhang Aijian. Zhou Yuan'er's voice came from outside. Lu Zhou did not respond, with Zhang Aijian responsible for investigating this matter. It should pose no significant issue. Suddenly, he remembered he needed to give this young man a sword, which made him shake his head. A sword not inferior to the twin swords of Yin and Yang was not so easily obtained. Lu Zhou glanced around, and his gaze fell upon the large knife that had previously been marked by Wei Ming. A notch? He noticed the notch on the knife. Surprised, he thought, was this made by Wei Ming? He took the large knife from the weapon rack and inspected it. The quality of the knife remained intact. Even if it was not a top-tier weapon, it was still a quality metal product that would not easily break from disuse. Was Wei Ming's sword truly that formidable? Lu Zhou was skeptical. Let us see if it's a horse or a mule. He raised his right hand, and the Wei Ming sword reappeared in his palm. Without hesitation, he swung it casually. Bang! The Wei Ming sword collided with the large knife again. First, he checked the external condition of the Wei Ming sword. It was unharmed. Then he examined the large knife and noticed a fine crack where it had been struck by the Wei Ming sword. This made him feel that the Wei Ming sword was not worthless, but it shouldn't be that powerful. This exquisite treasure knife had been marked by the Wei Ming sword. Lu Zhou was quite pleased with this item. It was not a piece of junk, but a treasure. He waved his hand, and the Wei Ming sword vanished. Perhaps due to his breakthrough in cultivation, the Wei Ming sword's power had also increased. No matter how weak the 8 meridians of Fan Hai were, they were still much stronger than the Ningshi realm. Lu Zhou continued to search through the weapons. The items on the weapon rack had accumulated dust from long-term storage. With a gentle wave of his hand, vital energy swept over, dispersing the dust. There. He found a uniquely designed spear. It measured approximately 13 feet in length, crafted from peculiar pure steel, with intricate dragon motifs spiraling up the long shaft. Lu Zhou grasped the spear. It was astonishingly heavy, weighing around 100 pounds. Fortunately, after tempering their bodies, cultivators could easily wield weapons of such weight. Ding! Weapon recovered. Overlord spear, suggested Master, Duanmu Sheng. Lu Zhou, filled with doubt, pondered, Duanmu Sheng? This Bawang spear is large and heavy, its movements creating a fierce wind. Lu Zhou's old bones are more suited to strategizing than engaging in battle. Compared to Wei Ming, Lu Zhou has a greater affinity for the latter, as Wei Ming can transform into various weapons, proving to be far more versatile. He noticed a sword lying in the corner, still in its sheath. Often, such inconspicuous items are treasures. He picked up the sword, and with a swift motion, drew it from its sheath. What a fine sword. But just as he praised it, it snapped with a crack. Lu Zhou's face flushed with embarrassment as he tossed the sword to the ground. It was as fragile as paper, breaking with the slightest touch. Such a defective item. And yet it was included in the secret chamber? Lu Zhou instantly lost interest in the other weapons within the room. He had no time to be picky, and would let a few of his disciples sort through them another day. As for Zhang Aijian's sword, that matter could be postponed. He then returned to his original position, sitting cross-legged to meditate. The following morning, Zhou Yuan'er hopped into the Matian pavilion. Master, that shameless one has replied. Lu Zhou cast a calm glance her way and said, Read it. Zhou Yuan'er cleared her throat and mimicked Zhang Aijian's manner of speaking as she read aloud. Firstly, The cultivation world currently has no record of the massacre in Yujianjiang Yulong village. However, there are some leads in the palace and local records. The investigation indicates the culprit to be Ji Tiandao, which is you, Master. Secondly, the preliminary conclusion is that someone has meddled with the evidence. And the primary suspect is the Black Knight Commander Fan Xiuwen, who is under the Emperor's direct command, overseeing the dark forces of the Imperial Guards. Additionally, here are two extra pieces of information. Firstly, Zhao Shua from Runan City has revealed your true identity, but no one believes him. Secondly, do not forget about my sword. Haha. The earlier part was somewhat proper, but the latter part of Xiao Yuan'er's juvenile laughter felt rather strange. Nevertheless, these details were of little consequence. Jiang Aijian truly was a talented individual, able to uncover the issue so swiftly. Fan Xiuwen, Lu Zhou murmured to himself. Is this person very formidable, Master? Lu Zhou did not respond to Xiao Yuan'er's inquiry, but he felt that he had no recollection of such a character, indicating that he was likely of little significance. Summon the fourth disciple. Oh, Xiao Yuan'er looked a bit puzzled, yet she still made her way to the thought reflection cave. Before long, Ming Shirin approached with a fawning expression. Being able to escape was better than anything. He truly did not wish to stay in the thought reflection cave for even a moment. Master, peace be upon you. Ming Shirin performed a grand bow. Lu Zhou replied indifferently. I have a task for you. Ming Shirin was overjoyed at these words and exclaimed, Just command me, Master. Lu Zhou inquired. Are you familiar with the leader of the Black Knights, Fan Xiuwen? Not particularly. He seems to be someone from the officials, with little connection to the cultivation world. Inform him that I wish to meet. Lu Zhou's tone was light and unassuming. As you command. Ming Shirin respectfully accepted the order, his spirit evidently lifted. I like this approach. I enjoy straightforward tasks like this. Ming Shirin darted down the mountain like an arrow released from a bow. As soon as he left, Xiao Yuan'er spotted the messenger bird above the Matian pavilion. A flying letter. She waved her hand, and the messenger bird swiftly released the letter before vanishing in an instant. Master, it is another flying letter from Jiang Aijian. Read it. Apologies, I didn't have enough paper earlier. Here is the complete information. Fan Xiuwen, real name Lung Luo. Nicknamed the Cold-Faced Yama, was the number one on the black list 300 years ago. Surely, you are more familiar with this person, Master, so I will not elaborate. After finishing, Xiao Yuan'er spat a few times in disdain, crumpling the paper in her small fist until it turned to powder. Jiang Aijian's style of speaking made Xiao Yuan'er scratch her head. As for events from 300 years ago, how could she know? After all, she was not even 16. But regardless, anyone who had lived for so long and managed to become the leader of the Black Knights must possess considerable cultivation. Lung Luo. Lu Zhou recalled the memories of this individual. Who is he? You cannot trust Jiang Aijian's words. Lu Zhou shook his head. These matters bore no relevance to Jiang Aijian, who had no motive to lie. Where is the fourth disciple now? Given the speed of the fourth disciple, he should have already left the barrier. Chapter 79. The clever Ming Shirin. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, shaking his head slightly. Lung Luo, 200 years younger than Ji Tiandao, was a notorious villain 300 years ago, infamous in the cultivation world for his cunning, committing arson, murder, and theft, and humiliating others. However, this individual always worked alone, never forming alliances. He had committed numerous vile acts through his own capabilities, having once escaped from the combined assault of thousands of cultivators, securing his position as the number one on the blacklist. Ji Tiandao had once clashed with him, and their battle resulted in a draw. At that time, Ji Tiandao, despite being older, had yet to reach his peak. After attaining his zenith, Ji Tiandao began to fervently take on disciples. The Matian pavilion of Jintingshan became renowned, and Ji Tiandao subsequently rose to become the number one on the blacklist. Following that, Lung Luo vanished from sight. After centuries of hiding, he gradually faded from the blacklist and was even forgotten. After all, in this world, those who survive for 300 years are all exceptional cultivators. Many of the younger generation have never even heard of the name Lung Luo. 300 years ago, he was at the sixth leaf of the Yuanshan Jie realm, with the 100 tribulations cave demonic body. 300 years later, how much stronger could he be? Even if Lung Luo remained stagnant, he would not be someone Ming Shirin, who had only recently formed the 100 tribulations cave demonic body, could contend with. Send a flying letter to the fourth disciple. This person is extremely dangerous. Proceed with caution. Lu Zhou stated calmly. Extremely dangerous? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan'er's eyes widened, and she continued, Master, should we call the fourth disciple back? Lu Zhou shook his head and replied, No need. Ming Shirin is at least a formidable Yuanshan Jie cultivator. After all these years under Ji Tiandao's training, He has developed a slippery disposition. The last time when Zhengyi and the experts from the Tianjian sect besieged Jinningshan, even the third disciple Duanmu Sheng was captured, yet he managed to evade capture. Moreover, he is currently going to inform Leng Luo. Even if a trap is set, it would be quite challenging to capture a disciple like Ming Shirin. If it weren't for Lu Zhou's deterrent capabilities and the item card, he would have had no way to deal with him. Leng Luo may have advanced to the 7th leaf, perhaps even the 8th leaf, but it is unlikely he has surpassed the 8th leaf. What concerns me now is how much power and means Leng Luo, now Fan Xiuan, has accumulated over 300 years. The next day, in Dongdu, also known as Shangyuan City, a group of cavalry clad in black armor and dark masks, riding tall steeds, slowly passed through the streets. Some commoners, upon witnessing this, hurriedly moved aside, not daring to obstruct their path. A few cultivators merely stood at a distance, casting a glance before losing interest. No one dared to provoke this contingent of Black Knights. The group came to a halt at the gates of Shangyuan City. In front of the Black Knight squad, 3 riders stood out distinctly. These 3 were among the rumored strongest trio of the Black Knights, known collectively as the Dark Four Riders. Each possessed unique skills and profound cultivation. However, their true strength remained a mystery. How long until the third rider? Inquired one of the Black Knights in the lead. The third rider's archery skills were unparalleled, and any target he focused on had little hope of survival. It shouldn't be difficult for him to eliminate the traitors in Shangyuan City. Once the task in Shangyuan City is complete, we can return to the capital and celebrate together. I hope the leader will be pleased. Just as these words were spoken, the sound of an arrow slicing through the air pierced the silence. Whoosh! With a thud, the arrow lodged itself into the city gate, a human head prominently affixed to its shaft. The 3 Black Knights showed neither fear nor surprise. Rather, they nodded in satisfaction. The third rider truly is impressive. Such archery skills are indeed unparalleled. The Black Knight squad turned their gaze toward the end of the street, where a figure approached. A Black Knight carrying a bow and arrow, galloping toward them. This is one of the 4 knights of the Black Cavalry, the most skilled archer among them. The leader of the 4 knights spoke in a deep voice. Return to the divine capital. Yes, the Black Cavalry, a formidable force, marched through the city gates. The sound of hooves echoed, stirring up dust as they galloped towards the divine capital. As this troop passed through a thicket, a cunning and sinister laughter rang out. The leader of the 4 knights immediately pulled on the reins and raised his hand. The well-trained Black Cavalry swiftly halted. They shared a remarkable synergy upon hearing the laughter. The skilled archer among them leaped into the air, drew his bow, and scanned the surroundings. Should he identify a target, the arrow would surely send it to the afterlife. However, after the laughter faded, silence enveloped the area, and no figure emerged. Who dares to obstruct our path? The leader of the Black Knights inquired darkly. For reasons unknown. Accustomed as they were to moving in darkness and steeped in countless slaughters, they felt a disconcerting unease from that sinister smile. The laughter echoed once more from a distance. Third Knight, respond. Identify the source. With a whoosh, the archer released his arrow, sending it flying toward the direction of the sound, piercing through tree after tree. A majestic aura enveloped the arrow. Then it vanished into the thicket. Was there any response? This question was directed at the archer. Only he could ascertain whether the shot had found its mark. The archer furrowed his brow and, after a brief silence, replied, no. A master could confirm such matters by intuition alone. The opponent must be a formidable expert at the Yuan Shunjie level. The numerous Black Knights behind the 4 knights shifted slightly, adjusting their formation. The laughter returned, now laced with sarcasm and mischief. Your archery is commendable. The Black Knight retorted. Who are you, sir? The voice continued. I am Fan Xiuyan, the leader of the Black Knights and a disciple of the Mo Tian Pavilion at Jinting Mountain. Where is Fan Xiuyan? The 4 knights exchanged glances. Though masked, they sensed each other's astonishment. Who in the world was unaware of the Mo Tian Pavilion? Ah, so it is a friend from the Mo Tian Pavilion. Friend? Ha ha. The voice grew increasingly arrogant, and the surrounding trees began to grow at an eerie speed. Where is Fan Xiuyan? The voice belonged to Ming Shirin, the 4th disciple of the Mo Tian Pavilion. Ming Shirin was not only intelligent, but also exceedingly cunning. In this forested area, he could fully unleash the Qing Mu heart method. Even a Yuan Shunjie expert of the Lu Yi Fa Shin would find it difficult to capture him. Here, he was king. The leader is far away in the divine capital. What business do you have with him? Ming Shirin's voice was tinged with displeasure. He had gathered extensive information and learned that the Black Knights were on a mission to the East capital, so he had waited here all day. He had not anticipated encountering merely the 4 knights and a band of minions. Listen, you have 3 days. The Motion Pavilion demands to see Fan Xiuyan. If you fail to deliver, it will be as if this tree, a towering tree, suddenly twisted and transformed, crashing down upon the Black Cavalry. The Black Knights, being elite forces, swiftly retreated and dispersed. The four knights radiated an aura of power. Bang! The towering tree collapsed before the Black Knights and shattered into pieces. The leader of the Black Knights glanced ahead and signaled the archer, who landed back on his steed. I will convey your words to the leader. His voice echoed through the forest. The Black Cavalry then raced along the narrow path towards the divine capital. Soon, tranquility returned to the thicket. Ming Shiyin emerged from behind a giant tree, watching with keen interest as the Black Cavalry moved further away. The strength of these four was formidable. How could Fan Xiuyan be weak? Master, what kind of den of thieves have you poked at? Each of these four possessed cultivation near the Yuan Shunjie level. The other Black Knights were also at the Shunting level. Excluding the first and second disciples of the Motion Pavilion, the Black Knights could almost rival them. Such power and cultivation could hardly go unnoticed in the realm of cultivation. Who exactly is Fan Xiuyan? Ming Shiyin felt a surge of curiosity. He lightly touched the ground, moving like a swallow, darting into the woods. The Qingmu heart method thrived in the forest, allowing Ming Shiyin to traverse the skies like lightning, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After the Black Cavalry returned to the divine capital, they did not enter the city but instead circumvented it, heading northward. The city was guarded by the Imperial Guards, and the Black Cavalry executed their missions in the shadows, avoiding the limelight. Their stronghold was not within the city. Only a select few high-ranking individuals in the palace were privy to their exact location. At the foot of a certain mountain, the headquarters of the Black Knights awaited. The four masters entered the hall together. My lord, I have not disgraced my mission and have led the Black Knights to quell the traitors in Shangyuan City. The other three knelt on one knee, clasping their fists in respect. Before them lay an exceedingly long brown table, devoid of any items. Beside the table stood a figure clad in black armor, broad-shouldered, with his back turned to the four. Excellent, came the hoarse and low voice. There is one more matter to report. Speak. On the way back, I encountered the demon of the Motion Pavilion. They instructed me to convey a message to you. The four knights exchanged glances. The leader paused briefly and continued. The Motion Pavilion requests to meet you, with a time limit of 3 days. He softened Ming Shiyin's wording slightly, fearing to offend the leader. Rather than express anger, Fan Xiuyan slowly turned and seated himself at the table. He too wore a mask, shrouding his features entirely. After a moment of silence, Fan Xiuyan let out a low chuckle and said, It seems I am destined to face this tribulation. My lord, the Motion Pavilion is infamous in the cultivation world, having cultivated 9 notorious figures over the centuries, their name echoing throughout the lands. The demon ancestor, Zhou Dao, possesses unfathomable cultivation. I advise you to steer clear of the Motion Pavilion. Fan Xiuyan slowly raised his hand and replied, I have received a secret order from the palace. The Motion Pavilion has interfered with palace plans. Hearing this, the four Black Knights were momentarily taken aback. Had their expressions not been concealed by masks, their astonishment would have been evident. Are we to oppose the Motion Pavilion? Fan Xiuyan shook his head, his voice hoarse. The Motion Pavilion indeed commands caution, with their 9 disciples of immeasurable cultivation. It is rumored that Zhou Dao has reached the 8-leaf golden lotus level of cultivation, capable of contending with the top 10 experts, which is not surprising. The four subordinates bowed their heads, listening intently. After a moment of contemplation, Fan Xiuyan clasped his hands behind his back and stated, I have no intention of opposing the Motion Pavilion. Such a formidable adversary is best avoided. The four Black Knights felt a wave of relief. They feared their leader might act impulsively. While the Black Knights were indeed powerful as a whole, to confront Zhou Dao head-on would lead to mutual destruction. Moreover, why rush? Once Zhou Dao's time is up, annihilating the Motion Pavilion would be a simple task. However, Fan Xiuyan's tone shifted, and he stated calmly, Yet, the palace has issued an order that cannot be defied. Since the Motion Pavilion wishes to see me, I shall go. The four expressed their astonishment. They had not anticipated that the palace would command the Black Knights to negotiate with the Motion Pavilion. Was this merely a coincidence? As Fan Xiuyan's confidants, they were well aware of his true identity. Fan Xiuyan, younger than Zhou Dao, was a prodigy in the cultivation world. When he ranked first on the blacklist, the Motion Pavilion had not yet existed. They had once fought to a standstill. Subsequently, Zhou Dao had inexplicably advanced in cultivation and secured his position within the Motion Pavilion. While they were uncertain of Fan Xiuyan's depth of cultivation, They could ascertain it did not exceed the 8-leaf level. My lord, given Ji Tiandao's age, he will likely meet his end in no more than a decade. Why venture forth at this time? I second that. I second that. I second that. The four of them simultaneously clasped their hands in respect. Fan Xiuwen's gaze fell upon the four individuals, yet there was no trace of anger. These were the four most trusted confidants and subordinates in his employ. After a moment of silence, Fan Xiuwen spoke in a deep voice. This seat can wait, the Hei Qi can wait, and even the emperor can wait. But De Yin cannot afford to wait. The four looked at each other in confusion, failing to comprehend his words. Noticing their desire to speak further, Fan Xiuwen waved his hand, saying, 3 days hence, accompany me to Emotiange. This matter requires no further discussion. At that moment, Lu Zhou received a notification. Ding. Ming Shirin has completed the task, earning 300 merit points. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou felt no surprise. Rather, he was quite pleased. Aside from the villains who had already departed from Emotiange, the remaining individuals were reasonably astute. The only drawback was their inability to progress in their cultivation due to the long-term suppression by Ji Tiandao. However, this situation needed to change swiftly. Lu Zhou sensed that the external world, wary of Ji Tiandao's formidable cultivation, dared not act lightly against Emotiange. Yet, as time passed, probes similar to those before would inevitably increase. The limits of one's lifespan had always been regarded as truth in the realm of cultivation. While Lu Zhou pondered, Zhou Yuan'er's voice broke through his thoughts. Master, I have waited all day and have not received a reply from fourth senior brother. Has he not received my message? Upon arriving before Lu Zhou, she began to chatter incessantly. No matter, he replied. Ming Shirin has completed his task. As long as he does not act recklessly or stir up trouble, he should return safely. Master, will senior brother die? Zhou Yuan'er asked. I just inquired with the big fool, and he said that the leader of the Hei Qi, Fan Xiuwen, is exceedingly dangerous. No one knows his true identity. Big fool. You mean Panchong? He said fourth senior brother would die. I scolded him a bit, Zhou Yuan'er added. Scolded him a bit. Lu Zhou recalled the last time Panchong had returned with a bruised face. Zhou Yuan'er, using her pinky finger, whispered, I just lightly scratched him. Lu Zhou shook his head. When would her propensity for casual violence change? He lightly tapped her on the head. You are becoming increasingly unruly. Disciple is wrong, she admitted. Just then, a tremendous noise erupted from the back mountain. Lu Zhou furrowed his brow. Jinting Mountain was protected by a barrier. Who was causing a disturbance? As he pondered this, Panchong hurried over. Before he even reached me, he clasped his hands and exclaimed, Third Master has broken through. Duan Musheng has advanced to the Yuan Xinjie realm. Chapter 81, A Powerful Ally. Lu Zhou maintained an outward composure while feeling quite pleased internally. His disciple, Duan Musheng, was not as cunning as Ming Shirin and was more straightforward. After repelling the siege of the 10 greatest experts, his loyalty had stabilized, and he showed no signs of wavering. Compared to Ming Shirin and Zhao Yu, Lu Zhou held greater admiration for Duan Musheng. In terms of their respective realms, Duan Musheng surpassed Ming Shirin. However, Ming Shirin had benefited from the previous battle at Jinting Mountain and had thus broken through the Qingmu heart method first. Duan Musheng was slightly delayed, but it was reasonable that he would eventually break through. Wonderful. Zhou Yuan'er clapped her hands. Lu Zhou glanced at her and admonished softly, You are the most lax. Why do you not strive to catch up with your senior brother? Zhou Yuan'er stuck out her tongue and replied, I understand. However, there was no need to worry about Zhou Yuan'er's cultivation. Although she had entered the fold the latest, her progress was the fastest, even surpassing Zhou Jifeng, the chief disciple of Tian Jianmen. Before long, Duan Musheng, brimming with vigor, entered the grand hall of Emotiange. The chains upon him continued to jingle. Accompanying him was Zhou Jifeng, whose face bore admiration and envy. Panchong felt the same. Since their arrival at Jinting Mountain, they had faced a few challenges from other disciples, yet overall, they were content with their current state. After all, their purpose in cultivation was to become stronger. Was it not? Duan Musheng knelt respectfully in the grand hall of Emotiange, stating, Disciple has fortuitously broken through to the Yuan Xinjie realm and successfully condensed the Baijie Dongming divine body. Lu Zhou displayed a satisfied expression, gently stroking his beard as he nodded. A breakthrough is a good thing. The path of cultivation is long. One must remain humble and diligent. This speech revealed the true demeanor of a master, overturning Panchong and Zhou Jifeng's perceptions of this unparalleled figure in the world. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I shall remember it well. Duan Musheng earnestly bowed his head. His loyalty increased by 1 point, indicating that as time went on, such increases would become increasingly difficult. Lu Zhou suddenly recalled that the Ba Wang gun had chosen Duan Musheng as its master. Upon reflection, it made sense. Duan Musheng practiced the Tian Yi Ju, which encompassed both sword and spear techniques. His straightforward and vigorous character made him more suited to wielding the Ba Wang gun rather than a sword. Although spears and swords differ, they ultimately converge upon the same path. Should Duan Musheng's cultivation soar, it would serve as a significant boon to Lu Zhou as well. With this thought in mind, Lu Zhou rose and said, "You shall wait here. I shall return shortly." "Disciple obeys," he replied. Upon entering his secret chamber, he casually raised his hand, and the Ba Wang gun appeared, obediently resting in his palm. The dragon motif made the weapon appear even more formidable. Lu Zhou exited the chamber and returned to the grand hall of Emotian-gu. Before he could reach his destination, he tossed the Ba Wang gun into the air. Everyone was startled. They thought Lu Zhou was punishing his disciple and dared not intervene. Duan Musheng was equally taken aback and raised his chains to cross and block. With a loud crash, sparks flew as the Ba Wang gun was redirected upwards. Upon seeing this, Duan Musheng swiftly raised his wrist and grasped the gun's shaft, glancing at it in astonishment. "What a fine weapon. Master grants you the Ba Wang gun. Utilize it wisely and do not disappoint my expectations." Upon hearing this, Duan Musheng displayed an expression of sheer joy. He carefully set the Ba Wang gun aside and respectfully bowed to Lu Zhou. "Thank you, Master, for bestowing this weapon." Zhou Yuan'er, Zhou Jifeng, and Pan Chong were left in envy and admiration. Ding! The Ba Wang gun has successfully recognized its master, activating its rank, heavenly tier. Reward, 1,000 merit points. Lu Zhou understood then that the weapon required a suitable master to fully activate its tier. If someone else were to forcefully wield it, the outcome could be less than effective. Achieving heavenly tier meant he could also break the cold iron chains. Furthermore, the reward was quite generous. He wondered how many weapons remained after Ji Tiandao's demise, as he had many disciples to consider. After Duan Musheng received the weapon, his loyalty increased by another point. "Master, I want one too." Zhou Yuan'er rushed forward. Thankfully, Lu Zhou had already devised a response, stating, "Your cultivation is still too low. You must not act recklessly. A common man without sin can attract calamity by possessing treasure. How will a practitioner in the Shin Ting realm protect their weapon? Although refining a heavenly tier weapon is exceedingly difficult, it does not prevent powerful cultivators from harboring ulterior motives. Such matters were quite common." "All right." Zhou Yuan'er reluctantly nodded in agreement. Duan Musheng, enamored with his new weapon, could hardly bear to part with it. He looked around, wishing to find someone to spar with. He certainly could not approach his master, so his only options were Pan Chong and Zhou Jifeng. "You too, third master. What are your orders?" "Accompany me for some practice with the spear." The two stared at him in bewilderment. "I will wait for you in the back mountain." Duan Musheng clasped his hands once more towards Lu Zhou. "Master, I must go familiarize myself with the weapon. I take my leave." "Go ahead." Lu Zhou waved his hand. Pan Chong and Zhou Jifeng wore expressions of reluctant dismay as they trudged out of Emotian-gu, taking small, hesitant steps. Just as the three were departing, a message bird flew in from outside. Zhou Yuan'er understood and took the message from the bird. "Master, it is a message from fourth senior brother. I shall read it." Zhou Yuan'er opened the message and read aloud, "Master, I have informed the Heiqi that they will soon depart for Emotian-gu. I will observe their every move along the way." After finishing her reading, Zhou Yuan'er expressed her surprise, exclaiming, "This man named Fan Xiuwen truly dares to come. Master, do not hold back. Strike him down with a single blow." Yet, if he were truly killed, who would unveil the truth behind the massacre of Yulong village? Lu Zhou maintained a calm demeanor, though doubt lingered in his heart. Fan Xiuwen, also known as Lung Luo, was notoriously cunning and valued his life, reminiscent of Jiang Aijian, who was lively, while Fan Xiuwen was a man of profound schemes. Such a person would not be easily provoked into visiting Emotian-gu. Fan Xiuwen must have heard the rumors of Lu Zhou's ability to repel the top 10 masters. Yet he remained unafraid. From where did his confidence stem? Even Lu Zhou himself had attained the 9-leaf Dharma body through the use of a peak experience card. And no one believed the tale once it spread. "Yuan'er, disciple is here. How has Yitian Xin been these past few days? Her skin is frightfully pale, but otherwise." "She is not in serious condition," Zhou Yuan'er replied. Lu Zhou nodded slowly and rose, turning to walk towards the secret chamber. "I bid you farewell, master." Before Fan Xiuwen's arrival, Lu Zhou needed sufficient trump cards to suppress this individual. This matter pertained to the truth of the massacre at Yulong village and was likely connected to the missing fragments of memory. In the secret chamber, Lu Zhou opened the system interface and found a total of 310 merit points. He had lost interest in the reversal card. His current state was undoubtedly more suited for his standing in the cultivation world. There was only the option of a lottery draw left. Ding. Your disciple Ming Shirin has killed 2 Black Knights on his way back, earning 200 merit points. Ding. Killing 2 Black Knights earns 200 merit points. Chapter 82. The Master has spoken. Zhou felt a stir in his heart. This Ming Shirin truly proved to be a source of concern. Since he had been duly notified, he should return obediently. If he engaged in a dispute with Fan Xiuwen's people and provoked this individual, he could very well lose his life. However, Ming Shirin was somewhat distant from Motian. Even if he had the peak experience card to rescue himself and continuously employed mighty supernatural powers, he would still require some time to reach there. The cultivation world was fraught with peril, and if Ming Shirin managed to escape the pursuit of the Black Knights, he would at least be capable of self-preservation in the Dian world henceforth. Zhou was still reluctant to see him come to harm. Although his disciple was unruly, with proper guidance, he would undoubtedly become a great asset. He still relied on them to help accumulate merit points. The system interface now displayed a total of 710 merit points. There were still 2 lethal strike cards remaining, which were sufficient. The chance of the cage binding had decreased somewhat, so he decided to replenish with 2 more cards. Zhou opened the item card section and discovered that the cage binding indeed had its unlock point lit up. At 200 merit points each, he directly purchased 3 cards. With 6 cage bindings, he should be secure. Next, he would try his luck. Perhaps he would win a Dharma body. He resolved to draw only twice, and not a single time more. 2 days later, Zhou emerged from the state of comprehension of the Tianshu. After much study of the Tianshu, he seemed to have discerned some insights. Each time he immersed himself in study for a while, his mental state improved significantly. However, this state would vanish when faced with sudden circumstances. The 2 most evident instances were during the encounter with the Buddhist sound entering his dreams, and when his 4th disciple Ming Shirin approached the secret chamber. A peculiar power could dispel the Buddhist sound and repel Ming Shirin. Could it be that the process of comprehension stored extraordinary power? At present, this was the only logic that could explain it. Zhou closed the Tianshu interface, realizing that he had indeed become somewhat engrossed in the reading and comprehension. Master, the 4th senior brother has returned, came Zhou Yuan'er's voice. Understood, Zhou replied, leaving the secret chamber and walking toward the hall. He saw Ming Shirin kneeling in the chamber, looking thoroughly disheveled. Thankfully, his loyalty had not diminished. In fact, it had improved significantly. Disciple pays respects to Master. Ming Shirin declared loudly. Rise and speak, Zhou commanded as he approached. Where are the Black Knights? Zhou inquired. The Black Knights set out ahead and are less than 10 miles from Jinting Mountain. They will arrive shortly, Ming Shirin informed. Zhou Yuan'er exclaimed. So soon? Ming Shirin awkwardly chuckled. Zhou stroked his beard and paced before him, taking a moment to assess before saying, You are audacious. Upon hearing these words, Ming Shirin instinctively knelt again, thinking, This is it. Master is about to unleash his wrath. Fan Xiuwen's strength is unfathomable. You have just entered the Yuan Shenjie realm and dare to provoke such a person. Are you tired of living? Zhou's tone was grave and reproachful. Disciple dares not. Ming Shirin quickly replied. I was afraid he wouldn't come, so I engaged a few of them. I did not wish to kill, but they pursued me relentlessly. I had no choice but to hide in the woods and deal with them, Ming Shirin explained. Foolish, Zhou calmly assessed his actions. If he truly intended to harm you, Fan Xiuwen alone would suffice. He would not grant you the opportunity. Upon hearing this, Ming Shirin felt a surge of terror and began to regret. He whispered, Is Fan Xiuwen truly that formidable? Zhou Yuan'er interjected. His real name is Lung Luo. Did you not see the flying letter Master sent you? Ming Shirin sat on the ground, somewhat dazed. He had not heard of Fan Xiuwen, but the name Lung Luo was certainly familiar. In those days, Lung Luo was renowned, had it not been for Master S' astounding emergence, leading the 9 disciples to fame. Lung Luo's name would likely have endured for a long time. He was indeed a cunning and profoundly skilled powerhouse. How could Ming Shirin not feel apprehensive after killing the Black Knights under the watchful eyes of such a formidable figure? Why had Fan Xiuwen not acted personally? Lost in thought, a female cultivator from Yu Palace approached, bowing as she announced, Lord, outside Jinting Mountain, Fan Xiuwen requests an audience. He has arrived. Zhou remarked, gazing outside Motian. Ming Shirin stood up and became exceedingly earnest. Master, should I drive him away and postpone our meeting until next time? Ming Shirin suggested cautiously. After all, Master was older. Even if he could suppress Fan Xiuwen in terms of strength and cultivation, he might not wish to face such a powerful adversary daily. Lu Zhou waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, "Let him come up. Disciple will go to greet him." Ming Shirin hastily replied, not bothering to tidy his disheveled appearance as he headed outside Emotion Go. Zhou Yuan'er cheerfully declared, "Master, I will go too." Lu Zhou did not stop her. After all, Fan Xiuwen had already reached the foot of the mountain. He was a wise man and would not recklessly harm his disciples. At Jinting Mountain, outside the barrier, more than a dozen black knights stood imposing in a row. At the forefront stood none other than Fan Xiuwen, flanked by 4 of his trusted subordinates, the 4 great black knights. Fan Xiuwen gazed at the softly glowing barrier of Jinting Mountain, his voice hoarse as he remarked, "I did not expect Jinting Mountain to possess such advantageous formations of celestial and earthly elements." A black knight behind him stated, "I have heard that even the combined might of the top 10 masters in the Yuan Xinjie realm would struggle to breach the Jinting Mountain barrier. This formation is indeed awe-inspiring." Fan Xiuwen nodded gently, his demeanor unruffled as he instructed, "You 4 will ascend the mountain with me. The rest shall remain here." "Understood," his subordinates replied. Just then, a figure rushed down the steps with lightning speed. The newcomer was none other than Ming Shirin. He halted at a distance from the barrier and glanced over, recognizing the black knights he had encountered in the forest. The foremost figure, clad in black armor and wearing a black tiger mask, was rumored to be Lung Luo. Quite intimidating. Ming Shirin did not dare to be careless and clasped his hands, stating, "Master requests your presence." Fan Xiuwen regarded him with a sidelong glance and spoke softly, "Ming Shirin, the 4th disciple of Emotion Go. I will not hold you accountable for killing my 4 black knights, considering your esteemed master. Your seniority is truly commendable. I feel ashamed," Ming Shirin replied. "However, I acted in self-defense. They relentlessly pursued me," he continued. A black knight behind Fan Xiuwen coldly interjected, "Were you not the one who infiltrated our black knights' camp first? I was merely concerned that you would not relay the message properly, and when the time came, my master would blame me. I could not bear that." Ming Shirin insisted, "What kind of person is my master? I trust one need not elaborate." Ming Shirin addressed them as master, effectively silencing them. Fan Xiuwen raised his hand, signaling his subordinates to refrain from speaking, and calmly stated, "If the esteemed master sincerely invites me, how could I refuse? Please lead the way." The way he addressed the master revealed his confidence. However, Ming Shirin preferred the likes of Zhou Xinjian, who at least addressed him with a comfortable sir. Unfortunately, Zhou Xinjian was already deceased. The master had declared his departure. Ming Shirin approached the barrier and gently waved his hand, creating an opening. "How intriguing," Fan Xiuwen nodded. He took the lead into the opening, followed closely by the other 4 black knights. When the last black knight reached the threshold, he paused, glanced at Ming Shirin, and said, "As the 4th disciple of Emotion Go, should the opportunity arise, I would appreciate a few pointers." The master had said not to engage in casual combat. Ming Shirin, maintaining his composure, replied with indifference. The black knight said nothing further and followed suit. All 5 men wore masks, concealing their expressions. They left their black steeds at the foot of the mountain and ascended the steps towards Emotion Go. Halfway up, Fan Xiuwen suddenly halted, his demeanor calm as he inquired, "Who lurks stealthily?" A figure clad in green darted through the trees, leaping from one branch to another. Zhou Yuan'er perched on a tree trunk, frowning as she muttered, "So ugly." She meant ugly, not frightening. "The adults of Emotion Go show no respect for us." Fan Xiuwen raised his hand, interrupting her words, and continued his ascent. If he could tolerate Ming Shirin's slaying of 4 black knights, he would be furious at such insults. How could he still serve as the leader of the black knights? In his past, when he held the top position on the blacklist, he had faced far worse slanders than this and had long since learned to see through it all. Upon spotting the others, Zhou Yuan'er made a face at Ming Shirin and flew back up the mountain. Few could navigate the heights and depths of the mountain as freely as she did, for she was the sole favorite of the master. Ming Shirin shook his head in resignation, saying, "Please do not be vexed by my little junior sister." Fan Xiuwen replied calmly, "It is of no concern." Moments later, they arrived at Emotion Go and slowly entered the grand hall. Ming Shirin's gaze swept across the room, noticing Zhao Yu and Yi Tianxing, who appeared somewhat fatigued as they sat in chairs. Zhou Jifeng, Pan Chong, and Duan Musheng stood to the left. Fan Xiuwen stood tall with one hand behind his back, while his 4 subordinates positioned themselves in a square formation behind him. The hall fell silent, all eyes drawn to these 5 figures. Fan Xiuwen's gaze locked onto the elder seated in the hall, Lu Zhou. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, doubt filled Fan Xiuwen's mind as rumors of Ji Tiandao nearing the end of his life surfaced. After a millennium of cultivation, He would soon return to the realm of heaven and earth. Fan Xiuan's perception of life essence differed from the ordinary. Indeed, this renowned elder seemed to possess only around 15 years of life remaining. Regarding cultivation, he sensed it was unwise to pry, as it would be akin to provocation. Having met Elder Ji, Fan Xiuan was the first to speak, maintaining a respectful yet assertive tone, neither hurried nor slow. His four subordinates simultaneously clasped their hands in greeting. Zhou, his expression calm and unreadable, responded, "Please take a seat." The implication was unmistakable. He spoke from a position of authority, looking down upon them. As Fan Xiuan settled into his seat, he clasped his hands and stated, "I have heard that Elder Ji wishes to see me, and I did not dare delay, bringing the Black Knights here without pause. May I inquire what instructions you have for me?" Zhou stroked his beard and gestured towards Yi Tianxin, asking, "Do you recognize this person?" Through the mask, Fan Xiuan's gaze fell upon Yi Tianxin, who sat opposite him, her complexion unusually pale. He shook his head, replying candidly, "I do not know her." Zhou Yuan'er, observing this, giggled. "This is the sixth disciple my master took in, my senior sister, Yi Tianxin, traitor. So, she is the sixth disciple of Mo Tiangu. My apologies," Fan Xiuan murmured softly. Zhou nodded, his demeanor unwavering as he inquired, "Do you recall Yulong village?" Fan Xiuan remained still, encased in heavy armor and a dark mask that concealed his expression, rendering his thoughts unreadable. He shook his head, indicating no recollection. After all, Yulong village was too insignificant. As the leader of the Black Knights, he would hardly remember such a minor settlement. "Why do you inquire about Yulong village?" Fan Xiuan asked. Yi Tianxin, Zhou pronounced her name with gravity. Yi Tianxin trembled slightly, struggling to maintain her composure, and said softly, "Yulong village had 354 inhabitants. 150 years ago, they were all slaughtered." She refrained from elaborating further. After leaving Jintingshan, she had investigated this matter, only to find that all evidence pointed to her master, the renowned leader of Mo Tiangu, Ji Tiandao. Fan Xiuan nodded, saying, "I see. I express my deep regret regarding the massacre of Yulong village." However, he shifted his gaze to Zhou, asking, "Is this the reason Elder Ji summoned me?" "Indeed." Zhou replied calmly. "What is it to me? The palace records indicate that the one responsible for the slaughter of Yulong village was none other than myself." Though Fan Xiuan's expression remained hidden, subtle movements betrayed his surprise or tension. "Is that so?" Fan Xiuan expressed his astonishment. As Zhou spoke, it was clear that Yi Tianxin's expression had become somewhat strained. The Black Knights, being part of the secretive imperial faction, would not have their actions recorded in the palace archives, Zhou stated plainly. Fan Xiuan clasped his hands and said, "It is unfortunate that practitioners today are aware that the Black Knights are part of the imperial faction. Has the Black Knights not ventured to do to Tianjiang?" Zhou countered. Upon hearing this, Fan Xiuan seemed to have anticipated the question. A shrewd individual, he understood Zhou's intentions from the moment Yi Tianxin was mentioned. He chuckled hoarsely, his voice resonating throughout Mo Tiangu. "Let us set aside the matter of Yulong village for now. I have another matter to discuss with Elder Ji." "Speak," Zhou commanded. The palace conveyed the message, and Fan Xiuan's demeanor shifted to one of respect. The palace would overlook the prior actions of Mo Tiangu, including Ming Shirin's slaying of 4 Black Knights. All could be forgiven. There was but one condition. He paused, lifting his head to survey the room, stating, "That is, Mo Tiangu shall not intervene in the affairs of the Diyin imperial family for the next 10 years. Silence enveloped the hall. The disciples exchanged glances, including Fan Xiuan's close subordinates, who were only now realizing the true purpose of their leader's visit. Fortunately, the task was not daunting. In the vast realm of Diyin, numerous powerful practitioners existed. Some feared the palace's might and would not easily meddle in its affairs. Others had been recruited into the palace, becoming part of the influence of some significant figure. After a brief pause, Fan Xiuan added, "The Black Knights do not wish to oppose Mo Tiangu, nor do they have the qualifications or strength to do so. This statement reflects the request of the Black Knights, and I hope Elder Ji will grant it." Having made his point, he fell silent, having conveyed his intentions. Everyone turned their gaze towards Zhou, awaiting his response. Yet Ming Shirin interjected with a laugh. "The last person who spoke so boldly here has long departed. Do you wish to follow in his footsteps?" Fan Xiuan clasped his hands. "I dare not." Zhou stroked his beard and stated, "Lung Luo." As those words left his lips, Fan Xiuan's heart raced, and he froze momentarily. "Are you threatening me?" Zhou's penetrating gaze bore into Fan Xiuan. However, the previous statement carried a hint of veiled threat. The might of Moshinj indeed instills trepidation, whether it is Zhou himself or the 9 esteemed disciples. No faction would dare underestimate Moshenge, even if we disregard Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangro. What audacity allowed Fan Xiuwen to assert that Moshenge would refrain from interfering with the imperial family? What did those words signify? Fan Xiuwen rose and clasped his hands, stating, "Since the esteemed elder is aware of my identity, why must you deliberately make things difficult for a junior? The name Lung Luo has long vanished 300 years ago. All past grievances are likewise bygone. As an elder, I ought to address you as brother. The name on the black list is not a badge of honor. Rather, it has become an indelible stain upon my life." His words were imbued with righteousness and eloquence, sending shivers down the spines of the listeners. The former number one on the black list, notorious for his misdeeds, suddenly attempting to sever ties with his past. Was that not absurd? Fan Xiuwen continued, "As for threats, the Black Knights would never dare such a thing. They merely convey the palace's commands. Should the elder decline, I am powerless to change that." The hall fell into silence once more. Ming Shireen scoffed. "Knowing it will be rejected, does speaking it not amount to a waste of breath?" Duan Musheng retorted. "You would have Moshenge refrain from interfering in palace affairs. By your logic, if I were to comply, would I then be subject to a blade from the palace? My fifth junior sister Zhao Yu has had her cultivation sealed by those in the palace and has been sent to the holy altar for a marriage alliance. Who will take responsibility for that? And what of the massacre in Yulong village? Who will explain that?" The crowd cast a glance at Duan Musheng, astonished that the usually reticent Duan Mu had articulated such a compelling argument. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and inquired, "Lung Luo, have you understood?" The implication was clear. He acknowledged the words of his disciples, which greatly bolstered their confidence. Historically, such a scenario would have been unfathomable, where careless speech could invite calamity. Fan Xiuwen clasped his hands, responding, "I have no desire to defy the palace's edicts, so why must I lower myself to their level?" "No, you misunderstand," Lu Zhou interjected, rising and placing his hands behind his back. This simple gesture compelled Fan Xiuwen to rise as well. The other four subordinates exchanged glances, feeling a twinge of concern. Rumor had it that Ji Tiandao was a volatile and unpredictable tyrant, likely to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Was the massacre in Yulong village the doing of the Black Knights? Lu Zhou finally posed the question. His aged yet profound gaze bore into Fan Xiuwen, his grip firm. Awaiting an answer, the question reverberated throughout the grand hall. Yi Tianxin, weakened and dispirited, widened her eyes in disbelief at the question posed to both her master and the opposing Fan Xiuwen. Was there truly more to the Yulong village incident than met the eye? For reasons unknown, her heart raced. The atmosphere grew tense and stifling. Fan Xiuwen did not directly answer Lu Zhou's inquiry, instead stating, "In the realm of Dian, how can foreign races take root? There are far too many outsiders in Dutian River." As he spoke, he unconsciously cast a glance at Yi Tianxin, which indirectly implied acknowledgement. He was astute enough to recognize that in such circumstances, debating the truth or denying reality was futile, if there were not sufficient grounds and evidence. Why would Moshenge have summoned him? This response left all present exchanging glances. Were the palace and local records tampered with by you? It was I. Fan Xiuwen did not deny, but continued, "Few can access the palace's records. Esteemed elder, do you have spies within the palace?" Lu Zhou abruptly turned, disregarding the question. "So, you are attempting to tarnish my reputation?" Ji Tiandao's numerous misdeeds, including the infamous actions of the 9 disciples, had long been attributed to him, resulting in a notorious reputation. In time, those with malicious intent would seize the opportunity to pin more crimes on Ji Tiandao, while the absence of accusations would not be missed. However, Lu Zhou would not be so easily swayed. Fan Xiuwen exclaimed, "The Black Knights merely follow orders. They are not the masterminds. Moreover, to my knowledge, the 6th disciple of Moshenge is a traitor. Why must you confront the palace over a mere traitor?" As his words fell, Yi Tianxin forced herself to stand, seizing the long sword wielded by the female cultivator from Yanhua Palace behind her. With a swift motion, she lunged at Fan Xiuwen. Yet, with an unyielding stance, Fan Xiuwen remained unmoved, hands clasped behind his back, resembling a statue. The blade shattered upon impact, clattering to the ground, leaving everyone in shock. With tears in her eyes, Yi Tianxin cried out, "Who is the true mastermind?" Fan Xiuwen, exuding a faint aura of energy, pushed Yi Tianxin back. "Elder Ji, the Black Knights do not wish to be adversaries of Moshenge. I have answered all your inquiries. As for the mastermind, I cannot disclose that. I have delivered the palace's message. The esteemed elder may choose as you see fit." With that, he turned and stepped toward the exit of Moshenge, followed by the other 4, who bowed in unison. After taking a few steps, Fan Xiuwen halted and added, "As a junior, I offer 2 pieces of advice. It is wise not to oppose the palace, for 10 years pass in the blink of an eye. Secondly, though the Black Knights may not rival Moshinj, they are not mere soft persimmons to be manipulated at will. Farewell. The 5 Black Knights had suffered under Moshinj's pressure since their ascent, and they had never endured such treatment. Dignity, face, and attitude could all be disregarded. Fan Xiuyan had nearly lowered himself to the utmost degree. His final words uplifted the spirits of his 4 subordinates, dissipating the pent-up frustration within them. Those words resonated deeply. Indeed, Moshinj was formidable, yet the Black Knights were no pushover. However, just as the 5 were about to exit the hall, Zhou stroked his beard and remarked, "Did I ever instruct you to leave?" Huh. Fan Xiuyan paused, a sense of foreboding washing over him. "I summoned you here with no intention of allowing your departure." Zhou waved his hand. Duan Musheng and Ming Shirin had long been dissatisfied. They had expected their master to avoid confrontation, considering the Black Knights hailed from the palace. Unlike the reckless Zhou Xinchan, yet to their surprise, their master remained resolute. With a swift motion, Ming Shirin and Duan Musheng leaped into action, landing outside the grand hall. Fan Xiuyan slowly turned around, questioning, "Must you truly resort to such measures over a mere traitor?" Zhou replied indifferently, "I shall deal with the traitor myself. It is not for you to dictate. Speak of the mastermind behind the scenes, and I shall ensure your remains are intact." Fan Xiuyan understood. He simply returned to his original position, slightly clasping his hands, stating, "The 4 Dark Knights are at your service." Since Moshinj wished to witness the capabilities of the Black Knights, he would oblige. With a hum, for resounding vibrations echoed, accompanied by 4 golden lotus forms, 2 3-leaf and 2 2-leaf. The towering forms, standing 3 to 4 zhang high, emanated a profound aura. Chapter 85. The fierceness of the disciples. All present gazed in astonishment at the 4 lotus forms. Zhou felt no surprise. The leader of the formidable Black Knights, once the number 1 on the blacklist, would undoubtedly possess some measure of capability. His presence here signified ample confidence and courage. These 4 Black Knights were all masters of the Yuan Xinjie realm. Fan Xiuyan, hands behind his back, reiterated, "As I have said, I do not wish to be enemies with Moshinj." This statement was all the more jarring, exemplifying a retreat disguised as progress. Despite professing an aversion to conflict with Moshinj, he consistently provoked them. Even the traitor Yi Tianxin began to simmer with anger upon hearing his words. Zhou contemplated how to respond. For masters of the Yuan Xinjie realm meant that Xiao Yuan could not participate. Ming Shirin and Duan Musheng could each handle 1, leaving 2 remaining. Moreover, the leader of the Black Knights possessed unfathomable strength. He certainly had the option to deliver a lethal strike and swiftly eliminate Fan Xiuyan. However, the mastermind behind the massacre in Yulong village had yet to be uncovered. Even if he were to slay him, the remaining prop cards would not suffice to transport the 4 Dark Knights. Of course, he still possessed merit points, which could be utilized to replenish his lethal strike, ideally. He wished to resolve the issue while conserving resources, as accumulating merit points was no trivial task. While he was deep in thought, the Dark Knight under his command was preparing to challenge him to a few rounds. One of the 4 Dark Knights suddenly targeted Ming Shirin. As he had only recently entered the Yuan Xinjie realm, Ming Shirin was caught off guard and began to retreat in haste. He propelled himself back with the tips of his toes, crashing into the air in a series of explosive retreats. "Do not assist me, Dark Knights. I disdain the notion of victory through numbers," he declared, exuding confidence and vowing to defeat Ming Shirin single-handedly. This was precisely the outcome the 4 Dark Knights desired. The battle escalated outside the hall, growing ever more intense. This was beneficial, although Ming Shirin's Dharma body had not yet unfurled its leaves. It had been suppressed for too long before entering the Yuan Xinjie realm, akin to Duan Musheng, who was poised to unleash his buried potential. Real combat would expedite their growth. With Ming Shirin's cunning, if he found himself unable to win, he would undoubtedly retreat, leaving no cause for concern regarding his safety. Duan Musheng, however, was a different matter. He spoke gravely, "1 is insufficient. Let 2 come at me." The Bawang spear swirled effortlessly in his hands, accompanied by the sound of clinking chains. Fan Xiuyan turned slightly, his gaze landing upon Duan Musheng. A celestial-grade weapon? The Bawang spear, in Duan Musheng's grasp, emanated an imposing aura, its dragon motif spiraling from the butt to the tip. One hand gripped the dragon's tail, while the other held the spear's head, causing the spear to quiver with energy. The formidable essence surged through the Bawang spear, transforming into a terrifying gale. Without offering his opponents a chance to respond, Duan Musheng lunged at one of them. The Dark Knight engaged with his Dharma body. But the disparity between wielding a celestial-grade weapon and lacking one was fundamental knowledge within the cultivation realm. The gale generated by the celestial-grade weapon nearly multiplied Duan Muxing's striking range several times. Moreover, a skilled wielder could even breach a Dharma body with a celestial-grade weapon. Once the Dharma body dissipated, the gap between them in the Yuanshan Jie realm would vanish. The Bawang spear struck with relentless speed, resembling a dragon in flight. Duan Muxing grew increasingly emboldened, and in no time, the two had battled their way beyond the Grand Hall. I shall join. Another Dark Knight sensed the imbalance and promptly entered the fray. Now facing two opponents, Duan Muxing, armed with a celestial-grade weapon, stood against both a 2-leaf and a 3-leaf Dharma body. Initially, his vigorous offense had pressured his adversaries, but with an additional opponent, the strain intensified dramatically. The two Dark Knights collaborated, unleashing a mighty gale. Duan Muxing braced himself, positioning the Bawang spear before him, encircled by chains. The impact was jarring, sending him skidding backward, his feet gliding across the ground, leaving 2 narrow fissures in his wake. The onlookers were left in awe. This hardly resembled someone who had just entered the Yuanshan Jie realm. It appeared as though he had lingered within that realm for an extended period. The Bawang spear moved with extraordinary finesse, employing techniques such as Liao Yuan Bai Ji and Dai Lang Qian Zhong, each usage spawning countless spear shadows. This exemplified the terror of celestial-grade weapons and the reason countless cultivators sought them. Fan Xiaowen couldn't help but applaud, exclaiming, "Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes? Who could believe that a disciple of the Mo Tiangu, yet to unfurl his leaves, could take on 2 foes?" There remained one Dark Knight at his side, who whispered, "Leader, I request to join the battle." Fan Xiaowen raised his hand, declining the request. Instead, he turned to regard Lu Zhou, who stood with an air of calmness. The 4 Dark Knights were all practitioners of the Yuanshan Jie realm, seldom revealing their prowess against Ming Shirin. The eldest, Chen Zhangyi. The second, Yu Chong. The fourth, Duan Yanhong. And yet to make his move, the third, the sharpshooter Li Qing. The implication of mentioning Li Qing as the sharpshooter was clear. He was not a close combatant and could join the battle at any moment. Celestial-grade weapons were exceedingly rare, and Li Qing was not fortunate enough to possess one. He made do with an earthly-grade bow. Nevertheless, with that bow in hand, he could achieve perfect accuracy in his shots. Fan Xiaowen remarked. As Li Qing's bow resonated with his Dharma body, it levitated into his grasp. Fan Xiaowen bowed towards Lu Zhou, reiterating his earlier statement. Before he could finish, a humming sound resonated from beyond the Grand Hall. The crowd instinctively looked up, and Zhou Jifeng exclaimed in astonishment, "The Dharma body has unfurled its leaves." When a Dharma body unfurls its leaves, it expands immediately, increasing height, distance, radiation range, aura, and the absorption of vital energy. Mr. San's innate talent was astonishing, managing to unfurl his leaves amidst battle. At that moment, they witnessed Duan Muxing let out a thunderous roar as the Bawang spear spun upward. His clothing shredded, revealing a robust physique. With a mighty pull, he straightened the chains. The gale erupted from his body, a display of the tremendous power unleashed upon unfurling leaves. The second and fourth Dark Knights were compelled to retreat. The Bawang spear plummeted straight down, piercing through the chains. The sound of snapping chains echoed. Duan Muxing, like a raging torrent, seized the Bawang spear by its dragon motif. "Taste my might." The 3 resumed their fierce duel, the intensity surpassing all that had come before. Lu Zhou was taken aback by Duan Muxing's unexpected breakthrough, nodding in satisfaction. Fan Xiaowen gestured with his hand, conveying a clear message. "Proceed." The sharpshooter Li Qing raised his hand, drawing back the bowstring. A surge of vital energy and gale swirled forth. Lu Zhou, calm and collected, stroked his beard and stated, "I abhor those who strike from the shadows." His right hand lifted, bending his arm forward, and a minuscule card shattered in his palm, forming a counterclockwise vortex. The surrounding vital energy was instantly drawn into this whirlpool. Lu Zhou elegantly flicked his sleeve, sending forth a palm strike aimed at the sharpshooter Li Qing. "Dodge!" Fan Xiaowen exclaimed in shock. He had not anticipated Lu Zhou would strike at this moment. He assumed he would remain an observer. A massive handprint advanced, the Dou Wuwei seal. Upon its emergence, it instilled peace and fearlessness in those present. Fan Xiaowen immediately grasped the terrifying nature of that palm print, propelling Li Qing away. Li Qing, gripping his bow tightly, shot out of the Grand Hall with urgency. The Dou Wuwei seal continued its relentless advance, gaining speed. Fan Xiaowen's formidable gale attempted to block the attack. It was futile. Lu Zhou shook his head. All eyes widened in disbelief as they witnessed the Dou Wuwei seal hurtling towards Li Qing. The scene mirrored that of the Holy Altar Square, where a single palm had crushed Kong Xian, yet it was distinctly different. The palm that had vanquished Kong Xian was the Great Vajra Wheel Seal, expanding from small to large, striking with sudden ferocity. The Dao Wuwei seal was not only immense, but also swift. Li Qing hovered in midair, his left hand gripping the sharpshooter's bow. With his right hand, he nocked an arrow, channeling vital energy to form a projectile. This seamless action showcased his formidable prowess, fluid and unimpeded. Alas, the Dao Wuwei seal could not be shaken. The arrow collided with the palm print, producing only a minor ripple before dissipating into nothingness, as though it had been absorbed by the handprint. How can this be? Li Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. His once confident gaze transformed into fear, then despair. A powerful force descended upon him like molten lava from a volcano. No one could discern how Li Qing was defeated. After the Dao Wuwei seal flew forth, the enormous handprint obstructed their view. From a rear perspective, it lunged forward, vanishing from sight. Li Qing's position in midair was now empty, his shadow completely absent. The air seemed to freeze in place. Before Fan Xiuwen could even summon his Dharma body for rescue, his most loyal subordinate had simply vanished. The gale he had unleashed had proven utterly ineffectual, leaving him powerless to intervene as the handprint advanced, helplessly witnessing the unfolding calamity. This profound sense of helplessness left him in a state of utter horror. The master of the Mo Tiangu, Ji Tian Dao, a former adversary, appears to have grown even stronger. Fan Xiuwen stands in a daze, unable to believe his eyes. Outside, the sounds of battle between Duan Musheng and two formidable black knights echo continuously. Is this the true power of the Mo Tiangu? What of the so-called lifespan limits and declining cultivation? The prowess of the archer Li Qing, capable of resolving a Yuanshan Jia realm with a single strike, confirms that Ji Tian Dao remains in peak condition. Master S might is unparalleled, Zhou Yuan'er exclaimed, breaking the silence of the grand hall, pointing at Fan Xiuwen and declaring, Master, and him. Zhou Jifeng and Pan Chong merely expressed admiration, not as astonished as Fan Xiuwen, for they had witnessed even more exaggerated scenes before. Whether it was the Jiuyi Fa Shun or Ji Tian Dao unleashing devastating moves in his prime, it felt far more terrifying than the Dao Wuwei Yin. Yi Tian Xin took a step back, her frail body making it difficult to stand, and she slumped into her chair. Had it not been for her subordinates supporting her, no one would dare approach her. The expression beneath Fan Xiuwen's black mask was inscrutable, but his prolonged silence and stiff posture suggested he was furious and unwilling to concede. You may kill other black knights, but I will not hold it against you. Whoever touches the 4 black knights is my enemy, Fan Xiuwen declared emphatically. The others noticed the shift in his demeanor, as his respectful title for Lu Zhou morphed into a more casual Yu, indicating his anger. Lu Zhou casually glanced at the ongoing battle outside the hall. Duan Musheng was growing bolder with each passing moment, and as the fight progressed, his synergy with the Overlord Spear improved remarkably. The 2 black knights, who initially held the advantage, were gradually being pushed back by Duan Musheng, and it would not be long before he claimed victory. As for Ming Shirin, Lu Zhou harbored no concerns. It was the unfortunate leader of the 4 black knights, Chen Zhonghe, who would likely face misfortune. Jinting Mountain remained the territory of the Mo Tiangu, typically shielded by barriers. With the Master S constraints, the disciples dared not venture far, instead wandering within Jinting Mountain, thoroughly familiar with every corner. Ming Shirin's erratic movements were designed to exploit her knowledge of the terrain and toy with her opponents. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, casting a glance at Fan Xiuwen, and remarked, Lung Luo, you have ultimately overestimated yourself. Fan Xiuwen slightly cupped his fists, his vital energy beginning to surge. The others retreated a step, aware that Fan Xiuwen was about to act. If the Mo Tiangu could not provide an explanation to Li Qing, the brothers of the Black Knights would not acquiesce, nor would the palace. With each word Fan Xiuwen spoke, his aura swelled, growing increasingly potent and profound. Lu Zhou's expression remained calm as he opted not to act immediately, wishing to discern what means this former first on the blacklist possessed that granted him the audacity to stand here. The resonance of vital energy thrummed, radiating outward from Fan Xiuwen. Had it not been for the Mo Tiangu's formidable defenses and protective formations, the emergence of his Fa Shun could have dismantled the Mo Tiangu. A colossal Fa Shin materialized, prompting Zhou Jifeng to furrow his brow in trepidation. Had they not witnessed Lu Zhou's Jiuyi Fa Shun with their own eyes, they might have been thoroughly intimidated. Among the 8 leaves, there exists a hierarchy. Tian Dao had entered the ranks of the Eight Leaves 300 years ago when he seized the top spot on the blacklist. Moreover, he had since ascended to the realm of the Nine Leaves. Zhou continued to stroke his beard, showing no concern for Fan Xiuwan, and remarked nonchalantly, "Lung Luo, is this all you have?" Fan Xiuwan responded solemnly, "Centuries ago, when we clashed, we reached a stalemate. Now, though I admit I cannot defeat you, I still believe it will end in a draw." In that instant, Fan Xiuwan's figure scattered before them, manifesting as ghostly afterimages. All present staggered backward. Fan Xiuwan's sole target was the unyielding Zhou, who stood firm. Without hesitation, Zhou casually flicked his sleeve. A net woven from vital energy materialized from within his sleeve, precisely blocking Fan Xiuwan's advance. Daoyin technique, Zhou mused, initially believing he would need to expend another flawless technique. However, this binding net seemed effective. A 30% chance to hit, perhaps, even if it failed to connect. It would be sufficient to force him back. The net shimmered with golden light, transforming from fine to coarse. What kind of technique was this? Everyone marveled, having never witnessed its like. No sect within the Great Yin, renowned for their cultivation, possessed a similar maneuver. They could only watch in astonishment as the net surged forward. Fan Xiuwan bellowed, "Such tricks! Do you truly believe you can thwart the Daoyin of the Eight Leaves?" With a flash, he darted past the net. 10 meters. 3 meters, 1 meter. Clang. Just as he approached, the net abruptly flattened against the ground, and a more immense golden cage inexplicably descended from above, enveloping him within the great hall. Bang! Fan Xiuwan's Daoyin technique collided with the cage. Ding! Captured a target at the Yuanshan Jie realm of 8 leaves. Reward 200 merit points. The binding cage successfully ensnared him. Zhou nodded, realizing the cage was far more useful than anticipated. How many merit points could be gained from eliminating this 8 leaves? Capturing him would yield far fewer merit points than capturing a disciple of the Mo Tiange. If he had not triggered the probability, using the binding cage would likely result in a loss. Having crashed into the peculiar energy-woven bars, Fan Xiuwan found himself ensnared as if trapped in a cell. Lung Luo, I ask you once more, who is the mastermind behind the events in Yulong village? Zhou stood with his hands clasped behind his back as the cage began to constrict slowly. What had initially occupied the center of the grand hall began to shrink, the walls of the cage inching closer. Fan Xiuwan retreated, not answering Zhou's query, but gazing at the surrounding cage murmuring, "Do you think you can trap me?" This declaration, filled with confidence, resonated with the strength of an 8 leaves Yuanshan Jie realm cultivator, evoking a profound sense of assurance in any practitioner. The 6-sided cage formed a square matrix, continuing to contract. Fan Xiuwan took 3 steps back, his hands crossing in front of him as he prepared his stance. Zhou lightly nodded in appreciation. Daoyin divine techniques? This will allow me to test the capabilities of the binding cage. Can the divine techniques evade its grasp? Fan Xiuwan's gestures were completed in an instant. An energy erupted the moment he finished. Bang! The cage tightened further. Bang, bang, bang. Countless shadows collided within the cage, akin to enraged beasts thrashing about. To ordinary eyes, his figure might have become indistinct, moving too swiftly to perceive. Yet, as powerful cultivators, everyone present could see, albeit not with perfect clarity, nevertheless. The sheer combat prowess Fan Xiuwan displayed was awe-inspiring. The sounds of impact reverberated throughout the grand hall. Yet no matter how he attempted to execute this technique, he could not escape the bindings of the cage. Zhou merely shook his head, thinking him unfortunate, as a 30% probability had indeed struck him. Suddenly finding the noise bothersome, Zhou commanded, "Close." With a silent incantation, the binding cage obeyed his command, swiftly retracting. Crack! Armor shattered. The mask fell away. Fan Xiuwan's visage was revealed, the cage just touching his skin, binding him securely. Zhou cast a fleeting glance before turning his gaze elsewhere. His features, now marred, appeared somewhat grotesque, rendering them difficult to admire. Having traversed a path of villainy 3 centuries ago, Fan Xiuwan had become a target of universal scorn. Yet, it was regrettable that he had taken a path entirely divergent from Tian Dao. Observing his current state elicited a sense of irony. From beginning to end, "It has always been you overestimating yourself," Zhou remarked indifferently. Fan Xiuwan had completely relinquished his resistance. He felt the encroaching cage tightening around him, binding not only his body, but also his cultivation. He attempted to summon the vitality from his dantian, yet to no avail. Relying solely on the strength of his flesh, it was impossible to break free from the cage. Fan Xiuwan looked at Zhou with a hint of unwillingness. Zhou remained calm and collected. as if everything before him was under his control, and indeed, it was so. What do you truly desire, senior? Fan Xiaowen could not comprehend. The power of Mo Tiangu indeed exceeded his expectations. The events of today had surpassed his control. Lu Zhou spoke calmly. Who was the mastermind behind the massacre at Yulong village? Fan Xiaowen, unable to believe his ears, gazed at this formidable old demon. Astonished that he would offend the He Qi and the significant figures within the palace for the sake of a traitor. Fan Xiaowen turned his head away. Lu Zhou was unconcerned and said, I have plenty of time. Time. Fan Xiaowen coughed lightly, 15 years at most. In this world, who will remember you? Zhou Yuan'er waved her fist, retorting, I remember. Fan Xiaowen cast a speechless glance at the girl. Lu Zhou nodded and said, that is of little importance. Senior, it is futile to kill me. Those who join the He Qi are indifferent to life and death. Even if all the He Qi perish, you will uncover nothing. Stubborn. Lu Zhou gently shook his head, choosing not to engage further with Fan Xiaowen. To join an organization like the He Qi, 300 years would suffice to ensure his lips were sealed tight. Such a person could not be threatened by death. Lu Zhou was in no hurry. Since the world believed he could last at most another decade, he would live to demonstrate otherwise. He indeed had ample time to spare. Outside the Grand Hall, after opening his leaves, Duan Musheng seemed transformed, exuding a wild aura and overwhelming vitality. This rugged combat style concealed a meticulousness within. Whenever the two He Qi approached him, Duan Musheng always managed to evade. The intensity of the battle among the three was overwhelming. The blue stone floor of the plaza outside Mo Tianji's hall was in ruins. Yet at this moment, such details were of little concern. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, watching the fight with nonchalance. The battle raged on without resolution. Observing the scene, Lu Zhou spoke in a deep voice, too slow. His voice, laced with a hint of vitality, resonated and entered Duan Musheng's ears. Understanding the cue, Duan Musheng suddenly exploded in speed. The Bawang Chong in his hand became an indistinct blur, surrounded by chaotic shadows. The two He Qi were momentarily stunned, amidst the continuous clash of their vital energies. It had become nearly impossible to maintain such rapid speed and technique. Could Duan Musheng truly achieve this? A monster. Lu Zhou pointed at the battlefield, stating, Lung Luo, you not only overestimate yourself, but also underestimate Mo Tiangu. Duan Musheng had actually gained the upper hand. The two He Qi felt the pressure surge. As hundreds of spear shadows relentlessly pierced towards them, it mattered not whether they possessed vital energy. They were unafraid of the protective forms. When the Bawang Chong was wielded to its utmost, it could shatter the protective forms. Bang, bang, bang. The two He Qi, with their protective forms, could no longer withstand the pressure and began to retreat. How could this be possible? A newly opened Leaves Yuanshan Jiebing was overwhelming a second and a third Leaves Yuanshan Jiebing. Duan Musheng had accomplished this. Just as Duan Musheng leapt into the air, Lu Zhou cast a glance and transmitted, if not now for your strongest technique, then when? The strongest techniques of any martial art can be termed as divine arts. Such techniques consume an immense amount of vitality, thus they cannot be used frequently. Yet Duan Musheng seemed like a machine with inexhaustible energy, never diminishing in his state. The guidance from his master bolstered his confidence. The Bawang Chong swung. The paths of spears and swords converged, and the scene of Lu Zhou demonstrating that supreme move arose in his mind. Tian 1 UK. Countless spear shadows appeared and descended. Retreat. The two He Qi hastily withdrew. Alas, it was too late. Bang, bang, bang. The protective vital energy of the two He Qi was pierced by the Bawang Chong, while the spear shadows continued forward, swaying left and right, striking twice in an instant. The two were sent flying. Plop. They fell onto the broken blue stone ground, blood flowing from their shoulders, clutching their wounds, and gazing in horror at Duan Musheng. They had lost, utterly. No schemes, no exploiting weaknesses. It was straightforward, 1 against 2. Lu Zhou maintained a tranquil expression and nodded in approval. Duan Musheng emerged victorious. His confidence soaring, excitement filling his heart. Kneeling on one knee, he clasped his fists and said, Disciple thanks Master for the guidance. I have not failed my mission in taking down these two. Grasping the Bawang Chong, he pointed towards Yu Chong and Duan Yanhong, fearful they might flee. Fan Xiaowen clutched the cage, his eyes brimming with disbelief. There is one more, Lu Zhou remarked indifferently. Fan Xiaowen swallowed hard. His earlier pride had been thoroughly eroded by these successive blows. The subordinate is incompetent. The subordinate is incompetent. Yu Chong and Duan Yanhong were filled with shame. Zhou Yuan'er called out to them. It's not about being incompetent. Being defeated by my master means you can boast about it outside. Duan Musheng scratched his head. Wasn't he at me who defeated them? Chapter 88. Not on purpose. Zhou Yuan'er playfully approached Lu Zhou, saying, "Third senior brother, your protective form has opened its leaves, thanks to Master teaching you the Bawang Chong." Upon mentioning the Bawang Chong, everyone else was filled with envy. In that recent battle, the spotlight had almost entirely been stolen by the Bawang Chong. The experts Yu Chong and Duan Yanhong of the He Qi accepted their defeat with respect, especially when faced with a monster like Duan Musheng, who also possessed a heavenly weapon. Duan Musheng nodded. Little junior sister is right. My technique Tian 1 UK pales in comparison to Master S. If it were not for the Bawang Chong, I might not have been able to defeat these two. Yu Chong and Duan Yanhong struggled to lift their heads, gazing at the trapped Fan Xiuwen with incredulity. Why did the leader of the 8 leaves Yuanshan Jiebing have no means to fight back? They, as second and third leaves, had at least battled for a while before ultimately succumbing. With the leader's cultivation, shouldn't he have been able to engage in a 3-day stalemate with Jitian Dao? It was also their focus on battling Duan Musheng that made them oblivious to the internal commotion within Mo Tiange. Lu Zhou remained composed, standing in the grand hall. His gaze swept over Yu Chong and Duan Yanhong, and he said coolly, "Seal their cultivation." Disciple obeys. Duan Musheng replied with a bow. At that moment, Pan Zhong jumped out and said, "Leave this to me. I'm quite adept at it." The cultivation of practitioners, ultimately, is contingent upon the Dantian and the 8 extraordinary meridians to mobilize vitality. General methods to seal the 8 meridians are ineffective. Many cunning individuals like to hide their tricks within their Dantian, capable of breaking through sealed meridians. Lu Zhou, hands clasped behind his back, nodded. The sealing technique of Jingming Dao indeed possesses its unique merits. Encouraged by Lu Zhou's praise, Pan Zhong became invigorated. Yu Chong glared and said, "How could a reputable sect like Jingming Dao have a traitor like you?" Initially unperturbed, this remark directly infuriated Pan Zhong. "Silence. You defeated subordinates." Pan Zhong flickered and executed the sealing technique. Nearby, Duan Musheng held the Bawang Chong, standing guard behind, his gaze fixed intensely on the two. At the slightest sign of trouble, he would ensure they met their demise. In a brief moment, Pan Zhong managed to seal their cultivation. He was merely a practitioner at the Shun Ting realm, and sealing the powers of Yuanshan Jiebing experts had nearly exhausted all his strength. Not a trace of vitality remained. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Pan Zhong clasped his hands and said, "Master, I have sealed the 8 meridians of both. Only I can unlock them. No one else can." Lu Zhou merely waved his hand, and Pan Zhong stepped back, saying, "Take them away and keep watch at all times. The cultivation has been sealed, and one must find someone to guard it." While confidence is commendable, excessive self-assuredness verges on arrogance. Indeed, Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng emerged simultaneously, leading the two away. Without their cultivation, they were mere prey to be slaughtered. Lu Zhou returned to the throne in the grand hall and slowly seated himself, calling out, "Yi Tianxin." Yi Tianxin trembled slightly, her expression reflecting immense pain, likely due to her prolonged weakness. Upon hearing her name, she slid from her seat and knelt on the ground, her emotions surging as she exclaimed, "Master." Lu Zhou, with an indifferent demeanor, shook his head, ignoring her and directing his gaze towards Fan Xiuwen. "This seat has granted you multiple opportunities. Should you fail to cherish them, do not blame this seat for being heartless," Lu Zhou stated coolly. Fan Xiuwen forced himself to stand upright, feeling the constraints of the prison-like bonds that held him tightly. "Old senior, there is no need for further discussion. I am outmatched and willingly accept my fate," Fan Xiuwen declared. Lu Zhou shook his head, saying, "An 8-leaf avatar, willing to guard secrets for those within the palace. Is this person truly worth your loyalty?" At this point, Lu Zhou did not expect to immediately uncover the mastermind. The secrets concealed by an 8-leaf avatar were undoubtedly profound. This matter required thoughtful investigation. Fan Xiuwen remarked, "Given the current situation, further words are futile." Lu Zhou shook his head, maintaining his indifferent demeanor. Just then, a notification sounded. Ding. Ming Shirin has slain a target of the Yuan Xinjie realm, earning 1,000 merit points. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou displayed no reaction and then asked, "Haishi Qinzhangyi, do you believe he is alive or dead at this moment?" Fan Xiuwen, assuming Lu Zhou was employing psychological tactics, coldly retorted, "Qinzhangyi's agility is unparalleled. Although Ming Shirin is formidable, he should never have left the Grand Hall. The broader the space, the more Qinzhangyi's prowess can be unleashed. You killed Li Qing, and Qinzhangyi killed Ming Shirin. It is merely poetic justice." "Nonsense." Zhou Yuan'er could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "Who cannot boast?" "Boasting?" Fan Xiuyan raspily chuckled. Little girl, the Motion Pavilion is indeed powerful. But it has also limited your vision and understanding. In my prime, not even your master could contend with me. Why do you stare so wide-eyed? Zhou Yuan'er's gaze shifted, moving from Fan Xiuyan to outside the grand hall. Though bound by the prison, Fan Xiuyan turned his head in time to notice Duanmu Sheng, Yi Tianxin, and the female cultivators of the Yin Yu Palace all looking towards the exterior of the grand hall. Ming Shirin appeared outside, slowly stepping in from a sunlit area, slightly disheveled with traces of blood upon him. Yet, in his right hand, he held a short blade, its edge stained with blood, droplets falling to the ground. Fan Xiuyan's brow furrowed sharply. His heart raced violently. Just as he contemplated movement, the tip of a spear was thrust before him. If you wish to die, it can be resolved with a single thrust, Duanmu Sheng warned. At that moment, Ming Shirin entered the center of the grand hall, appearing fatigued, yet bearing a victorious smile. He gently placed the short blade on the ground, stating, Disciple did not intend to kill Qin Zhangyi, but he possessed a top-tier earth-grade weapon. I had no choice but to act decisively for self-preservation. Fan Xiuyan's eyelids twitched incessantly. In his mind, this battle was virtually assured victory. Ming Shirin lacked a weapon and had not opened his leaves. In contrast, Qin Zhangyi was the most formidable among the 4 Black Knights, at the pinnacle of 3 leaves, wielding an earth-grade weapon. Cough, cough, cough. Fan Xiuyan could not accept this reality, erupting into a violent coughing fit. The tumult of his blood and qi brought him great distress. The female cultivators of Yin Yu Palace were equally astonished. The strength of Motion Pavilion exceeded expectations, rendering Yin Yu Palace utterly insignificant by comparison. After listening to Ming Shirin's report, Zhou merely offered a faint compliment. Well done. Those 4 simple words brought immense satisfaction to Ming Shirin, who joyfully responded, Master, this earth-grade weapon is exceedingly precious. I wish to refine it. Fan Xiuyan glared, stating, You dare? At this point, you still wish to intimidate others? Zhou Yuan'er interjected, Qin Zhangyi is dead. To refine his weapon now would be to deny the deceased peace. Ming Shirin, however, cared little for such matters, beseeching his master for permission. Chapter 89, The Underlying Connections. To refine the weapon of the deceased, as the leader, Fan Xiuyan was naturally enraged. Yet, what reasoning does a defeated foe possess? In a righteous sect, one might hurl insults, but here in Motion Pavilion, even if Ming Shirin were to flay Qin Zhangyi alive, he would have no grounds for complaint. Fan Xiuyan could only glare at everyone, attempting to summon his vitality, but his dantian remained utterly empty. As a well-traveled individual, Fan Xiuyan had encountered countless martial arts schools and techniques, yet this prison-like art was unlike anything he had ever seen. The more unknown an entity, the harder it is to resist it. Zhou sat in the grand hall, gazing at the blade, stating calmly, Present it to me. Disciple obeys, Ming Shirin replied, secretly delighted as he reverently approached Zhou, offering the blade with both hands, then respectfully stepping aside. Heavenly-grade weapons are exceedingly rare. Many cultivators spend their entire lives without obtaining one. Moreover, without reaching the Yuan Xinjie realm, one would not dare to expose such a weapon lightly. Though powerful, it is nearly impossible to battle across realms. Having a peak earth-grade weapon is already commendable. Given time and re-refinement, there is a chance it may become heavenly grade. However, the difficulty of re-refinement is immense. Without decades of effort, it is nearly impossible to refine a weapon. Yet, for the value of a heavenly grade weapon, many cultivators are willing to try. Zhou lifted the short blade with one hand, examining it for a moment. The design of the blade was unremarkable, even somewhat unattractive. Raising his left hand, the Wei Ming's sword silently appeared, gliding toward the blade. Bang! The crowd was momentarily stunned, unsure of Zhou's intentions. From their perspective, it appeared as though he were slicing the blade with his finger. After all, this blade was also a peak earth-grade weapon. It seemed rather absurd to cut it barehanded. Nevertheless, given Zhou's actions, none dared to voice dissent. Fan Xiuyan spoke gravely. The demon truly lives up to the title. Coveting the possessions of the dead without fear of sleepless nights? Ming Shirin retorted, by your logic, those who vie for weapons in the cultivation world should all be losing sleep? Fan Xiuyan was momentarily speechless. Such occurrences were indeed commonplace. After testing the weapon, Zhou shook his head lightly. The Wei Ming sword had previously clashed with the dual swords and had shown no signs of damage. Now, encountering this peak earth-grade weapon, it also remained unscathed. Thus, it suggested that the sharpness of the Wei Ming sword did not yet reach the earth-grade standard. Zhou discarded the short blade. Ming Shirin hurriedly caught it, his face alight with joy. However, as he grasped the blade, a crack formed with a crisp sound, splitting it in two and causing it to fall to the ground. Ming Shirin stood in shock, staring blankly at the severed blade. The break as neat as if it had been sliced through tofu. Fan Xiuwen furrowed his brow. Even Lu Zhou felt surprised, a hint of astonishment flickering within him, though he maintained his composure. This indicated that the earlier test had been effective, proving that the Wei Ming sword surpassed peak Earth-grade weapons, suggesting its rank might indeed be heavenly grade. A heavenly grade weapon capable of transforming into various forms was truly priceless. Ming Shirin, dazed, soon revealed a distressed expression. The weapon he had so laboriously obtained had been severed by his master with bare hands. Master, oh master, have I not performed well enough? Lu Zhou's voice resonated at that moment. A mere Earth-grade weapon is unworthy of entering my Motian pavilion. Ming Shirin stood in a daze, pondering the implications of the mere Earth-level weapon. Was there truly a more formidable armament? Zhou Yuan'er giggled. Fourth senior brother, do you see what third senior brother wields? That is the Ba Wang Chong. Quite impressive, isn't it? Just a moment ago, third senior brother used this weapon to take on two opponents. Ming Shirin turned to glance at Duanmu Sheng, who held the Ba Wang Chong. Its height and the dragon patterns etched upon its shaft suggested that it was no ordinary weapon. He recalled the time when the 10 great masters besieged Jinting Mountain, urging Duanmu Sheng to leave, but he refused because of the Ba Wang Chong. To his astonishment, his master had bestowed such a valuable weapon upon Duanmu Sheng. An overwhelming sense of imbalance surged within him. Compared to the heavenly-level weapons, the peak of Earth-level armaments had suddenly become akin to refuse. His master's might was unparalleled, and this shabby item could hardly withstand even a single strike from him. It was evidently poorly crafted. In frustration, Ming Shirin kicked the short dagger aside. After berating the weapon, he grinned and asked, Master, when will I be able to possess a weapon that suits me? Lu Zhou stroked his beard and replied, Focus on your duties. Upon hearing this, Ming Shirin was elated, interpreting it as an affirmation of a heavenly-level weapon. Although there was no explicit time frame given, his master held promises in high regard. The mere fact he uttered such words was nearly a guarantee. Without hesitation, he knelt again, raising his hands in reverence and bowing his head sincerely. Thank you, master. I shall strive diligently and live up to your expectations. Loyalty level 2. Lu Zhou nodded lightly. This was a significant improvement compared to when he first traversed here. The loyalty level was also markedly more stable. Solely relying on the intimidation of brute strength could not lead one too far. Palace Master, what has happened? Two female cultivators from Yanyu Palace hurriedly assisted Yi Tianxin. Yi Tianxin was perplexed, having fainted unexpectedly. Zhou Yuan'er, swift as a breeze, rushed over, conducted a brief examination, and declared, She is fine, just a bit overly dramatic. She startled my master. Ming Shirin silently lamented. His junior sister's incessant references to their master left him feeling inadequate. Lu Zhou waved his hand and commanded, Take her to the South Pavilion for further reflection. Understood. Zhou Yuan'er led Yi Tianxin and the two female cultivators away from the Deshun Hall of Emotian-gu. Lu Zhou also noted that Yi Tianxin's enmity level was rapidly plummeting, primarily due to the massacre that occurred in Yulong Village. He initially intended for Fan Xiuwen to clarify the matter, but Fan Xiuwen's evasive and obstinate attitude only piqued Lu Zhou's curiosity. Moreover, this was likely tied to the missing fragments of his memory. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Zhou calmly instructed, Seal his cultivation and take him down. Understood. Duanmu Sheng seized Fan Xiuwen by the shoulder. Bound by the cage, Fan Xiuwen resembled a chick, easily lifted by Duanmu Sheng as they proceeded outside the hall. Lu Zhou was uncertain how long the binding mechanism would last. To ensure absolute security, he opted to seal Fan Xiuwen's cultivation. There was ample time, and Lu Zhou possessed numerous methods to extract the identity of the mastermind behind it all. While he was pondering, a female cultivator entered slowly. Master, the Black Riders at the foot of the mountain refused to depart and are causing quite a ruckus. Given that Fan Xiuwen had been apprehended, they certainly would not leave. Considering the implications for the palace, Lu Zhou replied nonchalantly, Fan Xiuwen is residing in Emotian-gu. Instruct the unrelated individuals to disperse. He deliberately used the term residing to indicate that Fan Xiuwen was still alive. But what if they refused to leave? The female cultivator cast a guilty glance at Lu Zhou. Send Ming Shirin to handle it. Yes, I will inform Fourth Master right away. At the foot of Jinting Mountain, several hundred meters behind the barrier, dozens of Black Riders gazed up at Emotian-gu, anxiously restless due to the barrier preventing them from entering. Meanwhile, a dashing figure in a blue robe silently observed from the nearby woods, accompanied by a respectful figure in black. Senior, Do you wish to take action against these people? Chapter 90. Spare me, senior brother. The blue-robed swordsman did not turn to regard the figure behind him, but instead wore a faint smile as he replied, "Inform your sect leader that today I do not wish to kill. My sincerest apologies." For reasons unknown, upon hearing the word apologies, the black-clad figure instinctively took a step back, awkwardly stating, "Jianqi Chun Wenjia has already been slain by you, senior. I wonder who your next target will be." The blue-robed swordsman turned slightly. The black-clad figure retreated once more, feeling increasingly anxious, fearing that this senior might declare him as the next opponent. "Do not fear. I am generally mild-mannered and courteous, a trait your sect leader knows well," the blue-robed swordsman said calmly. "It's just that your aura is overwhelmingly powerful, putting me under some pressure. I hope you do not take offense." The black-clad figure trembled. "That is quite all right." The blue-robed swordsman replied peacefully, "I am very grateful for your assistance in relaying messages during this time." The black-clad figure wiped the sweat from his brow, sighing in relief. At that moment, the blue-robed swordsman added, "However, if I were to decide to kill you, I would certainly inform you beforehand, my friend." The pause before the word friend was palpable. The black-clad figure was on the verge of tears at the thought of being informed before being slain. He dared not speak further, standing obediently to the side. The blue-robed swordsman turned to gaze at the Black Riders, shaking his head with a sigh. The leader of the Black Riders, Fan Xiuan, has been inside for quite some time. He is unlikely to emerge. Should we not wait for the senior? The blue-robed swordsman responded. The remaining matters are of little interest. He pivoted and with a swift motion, vanished into the woods in the blink of an eye. The black-clad figure nearly lost his footing, exhaling deeply. This task was indeed perilous. After calming his anxious heart, he observed the team of Black Riders. At that moment, he noticed someone flying out from the barrier, circling above the Black Riders before returning. Ming Shirin from Mo Tiango. Despite their training, the Black Riders found themselves compelled to retreat under the intimidation of Ming Shirin, ultimately leaving Jinting Mountain in resignation. The black-clad figure nodded to himself, muttering, "No wonder the sword demon chose to leave. Even Fan Xiuan, an 8-leaf cultivator, could not contend with Mo Tiango. The methods of the old demon truly command respect." The black-clad figure feigned a retreat, vanishing into the trees. Within Mo Tiango, Zhou glanced at the remaining merit points on the system interface, noting there were only 210 points left. The rewards for capturing Fan Xiuan were far less than those acquired by slaying a transcendent expert. His luck stood at 5 points, having drawn 2 weapons previously, all yielding only apologies. His fortune was lacking. Zhou contemplated. Perhaps one more draw could yield better results? Once is not enough. Let us try again. Ding. This draw consumes 50 merit points. Thank you for your patronage. Luck value decreased by 1. Zhou shook his head, restraining the urge to continue drawing. This was akin to refining weapons. Patience and opportunity were essential. One could not rush. Name, Zhou race. Human cultivation level, 8 meridians of the Brahma Sea. Merit points, 2, 160 law body. For symbols quadrant remaining lifespan, 5, 801 days items. Fatal strike 1, impeccable defense 2, fatal block 7, passive, cage binding 5, by Zhe. Buy-in weapons, nameless, affectionate ring, owner, Yi Tianxin, requires re-refining for use. Techniques, 3 scrolls of heavenly books. The 5 Qi Chao Yuan costs 8,000 merit points, causing Zhou to frown slightly. Killing Fan Xiuan and others might not suffice. This was merely the cost for the 5 Qi Chao Yuan. As for the 6 Yao Li He, 7 stars Zhuan Han, and 8 methods Yun Tong law body, their cost would undoubtedly surpass that of the 5 Qi Chao Yuan. Zhou waved his hand, dismissing the interface. There was no need to fret. Ji Tiandao had spent a millennium to reach his pinnacle. How long had it been for him? Patience is a virtue. Master, I have securely confined everyone, ensuring all is well. Ming Shirin rushed in from outside the hall. Upon seeing Zhou deep in thought, he nodded and bowed, obsequiously flattering his master. Perhaps accustomed to it, Zhou felt no particular concern about the flattery directed at him. He simply allowed it to unfold. This individual possessed an aura reminiscent of Yishun. What is the matter? Zhou inquired calmly. Master, Fan Xiuan has been reluctant to reveal the mastermind behind Yulong village. I wonder if Ming Shirin should make a forceful gesture, he said with a smile. Zhou cast a sidelong glance at him and replied. As the leader of the Black Riders, Fan Xiuan has risen to this position through considerable capability. He would not succumb to coercion easily. What if he continues to refuse to divulge? Ming Shirin asked, perplexed. There is no rush, Zhou replied as he rose slowly. descending the steps with his hands clasped behind his back. The individual who can restrain Fan Xiuyan is certainly not ordinary. Does Master intend to commence from within the palace? Ming Shirin inquired cautiously. Lu Zhou maintained a calm demeanor and did not respond to the question. Currently, the only source for information from the palace was Jiang Aijin. Jiang Aijin had access to the palace's confidential documents, but the issue was that he had already left the imperial palace, and such sensitive matters would not be easily disclosed to him. Perhaps these documents were intentionally leaked by the palace, with both Matian Pavilion and the Black Riders potentially being used as pawns in a larger game. Contemplating this, Lu Zhou said softly, Ming Shirin. Here, he replied. The interrogation of Fan Xiuyan, I entrust to you, Lu Zhou instructed, waving his hand. Ming Shirin responded respectfully. Disciple shall faithfully execute Master's orders and ensure a thorough interrogation, revealing the true mastermind as soon as possible. Upon saying this, Ming Shirin raised his head and remarked, Master, Fan Xiuyan is formidable, as are those two Black Riders. They are both experts. I have just entered the Yuan Xinjie realm and lack a suitable weapon. What do you think? Leave, Lu Zhou commanded. Disciple obeys. Ming Shirin immediately closed his mouth and exited Matian Pavilion. Ming Shirin wore a distressed expression, lamenting the lack of a weapon and the need for accolades. The memory of the destroyed dagger pained him deeply. Old Four, who is calling me? Ming Shirin thought to himself, still irritable. Old Four, come and practice with me. Let us see my overlord's spear. Duan Mushing said, waving the spear in hand. Third brother? I have matters to attend to. That won't do. In all of Matian Pavilion, you are the only one who can spar with me. Pan Chong and Zhou Jifeng are simply not enough, Duan Mushing insisted, patting Ming Shirin on the shoulder. Ming Shirin's mind raced, and he suggested, Master has ordered me to thoroughly interrogate Fan Xiuyan regarding the truth behind Yulong Village. Brother, why not seek out junior sister for some practice? Just then, a figure swooped down from the sky. Zhou Yuan'er alighted gracefully on a nearby branch. I'll tell Master that you're bullying me, she declared before leaping away. Duan Mushing frowned and sighed, shaking his head. After we finish with Fan Xiuyan, we can spar for a bit, he added, patting Ming Shirin's shoulder once more. Be brother. Be gentle. Before long, sounds of one-sided beatings echoed from the back mountain. Even without the Overlord's spear, Duan Mushing could overpower Ming Shirin, let alone now with a weapon. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou was preparing to enter a state of enlightenment with the heavenly book when Zhou Yuan'er rushed into the great hall. Master, Jiang Aijin has sent a letter, she exclaimed. Read it. Zhou Yuan'er retrieved the letter from her waist and began to read. The weakening of the Black Rider forces is also a desired outcome for the palace. Senior, do not worry that the palace will become hostile towards Matian Pavilion. Lu Zhou felt a surge of suspicion. The Dark Department was directly controlled by the Emperor, and the notion of weakening seemed dubious. Zhou Yuan'er continued, Senior wishes to investigate the truth behind the massacre at Yulong Village. I regret to inform you that even I, who knows all, am unaware of this, but the mastermind is certainly not the Emperor. As she reached this point, Zhou Yuan'er's teeth ground together audibly. It is said that Yulong Village conceals many secrets, and there are still officials patrolling occasionally. This is classified information and cannot be accessed. Additionally, I have two pieces of information to share. The swordsman Chen Wenjie was slain by Yu Shangrong. Am I correct? Indeterminate allegiances lead to swift demise. The sect master of Mocha sect, Dong Ping, has emerged from seclusion and is en route to Qingyu platform to meet with Zheng Yi. Lastly, do not forget my sword. Ha ha ha. Lu Zhou focused solely on the matter of Yulong Village, dismissing the rest from his mind. However, he found himself intrigued. Yulong Village still had officials patrolling? Such a trivial matter was deemed classified even by Jiang Aijin, indicating that the situation might be far more complex than anticipated. Officials patrolling? Noticing his master deep in contemplation, Zhou Yuan'er hesitated, as if she had something to say but lacked the courage to voice it. Lu Zhou looked up and saw her poised to speak, prompting him to ask, is there anything else? Master, I have said it. Please do not punish me, Zhou Yuan'er pleaded, clinging to Lu Zhou's arm in an endearing manner. Previously, she would not have dared to act so. However, this indicated Lu Zhou's subtle influence on her. At least she was considerably bolder than before. He resolved to teach her gradually, hoping she would not stray from the right path in the future. Lu Zhou shook his head, pondering his own thoughts. Seeing her master shake his head, Zhou Yuan'er exclaimed excitedly, I knew Master wouldn't punish me. I want a heavenly tier weapon, just like the Overlord's spear. It must be grand and formidable. Lu Zhou raised his hand and lightly tapped her on the head, admonishing, I have told you repeatedly that your cultivation is insufficient to wield a heavenly tier weapon. We shall discuss it again once you have entered the Yuan Xinjie realm. Really? Master always values promises, she replied playfully. Yes, yes. I will surely break through to the Yuan Xinjie realm soon. Compared to the other disciples, Zhou Yuan'er exhibited the highest loyalty and often stayed close to him. Naturally, Zhou hoped for her cultivation to rise further, until his own power was restored. She would be his greatest support. Moreover, Zhou Yuan'er was innocent and unworldly, making her easier to guide than other disciples. Reflecting on the training of his disciples, Zhou checked the task panel through his thoughts. The main task remained to educate this group of miscreants. Duan Musheng, Ming Shirin, and Zhao Yu were still within the acceptable range of loyalty, and the difficulty of training them was manageable. As for those who had departed from Matian Pavilion, their difficulty was self-evident. Lao Ba's cultivation was the weakest, causing no concern. The title of Evil King was merely borrowed from the identity of a Matian Pavilion disciple to intimidate others. Lao Yu Zhenghai, Lao Yu Shangro, and Lao Si Wuyan were the ones that truly troubled Zhou. Each possessed formidable heavenly tier weapons and astonishing cultivation, and they were not alone. They had powerful allies like the 4 Black Riders. With this thought, Zhou found himself somewhat nostalgic for the peak experience card of Tiandao. If only he possessed countless peak cards, would he not be fearless in traversing the world? Chief, Zhou Jifeng entered, cupping his hands in respect. Mr. Li, oh no. Yi Tianxin has awakened and wishes to see you. Yi Tianxin had been confined in the southern pavilion by Zhou, and without his command, no one dared to release her, not even the female cultivators of Yanyu Palace. During this time, Jin Tingshan was short-staffed, so they had taken on menial tasks. The female cultivators of Yanyu Palace were willing to undertake such work, as it was far better than being confined in the cold reflection cave. Do not let her in, Zhou replied indifferently. Understood. Zhou Jifeng bowed and departed. With her master's promise, Zhou Yuan'er suddenly became diligent and rushed out to practice. With no one present, Zhou entered a state of understanding the heavenly book. As evening approached, Zhou Jifeng returned to the great hall. Chief, Yi Tianxin has stated that if she cannot see you, she will kneel indefinitely. She is currently kneeling at the exit of the southern pavilion. Let her kneel there. Zhou replied. As you command. After Zhou Jifeng left, Zhou did not linger in the great hall, but instead entered a secret room, entering a state of enlightenment. He cast aside distractions, clearing his mind. The following morning, Zhou awakened from his meditation on the heavenly book, feeling invigorated. This clarity surpassed even a restful night's sleep. Standing up, he stretched his limbs, finding everything to be perfectly normal. Perhaps it was the extraordinary power at work. He simply did not yet know how to harness it. Regardless of the circumstances, the benefits derived from comprehending the celestial scriptures have become increasingly apparent. A gentle voice emanated from outside the secret chamber. What is it? Zhou responded while manipulating the mechanisms of the chamber. Yi Tianxin had already been kneeling for an entire night. Zhou waved his sleeve and stated, there is no need to pay heed to this matter. Do not report it further. Understood, Zhou Jifeng replied before departing once more. Ding. Punishing the villain Yi Tianxin has granted 100 merit points. Zhou observed that the system's notification used the term punish rather than discipline. While the hatred value had dissipated, loyalty had yet to manifest. If the punishment was not thorough, how could he justify his identity as the ancestor of the Motian Pavilion? Upon entering the grand hall of the Motian Pavilion, Zhou happened to see Ming Shirin, who appeared battered and bruised. Not wishing to inquire further, he asked, how did the interrogation proceed? Ming Shirin bowed and replied, Fan Xiuwen is exceedingly tight-lipped. If it were not for the teachings of my master, I would have subjected him to severe tortures long ago. The tortures mastered by the Black Riders were numerous, and the lack of results from the interrogation was anticipated. Zhou was not surprised. Then why not simply kill him? After all, keeping him alive serves no purpose. Ming Shirin suggested. Zhou waved his hand dismissively, saying, he is of use. A powerful entity of the 8-leaf Golden Lotus Dharma body will yield significant merit points. However, compared to uncovering the mastermind behind the scenes and the secrets of Yulong Village, I believe the latter holds greater value. Ming Shirin. Here, disciple. I command you to investigate the vicinity of Du Tianjiang and Yulong Village. You must act with utmost caution. Zhou's tone was imbued with authority. Ming Shirin did not exhibit the previous joy, but instead responded with reverence. Disciple shall obey the master's orders. Zhou had initially intended to borrow his mount, but the steed's ostentation would attract undue attention, so he refrained. Ming Shirin, being a practitioner at the Yuan Xinjie level, could fly from Jinting Mountain in 4 hours. Given that Yulong Village was heavily guarded, How had Yi Tianxin managed to investigate after leaving Jinting Mountain? He would need to question this wayward disciple. Lu Zhou shook his head and descended the steps towards the South Pavilion. Upon reaching the exterior of the South Pavilion, he spotted Yi Tianxin kneeling on the ground, appearing utterly feeble. Upon lifting her eyelids, Yi Tianxin's spirit revived partially, and she prostrated herself, saying, "Master." Lu Zhou regarded her with indifference and shook his head once more. "I have no disciples like you." Chapter 92. Ming Shirin's Mishap. Lu Zhou discerned regret in her gaze. But alas, it was too late. Yi Tianxin had thought her master had come to see her and felt a flicker of joy within. However, Lu Zhou's tone was devoid of warmth. "I have questions for you. You need only respond." Disciple obeys. Yi Tianxin intended to refer to herself as disciple, but stifled the impulse. "When did you investigate Yulong village?" Yi Tianxin was momentarily taken aback, expecting her master to deliver a severe reprimand. Instead, he was concerned about Yulong village, causing a myriad of emotions to swirl within her. After some contemplation, she answered honestly, 10 years after leaving the Motion Pavilion. "How did you learn of the case files from the palace and the land?" Some sisters from Yanyu Palace were originally palace guards. They are familiar with the palace's rules and terrain, and took nearly 5 years to acquire the files, Yi Tianxin explained. Seeing her speak so casually, Lu Zhou was astonished that it took her 5 years to obtain the files. Indeed, she had invested significant effort. Yi Tianxin continued. "Perhaps the massacre at Yulong village seems trivial to the lords in the palace, but for the hundreds of souls residing there." Her voice trembled with emotion. Lu Zhou replied with indifference. "So, is this the reason you harbor resentment towards me?" At these words, Yi Tianxin's mind went blank, her previously spirited demeanor wilting at Lu Zhou's retort. Lu Zhou continued to inquire, "Has Yanyu Palace ever ventured to Dutianjiang?" Yanyu Palace has visited Dutianjiang several times. The palace has stated that there is a substantial presence of foreign races in that region, yet after years of investigation, no such races were discerned, Yi Tianxin responded. From this statement, it was evident that she seemed unaware of her own status as a commoner. However, in Lu Zhou's memory, commoners did not precisely constitute true foreign races. They were rather a unique group within the Daiyan human race. Otherwise, how could they have survived in the vicinity of Dutianjiang? Clearly, the palace merely utilized the notion of foreign races as a pretext. Noticing his master lost in thought, Yi Tianxin suddenly prostrated herself, forehead to the ground, declaring, "Disciple is willing to accept any punishment. I beseech master to mete out severe retribution. You are remarkably composed." Lu Zhou remarked, shaking his head. "Betraying one's master warrants strict punishment. Yet, regarding the matters of Yulong village, the truth remains obscured. Fan Xiuan may merely be a pawn. If I am ultimately the true culprit, what would you do?" Yi Tianxin was left bewildered, a wave of weakness washing over her. At this juncture, she found herself uncertain of whom to trust. "Take her to the South Pavilion. She is not to leave a single step," Lu Zhou commanded. Waving his hand, the two female cultivators from Yanyu Palace could only nod in resignation as they escorted Yi Tianxin away. Lu Zhou returned to the Motion Pavilion. The following day, he continued to delve into the celestial scriptures as usual. With the increasing duration of his comprehension, the content of the Renzi scroll had expanded considerably. However, the celestial scriptures remained as cryptic and challenging as ever. After a period of contemplation, Lu Zhou mused that given his current state of vitality, his luck in the lottery ought to be favorable. Lottery. Ding. This lottery consumes 50 merit points. Thank you for your patronage. Luck value 1. Lottery. Ding. This lottery consumes 50 merit points. Thank you for your patronage. Luck value 1. Lu Zhou shook his head. Perhaps the understanding of the celestial scriptures had drained his luck, and he resolved to try again later. Moreover, the remaining merit points should not be squandered recklessly. Presently, he possessed only a single critical strike. If necessary, he would replenish it in due course. Ding. Ming Shirin has completed the investigation task for Dutianjiang, rewarding 100 merit points. Upon hearing this notification, Lu Zhou felt no surprise. Ming Shirin performed far better in task execution than others. After waiting a while, Ming Shirin should send back the results of his investigation. However, strangely enough, Lu Zhou waited a full 3 hours without any sign of a message. The Motion Pavilion's messages were always conveyed by messenger birds, which flew at speeds comparable to legendary mounts. There was no reason for it to take 3 hours to arrive. Yuan'er, disciple is here. Send a message to Zhang Aijin, requesting his assistance in investigating the truth of Yulong village. If this can be uncovered, a fine sword shall await, Lu Zhou declared. He sensed that Ming Shirin had encountered trouble, and it was likely to be significant. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yuan'er returned, smiling. Master, the message has been dispatched. Just then, Zhou Jifeng hurriedly entered from outside the grand hall of the Mo Tian Pavilion. Fourth Master has been injured, Xiao Yuan'er exclaimed. What happened to fourth senior brother? Lu Zhou felt a pang of suspicion. The last time he had notified the Black Riders, he had not seen him injured. To encounter an incident while investigating Yulong village was evidently not a simple matter. Maintaining a calm expression, Lu Zhou stroked his beard and asked, where is he now? He has arrived at the foot of the mountain. Pan Chongzheng is bringing fourth master up, came the reply. Before long, Pan Chong entered the grand hall with Ming Shirin. Ming Shirin appeared somewhat battered, reminiscent of a warrior who had just battled the Dark Four Riders. He knelt on the ground and declared, Disciple has not disgraced my mission. I have obtained some leads from Du Tianjiang. Speak. Near Du Tianjiang, in the vicinity of Yulong village, there are patrolling soldiers. This has been the case for nearly 10 years. During a night exploration of Du Tianjiang, I made a significant discovery. They seem to be recovering drowned corpses. Everyone present was taken aback. The presence of foreign races around Du Tianjiang was one matter, but there was no reason to cast bodies into the river, nor to dredge them up, especially not for a decade. What do you surmise is the purpose behind recovering the drowned corpses? Lu Zhou inquired. Disciple was about to continue the investigation when I inadvertently triggered a strange trap. I had no choice but to return overnight. Ming Shirin replied, sounding weary. Lu Zhou slowly rose to his feet. Descending the steps, he approached Ming Shirin's side. Ming Shirin lay prostrate, lamenting, Disciple is incompetent. Raising his head, he found Lu Zhou's voice imbued with authority. As Ming Shirin slowly lifted his gaze, he indeed beheld a black lotus blooming at his brow. Witchcraft. Pan Chong, who had drawn closest, had not noticed when he turned his head to take a look, and was struck with astonishment at the sight. No wonder fourth master had fallen victim to a covert scheme. It was a witchcraft trap. Practitioners of witchcraft are rarely seen in the realm of Diyan. Who could have ensnared fourth master? Pan Chong exclaimed in surprise. Lu Zhou did not respond to his inquiry but turned to Ming Shirin, asking, Du Tianjiang's vicinity? Along the riverbank, there may be traps, master. The disciple is merely fatigued. This witchcraft has only bound 6/10 of my cultivation. It is of no concern. Despite being restrained, he managed to return from the vicinity of Du Tianjiang overnight. One must admit, Ming Shirin's resilience and survival instincts were remarkably impressive. At times, Lu Zhou pondered whether Ji Tiandao had truly chosen his disciples solely based on that line of poetry. Each one was exceptionally gifted and coincidentally aligned with the verses. It seemed a tad too fortuitous. Pan Chong bowed, asserting, indeed, this witchcraft must be swiftly unraveled, lest it deepen and lead to complete loss of cultivation. At that point, breaking the witchcraft would be even more challenging. Chapter 93. The power of witchcraft. Startled by Pan Chong's words, Ming Shirin retorted, Pan Chong, do not speak recklessly. Lu Zhou raised a hand to halt Ming Shirin, signaling Pan Chong to continue. Pan Chong, understanding, pressed on, I am not speaking frivolously. In my youth at the Jingming Dao, I came across materials regarding witchcraft in the library. Witchcraft is divided into white and black. If one harbors malicious intent, they may easily stray from the path. In my youthful arrogance, I was momentarily bewitched, eager to elevate my cultivation. Unfortunately, the materials on witchcraft were treated with utmost secrecy within Jingming Dao. No elder willing to teach me the craft was to be found. So you chose the Sanyin technique? Inquired Zhou Jifeng, puzzled. The elders of Jingming Dao only informed me that the Sanyin technique was suitable for my practice, but did not mention the necessity of pairing it with Lu Yanggong. The balance of yin and yang was something I only learned upon meeting the esteemed Ji. Pan Chong elaborated, and then Zhou Jifeng pressed. Pan Chong continued, speaking of witchcraft, its restrictions resemble cultivation seals. They gradually erode the practitioner's meridians, obstructing them. The sealing techniques of Jingming Dao also borrowed from the methods of witchcraft. The assembly nodded in understanding. No wonder Pan Chong had confidently volunteered to seal the Black Knight's cultivation that day. His confidence stemmed from this knowledge. Thus, the sooner the witchcraft is resolved, the more advantageous it will be for fourth master. Those like fifth master, completely sealed, must have been subjected to a close-range sealing by the caster, immediately effective. Regardless of when unsealed, the outcome remains unchanged, Pan Chong stated. Zhou Jifeng asked, with your profound understanding of witchcraft, do you know of any methods to break it? Pan Chong nodded. I recall a book mentioning 2 methods of unbinding. The first and most credible is for the caster to personally unravel it. The second involves attaining a level of cultivation far surpassing that of the caster through meditation or enlightenment. However, this method is nearly impossible. As the cultivation has already been sealed, how can one even discuss further cultivation? By your account, fourth master's witchcraft is insurmountable? Pan Chong shook his head and, with a respectful gesture towards Lu Zhou, remarked, "It seems only the pavilion master may unravel it." Pavilion master? Xiao Yuan'er and Zhou Jifeng turned their gazes toward Lu Zhou. The third method entails a practitioner whose cultivation far exceeds that of the caster forcefully dispelling the witchcraft. The struggle between witchcraft and vital energy could lead to severed meridians or even death. Hence only the pavilion master is capable of such, Pan Chong concluded. This reasoning was sound. Yet, Lu Zhou felt somewhat speechless. While appearing steadfast as a mountain, he was internally deliberating on what to do, for all eyes were upon him. Upon hearing this, Ming Shirin bowed, pleading, "Master, I beseech you to unravel the restrictions for your disciple." As Lu Zhou stroked his beard, he contemplated how to resolve the matter. Given that Du Tianzhang's Yulong village harbored a witchcraft trap, the others from Mo Tiangu must not venture there casually. If even Ming Shirin could fall prey, it was unlikely that others could investigate thoroughly. The affairs of Yulong village could only be personally scrutinized. As for how to break the witchcraft's restraints, Lu Zhou truly had no excellent methods. He could hardly disclose that he possessed merely the cultivation of Fan Hai Jing. Hearing the news, Duan Musheng hurried over to grasp the situation and promptly implored, "Master, though my junior brother frequently errs, he has shown considerable improvement lately. I beseech you to intervene." Zhou Jifeng and Pan Chong joined in the plea. In the past, Ji Tiandao would most likely have erupted in fury, delivering a swift kick. Yet, Ming Shirin's recent performance had indeed been commendable. Although his loyalty did not match that of Duan Musheng or Xiao Yuan'er, he had managed tasks quite well, and with gradual guidance, he would improve. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Zhou waved his sleeve, declaring, "Follow me, as your master commands." Upon hearing this, Ming Shirin was overjoyed, promptly rising and obediently trailing behind Lu Zhou like a child. The others sighed in relief, watching as Ming Shirin entered the secret chamber with Lu Zhou. With the master in action, witchcraft was but a trifling matter, Xiao Yuan'er remarked with a smile. Zhou Jifeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, the pavilion master possesses profound cultivation, and thus would not regard such minor witchcraft with concern. Pan Chong also nodded, though he remained silent. Duan Musheng cast a glance at the two of them, stating, "Since fourth master has fallen victim to witchcraft, it falls to you too. What does third master mean?" Pan Chong and Zhou Jifeng were left bewildered. With a flourish, Duan Musheng brandished his spear, exclaiming, "Come, practice with me." In the secret chamber, it was Ming Shirin's inaugural visit. Until now, not only he but also the other disciples had never been granted proximity to this place. Back then, everyone speculated whether the master had stored all his treasured possessions within the secret chamber. However, the chamber was impenetrable, and the master typically cultivated therein, making it impossible to glimpse its contents. Upon entering, Ming Shirin was naturally elated, observing the array of tomes on the table and the weapons displayed on the racks, swords, spears, staves, and even various types of weapons stacked in the corners. His heart brimmed with admiration. The master had traversed the world for a millennium, and indeed had amassed a wealth of treasures. "Sit down," Lu Zhou instructed, pointing to the ground. Ming Shirin collected himself and promptly sat cross-legged, refraining from gazing about. Lu Zhou, stroking his beard, took his place behind him. Although possessing the cultivation of the 8 meridians of Fan Hai, it was not the true mastery of the 8 meridians. His Dharma body bore only the 4 symbols. Assessing the state of Ming Shirin's body revealed no significant issues. To unravel the witchcraft seemed nearly impossible. Lu Zhou noticed that Ming Shirin was sweating profusely. Evidently, the binding power of the witchcraft was at play. Given the circumstances, witchcraft had likely constrained at least 80% of his cultivation. Lu Zhou raised his aged hand and gently pushed against Ming Shirin's back. Vital energy flowed from his palm into Ming Shirin's meridians. Ming Shirin felt a jolt. The master's cultivation was indeed profound, capable of tempering the vitality of the Yuanshan Jie to such a gentle state. The gentler it was, the less harm it would cause to the meridians. Lu Zhou controlled the vital energy to examine the meridians, delivering several gentle taps. The vital energy increased slightly. After all, Ming Shirin had long been a practitioner of the 8 meridians. This amount of energy would not cause any damage as it coursed erratically through his meridians. Yet, as Lu Zhou's vital energy encountered the binding force of the witchcraft, a wave of resistance surged forth. Ming Shirin furrowed his brow, his forehead quickly beaded with sweat. The power of the witchcraft registered in Lu Zhou's consciousness. Ah, so this is the force of witchcraft. He attempted to evade the binding force, inspecting other meridians. However, as the vital energy sought an alternate route, the binding force of the witchcraft seemed to possess awareness, suddenly rebounding. Incredible. Lu Zhou retracted his palm. Yet the witchcraft's force rebounded from Ming Shirin's back like an unyielding gale. Instinctively, Lu Zhou waved his sleeve. The profound state of comprehending the celestial scriptures has emerged once again. From the Dantian to the Qi Si, and then to the mind. A gentle azure luminescence envelopes the entire body. This ethereal glow repels the powers of sorcery, and without pause, it flows into Ming Shirin's back. Bang! Ming Shirin is propelled forward by the force. Simultaneously, he suddenly senses that the enigmatic sorcerous power within him has been instantaneously shattered. Chapter 94. The parting hook. Just a moment ago, Ming Shirin thought his master had been ruthless. In the next instant, as the sorcerous constraints within him were utterly dismantled, his heart rejoiced. Even if he were sent flying, he would gladly accept. Crash! Ming Shirin crashes into 2 rows of weapon racks, causing the weapons to clatter to the ground. Meanwhile, within a dim chamber of the Diyan Palace, chaos reigns. The flickering candlelight is obscured by a screen. Behind the screen, a woman in brocade sits cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, her complexion shifts, and she spits out a mouthful of blood. In a fit of rage, she sweeps her sleeve, sending everything on the table flying, her face pale with shock. How can someone break my sorcery? Who could this person be? After being sent flying by Lu Zhou's sweeping motion, Ming Shirin notices that Lu Zhou is equally astonished. That refreshing sensation has returned. Reminiscent of the time he resisted the Brahmin's sound entering his dreams. Comprehending the celestial scriptures indeed grants extraordinary power, but alas, Lu Zhou still has not discovered the method of application. However, this is not the time to dwell on such matters. Lu Zhou's gaze falls upon Ming Shirin. Following the collision with the weapon racks, all sorcery dissipates. The meridians and dantian that were previously suppressed by sorcery instantly recover. The pain in his body becomes trivial, and Ming Shirin channels a surge of vital energy to rise, kneeling down in gratitude. Thank you, Master, for lifting the restrictions on your disciple. Your might is unparalleled. Lu Zhou casts a calm glance at him. Indeed, the extraordinary power of the celestial scriptures is remarkable, capable of countering sorcery. While Lu Zhou contemplates how to further comprehend the celestial scriptures, Ming Shirin is drawn to the nearby weapons, grasping 2 peculiar items. He examines them closely. Master, what are these? One resembles neither a sword nor a hook, with a blade that is one-sided, its upper edge lined with jagged teeth, exceedingly bizarre. The other appears more like a sheath. Lu Zhou's attention is drawn to these 2 items. Ding, weapon recovered, parting hook sheath, recommended to recognize Master. Ming Shirin. Lu Zhou strokes his beard. This secret chamber indeed contains hidden treasures. Whether by fate or coincidence, it seems that Ming Shirin has stumbled upon these weapons. Before Lu Zhou can speak, Ming Shirin, with a grin, exclaims, Master, this weapon suits me perfectly. The patterns, the blade, and the hook sheath. How exquisite. I adore such unconventional items. At the very least, they possess earth-tier quality. Ming Shirin excitedly reads aloud a line of tiny characters on the hook sheath. Without testing it, just by sight, it certainly appears to be of earth-tier caliber. The parting hook sheath seems to have been in the secret chamber for quite some time, its exterior appearing quite antiquated. However, since the system has indicated a recommended master, once activated, its tier will undoubtedly be heavenly. Seeing Ming Shirin so enamored with the parting hook sheath, displaying a fawning expression, Lu Zhou shakes his head and commands, put it down. What? Ming Shirin is momentarily taken aback, but then carefully places the parting hook sheath back on the ground, not daring to defy his master. You have just entered the Yuan Shun tribulation realm. Your cultivation is not yet stable. It is premature to wield heavenly tier weapons. Lu Zhou fabricates an excuse. Upon hearing this, Ming Shirin feels a twinge of disappointment, but then realizes there are unspoken implications in the words, and his spirits lift. The implication is that the parting hook will eventually be bestowed upon him. Disciple obeys. I shall stabilize my strength as soon as possible. Ming Shirin vows. Lu Zhou nods in approval and waves his hand. Ming Shirin understands and exits the secret chamber. As he reaches the door, he glances back longingly at the parting hook. The chamber is cluttered, yet fortunately spacious enough that the chaos does not hinder anything. Lu Zhou casually raises his hand, reclaiming the parting hook sheath. Before long, Lu Zhou also exits the secret chamber, arriving in the main hall. Yu Zhenghai and the others are absent, while Ming Shirin is proudly showcasing something to Zhou Yuan'er, eliciting her gasps of amazement. Lu Zhou approaches them. Upon noticing him, they both bow in greeting, Master. Ming Shirin responds, Disciple is present. Though the sorcery is lifted, one must not be careless. Lu Zhou nods, stroking his beard. Originally, he had not intended to leave Jintingshan in the short term, as it was prudent to remain within the Mo Tian Pavilion, seeking merits through his disciples to gradually enhance his strength. However, the truth regarding Yulong Village is critically important, also related to the sorcery practitioners in the palace. If the truth could be uncovered, it might lead to the capture of the one who sealed Zhao Yu's powers. What makes this matter even more significant to Lu Zhou is that the system's taskbar clearly displays, investigate the truth of Yulong Village, reward 3,000 merit points. A reward of 3,000 merit points has never been seen in previous system rewards. This signifies the importance of the task. Tomorrow morning, I shall personally visit Yulong Village. Lu Zhou declares. Ming Shirin is initially taken aback, but quickly realizes, with Master taking action, success is assured. Having just had the sorcery constraints lifted, he is filled with confidence, even more than Lu Zhou himself. Zhou Yuan'er, upon hearing they can go out, claps with excitement, exclaiming, Master, I want to go too. Lu Zhou ignores her and continues addressing Ming Shirin. Keep a close eye on the Black Riders. Disciple obeys. Ming Shirin bows, with me and third senior brother here. They won't escape. Just as Lu Zhou is about to turn and leave, he pauses, turning back to ask, Is there any news of the traitors? The traitors refer to the likes of Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangro. Ming Shirin shakes his head repeatedly. Disciple has not left Jintingshan recently, so I am unaware of any news from the outside. Lu Zhou nods slightly. Ever since he defeated the righteous sects consecutively, these traitors have indeed been much quieter, showing no signs of movement. Once the Yulong Village issue is resolved, he will devise a plan to deal with these traitors. After relaying these instructions, Lu Zhou returns to the Mo Tian Pavilion, re-entering the state of comprehending the celestial scriptures. Following the perfect counteraction of sorcery, Lu Zhou has gained a deeper understanding of the celestial scriptures. He opens the celestial scriptures interface, and the contents of the Ren character scroll appear before him, glowing like phosphorescence. This time, the previously obscure characters are vibrant and full of life, more comfortable and delightful to read than ever before. Through comprehension and enlightenment, myriad paths spring forth. 10 connections arise from this, and marvelous actions flourish. Lu Zhou reads aloud, suddenly pausing, murmuring to himself, Brahmins sound ineffective. Countering sorcery, could it be that the Ren character scroll is particularly effective against the manipulation of the heart? Continuing to read, new content indeed appears. By obtaining the wisdom of non-corporeal intelligence, one can traverse to all realms without moving from one's original state, benefiting all sentient beings. By attaining the wisdom of total annihilation, one can dwell in the right concentration and universally manifest a physical form, akin to light and shadow, manifesting everywhere while remaining serene and unmoving in concentration. Lu Zhou is immersed in this knowledge, unable to extricate himself. The next morning, revitalized, Lu Zhou closes the celestial scriptures interface and leaves the secret chamber. Zhou Yuan'er has been waiting eagerly in the main hall, her face filled with excitement to go out. Upon seeing her master emerge, she rushes over, saying, Master, master, I want to ride on by Zhe, not the Bayan. Lu Zhou shakes his head. You, my dear girl. He initially intends to reprimand her, but considering her request, he concedes. After all, he is an old bone that cannot withstand rough rides. The two then make their way towards the exterior of the Mo Tian Pavilion, with Zhou Yuan'er playfully glancing back at Ming Shirin before they exit together. Within the dense forest of Jintingshan, Baizhe descended gracefully from the clouds. Upon witnessing the legendary steed, Ming Shirin's eyes widened with envy, nearly spilling from their sockets. He pondered when he might possess such a mount. Even enduring daily beatings would seem worthwhile. Master, I want to sit in the front. Little Yuan'er mischievously pointed toward Baizhe's front. Lu Zhou remained silent. Baizhe's broad back provided an expansive view ahead, flying with remarkable stability, allowing for a superior vantage point over the mountains and rivers. Once the two were comfortably seated, Baizhe emitted a low cry and vanished into the horizon. Ming Shirin rushed out, glancing around, but there was no trace of Baizhe to be found. During Baizhe's flight, Lu Zhou glanced at the system panel, noting he still possessed 2,210 points of merit. The decision not to utilize a supplement item card was based on the necessity of freedom and choice during critical moments. For instance, when faced with insurmountable danger, he could opt for 4 flawless cards, allowing ample time to escape on Baizhe. An hour later, Baizhe began to decelerate, gently descending. Master, have we arrived? Little Yuan'er, seemingly unsatisfied, hesitated to dismount. Lu Zhou ignored her, guiding Bai Zhe to the ground. Reluctantly, little Yuan'er hopped off. After stowing Bai Zhe, Lu Zhou surveyed the surrounding environment and remarked, "This place is not far from Dudiangjiang. Bai Zhe is too conspicuous. Master, you are so formidable. Couldn't you just eliminate them all?" Little Yuan'er scratched her head in confusion. Stubbornness, Lu Zhou calmly reprimanded. "What the master says is absolute." While the two took a brief respite, little Yuan'er suddenly exclaimed, "Master, someone is approaching." Her significance became apparent. Several cultivators riding flying swords swept through the forest. "Ji Tiandao is pursuing us. Run. The villains of Matian Pavilion are coming. Hurry." Whoosh whoosh. One after another, cultivators soared directly above Lu Zhou and little Yuan'er. A powerful practitioner from the Fan High Eight Veins, flying at a low altitude, called out, "That old man, run quickly. The old devil Ji Tiandao is coming. Are you tired of living?" Whoosh. A group of cultivators dashed swiftly, vanishing into the woods. Little Yuan'er curled her lips, puzzled. "Master, are you going to chase them?"